Greetings, everyone. I am Subai, a reincarnated eternal being. In my previous life, I awakened a remarkably rare S-level talent, Flame Battle Body, surpassing the majority of individuals in a single leap. After years of relentless effort, I ultimately ascended to become a mid-stage 8th-tier master in the Sacred Realm. However, during a fateful expedition into the starry expanse to vanquish demonic entities, I was unexpectedly slain by a 9th-tier Succubus Elder with a single stroke of her sword, leading to my demise. Now, I, Subai, have returned to Rebirth. I commenced with a bold kiss upon the future, Ice Phoenix Empress. Subsequently, I bound myself to the fate system of the multiverse, awakening a talent that transcends all understanding. Fateful choice. Talent, fateful choice. Grade, chaotic. Description, randomly triggers tasks, reaping rewards from the river of fate. Thereafter, I ascended at lightning speed, and within less than 2 weeks, I returned to the pinnacle of my former life. Mid-stage, 8th tier. Later, due to my monumental contributions during the war between humanity and demons, I was unanimously elected to become the youngest emperor in the annals of human history. Henceforth, I was bestowed with an imperial title, referred to as Emperor of Destiny. However, just as I believed that all would unfold towards a brighter future, I was astonished to discover this world is referred to by some as the false realm. False realm. False realm. Naturally, it denotes a deceptive world. This universe, merely a mental construct of some eternal being. Chapter 1. Kissing the future Empress to awaken the fate system. Bang! Amidst the endless starry river, a blood-red sword light surged forth, shattering the fabric of space in its wake, reducing it to cosmic dust. What the heck? What the heck? In an instant, Subai found himself engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness. Blue Star, Huaxia, Jiang City. A decade ago. Huff. Within a rented room, on a grand bed measuring 1.8 meters, Subai abruptly sat up, gasping for breath, his face etched with terror. Looking around, he found the surroundings remarkably familiar. The bed, the floor, the old desktop computer atop the table, and the little red apple ornament above the computer screen. All too familiar. Everything felt overwhelmingly recognizable. What exactly is happening? He recalled. It seemed he had just been instantaneously dispatched by an elder of the Succubus clan. In other words, he's already dead. How could he possibly find himself in his rented room from a decade ago? Could it be he has been reborn? Contemplating this, Subai swiftly grabbed his phone from the bedside, only to discover that it displayed June 7th, 4065. Upon seeing the date, Subai's eyes widened in astonishment. This, 4065? Is it not 4075 this year? How has it reverted to 4065? Could it be he truly has returned to a decade ago? Impossible, surely. It must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Legends say that the Succubus clan excels in mental assaults, and upon reflection, it seems to be true. Bang! Could it be that the heavens are bestowing upon me yet another chance? If so, what extraordinary talent shall I awaken this time? In my previous life, I possessed the exceedingly rare S-grade talent, known as the Flame Warrior Body. Having been granted a second life, I should surely emerge even stronger, should I not? I must hasten to school. Creaking. However, just as Subai placed his phone into his pocket and prepared to depart for school, the bathroom door unexpectedly swung open from within. Is someone inside? Who could it be? How did they emerge from my bathroom? With these questions swirling in his mind, Subai warily glanced toward the bathroom door. Soon after, a tall girl with a voluptuous figure, her long hair wrapped in a towel, stepped out. Her hair was still damp. She resembled a stunning flower emerging from a bath, radiating beauty. At that moment, her slightly damp black locks cascaded over her shoulders, with a few droplets of water glistening upon them. A pristine white cotton towel enveloped her body, accentuating her exquisitely slender waist, while her long, straight calves were exposed beneath. Her face appeared as if sculpted from fine jade, with large, watery eyes beneath elegantly arched brows, delicate eyelashes fluttering, a petite nose, and luscious cherry-red lips. In an instant, Subai was rendered speechless. Oh, you are Xia Qingyan. After a brief moment, Subai's eyes widened in disbelief. The girl before him was none other than one of the few imperial-level powerhouses of Huaxia, Empress Ice Phoenix, Xia Qingyan. But how could an empress emerge from his bathroom? Could it be that he was not reborn, but rather saved by her? Yet if this is not rebirth, how to explain this room? Was it not already demolished by the demolition crew? With a soft sound, Xia Qingyan sat down beside Subai. Hey, Subai, what are you staring at? She inquired, turning her head to cast a bright smile in his direction. Aye. Subai stammered, unable to utter a single coherent word. She was beautiful, unquestionably breathtaking. No wonder she was the empress. Just a casual smile from her nearly ensnared his soul. Subai gradually leaned closer, finding himself beside Xia Qingyan, gazing at her exquisitely beautiful face, a strange flutter rising within him. Indeed, she is the Empress. She is truly magnificent. Forget it. I shall kiss her first. Even death would be worth it. Su Bai murmured to himself, mesmerized by her stunning visage. Seizing the moment while she was unobservant, he boldly pressed his lips against hers. Instantly, Su Bai felt an extraordinarily soft sensation upon his lips, as if he were tasting a subtle fragrance and sweetness, akin to morning dew, intoxicating him and luring him deeper into bliss. Opposite him, Xia Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She was unexpectedly kissed forcefully. At that moment, a notification sound suddenly echoed within Su Bai's mind. Ding, detecting that the host destiny is beginning to alter the most powerful destiny system. The multiverse destiny system is commencing integration. Ding, destiny system integration progress. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 100. Ding, system integration successful, granting the host a chaos level talent. Destiny choice, which shall activate automatically upon awakening. Ding, integration successful, additionally granting the host a 10 consecutive draws. Ding, may I ask the host if you wish to commence the lottery now? What on earth? Upon hearing the notification, Su Bai's mind buzzed. A system? A 10 consecutive draw? He had actually bound to a system? It seems he truly was reborn. If that is the case, then, Xia Qingyan. All right, I shall draw, Su Bai silently affirmed. Ding, the Destiny Grand Roulette, 10 consecutive draws are beginning. With a gentle chime, a beam of light descended from the heavens, manifesting a colossal, colorful wheel within the depths of Su Bai's consciousness. Upon it were an array of various items and tools. 1. Shattered Void Blade, an exceptionally powerful SSS-grade weapon, imbued with a mysterious power to shatter space, capable of severing any form of confinement. Wherever the blade points, space is utterly obliterated. Thunderflame's Sacred Lion, an SSS-grade pet, immensely powerful, capable of unleashing formidable thunderflame energy to strike foes during battle, while constantly guarding its master as the most loyal companion. 3. Primordial Return's Sacred Pill, an SSS-grade extraordinary elixir, upon consumption, can restore one's vitality, heal hidden injuries, and enhance various fundamental attributes, facilitating breakthroughs on the path of cultivation. Shadow Escape Technique, an SSS-grade skill that allows the user to instantly merge into darkness, silently concealing their form, making it difficult for enemies 2 major realms above to detect them. 5. Chaos Source Crystal, an exceedingly rare SSS-grade material, the core component for forging unparalleled treasures. Integrating it into a treasure bestows upon it the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Dimensional Summoning Rune, an SSS-grade summoning item capable of calling forth beings from alternate dimensions with power exceeding 2 major realms above the user to assist in battle. Summoned beings possess unique abilities and formidable combat prowess. 7. 10,000-fold Experience Boost Card. Within 2 hours, greatly accelerates experience acquisition speed by 10,000 times, enabling rapid elevation of character levels. Titan Giant Clan's Divine Shield, an SSS-grade defensive gear. This shield boasts an impregnable defense akin to that of Titan Giants, capable of withstanding attacks from all directions, safeguarding the user's safety. 9. Exquisite Catgirl Spirit Beast Egg, an SSS-grade item. Hatching it will yield a humanoid catgirl. With careful nurturing, she will become a valuable ally in your battles and adventures, fighting alongside you. 10. Fortuitous Spirit Stone, an SSS-grade spiritual item that, when carried, significantly enhances the bearer's fortune, greatly improving their luck. Chapter 2. The awakening ceremony officially commences. Within the confines of a modest rental dwelling, Su Bai's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the colorful spinning wheel adorned with an array of items. These were all of SSS, and even SSS grade or higher. It was utterly astonishing. Although in his previous life Su Bai was an 8th-tier master at the entry to the Sacred Realm and possessed several SS and even SSS grade items, the treasures displayed on this wheel were clearly of an entirely different caliber. Soon enough, the colorful wheel began to spin under Su Bai's eager gaze. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, a portion of Spirit Essence. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, a portion of Spirit Essence. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, a portion of Spirit Essence. After a disheartening sequence of 8 consecutive consolation prizes, Su Bai's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a blackened pot. Just as he was about to resign himself to despair, 2 brilliant golden flashes suddenly pierced through the air. Ding! Congratulations! You have won Fortune Spirit Stone X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have won Primordial Source Crystal X1. Ding! This round of the lottery has concluded. We welcome you to visit again. No sooner had the announcement concluded than the colorful wheel vanished without a trace. In that moment, Su Bai felt a sharp pain at his waist. Ouch! What on earth are you doing, Su Bai? It turned out to be Xia Qingyan, who had pinched him quite forcefully. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, his eyes flying open in shock. He had been so preoccupied with the lottery that he had completely overlooked the presence of the Empress. Which Empress, you ask? My apologies. At this moment, his heart raced with trepidation. It was important to note that she was none other than the Empress of Huaxia, known as the Ice Phoenix. A true force to be reckoned with. Yet, he had just forcefully kissed her. What are you talking about? What Empress? You just can't seem to focus. She retorted. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I need to go change my clothes. With that, Xia Qingyan blushed deeply and dashed into the bathroom, leaving Su Bai alone in a daze at the edge of the bed. After a moment, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He had been reborn. Thus, Xia Qingyan was not the future Empress he had known. She was, and only was, his innocent classmate. Creak. Within merely 2 minutes, the bathroom door swung open once more. Xia Qingyan emerged, donning a charming pink dress. Her hair, still slightly damp, cascaded lazily over her shoulders, resembling a water lily in full bloom, and she appeared exceedingly delightful. She cast a shy glance at Su Bai, her eyes evading his gaze. Observing this, Su Bai felt his heart inexplicably quicken. He could hardly fathom that the once invincible Ice Phoenix Empress possessed such a side. Su Bai, I'm ready. Shall we head to school now? All right, Su Bai replied, following Xia Qingyan as they exited together. As they walked side by side, silence enveloped them. Blue Star, Huaxia, Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Class 17 of the 3rd year. Inside the classroom, as Su Bai settled onto his seat, a tall, lanky boy with a face full of acne approached him, wearing a mocking expression. Wow, Su Bai? How come you entered with the school beauty, Xia? Don't you care about Wang Qianqian's opinion? Taken aback, Su Bai was momentarily stunned. He didn't recognize this person or anyone named Wang Qianqian. However, judging by the boy's expression, it was evident that he had ill intentions and was seeking trouble. Su Bai had never been one to tolerate such provocations. What's it to you? Without a second thought, Su Bai retorted sharply, causing the boy's face to turn an ashen hue. You. The tall lad could not comprehend how Su Bai, who was usually so docile and unassuming, had suddenly grown a backbone. Had the sun risen from the west? Bang, bang, bang. Classmates, quiet down. Please settle down. At that moment, the homeroom teacher stepped into the classroom, her petite figure commanding attention as she firmly tapped the podium, silencing the clamor instantly. She was a strikingly attractive young teacher, her sharp gaze surveying the students as she spoke softly. Dear students, today marks your awakening day. Adjusting her glasses, she continued, over 1,000 years ago, the Stargate opened, and the abyssal rift descended upon us, bringing forth countless otherworldly creatures to invade Blue Star. However, our Blue Star simultaneously entered the era of spiritual energy revival. Perhaps by the grace of heaven, each of us has an opportunity to awaken our innate talents. Upon reaching the age of 18, each individual can awaken their unique abilities and gain extraordinary powers. Here, 500 words omitted. Alright, enough of the preamble. Since the awakening ceremony is about to commence, please prepare yourselves and follow me. Jiangxing No. 1 High School. On the school playground, the awakening square was already abuzz with excitement. A multitude of spirited young boys and girls, under the guidance of their homeroom teachers, were preparing to participate in the talent awakening ceremony. Wow, it's so crowded. Huh, what's this? So soft. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. Oh my goodness, the awakening is imminent. I'm so scared. Amitba, may the 3 pure ones and the Jade Emperor bless me. Haha, I'm certain I'll awaken an SSS grade talent. In the face of this moment, some were filled with joy, while others were burdened with anxiety. As for Su Bai, upon arriving at the square, his gaze was drawn to the center, where he spotted an ancient black stone pillar, atop which lay a blue and white crystal ball. From his memories of his past life, he knew that this was none other than the talent awakening crystal ball. It was said that this object was initially discovered by an adventurer in some abyssal rift, and its purpose remained unknown until it inexplicably helped individuals awaken their talents, leading to its eventual mass production. At that moment, a staff member on the platform announced loudly, the awakening will be conducted in groups of 10. When your name is called, please ascend the stage. Lu Ruyan, Chen Zhangwo, Zhang Depeo, Zhu Jixin. As the staff member's voice faded, the named students began to ascend the stage in the order of their names to awaken their talents. Soon, the staff member announced the results of this round of awakenings. Lu Ruyan, B grade talent, exceptional T-art. Chen Zhangwo, E grade talent, height increase. Zhang Depeo, D grade talent, accuracy increase. Zhu Jixin, D grade talent, strength amplification. Gao Xiaoman. Alright, next group. Wang Dong, Zhang Guo'er, Tang Yanran, Hu Xiaoxing. Lu Ruerui, the destiny system of Su Xiaoxi. Chapter 3, Awakening Failure? The Choice of Destiny. On the playground, the awakening continued. In truth, since the emergence of the abyssal rift and the simultaneous onset of the spiritual energy revival era on Blue Star, everyone could absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Yet, this merely requires a tome of cultivation techniques. Nevertheless, the awakening of one's innate talent remains the focal point of public intrigue. After all, possessing a remarkable aptitude serves as a significant boon on the path of cultivation. Awakening a superior talent will undoubtedly yield exponential benefits in practice. Furthermore, there exists a widely accepted consensus among the blue star human race. Those who awaken talents of a higher grade generally absorb the ambient spiritual energy at a swifter pace during their cultivation. Thus, the level of one's innate talent is intrinsically linked to their aptitude for cultivation. At that moment, the announcer proclaimed loudly, "Next batch, Xia Qingyan, Wang Jigang, Lin Mon." The announcement captured everyone's attention, for she was none other than Xia Qingyan, the undisputed belle of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Her every action attracted a multitude of admirers, particularly regarding the momentous occasion of awakening her talent. For her suitors, should Xia Qingyan awaken a talent of a higher grade, it would be a cause for celebration. However, if it were merely average, well, then they might stand a chance. Consequently, they all harbored hopes that Xia Qingyan would awaken a lesser talent, perhaps even fail altogether. Beneath the awakening platform, a sigh escaped Su Bai's lips. She is bound to awaken an SSS-level talent. He mused internally, and lo and behold, in a scene as dramatic as it was classic, the awakening platform erupted in brilliant radiance. As the light surged forth, an ethereal ice-blue phoenix silhouette suddenly burst forth from Xia Qingyan's crown, soaring into the heavens. After a graceful spiral in the air, it reluctantly returned, ultimately forming a mark upon her brow. This was the manifestation of Xia Qingyan's SSS-level talent, Ice Phoenix Holy Body. Legend has it that this talent allows its bearer to grow in size, exponentially enhancing their combat prowess by 100-fold. Terrifyingly formidable, it stands as one of the pivotal factors on Xia Qingyan's path to empresshood. Without the Ice Phoenix Holy Body, the Ice Phoenix Empress would not exist. This is an SSS-level talent. The voice of the staff member at the awakening platform trembled with excitement. As a seasoned talent awakening master from various high schools, he had never before encountered an SSS-level talent in all his years. This was the stuff of legends. Provided she does not perish prematurely, she is destined to ascend to the divine realm. In the human vernacular, this translates to the great emperor realm. At that moment, a figure suddenly soared from the leadership seat toward the awakening platform. It was none other than Zhang Zhonghua, the principal of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. His face was alight with fervor as he stuttered, Xia Qingyan, you awakened an SSS-level talent? Could you enlighten us on its effects?" Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a surge of displeasure. Was the nature of her SSS-level talent's effects something she could freely divulge? Realizing his misstep, Zhang Zhonghua immediately clamped a hand over his mouth. He suddenly recalled the explicit regulations. Any details regarding the specific effects of an SSS-level talent can only be disclosed at the behest of the awakened individual. Otherwise, inquiries are strictly prohibited, with violators facing charges of treason. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Zhonghua addressed Xia Qingyan once more. "Student Xia, please do not return to the formation just yet. Come over here." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan instantly understood. She nodded slowly, recognizing that the school was safeguarding her personal safety. After all, she had awakened an SSS-level talent. Should anything untoward occur, the consequences would be dire for all involved. Subsequently, Xia Qingyan followed Zhang Zhonghua away from the awakening platform. Before departing, she playfully gestured an OK sign towards Su Bai, her demeanor suggesting, "Little Su, do your best. I'll be waiting over there." At long last, it was Su Bai's turn. Next batch, Su Bai, Wang Liwen, Mao Xiaoqian. Upon hearing the staff's announcement, Su Bai stepped forward, approaching the awakening crystal ball with both hands cradling it tenderly. Mere moments later, the crystal ball began to tremble violently. Suddenly, it erupted in a dazzling display of colors. However, just as everyone eagerly anticipated yet another SSS-level talent, a crisp crack echoed through the air. The awakening crystal ball shattered into fragments. Simultaneously, a crimson notification appeared before Su Bai. Ding! Awakening of chaos-level talent. Fate's choice. At the awakening platform, the staff was utterly flabbergasted. Eyes wide, they struggled to comprehend the situation. The awakening crystal ball had shattered? It had successfully detected Xia Qingyan's SSS-level talent. Why had it failed with this student named Su Bai? After a moment's contemplation, the staff surmised that perhaps Xia Qingyan's awakening had consumed an excessive amount of the crystal ball's energy, leading to its destruction. As for the notion that Su Bai's talent level surpassed SSS, causing the crystal ball to explode due to inadequate quality? Preposterous. Su Bai, please wait a moment. The staff member darted toward the leadership seat, conferring with Zhang Zhonghua. Su Bai suspected that the awakening instructor was requesting a replacement crystal ball. Indeed, within mere minutes, the staff returned with a brand new awakening crystal ball. Student Su Bai, please continue. Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt exasperated. He knew he had already awakened. If he attempted once more, there would surely be no reaction. Yet, he reluctantly extended his hands to cradle the crystal ball once more. As anticipated, this time, The awakening crystal ball exhibited no response whatsoever. The staff member was once again rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, they finally announced, Class 17, Subai, awakening failed. Subai frowned, preparing to offer an explanation. However, before he could utter a word, a series of system notifications resounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations. You have triggered the talent, Fate's Choice. Ding, first choice. Completely conceal your talent. Making this choice will allow you to evade unnecessary troubles, slightly influencing your fate and granting you a modest boon from the river of destiny. Ding, second choice. Selectively disclose parts of your talent in your own way. Making this choice will greatly impact your fate, and you will receive a substantial gift from the river of destiny. Ding. The third choice has emerged, to fully disclose one's talents. This decision will significantly influence your destiny and may expose you to greater dangers. However, you shall receive a substantial gift from the river of fate. Chapter 4. A guaranteed admission? Then I shall attend Magic City University. Wait. In an instant, Subai made his choice. He opted to selectively reveal a portion of his talents. The minor rewards held no allure for him, and the prospect of fully disclosing his abilities? Surely not. Who would be so idle as to reveal their trump cards? Besides, even if he were to expose talents exceeding the SSS level and reaching an unprecedented chaotic tier, who would believe him? As for how much he would reveal, isn't that entirely at his discretion? What's the matter, Subai? Do you have a problem? The staff member inquired, irritation creeping into his tone. If there's nothing else, please step aside. Don't linger here and delay others' awakenings. He turned away, his expression one of displeasure. He could empathize with Subai's feelings. After all, no one would relish the prospect of a failed awakening. Yet, that was no excuse to hinder the awakening of others. Teacher, I'd like to clarify that I have already awakened. Subai spoke with a calm demeanor, unfazed. What? You've already awakened? What do you mean? The staff member furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he struggled to comprehend Subai's words. Allow me to explain. Subai nodded earnestly, then proceeded to elucidate. Teacher, my talent successfully awakened during the first attempt, which is why there was no reaction during the second awakening. Therefore, you should utilize the talent detection crystal to assess my abilities, rather than reapplying the talent awakening crystal ball. As you know, using the awakening crystal ball again after a talent has already been awakened typically yields no results. Upon hearing Subai's explanation, the staff member finally grasped the situation. He understood now. Indeed, such occurrences had happened in the past. After all, the probability of a failed talent awakening was exceedingly low. If the awakening probability for an SSS level talent is 1 in 100 million, then the failure rate is merely 1 in 10 million. Both are virtually negligible. It could be said that on Blue Star, the worst talents are at least G level. Thus, the staff member promptly retrieved a talent detection crystal, offering it to Subai without a moment's hesitation. This item was in plentiful supply, unlike the awakening crystal ball. Grasping the detection crystal, Subai swiftly placed his hand upon it. In an instant, the crystal erupted with blinding brilliance. Moreover, the radiance intensified, ultimately surpassing the luminosity exhibited by all previous testers, including Xia Qingyan's Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. This was yet another SSS level talent. Witnessing this, the staff member's eyes widened in disbelief, his face alight with exhilaration. Within a mere day, he had overseen the awakening of 2 SSS level talents. This was a sure path to promotion and a raise. Ahem. Very well, Subai. Please wait over there. He gestured towards the leadership area, his expression transforming into one of utmost congeniality. Subsequently, he announced loudly, Students, there was a slight error earlier. I'd like to officially announce Subai's awakening results once more. After a brief pause, he proclaimed, Class 317, Subai has awakened an SSS level talent. At this declaration, the student body erupted in chaos. What the heck? Wasn't he there a failure just now? Indeed. How could there be a failure earlier, and now? Oh my heavens. I can't take it. This is an SSS level talent. Hey, how long has it been since Goddess Xia awakened her SSS level talent? My goodness. Have you noticed? They are both from Class 17. Incredible. Do you think they might end up together? Absolutely not. I cannot accept this. Goddess Xia is mine. Sister, I think it's likely. They are both awakened SSS level talents, destined to become allies in this world. Come. Let us chant together. United in strength, may prosperity bless Huaxia. United in strength, may prosperity bless Huaxia. United in strength, may prosperity bless Huaxia. Amidst the uproar, a voice echoed in Subai's ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, on significantly altering your destiny. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Divine Power Pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 6,000 fate points. For hours later, the awakening ceremony finally concluded, and the students gradually returned to their classrooms. However, Subai and Xia Qingyan were retained for special treatment, as they were both SSS level talent awakeners. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhonghua regarded the two with satisfaction and spoke in a warm tone. Haha, As the only two SSS level talent awakeners in our school and even our city, you are entitled to guaranteed admission to any university in Huaxia. So, Su-bai, which university do you intend to attend? Su-bai remained silent. Accustomed to solitary wanderings in his previous life, he was not particularly eager to enter university. Noticing his silence, Zhang Zhonghua felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat. Ahem. And what about you, Xia? Seeing Su-bai's continued silence, Xia Qingyan chose to remain quiet as well. She had long decided, wherever Su-bai went, she would follow. Yet, even in their silence, the smile in Zhang Zhonghua's eyes did not wane. After all, he was well aware that these two students before him were top-tier geniuses, having awakened SSS-level talents. As long as they did not falter, they were destined for greatness. What is so wrong with having a temper? It's perfectly normal. A true genius must possess some uniqueness. Besides, just a moment ago, the Education Bureau rewarded me with 10 million. Ahem. That's 10 million in teaching funds, of which 2 million is a personal bonus. Finally, it was Su-bai who broke the silence first. Principal, if I must choose, I would prefer to attend Magic City University. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan immediately chimed in. Principal, I too wish to attend Magic City University. Zhang Zhonghua beamed with joy at their responses, clapping his hands together. Excellent. No problem at all. He then approached his desk, rummaging for a moment before retrieving 2 forms, proclaiming, here you go. These are the intention forms for guaranteed admission to Magic City University. Since you two have made your decision, shall I fill them out for you? If there are no further questions, we shall finalize this. All right. The two shared a silent understanding and nodded in unison. Zhang Zhonghua swiftly secured the forms, his face alight with a broad smile. After folding the table, she turned to the two with a bright smile. You may return home to rest for a while as you await the admission notice from Magic City University. During this period, should you have any needs regarding cultivation or other matters, do not hesitate to contact the school. Chapter 5. Did the Empress kiss me? How exciting. Jiangqing No. 1 High School. At the base of the teaching building. After exiting the principal's office, the two hurried to their classroom. 4. Following the awakening ceremony, there remained an important task, to collect the Awakens Basic Cultivation Manual. However, just as Su-bai and his companion reached the base of the teaching building, they encountered an uninvited guest, one of Xia Qingyan's suitors. Hey, isn't that the so-called god of awakening who failed? What is this? Did the awakening teacher slip you a few coins to alter your talent to SSS grade? SSS grade talent? What a farce. Su-bai looked up to find a young man with dyed blonde hair, stylishly dressed, casually leaning against the wall while mockingly teasing him. He couldn't help but frown, for he had no acquaintance with this individual. What? SSS grade? Li Gu, is that true? You must be joking. I recall there being only one SSS grade at Jiangqing No. 1 High, and ISNT, that's Xia Qingyan? You're not a Su. Suddenly, a tall, angular youth stepped forward. To Su-bai's astonishment, it was his lanky desk mate. Upon seeing him, Su-bai's heart swiftly comprehended the situation, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyan beside him also furrowed her brow. She was no fool and understood precisely what these individuals meant. Resolute, she made a decisive choice. Su-bai, I hereby officially inform you that someone like you, incapable of awakening any talent, is utterly unworthy of Xia Qingyan. However, before the blonde youth could finish, he was left speechless. To his astonishment, the goddess Xia Qingyan, right before his eyes, wrapped her arms around Su-bai's neck and planted a kiss on him. Equally astonished was Su-bai. He could never have anticipated that Xia Qingyan would be so audacious. She had actually kissed him forcefully in broad daylight. You Su-bai. The blonde youth trembled with rage, practically ready to spew fire. The surrounding classmates erupted in chaos, exclaiming in disbelief. Oh my goodness, my heart is shattered. The goddess has. Oh no, my goddess. Su-bai, you shall not escape my wrath. It took Xia Qingyan over half a minute to release Su-bai. At that moment, a charming blush adorned her cheeks. Even counting the last time, this was only her second kiss. After their lips parted, Su-bai gently pushed Xia Qingyan behind him, wearing a mixture of embarrassment and pride. Haha, you all witnessed that, right? This was Qingyan's choice. My talent or level is inconsequential. Upon hearing this, the blonde youth's eyes turned crimson, and he roared, Su-bai, today, I challenge you to a duel. The loser shall never approach Xia Qingyan again. Just as Su-bai was about to step forward, he felt Xia Qingyan tugging at his sleeve, shaking her head vigorously. She deemed this confrontation beneath them. Yin, it's fine. Just watch me. Su-bai reassured her, patting her hand, signaling his confidence. A man should never easily concede. He was more than capable, indeed. For those who sought trouble, it was best to respond with strength. Thus, Su-bai stepped forward, raising his middle finger at the blonde youth. Come on, little brat. Right here. Seeing this, the angular deskmate began to cheer. Li Gu, wipe the floor with him. Beat him so badly he won to recognize himself. Other male onlookers joined in, shouting, yes, Li Gu, teach him a lesson. How dare he tarnish my goddess? Li Gu, show him no mercy. His talent must be a sham. Li Gu, go for it. With the crowd rallying behind him, the blonde youth's confidence surged. He snorted coldly and launched the first assault against Subai. The wind from his punch howled, infused with tremendous force. Yet, Subai remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. As the onlookers gasped in astonishment, a smirk appeared at the corner of Subai's mouth. For just hours earlier, he had consumed a divine power pill. Divine power pill amplifies base attributes by 5 times. It is said that anything produced by the system is bound to be exceptional. And this was a pill that amplified base attributes by 5 times. Everyone had just awakened, their understanding of talent still rudimentary. What could you, Li Huang, possibly compare with me, Subai? Moreover, even without the divine power pill, he, Subai, had once been an 8th-tier powerhouse. Over the years, he had participated in thousands of battles, and in terms of combat skills, he could easily crush the blonde youth. With a slight exertion of his feet, Subai rapidly closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch straight to the youth's abdomen. Boom. The speed was so swift that the blonde youth could not even brace himself. Bang. The young man's face contorted, eyes bloodshot, feeling as if he had been struck by a truck, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of bile. With that punch, he nearly incapacitated the youth. What the? The deskmate was left dumbfounded, abandoning the nearly incapacitated blonde youth and fleeing. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would be the next target. What transpired before his eyes was far too rare. Who awakens and is immediately this formidable? In all his years, he had never witnessed such a thing. What do you say, little Huang? Are you convinced? You're asking for death. The blonde youth's expression twisted in fury. The goddess was still beside them. He could not afford to embarrass himself. If he conceded defeat, would he ever have another chance? Not convinced. Then I shall beat you until you are. With that, Subai launched himself into the air, delivering a brutal kick. Bang. The kick struck with precision. The blonde youth was sent hurtling backward, rolling several times on the ground. In a flash, Subai appeared beside him, raising his right hand to deliver a resounding slap to the youth's left cheek. Smack. I'll fight you. Following that, he raised his left hand to deliver another slap to the right cheek. Smack. You. Chapter 6. Bad boys are irresistible to women at the base of the teaching building. 5 minutes later, the blonde youth lay on the ground, bruised and trembling slightly. However, Subai remained indifferent, preparing to deliver yet another slap. In his eyes, if he did not beat this individual into submission, the repercussions would be endless. Were this not a school setting, the opponent would surely have become a cold corpse. In his previous life, he had ventured into demon lairs, decisive in his killings. At this moment, Xia Qingyan felt she could no longer bear to watch. She slowly approached, with a look of disdain. He glanced at the yellow-haired boy sprawled on the ground and remarked, Subai, perhaps we should let this go. Look at him, he's been beaten to a pulp. Upon hearing Xia Qingyan's words, Subai finally chose to cease his actions. He cast a glance at the yellow-haired boy, who resembled a dead dog, and scoffed. Remember this well, I am sparing you today solely out of respect for Qingyan. If there's essay next time, just you wait. The yellow-haired boy, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambled away in terror. Before departing, he glanced back at Subai with evident fear, as if to say, Subai, you are a demon. Once the yellow-haired youth had departed, Xia Qingyan turned to Subai, her gaze fixed intently upon him, filled with profound curiosity. Little Su, tell me, when did you become so formidable? I never realized you were such a fighter. How peculiar. To her surprise, Subai playfully took the lead and teased. Why don't you give me another kiss, and I might just tell you. As soon as the words left his lips, Xia Qingyan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She playfully retorted, you. Dream on. Observing her reaction, Subai chuckled, not pressing the matter further. Just then, the classroom bell rang loudly. They exchanged a glance before hurriedly making their way to the classroom. The awakening of their talents had concluded. All that remained was to collect the Awakener's basic training manual, after which they would truly graduate. Inside the classroom, at the podium, the homeroom teacher rapped on the desk, his expression serious. Students, the college entrance examination has officially concluded. Although the examination is over, your lives are just beginning. Regardless of the level of talent you have awakened, it is through diligence that you will realize its true value. Therefore, those who have awakened high-level talents should not become arrogant, and those with low-level talents should not lose heart. Here, 1,500 words are omitted. I hope that after you return home, you will diligently practice the techniques in this Awakener's basic training manual. That will be all. Class monitor, please distribute the manuals. As night fell, Subai had already returned to his rented apartment. However, he was quite taken aback to find that Xia Qingyan had followed him once more. He simply could not comprehend why a girl like her frequently came to visit him. A hot-blooded young man, without any fear of potential trouble. If his memory served correctly, this had not been the case in his previous life. Could it be the butterfly effect? Or was it as the fate system had indicated upon binding during that unexpected kiss, that his destiny had begun to change? Suddenly, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom, drawing Subai's attention. A ripple of intrigue stirred within him, but he shook his head, attempting to dispel any distracting thoughts. Just then, the sound of water ceased abruptly. Subai, are you in the room? Could you please hand me my clothes? I forgot to bring them in. It was apparent that Xia Qingyan felt a bit shy. I'm here. Sure. Without a second thought, Su Bai readily agreed. He quickly scanned the room, and his gaze landed on the bedside. A casual glance revealed a light pink dress, a sheer white bra, and a pair of cute shorts adorned with a red bunny pattern. This was indeed a pair of shorts. Su Bai felt a mix of disbelief as he picked up the clothes and approached the bathroom door. With a teasing smile, he called out, "Qingyan, I'm here. Open the door, and let us shower together." Inside the bathroom, Xia Qingyan froze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a moment, she indignantly shouted, "What are you saying? Get away from me." Hearing her response, Su Bai's lips curled into a smirk, unfazed. He understood well that a little mischief could help nurture affection. Haha, Qingyan. Don't worry. I was just joking. Here are your clothes. I've placed them right at the bathroom door for you. You can come out and grab them. After placing the garments on a chair by the bathroom door, he turned and left. Once he heard Su Bai's footsteps receding, Xia Qingyan sighed in relief and quickly opened the door just enough to pull the clothes inside. When she finally emerged, her face was still flushed. She marched over to the bed, shot Su Bai an annoyed glare, and scolded, "You jerk. How dare you tease me?" In response, Su Bai clasped his hands together in a mock plea. "Oh dear, Miss Qingyan, I'm so sorry." Humph. Xia Qingyan huffed, hands on her hips, clearly pleased with herself. She then plopped down onto the bed next to Su Bai, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. In the rented apartment, on the bed, a notification chimed in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Destiny points have reached the required threshold. Would you like to draw a lottery? A lottery? I'll draw. Su Bai quickly replied in his thoughts. Ding. You currently possess 6,000 destiny points. Ding. You qualify for a standard 10 draw. Ding. The normal roulette 10 draw lottery begins. Ding. System notification. 5,000 destiny points deducted. Soon, a black spinning wheel appeared in his mind. Upon seeing it, Su Bai's expression darkened. He distinctly remembered that his first lottery had featured a colorful wheel. Yet this time, it was a diminutive black wheel. Moreover, the rewards were considerably less appealing. Before he could ponder further, the black wheel began to spin automatically. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, Chi Dispersion Powder X1. Ding. Congratulations. You have won, Black Iron Stone X10. Ding. Congratulations. You have won, Chi Sword X1. Ding. Congratulations. You have won, Green Granite X10. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. Ding. Congratulations. You have won, Defense Potion X1. Again, another brilliant golden light appeared. Ding. Congratulations. You have won, Tier 3 Experience Card. Ding. This lottery draw has concluded. We welcome your next visit. As the announcement concluded, the black wheel came to a halt and gradually faded away. Su Bai focused his mind, and the specifics of the defense potion and the Tier 3 experience card instantly appeared in his consciousness. Defense potion. After consumption, physical defense 100, magical defense 100. Effect duration, 2 hours. Third order experience card. Upon activation, the user's level will instantaneously ascend to the pinnacle of the third order, with effects lasting for 2 hours. Observing Su Bai in a daze, Xia Qingyan, feeling displeased, nudged him. Hey, Su Bai, what are you doing? Why are you lost in thought? She was perplexed, unable to comprehend Su Bai's current state. After all, Xia Qingyan was also a girl. Isn't it entirely reasonable to refuse to bathe together? And yet, he seemed to be in a stupor. So it must be her fault, right? Humph. Huh. What? Su Bai abruptly snapped back to reality. Fixing his gaze on Xia Qingyan, seeing him look her way only fueled her anger. Humph. Su, you'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. She pointed emphatically at the sofa. Su Bai nodded in acknowledgement, offering no rebuttal, for that was indeed his intention. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "But I need to take a shower first. You can go ahead and sleep." With that, Su Bai made his way to the wardrobe. Selecting his attire before heading into the bathroom, his mind still preoccupied with the disheartening lottery results. To think, that was a 10 draw, and all he received was a single experience card and a bottle of rather useless potion. How disappointing. As warm water cascaded over him, his spirits began to lift. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyan remained in the bedroom, fuming as she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. In truth, her anger was not as profound as it seemed. She simply found Su Bai's earlier distraction quite irksome. Approximately 10 minutes later, Su Bai emerged from the bathroom, only to find Xia Qingyan lying on the bed, her back turned to him, appearing as if she were asleep. With the insight gained from 2 lifetimes, he could easily tell she was merely pretending. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose her ruse. With a slight smile, he quietly settled onto the sofa, and the night passed in silence. Rental apartment. The next morning. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. The alarm clock blared, startling Su Bai awake. To his astonishment, he found 2 soft, bouncy objects pressing against his face, faintly emanating a delicate fragrance. If his senses were not deceiving him, these must belong to Xia Qingyan's. Deeply inhaling, Su Bai felt a surge of realization as he gently squeezed. Indeed, they were quite impressive. Just then, Xia Qingyan suddenly murmured, stirring awake. Their eyes met, and Xia Qingyan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. As she registered her position and the placement of Subai's hand, she momentarily froze, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Subai, how did I end up here? She whispered, devoid of any anger, for she was fully aware of the answer. You know, I was just about to ask you the same. This is the sofa. Weren't you sleeping in bed last night? How did you end up on top of me? Subai shrugged, expressing his confusion, and quickly withdrew his hand, fearing further contact might lead to complications. At this, Xia Qingyan fell silent, feeling even more awkward. She vividly remembered the terrifying nightmare she had endured the previous night, where everyone, including powerful emperors, perished in a great battle, threatening the very existence of humanity. It was then that fear had compelled her to sneak out of bed and seek solace in Subai's embrace. Chapter 8. The Dominant Subai. Mercilessly defeating the Second Order Awakened. Creator deity Xia Shui, the Eternal. Inside the rental apartment. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. Subai, did you hear? The phone is ringing. Upon hearing the ringtone, Xia Qingyan felt as if she had been rescued. She swiftly moved from the sofa to the edge of the bed. Thank heavens for the phone. Otherwise, the awkwardness would have been unbearable. Subai, puzzled by the ringtone, realized he had no familiar friends to call him. Who could it possibly be? Perhaps the school? With a sense of curiosity, he slowly picked up his phone. Upon checking, he discovered an unfamiliar number was calling him. With intrigue, he pressed the answer button. Soon, a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, is this Subai? I am Zhang Zhonghua. Subai was taken aback. Zhang Zhonghua. He recognized him as the principal of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Principal? Why is he calling me? We already graduated. What could he possibly want? Is there something of importance? Quickly, Zhang Zhonghua's voice resumed. Subai, there is indeed a matter at hand. According to the latest policy from Huaxiao, awakened individuals with S-level talents and above are eligible for a certain amount of training resources provided by the National Education Bureau. You and Xia Qingyan are the only two SSS-level awakened in our school, and indeed in the entire city. Thus, you are entitled to an even greater allocation of training resources. You can come to school now, where a dedicated teacher will accompany you to the City Education Bureau for identity verification. Training resource allocation. Subai felt a spark of excitement at Zhang Zhonghua's words. All right, I understand, Principal. We will head over immediately. Without hesitation, he responded. Good. That's all for now. Hurry over. After uttering these words, Zhang Zhonghua abruptly hung up, clearly preoccupied with pressing matters. Once the call ended, Subai broke into a smile of joy. This was a resource allocation from the National Education Bureau. How could he not be thrilled? The entire Huaxia community was an immensely powerful entity, one of the foremost forces even among the stars. Support from the Huaxia government was far more than mere training supplies. It was a symbol of status and recognition. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. At that moment, Xia Qingyan's phone chimed as well. Subai suspected it was likely Zhang Zhonghua again. Sure enough, after Xia Qingyan pressed the answer button, Zhang Zhonghua's slightly magnetic voice rang out once more. Hello? Is this Xia Qingyan? I am Zhang Zhonghua. The identical opening line confirmed it. Unexpectedly, after hanging up, he had called her for the same reason. Oh my goodness. Yes, Principal Zhang, I'm with Subai right now, and I'm already aware of the training resource allocation. We're preparing to head over. Xia Qingyan responded calmly, her demeanor composed. Haha, so you two are together? That is wonderful. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhonghua suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that these two SSS-grade talent awakeners would become so inseparable. Rest assured. Principal, we are setting off right now. Xia Qingyan replied with a smile, before promptly hanging up the phone. Following this, the two swiftly made their way to the restroom to freshen up. After a brief adjustment of their attire, they hurried downstairs, preparing to head to school. However, they encountered that yellow-haired individual once more on the ground floor. Moreover, he was accompanied by a man adorned with a white tiger tattoo. At the foot of the building, the yellow-haired boy bent down and whispered into the ear of the tattooed man beside him. Boss, that's him. That is Subai? Upon seeing the two descend, the yellow-haired boy immediately informed his companion. Useless. Suddenly, the tattooed man slapped the yellow-haired boy across the face, causing him to nearly stumble. What are you doing? You can't even handle a mere student? Worthless. Watch me. The tattooed man strode towards Subai with an air of disdain. In his eyes, they were merely two newly awakened students. Handling them would be a walk in the park. Subai frowned slightly, a wave of displeasure washing over him. Oh, kid. I've heard you're quite arrogant. You dare to touch my brother Biao's people. Do you not know how to write the word death? The tattooed man stood defiantly before Subai, emanating a unique aura associated with a street thug, exuding arrogance and aggression. Subai let out a cold laugh. I do not seek trouble, but I am not afraid of it. Though he spoke with bravado, his instincts from a previous life, steeped in the chaos of the demon battlefield, warned him that this thug might very well be a second-tier awakener. Meanwhile, he had only just awakened, likely still at level 0. Thus, the odds were against him. Consequently, Subai discreetly activated the third-tier experience card he had recently drawn from his system backpack. Second tier? Is that really impressive? Just consider who I am. I, Subai, was a genuine 8th tier minor master in my previous life. A renowned figure even on the battlefield of demons. Coupled with the use of this 3rd tier experience card, I would temporarily possess nearly peak 3rd tier strength for 2 hours. To put it bluntly, even if a 4th tier extraordinary being were to appear, I would handle it without issue. A mere 2nd tier? Child's play. As the tension escalated. Just as Subai finished using the experience card, the tattooed man launched his attack. He swung a powerful punch towards Subai's face. The speed so swift that it sliced through the air. Bang! To his astonishment, Subai caught the punch in his palm. With a slight squeeze, crack. The thug's bones shattered instantly. Ah, that hurts. Biao screamed, his face contorted in agony. He began to question his own existence. After all, he was a 2nd tier awakener of the power type. How could he possibly be overpowered by someone else? Was this boy also a power type awakener? Otherwise, how could he possess such strength? But wasn't he just newly awakened? Surely, just a level 0 rookie. The yellow-haired boy was equally stunned, his mouth agape. Wide enough to swallow an egg. His big brother was a 2nd tier awakener, and yet he could not even defeat a newly awakened high school student? At that moment, Subai seized Biao's fist and twisted it, then swiftly turned around, executing a perfect shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! I'll teach you to be arrogant. With just one punch, Biao was left bruised and battered, howling in pain. This time, Subai had no intention of letting him off easily. And what about the yellow-haired boy? How dare he block his front door? Chapter 9, Subai, you are truly impressive. Downstairs. Bang! After pummeling Biao for about 5 minutes, Subai suddenly grabbed his head and smashed it against the ground. Instantly, Biao's head was bloodied and bruised, a significant amount of red liquid spilling forth. This was undoubtedly a concussion. It was not that Subai was particularly ruthless, after all. This individual had blocked his path right outside his residence. Moreover, both he and Xia Qingyan had just recently awakened as novices. Had he not fortuitously drawn the 3rd tier experience card, it would have been him on the receiving end of the beating. And with Xia Qingyan's striking beauty, who could say what might have happened? This man was unforgivable. He had to be made to fear him in one fell swoop. Were it not for Xia Qingyan's presence, Subai might have even contemplated killing him. Gazing at Biao, who now resembled a grotesque mess, Subai demanded, "You little thug, how did you know I lived here?" This question had lingered in his mind since he first laid eyes on the yellow-haired boy. After all, this yellow-haired individual was not his classmate. Logically speaking, he should have had no way of knowing his residence. Yet here he was, bringing Biao along. This meant that someone had betrayed him. As he pondered, a tall, lanky boy with a somewhat sharp and monkey-like visage surfaced in his memory. His deskmate. As for the name, he couldn't quite recall. Biao, now filled with terror, stammered, "It was Sun Xiaoyang. It was Sun Xiaoyang. He told Li Haoran before coming here with me." As he spoke, Biao pointed at the cowering yellow-haired boy beside him. At this moment, the yellow-haired boy was nearly paralyzed with fear. The invincible Biao, now being treated like a child. The bravado he once had was nowhere to be found. He huddled in the corner, afraid to move, fearing he might be the next victim. Hearing that name, Subai almost burst into laughter. Li Haoran. This yellow-haired boy acts like a thug, yet his name is Li Haoran? How does he even deserve that name? To Subai? He was more fittingly named Li Worthless. But Sun Xiaoyang? Heh, I've made a note of you. Listen, little thug, consider this a warning. In the future, if we cross paths, remember not to act so arrogant. Keep your head down and be humble. Understood? With that, Subai gave his head a firm pat. Then, in a flash, he approached the yellow-haired boy, glaring fiercely at him. Humph. After a cold snort, he delivered a harsh kick to the yellow-haired boy's right leg. Ah! The yellow-haired boy immediately screamed in agony. The result was obvious. It was undoubtedly broken. Once again, Subai darted back to Xia Qingyan's side, smiling. "Qingyan, I didn't scare you, did I?" Xia Qingyan shook her head with a smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. "No, Subai, you're truly amazing." Subai scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. "Shall we go now?" Xia Qingyan nodded obediently. Hand in hand, the two made their way to school together. Jiang City number 1 High School. After finishing the lesson with Biao Gu, Subai and his companion arrived at the school. Upon reaching the entrance, Subai noticed several buses parked outside, which he could easily deduce had been rented by the school to transport students for their inaugural training at the Abyssal Rift. As the blossoms of Huaxia, students typically have the option to embark on their first journey to the Abyssal Rift under the guidance of their teachers, a practice that significantly enhances their safety. Naturally, participation in this arrangement is voluntary, as the teachers do not offer their services pro bono, they charge a fee. Furthermore, should any student encounter mishaps while accompanying their mentors to the Abyssal Rift, the school would be liable for compensation. "Let us head inside, Qingyan," Subai said with a smile, gently draping his arm around Xia Qingyan's shoulders. Their relationship had been blossoming beautifully, akin to the harmony of a well-composed melody. He found himself enamored with the fate system that had brought them together. Without it, such a connection would seem almost unattainable. Ah, the whimsical nature of fate. In her past life, Xia Qingyan was one of the rare female emperors of Huaxia, and her true personality differed significantly from the amiable facade she presented now, though perhaps it was merely his charm that softened her demeanor. A few minutes later, they stood before the principal's office. Subai politely knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Principal Zhang, we have arrived. However, there was no response from within. Noticing the silence, Subai raised his voice. Is the principal not here? I am here. Students Su and Xia, please come in, came the reply. Upon receiving permission, Subai and Xia Qingyan pushed open the door and entered the office, where they were greeted by a desk overflowing with various documents. Teacher Lin, they have arrived. Please escort them to the City Education Bureau to complete the identity verification for SSS level talent awakeners, Principal Zhang instructed without lifting his gaze from the paperwork. It was evident that he was quite busy following the recent college entrance examination. Understood, Principal. Teacher Lin adjusted her glasses and turned to Su Bai and Xia Qingyan. Please follow me. The two students followed her out of the office, during which Teacher Lin regarded them with a curious gaze, pondering the unique qualities that enabled them to awaken such extraordinary SSS-level talents. Before long, the trio arrived at the underground parking garage. Teacher Lin opened the car door with a smile. All right, students, please get in. Chapter 10, Director of the Jiang City Education Bureau, Shun Xingyao. As the sound of tires scraping against the ground echoed through the air, Teacher Lin smoothly parked the car in the Education Bureau's underground garage. After securing the vehicle, she turned back with a smile. We have arrived. Subai nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Okay, Qingyan, let us get out, he said, opening his door. Xia Qingyan followed suit from the opposite side. Once both had exited the vehicle, Teacher Lin instructed, please, follow me. Together, they entered the Education Bureau building. Within minutes, Teacher Lin guided them to the entrance of an office, gently knocking before stepping inside. Upon entering, Subai noticed a tall, elegant woman seated in the opposite chair, her demeanor exuding an icy composure paired with piercing eyes. This striking woman possessed an unforgettable beauty, her tall, graceful figure embodying the essence of allure, radiating a formidable aura. Her straight nose and lips resembling the vibrant petals of a purple orchid conveyed both the charm of maturity and the authority of a leader. Subai caught a glimpse of a plaque on her desk that read, Director of the Jiang City Education Bureau, Shun Xingyao. He had heard of her in his previous life, a rare 9th-tier transformation realm powerhouse from Jiang City. It seemed he had even fought alongside her in the past. Though she would not ascend to her 9th tier for several more years, at this moment, she was likely around the 5th tier. Upon noticing their presence, Shun Xingyao nodded slightly and gestured, please, have a seat. Once they were seated, she turned her attention to Teacher Lin. So these are the two SSS-level talent awakeners? Indeed. Director, Teacher Lin replied respectfully. At this, Shun Xingyao's eyes sparkled with interest as she retrieved 2 blue talent detection crystals. Here, take these and hold one each. Su Bai and Xia Qingyan complied, extending their right hands to grasp the crystals. In an instant, the crystals burst forth with dazzling brilliance. Su Bai's emitted a radiant golden glow that nearly illuminated the entire room, while Xia Qingyan's crystal shimmered with an enchanting ice blue hue, captivatingly beautiful. Shun Xingyao's eyes gleamed with astonishment. Indeed, you have both awakened SSS-level talents. Now, please fill out this form. It's quite straightforward, just provide your true information. Once completed, scan this QR code with WeChat to input your personal details. As she spoke, Shun Xingyao produced 2 forms from her drawer. Subai examined the document briefly, noting it merely requested basic information and family background, without mentioning their talents. Consequently, he completed it in under 2 minutes, followed closely by Xia Qingyan. They then scanned the QR code and entered their information. A minute later, a couple of beeps emanated from Shun Xingyao's computer. She glanced at the screen, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Now, on to the main event. Suddenly, her expression turned grave as she focused intently on the 2 students. She intertwined her fingers on the desk, gently tapping the surface as she addressed Su Bai and Xia Qingyan. You both are undoubtedly aware that in our world, there exists a formidable threat known as the Demon Clan. These demonic entities originate from the endless cosmos, intent on annihilating our world and consuming all life. Shun Xingyao straightened her posture slightly and continued, in response to these demonic forces, Huaxia has established a special organization known as the Heavenly God Society. This society unites powerful individuals from around the globe, who join forces to utilize their strengths and wisdom in the battle against the invasion of these demons. To you, the Heavenly God Society is a vast and enigmatic organization. While it adheres to a stringent hierarchy and set of rules, it simultaneously offers unprecedented resources. After a brief pause, Shun Xingyao's eyes glimmered with anticipation. I, Shun Xingyao, am the president of the Jiang City branch of the Heavenly God Society. I have perceived the immense potential within you. You are all SSS-level talent awakeners, which is exceedingly rare. If you choose to join the Heavenly God Society, I assure you, you will have the opportunity to undergo training from the finest in Huaxia, as well as gain access to formidable powers that could alter the very fabric of our world. Furthermore, you will have the chance to fight alongside numerous top-tier experts, striving together to safeguard our beautiful homeland. Of course, during this process, you must adhere strictly to the organization's regulations. However, I firmly believe that with your exceptional SSS level potential, your contributions within the Heavenly God Society will be invaluable, allowing you to realize your worth. Leaning slightly forward, her gaze filled with sincerity, she continued, I genuinely hope that both of you will consider joining the Heavenly God Society. This is not merely for your future, but for the safety and stability of the entire Blue Star, for Huaxia, and for Jiang City. Naturally, you are free to decline. At that moment, Subai realized he had activated his talent. Ding, congratulations, you have triggered the talent, Fate's Decision. Ding, first choice, join the Heavenly God Society. This will immerse you and Xia Qingyan in a vast and mysterious organization, granting you access to unprecedented resources and power. But you will also be bound by the organization's rules. Making this choice will lead to a significant transformation in your fate. Receiving a substantial gift from the River of Destiny. Ding, second choice, do not join the Heavenly God Society. You and Xia Qingyan will continue to develop as relatively independent individuals. Your fate will retain a certain degree of autonomy. And making this choice will also result in a significant transformation, bestowing a substantial gift from the River of Destiny. Ding, third choice, choose to remain undecided for the time being. You and Xia Qingyan may gather more information about the Heavenly God Society while maintaining a tentative relationship with its members. This fate line will be in a state of temporary suspension, resulting in minor changes to your fate and a small gift from the River of Destiny. Chapter 11, A Special Weapon? Fate's Judgment. In the office, upon hearing the three choices, Subai quickly deliberated in his mind. It is crucial to note that in his previous life, he had always traversed the starry skies as a solitary cultivator, slaying demons alone. One reason for this was the lack of timely information, which led to his demise at the hands of that seductive elder with a single strike. This was a painful lesson. However, joining the Heavenly God Society would change everything. This is the most powerful organization in Huaxia, and indeed the entire Blue Star. To put it bluntly, accessing intelligence from within the demon race would provide him with countless eyes to scout for him. It would also give him innumerable ears to listen for hidden dangers lurking in the shadows, potentially allowing him to know of threats in advance. Moreover, he is an SSS level talent awakener. In the eyes of the state, this represents a potential threat. If he chooses not to join, it is inevitable that the state will impose stringent surveillance to prevent him from becoming a societal menace, leaving him unable to act freely, even in his sleep. In contrast, joining the Heavenly God Society would only impose certain operational limitations, requiring him to follow the organization's directives and complete periodic membership assessments. However, what does this compare to being monitored by the state? Furthermore, Shun Xingyao mentioned that joining the Heavenly God Society would also increase his chances of encountering those top-tier elites. This is not to say that Subai seeks to transcend social strata by joining the Heavenly God Society to enter the circles of the powerful. Entering the circles of the elite. As an SSS-level talent awakener and host of the Fate system, he does not need to. Yet, he still wishes to interact more with those top-tier experts. This is because his talent is Fate's Decision, which is related to destiny, based on what he currently understands. Making choices that significantly impact future outcomes will yield more advanced rewards. Moreover, engaging with those elite figures might trigger a decision with a single sentence. In summary, the benefits of joining the Heavenly God Society far outweigh the drawbacks. After contemplating, Subai suddenly extended his hand and smiled broadly. All right, I will join. Following suit, Xia Qingyan, without a moment's hesitation, extended her hand as well. I will join too. As expected, ding, congratulations, host, you have significantly altered your fate. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Fate's Judgment. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50,000 fate points. Upon hearing the notification, Subai was taken aback. This time, he received 50,000 fate points. He recalled that the last time he underwent a significant fate alteration, he only received 5,000 points. Moreover, it seems he has also acquired a special weapon related to fate. Could it be due to Xia Qingyan? He remembers that when the talent was triggered, it mentioned you and Xia Qingyan. This implies that he has also altered Xia Qingyan's fate this time. In her previous life, she was an empress. Thus, after completing the decision, did he receive a tenfold reward? However, if he recalls correctly, after becoming an empress, she seemingly became the vice president of the Heavenly God Society. This indicates that she joined the Heavenly God Society in her past life. So why does it count as altering fate? This convoluted talent lacks a detailed explanation. How frustrating. Determined, Subai decided to first examine Fate's Judgment. With a surge of curiosity, he delved into the small sword shimmering with a rainbow of colors that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Equipment, Fate's Judgment. Grade, Chaos level. Type, Longsword, Transformable. Level 0. Attributes, Constitution 500. Spirit 500. Intelligence 500. Strength 500. Endurance 500. Spell crit 10. Physical crit 10. Spell lifesteal 10. Physical lifesteal 10. Spell penetration 10. Physical penetration 10. Entry 1. Guidance of Fate. Fate's judgment possesses the primal power of fate, capable of sensing the guidance from the river of destiny. Entry 2. Exclusive divine artifact. The divine artifact Fate's judgment is an exclusive divine weapon for fate-related talent awakeners. The weapon's level and attributes will change continuously with the host's rank and level. Exclusive divine artifact. Bound to the host's soul, it cannot be dropped or damaged. Upon the host's death, it will automatically vanish. Skill 1. Fate's judgment. Each time it is unleashed, there is a 10 chance to summon the river of destiny, utilizing a fraction of destiny's power to execute Fate's judgment upon the enemy. When this skill is activated, it inflicts additional damage based on the enemy's current health and the level disparity between the wielder of the Fate Divine sword and the enemy. If the enemy's level is lower than that of the wielder, the extra damage amounts to 30 of the enemy's current health. Conversely, if the enemy's level exceeds that of the wielder, the additional damage is set at 15 of the enemy's current health. Active skill. Skill 2. Guard of Fate. When the wielder's health falls below 30, there is a 20 chance to trigger the Guard of Fate. Upon activation, the Fate Judgment Divine Sword will automatically summon a faint force of destiny from the River of Fate to shield the wielder, rendering them invincible for 30 seconds. Passive skill. Skill 3. Reversal of Fate. The user may sacrifice 10 of their current health to turn the tide of battle. Following this action, for the next 30 seconds, the Fate Judgment Divine Sword will unleash the power of destiny, ensuring that all attacks result in a critical hit, with a high probability of stunning the enemy for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes, no magical cost. Skill 4. Fluid Transformation. This artifact is a weapon of chaotic level and special category, capable of altering its form at the behest of its host's will. As Subai beheld the transparent blue panel materializing in his mind, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. The description of this item was nothing short of formidable. It could harness the River of Fate to strike down foes. It could also invoke the River of Fate to protect oneself. A perfect blend of offense and defense. It was simply invincible. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had perished once. Taking a deep breath, Subai clenched his fists, feeling an inexplicable surge of power swirling within his heart. This was an energy known as confidence. He believed that since fate had bestowed upon him the opportunity to possess this artifact, he must carve out a realm of his own. Humph, Elder Demon? What nonsense is that? Scram. Chapter 12. The bank card arrives, 10 million yuan. Bingo. In her office chair, Shun Xingyao suddenly smiled, interrupting Subai. She was elated. She had indeed recruited 2 SSS Great Awakeners. Fortunately, both of them hailed from Jiang City. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. After some contemplation, Shun Xingyao extended an invitation to the 2. All right, since both of you have joined our Heavenly God Association, how about I treat you both to a meal? At that moment, Shun Xingyao shed her previous imposing demeanor as the director and embraced the youthful vitality of a girl in her 20s. Subai glanced at Xia Qingyan beside him and noticed her intrigued expression. Thus, he smiled and responded, sure. Since Director Shun has this intention, it would be impolite not to accept, right, Yin Yin? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Seeing their agreement, Shun Xingyao's face lit up with a radiant smile. The more she observed these 2, the more she was impressed. Not only were they incredibly gifted, but they were also unpretentious, devoid of the arrogance typically found in top-tier talents. Truly rare. However, the 3 of them seemed to overlook someone else in the room, the teacher Lin, who had brought Su Bai and the others to the Education Bureau. You young people go ahead. I will return to school first. At that moment, Teacher Lin felt somewhat awkward. She sensed her presence was superfluous, akin to a third wheel. Without waiting for the trio's reaction, she hurriedly exited the office. As she left, Shun Xingyao made no effort to stop her, but subtly nodded in acknowledgement. She felt that this Teacher Lin was quite commendable and silently committed her to memory. After a moment, Shun Xingyao stood up from her office chair and cheerfully waved her hand. Students, let us go. Yet, Su Bai and Xia Qingyan remained unmoved, standing silently in place. After all, their primary objective for being there had yet to be fulfilled. Exchanging glances, Su Bai spoke up, Director Shun. I heard that SSS Great Awakeners received funding from the state after completing their identity verification, correct? Upon hearing this, Shun Xingyao immediately burst into laughter. Indeed. According to regulations, SSS Great Awakeners will indeed receive state support. Are you in urgent need of this funding? Su Bai maintained his calm demeanor and nodded. Observing this, Shun Xingyao patted his shoulder. Haha, you're quite pragmatic. Rest assured, this funding will not be diminished. Once your information is registered, a designated individual will swiftly transfer this amount to your personal bank account. Sure enough, no sooner had she finished speaking than Su Bai's phone chimed. Ding dong. Dear Huaxia bank user, Mr. Su Bai, hello. Your bank card ending in 5689 has received a deposit of 1 million yuan. Simultaneously, Xia Qingyan's phone also chimed, the details identical to Su Bai's, save for the name. This was Huaxia. Business was conducted with remarkable efficiency. What? Training resources? They directly gave cash. And a whopping 10 million at that. This sum was sufficient for an ordinary person to live several lifetimes. Hearing the voice from his phone, Shun Xingyao chuckled again. Look, it has arrived. Let us go? I'll treat you both to a meal. With that, she led the way out of the office. Su Bai and Xia Qingyan nodded and followed suit. However, just as the trio reached the parking area of the Education Bureau, a sudden phone call shattered the previously carefree atmosphere. After hanging up, Shun Xingyao's expression turned grave. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke. Students, the plan has changed. I just received a call from my superiors. There is a monster invasion. Right at the 23rd Abyssal Rift in Jiang City. A large number of low-tier monsters have inexplicably breached the confines of the rift space and are now launching a widespread assault on human cities. As the director of the Education Bureau and president of the Heavenly God Association, I must head there immediately. Therefore, we may not be able to have that meal today. Upon hearing Shun Xingyao's words, Su Bai was instantly taken aback. He feared he had misheard. A monster invasion? If memory served him correctly, such an event did not occur at this juncture in his previous life. Thus, fate had deviated. Moreover, Shun Xingyao mentioned the 23rd Abyssal Rift. That was precisely where he had first entered in his past life. How fortuitous. Noticing the silence between the two, Shun Xingyao continued, Students, I must hurry over there. Since you have just joined the Heavenly God Association and may not have undergone practical training, I hope you will accompany me to witness the nature of these abyssal monsters. After a moment's thought, Shun Xingyao added, Rest assured, with me here, you will be quite safe. As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with unwavering confidence. The 23rd Abyssal Rift was merely a low-tier rift. She, Shun Xingyao, is a formidable adept at the 5th-tier extraordinary realm, merely safeguarding 2 individuals. A trivial task indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Bai and Xia Qingyan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. All right, Director Shun, we trust you. We shall accompany you. Shun Xingyao's face lit up with a smile as she swiftly opened the car door. Without hesitation, the two climbed in. Once they were settled, Shun Xingyao started the vehicle, setting their course for the Abyssal Rift number 23. During their journey to the 23rd Abyssal Rift, Shun Xingyao succinctly briefed Su Bai and Xia Qingyan on the situation. According to her, the 23rd Abyssal Rift was merely a minor rift located near Jiang City, with low-level monsters emerging from it. The entities that had broken through the seal were a pack of low-tier shadow demon wolves. She revealed that the average level of these shadow demon wolves was quite low, with the highest only reaching around level 200. However, their speed and attack power were exceptionally fierce, and they excelled in ambush tactics. Chapter 13. Oh no. I never want to ride a wolf again. Huaxia, Jiang City, Abyssal Rift number 23. With a flawless drift, Shun Xingyao elegantly parked the car in an open area, 10 meters away from the warning line. Oh, someone is approaching? Look at this vehicle. It's Vice President Shun. Quick look, our esteemed president has arrived. Wonderful. With the president here, we can finally breathe easy. You wretched beasts. Your doom is at hand. Once the vehicle came to a complete stop, Shun Xingyao opened the door, clad in sleek black tactical attire, and strode confidently toward the warning line. Seeing her approach, the surrounding team members instinctively parted to create a path about 2 meters wide, their eyes filled with admiration. Upon reaching the warning line, Shun Xingyao coldly surveyed the pack of shadow demon wolves emerging from the 23rd Abyssal Rift, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. With a charismatic turn, she cast a confident glance back towards Su Bai and Xia Qingyan, as if to say, Watch closely, witness the prowess of your director. Moments later, she turned back to face the wolf pack, swiftly forming hand seals, and a golden radiance materialized from her palms, rapidly expanding to envelop everyone in a massive luminous barrier. This spectacle elicited a chorus of astonished gasps from the surrounding team members. Wow, this is the manifestation of spiritual energy. What? The manifestation of spiritual energy. A hallmark of the extraordinary realm. Incredible. The rumors were indeed true. Our esteemed president is at least a 4th-tier awakened being. This is magnificent. My goodness. It's so warm in here. Indeed, it's pleasantly warm, so comforting. Observing this scene, Su Bai discreetly nodded. His suspicions were confirmed. Shun Xingyao's strength indeed resided between the 4th and 5th tiers. The manifestation of spiritual energy before him was the finest testament to her capabilities. It is worth noting that from the moment one's talent awakens until breaking through to the 3rd tier, the enhancement from absorbing spiritual energy only affects the physical body. Only upon reaching the 4th tier and becoming extraordinary can one achieve the ability to manifest spiritual energy externally. Prior to this, one could merely infuse a portion of their spiritual energy into objects through their unique talents. If anyone could manifest spiritual energy before attaining the 4th tier, they would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent among millions. After a moment's hesitation, Su Bai gently opened the car door and walked over to stand beside Shun Xingyao, with Xia Qingyan promptly following suit. Oh, there are others in the vehicle. I can't believe it. P.S. walking towards President Shun. Wow, could he possibly be the president's boyfriend? My heart is shattering. Oh, and there's a beautiful girl as well. Shoo, silence. Let us not speculate. Anyone who can ride in the same vehicle as President Shun must be someone of significance. Indeed, in my opinion, they must also be high-ranking officials. As the two approached, Shun Xingyao pointed at a shadow demon wolf and playfully asked, "So, what do you think? Are you scared? Don't they look fearsome?" Subai chuckled, "Not at all. I think they look quite impressive." It was evident that he harbored no fear whatsoever. Shun Xingyao replied. At this moment, Xia Qianjian also nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. I think they're quite magnificent. I wish I could capture one to ride." At this remark, both Su Bai and Shun Xingyao fell silent. Alas! Shun Xingyao shook her head in disappointment. She had expected these two recent graduates to be frightened by such abyssal creatures. Instead, she was left with a slap in the face. Humph. The director feels slightly offended. Just then, a guard suddenly sprinted from beyond the warning line. His face pale and breathless, stammering, President, it's bad. Inside. Noticing this, Shun Xingyao furrowed her brow and quickly inquired, "Inside? What is happening inside?" However, before she could finish her question, a massive wolf paw suddenly appeared out of thin air, striking the guard squarely on the head. Bang! In an instant, his head exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood, yellow matter, and white fragments in every direction. Gag! Witnessing this horrifying scene, Xia Qianjian retched repeatedly. It's too terrifying. A living person just like that. Gag! It's too horrifying. I never want to ride again. Shun Xingyao's smile vanished as she immediately commanded, "Everyone, attention, prepare for battle." With Shun Xingyao's command, the surrounding members drew their weapons. Their earlier jovial demeanor replaced by serious resolve. Su Bai, with a thought, retrieved the Fate's Judgment from the system space and positioned himself protectively in front of Xia Qianjian. In his estimation, this shadow demon wolf was at least a third-tier creature. Moreover, it was evident that it was not the shadow demon wolf king. This indicated that within this rift, there was a significant probability of a wolf king having reached the fourth or even fifth tier. Upon emerging, the shadow demon wolf let out a deep growl, its blood-red eyes filled with hatred as it fixated on everyone. At this moment, it exuded a potent stench of blood, and each of its steps caused the ground to tremble slightly. A light sound suddenly resonated in everyone's ears, revealing Shun Xingyao summoning a dark red staff. As soon as this dark red staff materialized, it radiated a dazzling crimson light, flickering and dancing around it like solidified flames, instilling a sense of immense power in anyone who gazed upon it. The opposing wolf, evidently astute, seemed to sense the impending danger. It swiftly propelled itself off the ground with its hind legs, charging towards Shun Xingyao with remarkable speed, its massive jaws agape, exposing sharp fangs. Red star explosion. However, Shun Xingyao remained calm and unhurried. With her hands firmly grasping the staff, she let out a low shout and swung it towards the demon wolf. In the blink of an eye, a crimson light flashed at the tip of the staff, unleashing a powerful laser that surged toward the demon wolf. Boom! With a resounding crash, the laser struck the demon wolf's head with incredible speed, sending its massive body crashing to the ground. Yet, it struggled to rise once more. However, it lacked the strength to do so. After a brief struggle, it ultimately succumbed to its injuries. Chapter 14. This talent can predict the future. Huaxia, Jiang City. Abyssal Rift number 23. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that such a formidable, fearsome demon wolf leader would be instantly vanquished by the vice president. However, despite the crisis being averted, no one felt joy, for moments ago, they had lost a comrade, slain beneath the claws of the very demon wolf leader. As the demon wolf breathed its last, Shun Xingyao swiftly stowed her staff away. Brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, she spoke gravely, "Everyone, be cautious. This is merely the beginning. I suspect there is a far more powerful entity lurking within. Stay alert." With that, she deftly darted into the abyssal rift, embodying her duty as the vice president of the Jiang City Celestial Society to protect the populace. Given that the demon wolf leader she had just defeated possessed a cultivation level around the mid-third tier, it was highly likely that the demon wolf king concealed within the rift had reached the fourth or even fifth tier. This meant it was imperative to prevent its emergence. Should it escape and reach the urban area of Jiang City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the Blue Star was currently experiencing an era of awakening, where individuals over the age of 18 possessed some degree of cultivation, the majority were only at the first tier. Encountering a fourth or even fifth tier demon wolf would certainly result in instant demise. To Su Bai's astonishment, he had triggered a talent. Ding, congratulations. You have activated the talent, Fate's Choice. Ding, first choice. Charge into the abyssal rift and assist Shun Xingyao in confronting the demon wolf king. This will place you in direct confrontation with the formidable demon wolf king. Should you succeed, your name will echo throughout Jiang City. However, it is an exceedingly perilous endeavor that may cost you your life. Making this choice will result in a significant transformation of your fate, granting you a grand boon from the River of Destiny. Ding, second choice. Await the outcome of Shun Xingyao's battle with the Demon Wolf King. You and Xia Qingyan may choose to remain stationary outside the rift. Your fate will remain relatively stable, but you may miss certain opportunities. Choosing this option will lead to a minor shift in your fate, bestowing you with a modest gift from the River of Destiny. Ding. Third choice. Attempt to discover the Demon Wolf King's weaknesses before taking action. Opting for this choice will have you and Xia Qingyan exploring the vicinity of the rift. This path of fate is fraught with uncertainty, and your fate will undergo a certain degree of alteration, granting you a medium-sized gift from the River of Destiny. Upon hearing the system's prompts, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Had he triggered his talent once more? Moreover, the second choice appeared rather peculiar. If he refrained from entering, would his fate remain relatively stable? This implied that even if he chose this path, Shun Xingyao would still emerge victorious? Otherwise, should Shun Xingyao fail, his own safety would be jeopardized. The notion of stability would be rendered moot, leading to unforeseen consequences. Furthermore, the first choice explicitly stated that should he succeed in the challenge, he would gain renown throughout Jiang City. Was this akin to foreseeing the future? Though it seemed to only provide a vague outline. Phew, time to draw a lottery. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai resolved to act without delay. It appeared to be merely a matter of making a choice. Additionally, there seemed to be no time constraint. However, in reality, although the system had not explicitly stated a final deadline for making a decision, it was evident that the duration of Shun Xingyao's battle would dictate his time to decide. Yet, he could not foolishly rush in without a plan. Given his current strength, charging in directly would likely lead to the perilous fate described in the first choice, endangering his life. Therefore, he would first draw a lottery. He recalled that he had earned 50,000 destiny points upon completing the previous task. That meant he could conduct 10 consecutive draws. System, hurry and let me draw. I want a 10 consecutive draw. The system's response came swiftly. Ding, understood. Ding. Would you like to perform a standard 10 consecutive draw, or choose the elite 10 consecutive draw? Upon hearing this, Su Bai was momentarily bewildered. A standard 10 consecutive draw? An elite 10 consecutive draw? There were even tiers for drawing a lottery. In confusion, Su Bai inquired, System, is there a difference between the standard 10 consecutive draw and the elite 10 consecutive draw? The system's cold voice quickly responded, indeed. For the host, the standard 10 consecutive draw has a higher probability of yielding low-tier items, whereas the elite 10 consecutive draw has a greater chance of obtaining high-tier items. Generally speaking, the standard 10 consecutive draw costs 5,000 destiny points, while the elite 10 consecutive draw requires 50,000 destiny points. What? Tenfold. Then what tier was that colorful spinning wheel from my first draw? How many destiny points did it require to draw from it? Su Bai pondered, his curiosity piqued. He distinctly remembered that the wheel contained almost entirely SSS-level items, with some even exceeding the SSS level. He desired them greatly. Unfortunately, it seemed he had only drawn a single stone from it. Ding, the Destiny 10 consecutive draw requires 100 million destiny points. Ding, that was a gift from the system to the host, as a welcome present. What? 100 million? Are you trying to fool me? Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. This was an astronomical sum of destiny points. At his current rate of earning destiny points, it would take him decades to draw even once. Frustration surged within him. Why had he only received a measly stone before? With a grim expression, Su Bai clenched his teeth and said, then give me an elite 10 consecutive draw. Ding, deducting 50,000 destiny points. The draw commences. With a light chime, a beam of light descended from above, conjuring a small azure spinning wheel in Su Bai's consciousness. Soon, the azure wheel began to spin on its own. Thank you for your patronage. Obtained consolation prize, a portion of spiritual energy. Ding, congratulations. You have won. Transformation Pill X1. Thank you for your patronage. Obtained consolation prize, a portion of spiritual energy. Thank you for your patronage. Obtained consolation prize, a portion of spiritual energy. Ding, congratulations. You have won a wind controlling pearl. Chapter 15. One sword to annihilate the Demon Wolf King. The panel is activated. Huaxia, Jiang City, outside the 23rd Abyssal Rift. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, a portion of spirit essence. Ding, congratulations. You have won a bone transformation pill. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, a portion of spirit essence. The wheel of fortune spun continuously, yielding nearly all thank you for your patronage. However, just as Su Bai was on the verge of giving up, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed. Ding, congratulations. You have won a 6th grade experience card. Ding, this lottery has concluded. We welcome you to visit again. It's done. A 6th grade experience card. Precisely what he needed most at this moment. This is a sure bet. The Shadow Demon Wolf King. Prepare to meet your demise. I'm coming. To be prudent, Su Bai decided to examine the detailed effects. 6th grade experience card. Upon use, the user will instantaneously ascend to the pinnacle of the 6th grade, with the effect lasting for 2 hours. Without hesitation, Subai focused his mind and immediately activated it. In an instant, a powerful sensation surged within him. Qingyan, wait outside for me. I will assist Director Shun. Subai turned to Xia Qingyan and spoke swiftly. Then, in a flash, he entered the Abyssal Rift. Inside the 23rd Abyssal Rift, as soon as Subai stepped in, he was met with an overwhelming wave of dark energy, intertwined with a hint of sanguine scent. The surroundings were littered with jagged stones, and ghostly green phosphorescence flickered erratically. It resembled the scene from his memories almost perfectly. Nodding, he followed the route etched in his past life's memory and sped deeper into the rift. After only a few seconds, he discovered Shen Xingyao. At that moment, Shen Xingyao was drenched in blood, propped against a massive stone, struggling to maintain her stance. Upon seeing Su Bai's arrival, her eyes widened in astonishment. Su Bai? How did you get in here? It's very dangerous. Leave at once. However, she noticed that Su Bai showed no sign of reacting. Growing anxious, Shen Xingyao exclaimed, as the president of the Celestial Divine Society, I command you to leave immediately. Su Bai smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. Fear not, today. I shall surely slay this demon wolf king. After carefully sensing the surroundings, Shen Xingyao's expression shifted to one of shock. Is this the release of spiritual energy? You're in the extraordinary realm. In her eyes, this was the same Su Bai who had awakened his talent just yesterday. Moreover, he had just been at level 0. How could he have transformed into an extraordinary realm powerhouse in just a few minutes? Unbelievable. Yet, the release of spiritual energy could not be feigned. There was undoubtedly a secret behind him. Exhaling deeply, Shen Xingyao pointed ahead. All right, just be cautious. That beast is heavily wounded and is likely resting over there. If you can kill it. Su Bai's arrival alleviated her stress significantly. Nodding, Su Bai stomped the ground with force, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the direction Shen Xingyao indicated. With each segment of his flight, sonic booms erupted around him. Shen Xingyao, leaning against the stone, was left agape. Initially, she feared that this was merely a trick of Su Bai's. Now, she felt utterly reassured. The one to worry about should be the Shadow Demon Wolf King. Moments later, a deep, menacing howl of the demon wolf echoed. Su Bai immediately accelerated, continuing his forward flight. He sensed he was nearing his target. Indeed, it wasn't long before a massive, disheveled, blood-soaked demon wolf came into view. It was the Demon Wolf King. Su Bai estimated its strength to be at the pinnacle of the 5th grade. No wonder it could injure Shen Xingyao. The Demon Wolf King fixed its gaze on Su Bai, eyes brimming with animosity. Furthermore, next to it lay a lifeless pup. Upon seeing the deceased pup, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the situation fully. No wonder both this Demon Wolf King and the previous wolf general that charged out of the Abyssal Rift harbored such hatred towards humans. It was because a human had slain their wolf pup. Moreover, this deceased pup seemed to possess the sacred body of the wolf clan, demon wolf dominance. My goodness. They actually ventured deep into the rift and eradicated the hope of the demon wolf clan. I must commend that. If this little wolf had grown, it would undoubtedly have posed a tremendous threat to humanity. Well done. Without further hesitation, Su Bai summoned his exclusive artifact, Fate's Judgment, from the system space and swung his sword at the Demon Wolf King. It was the skill he had obtained from the lottery. Sword of Energy. Clang. As he struck, a golden beam of sword light swiftly swept through, shaking the very fabric of space, leaving nothing alive in its wake. Whoosh. The speed of this sword light was astounding. Coupled with the fact that the Demon Wolf King was merely at the 5th grade, one major realm below Su Bai, and had already sustained injuries, it had no opportunity to evade. It was cleaved in two, its head and body severed apart. Ding! System notification, first time detection of an Awakener slaying a magical creature. Earning substantial character experience. The Awakener panel is officially activated. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, 78. Yes, the Awakener panel. A panel akin to a game interface. When the otherworldly magical creatures invaded Blue Star, it was not only the resurgence of spiritual energy and the awakening of talents that arrived, but also the Awakener panel. The origin of the Awakener panel is shrouded in mystery. Much like talents, its source is unknown. Yet, all of humanity on Blue Star shares a consensus. Whoever slays their first magical creature will automatically activate it. Simultaneously, a blue subtitle suddenly appeared. Ding. Congratulations to the host for significantly altering your own destiny. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Sword Movement Through the Heavens. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 20,000 destiny points. Nice. This is splendid. The talent task has also been completed. Now it's time for the hunt. Hehe. This experience card cost him a whopping 50,000 destiny points to draw. He must fully exploit its remaining value. Su Bai tightened his grip on Fate's Judgment, swiftly surveying his surroundings. It is crucial to note that there were still numerous magical creatures within this area. He needed to slay as many as possible while the experience card's duration remained. Otherwise, once the time expired, he would revert to being a mere novice below the 1st grade. After contemplating briefly, Subai approached the corpse of the demon wolf king, thrusting his sword through its brow, and extracted a small crystal core pulsating with blue light. Chapter 16. The Flavor of Love? Sweet as honey. An hour later. Inside the Abyssal Rift number 23. Whoosh. A golden ray of light flashed, and Subai instantly leveled up. After over an hour of relentless combat, he had nearly eradicated all the monstrous entities within this rift. With the foes vanquished, it was time to call it a day. If he lingered any longer, Director Shun would undoubtedly grow anxious. Contemplating this, Subai accessed his Awakener panel. Nickname: Subai. Level: 136, 21. Rank: First Tier. Profession: Ruler of Fate, automatically bound. Talent: Choice of Fate, automatically bound. Life: 350, 869, 350, 896. Magic: 4, 069, 840, 698. Constitution: 5, 546. Spirit: 4, 346. Intelligence: 4, 146. Strength: 6, 546. Endurance: 4, 346. Agility: 4, 246. Physical attack: 9, 360. Spell attack: 7, 806. Physical defense: 6, 365. Spell defense: 7, 550. Physical hit rate: 100. Spell hit rate: 100. Physical evasion: 10. Spell evasion: 15. Physical critical: 10. Spell critical: 10. Physical lifesteal: 10. Spell lifesteal: 10. Physical penetration: 10. Spell penetration: 10. Equipment: Judgment of Fate. Skills: Sword Chi. Sword movement through the heavens. What is going on? I already have a profession. When did this happen? How come I was unaware? Didn't the panel just activate? How did I automatically change jobs? Furthermore, Ruler of Fate. That sounds rather impressive. Let me take a look. Then, Subai pointed at Ruler of Fate. Ding, system prompt. Special profession, unable to view. What nonsense? Unable to view. Ahem. Hey there. System brother, can we discuss something? I'm quite curious about your origins. So, please inquire with your mother for me. Thank you. Ding, warning. Detected host insulting this system. Ding, system prompt. Deducting 1,000 fate points. Ding, warning. Please refrain from insulting this system. TCH. They actually deducted 1,000 fate points. How boring. Subai pouted in dissatisfaction, then summoned his internal spiritual energy, taking flight towards the location where Shun Xingyao had previously been. Subai, you're back? Upon seeing him, Shun Xingyao stood up, brimming with excitement. After nearly an hour, her wounds had healed. She had previously ventured to the place where the Wolf King had been, searching for Subai, but when she arrived, there wasn't a single living creature in sight. Not even a blade of grass remained in that area. With her experience, she could discern at a glance that a fierce battle must have erupted between Subai and that monstrous Wolf King. Afterward, she searched everywhere but found not a single trace of him. Ultimately, she had no choice but to return to the starting point and wait. As for leaving first, impossible. She was the director of the Education Bureau and the vice president of the Celestial Society. How could she abandon Subai and leave alone? Such a thing was beyond her. Rest assured, Director. The Wolf King has already been dealt with. Subai smiled confidently, appearing relaxed and carefree. Hiss. You really killed that Wolf King. Shun Xingyao's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. Subai, can you tell me what your true strength is? How could you possibly slay the Wolf King? It's a pinnacle 5th-tier monster. I recall you only awakened yesterday. Please keep it a secret, Director Shun. Humph. You not only refuse to share with me, but you also expect me to keep it under wraps for you? Dream on. I, the Director, hereby swear that by tomorrow at the latest, the news of your solo hunt of a 5th-tier Wolf King will spread throughout the entire Jiang City. Humph. Kid, just wait for your reward. Dreaming too much. Subai, let us hurry up and get out of here. Saying this, Shun Xingyao flew ahead towards the exit of the Abyssal Rift. Subai, seeing this, could only shake his head with a wry smile and quickly followed. Jiang City, Huaxia. Outside Abyssal Rift number 23. Subai, Director Shun. Upon seeing the two emerge, Xia Qingyan, who had been waiting outside the rift, excitedly dashed past the warning line towards them. Bang! With a light sound, Xia Qingyan tightly embraced Subai. Suddenly caught off guard, Subai's body stiffened slightly. He had not anticipated such a gesture from her. He could distinctly feel her body trembling slightly. Was she crying? With this thought, Subai's heart raced, and a sensation of love began to unfurl within him. However, his cheeks soon flushed, turning warm, and even the roots of his ears were tinged with a delightful crimson hue, because he realized that Xia Qingyan's figure was truly captivating. She was indeed quite ample. Witnessing this scene, Shun Xingyao raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, if one didn't know better, they might think you two are a couple." Xia Qingyan's face turned red, yet she did not release her hold on Subai. She merely muttered softly, "What do you mean? I was just worried about him." At this moment, hearing Shun Xingyao's teasing, her cheeks flushed deeply, resembling a perfectly ripe apple. adorable and enchanting. Though she felt a touch shy, she was unwilling to relinquish the embrace that brought her such comfort. In this moment, her heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from her chest. Her body pressed closely against Subai's, and she thought that if given the chance, she would embrace him once more. After a moment, Subai gently patted Xia Qingyan's back. All right, Yin Yin, it's okay. Look, I'm back safe and sound. Very healthy. With that, Subai even patted his shoulder vigorously. Uffed. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan finally chuckled softly, gradually loosening her hold on Subai, her eyes glistening red, resembling a startled little rabbit. At that moment, Shun Xingyao approached with a serious expression, stating, "The situation this time is quite complex. We should return first." Subsequently, the three of them got back into the vehicle and headed towards the bureau. Throughout the journey, Xia Qingyan frequently stole glances at Subai, who, in turn, felt the warmth of her gaze ripple through him. He thought to himself, this is rather nice. The taste of love. Sweet, warm, fragrant, and substantial. Quite splendid. Chapter 17. Upgrading through carnivorous indulgence. Is that acceptable? Blue Star. Huaxia. Jiangxin. The Office of the Education Bureau. Alright. Subai, Xiaoxia. The report has been finalized. Hehe. Now it's our turn, the three of us. Subai questioned, what do you mean? Are you suggesting? Goodness. Who is this person? Summer Qingyan exclaimed. Haha. Don't take it seriously, it was just a jest. Remember? Our esteemed director promised to treat you both to a meal. Noticing the silence from the two, Shun Xingyao waved her hand with a smile. For some inexplicable reason, her interest in Subai had been steadily increasing. Thus, she found herself whimsically inclined to tease him. Humph. He had just awakened and already possessed the strength to single-handedly hunt the Demon Wolf King. Moreover, he was an exceedingly rare SSS-level talent. Such an exceptional prodigy was not one she would easily let slip away. She must find an opportunity to secure him firmly to her cause. Merely joining the Celestial Society would not suffice. Why don't I treat you to some barbecue, Director Shun? As she spoke, Subai waved his hand to produce a portion of the Demon Wolf King's meat. Hehe. This is 5th-tier Demon Wolf meat, a true delicacy. Any average awakener who consumes even a morsel can significantly enhance their power. Furthermore, if used as medicinal material, the effects are astonishing. He hesitated, feeling reluctant to part with it. If it weren't for Shun Xingyao's decent nature, he would truly struggle to release it. Is this the meat from the Demon Wolf King? Upon seeing it, Shun Xingyao's expression shifted dramatically, astonished. Indeed, Subai had not only slain the Demon Wolf King, but had also brought its carcass. Although he had previously informed her of this feat, mere words were no match for witnessing it firsthand. Alright, let us go. This place is not suitable. Let us head to the rooftop. After a brief moment of surprise, Shun Xingyao quickly made her decision. Hehe. This is a rare treat. I must partake. Although I am a 5th-tier awakener myself, that does not imply this delicacy lacks value for me. The flesh of 5th-tier magical beasts is likely ineffective only for those above the 8th tier, right? Moreover, there exists a common understanding among humanity. The higher the tier of the magical beast, the more delectable it is. On the rooftop of the Education Bureau, the three settled in, and Subai adeptly set up the barbecue grill, igniting the flames. This skill had been mastered during his solitary ventures into the demon realm in his previous life. Now was the perfect opportunity to showcase his culinary prowess to Summer Qingyan and Shun Xingyao. Barbecuing. Before long, a portion of the wolf meat was perfectly grilled, exuding an enticing aroma. It smells divine. Give me a piece. I want that one. Shun Xingyao swallowed hard, displaying no hint of decorum. At this moment, she bore none of the dignified aura of a director. Subai chuckled, slicing a piece and handing it to her. Here. Director Shun, savor my culinary skills. Upon receiving it, Shun Xingyao eagerly took a bite, and in that instant, she felt a powerful surge of energy radiate within her. Thus, she spoke with slightly unclear enunciation. Subai, this is incredible. The effects exceed my expectations. Here you go. Qingyan, this is yours, but be careful. It's hot. Summer Qingyan accepted the grilled meat, gently blowing on it before taking a tentative bite. Instantly, her beautiful eyes widened, her face alight with astonishment. Subai, this taste is phenomenal. And this surge of power in a flash, a golden light shimmered, and Summer Qingyan leveled up right on the spot. Seeing her ascend, Shun Xingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hastily devoured the Demon Wolf King barbecue in her hands, hoping to achieve a breakthrough as well. Of course, such an outcome was nearly impossible. After all, Summer Qingyan was merely a lowly level 0 novice. A trivial absorption of energy could elevate her level. Yet, Shun Xingyao was a formidable individual boasting over 500 levels. Could she truly upgrade through consuming meat? Indeed. Only by feasting on the flesh of 8th or even 9th-tier magical beasts could that be plausible. As Subai observed Summer Qingyan, a profound sense of happiness filled his heart. 2 hours later, only a pile of bones remained in their midst. Burp suddenly. Subai let out a satisfied belch, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave the feast behind. After the belch, he sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his internal energy to refine the remnants of the meal. Soon, a series of green text rapidly scrolled across his vision. Constitution 5. Strength 4. Agility 8. Spirit 2. Intelligence 3. Endurance 2. As Subai harnessed his energy, the remnants of the meal were swiftly digested, and the power contained within the demon wolf meat was thoroughly absorbed. Taking a deep breath, feeling the complete digestion of the meat, Subai gradually rose, satisfaction washing over him as he exhaled a long breath. That was truly delightful. This barbecue was worth it. Not only was it delicious, but it also boosted my attributes by several hundred points. If given the chance, I should hunt a few more in the future. After all, the magical beasts slain by the adventurers within the Abyssal Rift are periodically wiped of their memories and reset. Furthermore, slaying magical beasts carries no psychological burden. Turning his gaze towards the two women, Subai discovered they were also seated, meditating to refine the energy within them. In a flash, a golden light flickered, and Summer Qingyan unexpectedly leveled up again. Subai, I leveled up again. Summer Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. With just this one barbecue, she had ascended over 10 levels. Regrettably, she had not personally hunted any magical beasts. Thus, according to the unknown rules, her panel had not activated. This meant she remained oblivious to her true strength. Yet her intuition suggested she was at least 5 to 6 times more powerful than when she was at level 0. Chapter 18. You are an SSS level Awaken 1. On the rooftop of the Education Bureau, more than 10 minutes later, the three had successfully digested the energy within them. Seeing Shun Xingyao open her beautiful eyes, Subai smiled, saying, Director Shun, since we've had our fill, I'll be taking Qingyan with me now. You know, she just absorbed a vast amount of energy and leveled up over 10 times. She needs to hunt magical beasts to activate her Awakener panel. He planned to lead Summer Qingyan to the Monster Park to slay magical beasts. The Monster Park, as the name implies, is akin to an amusement park. However, unlike the latter, the Monster Park is filled with various artificial rifts meticulously developed and constructed by Huaxia scientists. It is said that these artificial rifts were modeled after the abyssal rifts, and each was designed with a small, independent ecosystem within. In order to maintain the delicate balance of this miniature ecosystem, designated personnel regularly introduce various feeds to cater to the fundamental survival needs of the magical creatures confined within. It is noteworthy that the monsters imprisoned in the Monster Park are not merely thrown in at random. They are meticulously selected. Although they belong to the demon race, their strength is relatively feeble, yet they possess a remarkably unique ability. Specifically, when these creatures are vanquished by Awakeners, they yield a significantly higher experience value to the Slayers. Weak in power, yet abundant in experience points. Consequently, the Monster Park is often referred to as a considerably safer leveling location compared to the Abyssal Rift. As such, entry into the Monster Park necessitates the purchase of a ticket. Moreover, the price of admission is rather exorbitant. However, Subai had recently acquired 10 million. Thus he can still afford to indulge. Well then, let us descend together. The director is in need of a nap, Shun Xingyao remarked, rubbing her stomach with a look of lingering desire. Were it not for her hunger, she would undoubtedly continue to feast. Soon, the trio descended from the rooftop. After a brief farewell, Subai hurriedly took Xia Qingyan to the Education Bureau's ground floor, hailing a cab to the Monster Park. In the heart of Jiang City, the Monster Park is typically where the magical creatures are confined within artificial rifts, posing no threat to humans and generating no noise. Considering the influx of visitors, this particular Monster Park is conveniently situated in the city center, quite close to the Education Bureau. In just over 10 minutes, they arrived. Furthermore, being in the city center, the park attracts a substantial number of visitors daily. Although the costs are somewhat steep, it provides a safe venue for low-tier Awakeners to grind experience from magical creatures and enhance their levels. Thus, those capable of affording the hefty admission fees typically do not hesitate to spend, making this their preferred location for leveling up. However, this place serves merely as a leveling ground. For those seeking to hone their combat skills and elevate their prowess, it proves largely ineffective. The creatures here are simply too weak. In comparison to those in the Abyssal Rift, the monsters here resemble delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. After undergoing a brief security check, the two approached the service desk hand in hand. Surveying the area, Subai observed that most of the staff were young women, possessing striking beauty and sweet appearances. At that moment, one of the young women noticed him and cheerfully inquired, "Hello, are you here to challenge the monsters as well?" Clearly, she recognized Subai's student status at a glance, surmising that he was a fresh Awakener. It was known that the current senior class had just completed their college entrance examinations yesterday, so he was undoubtedly here to engage the monsters and unlock his Awakeners panel. She had already encountered dozens like Subai today. However, rather than responding directly, Subai posed a question. "Hello, miss. I would like to inquire if we can enter as a duo to challenge the monsters, correct?" In his previous life, he never had the means to visit such places. And after becoming powerful, he had no need to return. Therefore, this was his first time here in both this life and the last, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with the rules. Upon hearing this, the young woman nodded vigorously and explained with a smile, "Indeed. We can even arrange for a dedicated guardian to accompany you. Are you looking to enter with your girlfriend?" Subai nodded in affirmation, replying, "Yes. Please arrange that for us." "Certainly. However, please bear with us for a moment. It will be ready shortly," she said, pulling out paper and pen to jot down notes. After a brief interval, she suddenly produced a specialized device, saying, "All right, please scan your irises for authentication." The two exchanged glances before stepping forward to scan their irises. Beep. Beep. All set. It appears you possess an SSS level talent, Subai, and your companion, Xiaqing Yin, is also SSS level. Due to the unique nature of the monster park, their information was retrieved post-scanning, revealing their secret of possessing SSS level talents. Of course, the specifics of their abilities remained undisclosed. In an instant, the staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the youthful, innocent-looking boy before her was an SSS level awakener. My goodness. SSS level awakeners are considered the seeds of emperors in Huaxia. Moreover, his girlfriend is also an SSS level awakener. Subai's challenge against the monsters can easily be considered a treat for the staff. You need not pay. Please, tell me which numbered artificial rift you wish to challenge. It's on me. Recovering from her astonishment, the staff member eagerly patted her chest, causing a delightful ripple across her figure. Being a long-term employee at this monster park, she had at least 3 free challenges each month, and she had yet to use any this month. She decided to bestow this privilege upon Subai as a gesture of goodwill. "Thank you. I wish to challenge that." Subai indicated towards a marked 20-level magic bear. "Very well. Please follow me," she said, leaving the front desk and heading right. She felt no surprise that Subai, a newly awakened individual, would choose to challenge a level 20 magic bear. After all, he was an SSS level talent awakener. It wouldn't be strange if he aimed for a level 100 challenge. Subai and Xiaqing Yin exchanged a glance before hastily following her. Chapter 19. The Extraordinary SSS Level, Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. In the Jiang City Monster Park, within 3 minutes, the trio arrived at their destination. The young woman pointed to a small rift, saying, "This is the place, dear students. You may enter." Before Subai could speak, Xiaqing Yin smiled and exclaimed, "Got it. Thank you so much, miss. Come on, Subai, let us go in." With that, she took Subai's hand and stepped into the artificial rift, eagerly anticipating the activation of her awakener panel. Inside the artificial rift, as soon as they entered, the two found themselves in a small forest populated by hundreds of towering trees. Observing the environment, Subai silently nodded. Indeed, this lush setting was precisely where a level 20 magic bear would dwell. He then turned to look back and said, "Qingyan, when I capture the demon bear, you seize the opportunity to slay it." After saying this, Subai scratched his scalp and added with a grin, "I'm quite eager to see your SSS grade talent once you activate your awaken panel. I'm particularly curious about it." He believed that given the current rapport between himself and Xiaqing Yin, she wouldn't be so stingy as to deny him a glimpse, would she? He chuckled to himself, thinking, if she wishes to see mine as well. Why not? It's not as if I can open it anyway. Xiaqing Yin remained silent, merely nodding with a smile, clearly unbothered by the exchange. At that moment, a series of thunderous roars from the giant bear erupted. After about 5 seconds, the roars subsided. And suddenly, before them appeared a colossal black bear, towering nearly 5 meters, glaring menacingly at the two. Upon sighting the behemoth, Subai's interest was instantly piqued. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smirk. "Oh, quite swift, aren't you?" "Alas, not swift enough." His gaze sharpened, and with a slight push from his feet, he dashed toward the demon bear like an arrow released from a bow. The bear, noticing the approaching figure, swung its massive paw towards Subai. Bang! Subai deftly caught the blow with his hand. The bear paused momentarily before launching another paw strike. Bang! This too was caught by Subai. The demon bear was enraged, roaring loudly at Subai, splattering him with saliva. "You beast! Seeking death!" Subai fumed. Infuriated that this creature dared to roar at him and shower him with its spittle, such insolence was unforgivable. Yet, he had to leave the kill for Xiaqing Yin. Helping her activate her awakened panel was the true objective of this endeavor. With that, he twisted the bear's paws and executed a shoulder throw, slamming the demon bear onto the ground with great force. Turning back, he shouted, "Now's your chance, Qingyan. Strike swiftly." Xiaqing Yin nodded and closed the distance rapidly, delivering a swift palm strike. Buzz as her hand struck, a faint blue glow emerged in her palm, transforming into a small ice blade that pierced toward the demon bear. With a soft shoe, the ice blade sliced through the bear's throat as effortlessly as a sharp blade through soft tofu. Instant kill. Not a single drop of blood spilled. All was frozen by the chill of the ice blades. Seeing this, Subai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He never anticipated that Xiaqing Yin could be so formidable. In a single blow, she had vanquished a level 20 giant bear. Truly, she was deserving of her status as a potential empress of the Dao in her past life. Simultaneously, 2 notifications chimed in Xiaqing Yin's ears. Ding. System notification. The awakened has achieved their first kill of a monster, earning a substantial amount of experience. The awakened panel is officially activated. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, 27. With the demon bear slain, Subai quickly released it and approached her. Qingyan, may I see your talent? Is that alright? Xia Qingyan smiled slightly and displayed her panel before him. Talent: Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. Quality: SSS. Description: an extraordinarily powerful SSS grade talent. Ability details: 1. Ice Flame Power. Upon obtaining this talent, all ice and fire damage dealt by the awakened is quintupled. 2. Ice Phoenix Guardian. Upon acquiring this talent, all types of damage received by the awakened are reduced by 70 if the source of damage is within a 50-meter radius. 3. Ice Phoenix Rebirth. When the awakened suffers a fatal blow, there is a 50 chance to trigger Ice Phoenix Rebirth. Upon activation, the awakened's health is instantly restored to 100 and enters an invincible state for 20 seconds. The Ice Phoenix Rebirth, a sacred body that stands against the world, is immortal. 4. True Sacred Body. By possessing this SSS grade talent, the awakened automatically acquires the exclusive SSS grade skill, Divine Ice Phoenix Descends. Name: Divine Ice Phoenix Descends. Quality: SSS. Type: Skill. Effect 1. Upon releasing this skill, the awakened instantly transforms into their true sacred body state, during which all attributes are increased to 150 times their original value. Effect 2. Upon using this skill, the awakened temporarily boosts their final damage and final damage reduction by 150, while also becoming immune to all negative status skills or talents during the true sacred body state. Effect 3. Upon activating this skill, the awakened enters a state of fragmentary void for 15 hours, during which all damage dealt ignores 60 of the target's total defense and is converted into holy damage. Capable of penetrating the laws of space. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Skill cost, 15 health. Summary: this skill is an exclusive SSS grade skill of the SSS grade talent, Ice Phoenix Sacred Body, surpassing ordinary SSS grade skills. If cultivated to perfection, it grants the power of the Ice Phoenix, freezing all things and annihilating the heavens and earth. Wow. 11150 times. Instantly, Subai's eyes bulged in shock. This was utterly terrifying. Transforming into the true sacred body state would amplify his attributes to 150 times. Wasn't this akin to cheating? If activated, he would undoubtedly be invincible among peers. With a slight comparison, Subai felt his own fate was merely a trivial matter. Chapter 20. Continuous Activation of Talent. In Jiang City, within the monster park, inside the artificial rift. Hey, Subai, what kind of look is that? Are you dazed? At that moment, Xia Qingyan gently nudged Subai. It was only then that he slowly returned to his senses, refocusing his gaze on her. His expression a complex mixture as he stared at her face. Hey you. Being scrutinized so intently, Xia Qingyan suddenly felt a bit shy. Sigh. It's infuriating how some people are just so stunning. Qingyan, why must you be so beautiful and possess such an incredible awakened talent? Why don't we switch? Subai lamented, slapping his forehead in frustration, tentatively asking. Switch? Sure. But tell me how we would accomplish that. If you can find a way to switch, I'll gladly do it. Xia Qingyan replied, a hint of amusement dancing on her lips. Wait, that's not right. Don't you also have an SSS grade talent? She quickly realized and looked puzzled. We both have SSS grade talents, so why are you envious? Why would you want to switch talents? Subai scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. I just got a bit dazed and forgot we both have SSS grade talents. But why does it feel like your abilities are so much more formidable than mine? Xia Qingyan crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow as she replied. Perhaps you haven't fully explored your abilities yet. SSS grade talents should be fairly comparable. However, on the contrary, I have shown you everything of mine. May I request to see yours as well? Just as Subai was about to agree, he unexpectedly triggered a talent. Ding, congratulations. You have triggered the talent, Fate's Choice. Ding, first choice. Opt to share the secret of your talent with Xia Qingyan. This choice will deepen the trust and bond between you, potentially enhancing your abilities in tandem, though it carries certain risks. If the secret of your talent is exposed, the consequences could be dire. Should you make this choice, your destiny will evolve towards a path of mutual cooperation and benefit. Receiving a grand gift from the River of Fate. Ding, second choice. Refuse Xia Qingyan's request and keep your talent a secret. While this choice may create a rift between you, it ensures the safety of your talent. Should you choose this, your fate will take a solitary path of exploration in the world, receiving a medium gift from the River of Fate. Ding. Third choice. Choose to temporarily conceal part of your talent, providing Xia Qingyan with a relatively vague answer. This will maintain your friendly relationship while safeguarding your core talent. After making this choice, your fate will remain at a certain level of stability, receiving a medium gift from the River of Fate. What the heck? Such fortune exists? Is this not a windfall? Xia Qingyan will surely trust me. No problem, I choose. However, before Subai could make his selection, he was interrupted by Xia Qingyan's slightly dissatisfied voice. Hey, Subai, why are you lost in thought again? You seem quite strange. Why do you keep zoning out? Your awakened talent isn't a system, is it? You aren't communicating with a system in your head, are you? Upon hearing this, Su-bai was rendered speechless. What the heck? It hit the nail on the head. Immediately following, Su-bai was astonished to discover that he had triggered his talent once more. Ding, congratulations. You have triggered the talent, Fate's Choice. Ding, first choice. Directly inform Xia Qingyan that you indeed have a system bound to you. This will allow Xia Qingyan to fully understand your situation, potentially bringing unexpected assistance, though there is a chance she might exploit this knowledge. Should you make this choice, your destiny will embark on a path of sincere openness, receiving the ultimate gift from the river of fate. Ding, second choice. Firmly deny having a system bound to you. Concealing the truth with clever lies. This choice will temporarily avoid potential risks, but if discovered later, trust will be irrevocably shattered. Should you make this choice, your destiny will take the treacherous path of deception, receiving a super gift from the river of fate. Ding. Third choice. Imply that your talent is somewhat unique without explicitly mentioning the system. This will avoid direct exposure while giving Xia Qingyan some hints. After making this choice, your fate will proceed in ambiguity, receiving a large gift from the river of fate. In an instant, a tempest surged within Su-bai's heart. What the hell? I can't believe I've triggered my talent twice in succession. Moreover, what does the first choice mean? If Xia Qingyan learns of the system's existence, could she potentially use me? That can't be true. Yet this is the speculation from the river of fate, and the river of fate cannot be mistaken. This implies that Xia Qingyan still harbors considerable wariness towards me. It seems I must continue to cultivate our relationship. Thus, the first choice must absolutely be avoided. At least, until I attain the strength of a divine being, I cannot expose the existence of the system. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to self-destruction, and deception is not an option. I cannot do that. Therefore, I can only select the third one. Pretend I didn't hear anything. After contemplation, Su-bai, in front of Xia Qingyan, opened his awakener panel, extended a finger, and pointed at Fate's Choice. Immediately afterward, ding, notification, special talent temporarily inaccessible. Here, Qingyan, you see? It's not that I don't want to show you. It's just that it cannot be opened at the moment. Look, even I can't view this broken talent. Called Fate's Choice. It sounds grand. Yet, I can't even access the information. Xia Qingyan, it does seem that way. What a pity. As he made his choice, several lines of blue text suddenly appeared. Ding, congratulations, host, for significantly altering your destiny. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Explosion pill. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring 40,000 fate points. Soon after, the rewards for making the second choice appeared. Ding, congratulations, host, for significantly altering your destiny. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the reward. Superhero shorts. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring 5,000 fate points. Upon seeing the text, Su-bai's eyes lit up. Goodness, I hit the jackpot. Making one choice granted me 2 rewards simultaneously. Moreover, Xia Qingyan has yet to see my talent. This round was a freebie. However, why are these 2 rewards so peculiar? Explosion pill? Superhero shorts. The kind you wear over your head? Chapter 21, Fated Rivals. A thorough beating. Jiang City, Monster Park, within the artificial rift. Out of curiosity, Su-bai immediately scanned with his mind. Explosion pill, a special type of 6th-tier pill, when thrown and hitting a target. Its explosive power is sufficient to annihilate a 6th-tier powerhouse. Superhero shorts, a special piece of equipment, attack speed 50. Wow, this pill is incredibly powerful. It can obliterate a 6th-tier powerhouse in one strike. But what is the deal with these shorts? Can shorts enhance attack speed? What a bizarre setting. Hey, Su-bai, why are you zoning out again? Xia Qingyan suddenly nudged Su-bai in annoyance. She suddenly felt that Su-bai was quite remarkable. Not only was he strong, but he was also handsome, yet he kept zoning out. As for her earlier question about the system, that was, of course, a joke. Such irrational things could never exist in reality. They are non-existent. Su-bai pretended to ponder, looking into Xia Qingyan's eyes, and asked, "Oh, Qingyan, I was wondering if we should head out now?" Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan replied without hesitation, "Of course we should. What else could we possibly do here?" Su-bai smiled and nodded. Then the two of them held hands and walked towards the exit. Soon, they emerged from the artificial rift. Once outside, they immediately spotted the staff member who had guided them here, still waiting for them. Seeing them emerge, the staff member smiled and said, "Dear students, according to the rules of our monster park, after completing the challenge, you need to register your personal information once more." Su-bai nodded in response. "All right, let's go." Subsequently, the two followed the staff member back to the service desk. They quickly completed the registration. After registering their information, the staff member smiled at them. "Dear students, thank you ever so much for your participation. I sincerely hope you will frequently return to the monster park to challenge other varieties of monsters." Su-bai and Xia Qingyan nodded with smiles, yet remained silent as they bid farewell to the staff member and made their way towards the exit of the park. At that moment, Xia Qingyan suddenly spoke up. "Su-bai, Today was truly delightful. Shall we come again next time? Subai smiled in response and nodded. Of course. As long as you wish, we can come anytime. Hand in hand, they proceeded towards the exit. However, just as they reached the threshold of the monster park, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Sun Xiaoyang. This individual happened to be Subai's tall and slender classmate. What a twist of fate. This fellow had the audacity to disclose his home address to the blonde-haired individual. Subai resolved that he would make him pay for this later. He needed to take care of this matter, or else it might lead to further trouble. A faint smirk played at the corners of Subai's mouth as he trailed behind him. The crowd was too dense for him to act otherwise. A glint of coldness flickered in Subai's eyes as he contemplated. Upon seeing Subai and Xia Qingyan, Sun Xiaoyang froze momentarily, a wave of dread washing over him. And without a second thought, he turned and fled. His tall and lanky figure darted through the throngs of people like a startled rabbit. After exchanging a glance with one another, Subai and Xia Qingyan quickly pursued him. Subai's gaze was filled with an icy resolve. He was determined to confront this individual who had compromised his privacy. After all, they were classmates. How could he commit such a treacherous act? There seemed to be no profound enmity between them, yet he felt it was imperative to teach him a lesson. As Sun Xiaoyang ran, he glanced back in terror. He never anticipated encountering Subai here. Gasping for breath, he dared not slow down. He was already aware that even Li Hao's older brother, a second-tier awakened one, had been subdued by Subai with a single move. This fellow had undoubtedly awakened an SSS-level talent. As Sun Xiaoyang sprinted ahead, Subai and Xia Qingyan closely followed, effortlessly weaving through the crowd. Soon, Sun Xiaoyang found himself in a narrow alley. Just as he thought he could lose Subai and Xia Qingyan here, he realized it was a dead end. Instantly, he turned to seek another escape route. However, Subai, having crossed the crowd, chose not to conceal his prowess any longer. He accelerated suddenly and delivered a flying kick, sending Sun Xiaoyang sprawling to the ground. Ouch! He cried out, being propelled several meters away before crashing heavily to the ground. Terror etched across his face. Subai's kick. Ouch, that hurts. He had clearly underestimated Subai. With a frigid gaze, Subai glared at him. Seething with rage, Sun Xiaoyang, why did you disclose my home address to the blonde-haired individual? I didn't. It wasn't me. You have to believe me. To Subai's surprise, Sun Xiaoyang immediately denied it, his eyes betraying not just fear, but a semblance of feigned innocence. Sun Xiaoyang, how dare you still quibble? If it weren't for you, how could the blonde-haired individual have located my home? And if it wasn't you, then why are you running? Clearly, you are guilty. I believe you were just looking for a beating. With that, Subai stepped forward and seized his collar. It really wasn't me, Subai. You have to trust me. Sun Xiaoyang trembled slightly as he attempted to break free from Subai's grasp, but the disparity between them was far too great. They had both awakened their talents the previous day. But Subai had not only awakened an SSS-level talent, but had also ascended over 100 levels in a single day. What about Sun Xiaoyang? He had barely reached level 10 merely by the substantial experience rewarded for slaying his first monster that afternoon. The difference in their fundamental attributes was at least dozens of times apart. They were utterly incomparable. Xia Qingyan approached, frowning as she said, Sun Xiaoyang, stop lying. You know exactly what you've done. That thug has already informed us. Sun Xiaoyang glanced at Xia Qingyan, then at Subai. Swallowing hard, he fearfully replied, Subai, Xia Qingyan, I truly have no idea what you're talking about. How could I, Sun Xiaoyang, do such a thing? Yet, even now, he stubbornly refused to admit it. Subai scoffed him. Do you think denying it will absolve you? If you don't clarify this matter today, you won't be leaving here. With that, Subai resolved to stop wasting words and charged forward, mounting Sun Xiaoyang and raining down blows with fervor. First came a left hook. Bang. That is for lying. Then a right hook. Bang. That is for betraying me. Oh. Followed by another left punch. Bang. Do you acknowledge your mistake? Chapter 22. Subai, could you help me with my back? Within the alley, as Subai's fists fell like rain, the sounds of anguished cries echoed relentlessly for nearly 10 minutes. Observing Sun Xiaoyang transformed into a swollen mess, Subai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Such a person would not learn without experiencing some consequences. However, just as Subai was thoroughly enjoying himself, a notification chimed. Ding dong. Esteemed user of Huaxiao Bank, Mr. Subai, greetings. Your bank card ending in 5689 has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Simultaneously, Xia Qingyan's phone chimed. Ding dong. Esteemed user of Huaxiao Bank. Ms. Xia Qingyan, greetings. Your bank card ending in 3387 has received a deposit of 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing the notifications, Subai was momentarily stunned. Who was this? Why were they suddenly transferring money to him? Moreover, Xia Qingyan too? Suddenly, his phone rang. Subai pulled it out and was astonished to see it was Shen Xingyao. Why was she calling him? After a brief moment of hesitation, Subai answered, Hello, Director Shen. Is there something you need? Quickly, Shen Xingyao's voice came through. Subai? The Celestial Society has just distributed the initial membership funds to both you and Xia Qingyan, and I'm merely calling to confirm. Subai suddenly understood. This unexpected 100,000 yuan was indeed the entry funds from the Celestial Society. His anger over Sun Xiaoyang's breach of privacy dissipated significantly. After all, he had vented his frustration. He might as well let it go. Su Bai politely replied, "All right, Director Shen, thank you for your help. We have both received it." After confirming, Shen Xingyao hung up. With the unexpected windfall of 100,000 yuan, Su Bai's spirit soared. He swiftly rose from atop Sun Xiaoyang, brushing off the dust from his clothes. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Su Bai coldly warned, "Sun Xiaoyang, today I am in a generous mood. I shall let you off the hook this time. However, mark my words, should you dare to engage in such folly again, it will not merely result in a beating. Do you understand?" Lying on the ground, Sun Xiaoyang's face was a portrait of terror as he hastily responded, "I understand, Su Bai. I shall never dare again." Su Bai cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to Xiang Qinyan. With effortless grace, he took her small hand and smiled. "All right, Qinyan, let us return." Xiang Qinyan nodded, and hand in hand, they strolled out of the alley, leaving Sun Xiaoyang behind, lying on the ground like a fish out of water, unable to regain his composure even after more than 10 minutes. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Su Bai and Xiang Qinyan sat side by side on the couch, a peculiar atmosphere enveloping them, and neither dared to break the silence. "I'm going to take a shower," Xiang Qinyan declared, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she gathered her clothes and entered the bathroom. Observing this, Su Bai was somewhat bewildered. What was the fuss about bathing? Why was she blushing like a teapot? After all, he wasn't tea-peeking. Inside the bathroom, Xiang Qinyan's heart raced uncontrollably. A charming flush adorned her cheeks as conflicting emotions of anxiety and excitement surged within her. She realized that her feelings for Su Bai had likely transcended those of mere friendship. After removing her garments, she swiftly turned on the faucet, allowing warm water to cascade over her delicate form in an attempt to calm herself. The sound of the water splashed around her. As she felt the comforting warmth envelop her, she gradually closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. Yet, her thoughts inevitably drifted to Su Bai. Memories of their moments in the monster garden flooded her mind. The tender image of them leaving the alley hand in hand lingered, and she recalled that fervent and gentle kiss. In that instant, her heart was filled with sweetness and joy, yet it was equally burdened with intense anxiety and fear. Truth be told, she was uncertain whether Su Bai felt the same way about her, terrified that her confession might be met with rejection, and that she could lose him as a friend. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to muster her courage and test the waters with Su Bai. Wrapping herself in a towel that adequately concealed her modesty, she inhaled deeply and called out, Su Bai, could you come in for a moment? I can't reach my back. Could you help me scrub it?" Su Bai was taken aback by her request. Surely, he must have misheard. Scrubbing her back? Good heavens! How could that be possible? When he did not respond, Xiang Qinyan grew anxious. Surely, Su Bai wouldn't refuse her. "Hey, Su Bai, did you hear me? Please help me with my back." Regaining his composure, Su Bai stammered. That might not be appropriate, right? It's not proper for men and women to be so close." Upon hearing this, Xiang Qinyan's heart plummeted, and she felt the sting of tears welling in her eyes. However, just then, with a soft creak, Su Bai pushed open the bathroom door. As he stepped inside, he found Xiang Qinyan with her back to him. The skin revealed beneath her towel was pale, smooth, and exquisite. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he found it challenging to meet her gaze. After all, Xiang Qinyan was incredibly beautiful. He feared that if he succumbed to temptation, it could lead to, well, anything. Meanwhile, upon hearing Su Bai's footsteps, Xiang Qinyan's body tensed slightly, her heartbeat echoing loudly within the confines of the small bathroom. She suddenly regretted her boldness. Now, she both yearned for a special reaction from Su Bai yet feared that he might perceive her as overly forward and be put off. After swallowing hard, Su Bai swiftly retrieved a bath towel from the rack and gently placed it on Xiang Qinyan's back, beginning to scrub. His movements were steady and gentle. Yet his mind was a tumult of confusion. On one hand, he was flustered by Xiang Qinyan's proximity, while on the other, he found the intimacy of the moment to be quite delightful. As he continued scrubbing her back, he finally announced, "All right, Qinyan, I'll be stepping out now." After about 10 minutes, he placed the towel back on the rack. "You can come out now," she replied, her heart now certain of her feelings for Su Bai. For in that moment, while he scrubbed her back, he had inadvertently touched her in a way that felt wonderful. The atmosphere in the bathroom grew subtly intimate. Yet both harbored unspoken thoughts, lacking the courage to break through that fragile barrier. With a soft click, Su Bai carefully closed the door and returned to the bedroom. Chapter 23. Am I angry? Personal reward? Within the rented apartment, with a gentle click, Xiang Qinyan emerged from the bathroom, her cheeks still flushed. Having faced Su Bai directly, she felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole and hide. Taking a deep breath, she feigned calmness and said, "Su Bai, I'm finished. Why don't you take a shower too?" Seeing her rosy cheeks, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. "Sure," he replied, grabbing his clothes and heading toward the bathroom. Like Xiang Qinyan, he also needed a moment to compose himself. Although he had become a formidable warrior in his past life, His romantic experience was precisely zero. Accustomed to a life of battle, he found himself momentarily bewildered by this sweet romance. Once inside the bathroom, Subai undressed and began to shower. However, just as he reached out to turn on the shower head, he noticed a lacy pair of shorts hanging above. Upon closer inspection, he saw that they still bore traces of moisture. It seemed they had been dampened by the shower head. But why on earth had Xiang Qinyan hung them there? And how could she forget to take them out after her bath? This girl was rather careless. With no other choice, Subai reluctantly reached for the shorts. With a soft thud, he tossed them onto a nearby stool. After a brief shower, he emerged only to find Xiang Qinyan approaching him with her phone, exclaiming, "You've become famous." Leaning in to see, he discovered a trending short video that claimed a high school student in Jiangcheng, who had awakened an SSS grade talent, single-handedly defeated a 5th-tier wolf king the very next day after his awakening. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Bai was taken aback. Hastily grasping his iPhone 999 from the bedside and launching the popular short video app. Almost instantly, a series of striking subtitles materialized before his eyes. Shocking. A prodigious youth awakens an SSS-level talent. Exploration. Can defeat a 5th-tier magical creature in just one day of awakening? What makes the SSS-level talent so terrifying? Come, let the host unveil the secrets. Question. The most fearsome SSS-level talent in history? As Subai gazed at the exaggerated titles and his own pixelated silhouette within the video, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Alas, that Shun Xingyao truly knows no restraint. I explicitly instructed her to avoid drawing attention. I previously assumed she was merely jesting. Yet it appears she genuinely failed to keep my secret. With a resigned sigh, Subai was about to confront Shun Xingyao when his phone rang. The caller ID revealing none other than Shun Xingyao herself. How fortuitous. Yet, what could she possibly want? Upon answering the call, Subai retorted with irritation, "Director Shun, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't it agreed that we would maintain confidentiality?" From the other end, Shun Xingyao's playful laughter echoed, "Haha. It's simply that you are too remarkable, and I couldn't resist showcasing it. Besides, now everyone knows there's an extraordinary individual. And who could possibly guess it's you besides me? You fool. Who doesn't he know? In Jiang City, there are only you and Qing Yin as SSS-level awakeners, surely. Others are not so naive," Subai exclaimed. Moreover, there were so many teammates present. Clearly, you did this on purpose. Just as Subai was about to argue further, Xia Qingyan seized the phone, exclaiming, "Director Shun, you've caused him great distress. The school forum is in an uproar. His information is everywhere. And he dares not even look at his messages." However, on the other end, Shen Xingyao waved her hand dismissively. This is merely a minor issue. You too, as SSS-level talent awakeners, will encounter far grander spectacles in the future. This is just a warm-up." Afterward, Shen Xingyao added, "Now, the reason I called so late is to inform you that I have reported the news of Su by single-handedly defeating the 5th-tier Shadow Wolf King. The state has promised significant personal rewards for such talent. The rewards have already been sent to me, so if you are free tomorrow, come to collect them. Or I can send them over." Subai. Xia Qingyan. Upon hearing of the reward, both Subai and Xia Qingyan fell silent in astonishment. So that was it. Director Shun is quite considerate. Subai smiled, unreservedly responding, "In that case, please send it over, Director Shun." Shun Xingyao readily agreed. "Sure. Just give me your address." After Subai provided the address, he hung up the phone. Xia Qingyan, with a hint of intrigue, leaned closer and asked, "Aren't you curious about the reward?" Subai shrugged nonchalantly. "Regardless of what it is, I'll find out when it arrives. Haven't you heard? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Hee. Instead of fretting over expectations, it's better to await patiently." Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, "By the way, Qingyan, you left a pair of shorts in the bathroom. I took the liberty of hanging them on the rack for you." Xia Qingyan. "You." Her face flushed crimson, stammering, "You Subai? Who gave you permission to touch my things?" With that, she angrily dashed into the bathroom and slammed the door, utterly embarrassed. She distinctly recalled that during their back-scrubbing session, her excitement had inadvertently led to an embarrassing mishap. Surely, he must have noticed. Seeing this, Subai shook his head in exasperation, pondering, girls are truly odd creatures. What is there to be so shy about? After a couple of minutes, noticing that Xia Qingyan had yet to emerge, Subai shrugged and settled onto the sofa, preparing to sleep. Before long, he drifted into slumber. So much had transpired that day. After about 10 minutes passed, Xia Qingyan, having remained hidden in the bathroom until the room fell silent, cautiously crept out. Upon seeing Subai fast asleep, she felt a wave of relief, then climbed onto the bed beside him. Some time later, Xia Qingyan gently rose, approached the light switch, and pressed the button, enveloping the room in darkness. After extinguishing the lights, she slowly climbed into bed, nestled into the soft blankets, adjusted her sleeping position, and closed her eyes, ready to enter a sweet dreamland. Yet, as time slipped by unnoticed, Xia Qingyan seemed to once again plunge into the nightmare from the previous night. Her brow furrowed and her expression pained. Subsequently, in a daze, she climbed out of bed, her body seemingly tugged by an invisible force, leading her towards the sofa. In less than a minute, she reached the sofa and, as if finding a safe haven, unhesitatingly lay down. Like a small kitten, she nestled into Su-Bai's embrace. In his dream state, Su-Bai vaguely sensed her proximity, yet due to overwhelming fatigue, he did not fully awaken. However, guided by instinct, he instinctively extended his arm, gently encircling Xia Qingyan's slender waist. In the warmth of Su-Bai's broad embrace, Xia Qingyan's previously taut heartstrings gradually relaxed, her face softening into a serene and peaceful expression. That night, the two embraced and drifted into slumber. Chapter 24. The Gradual Revival of Past Life Memories. In the realm of dreams, Xia Qingyan found herself transformed into one of the rare emperor-level powerhouses of the human race, the Ice Phoenix Empress. Within the dream, she perceived that Blue Star was currently facing an unprecedented crisis. For unknown reasons, all the abyssal rifts within Blue Star had shattered, unleashing a torrent of magical creatures that had previously been sealed within. These creatures varied in form. Some were colossal, akin to mountains, causing the earth to tremble with each step. Others were agile, moving with lightning speed, and were at least several times stronger than before. They wove through the populace, leaving death in their wake. In the dream, these magical beings rampaged, slaughtering the human race. Cities lay in ruins, and the air was filled with the anguished cries of people. Simultaneously, the demon race stationed in the starry skies became aware of the turmoil engulfing Blue Star. They perceived this as an opportune moment to strike against humanity and began organizing their forces for an assault. Soon, the demon army blotted out the sky, arriving in colossal warships equipped with various formidable superweapons. As the warships drew near to Blue Star, they unleashed a devastating beam of destruction, measuring several thousand feet in diameter. This beam, penetrating through a transparent protective shield, struck the earth with cataclysmic force. In its wake, it obliterated millions of lives in an instant. The once vibrant and bustling cities were reduced to mere rubble, while the once fertile land transformed into desolate wastelands. Meanwhile, in her dreams, the illustrious Summer Qingtian acutely felt the weight of her responsibilities. As one of the emperors of the human race, she knew she must rise to the occasion. Thus, after conferring with several other emperor-level powerhouses on Blue Star, she resolved to venture into the cosmos to confront the formidable demon race's celestial demons. This battle was fraught with uncertainty, yet they had no alternative. Upon arriving in the stars, the emperors were met with the terrifying might of the celestial demons, who were enveloped in swirling dark magic, each exuding the power to annihilate the very heavens and earth. Their mere presence instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Without a moment's hesitation, Summer Qingtian and her fellow emperors surged into the cosmos, igniting an explosive clash. In a dazzling display, powerful spells and magic collided amidst the starlit expanse. Suddenly, Summer Qingtian unleashed the power of the Ice Phoenix, a colossal phantom of the Ice Phoenix soaring through the cosmos, exhaling frigid air that froze the very fabric of space. The other emperors summoned their own formidable techniques. Some conjured fiery tempests, while others wielded the ferocious might of lightning. However, the celestial demons were equally relentless. They united to execute a fusion of dark magic. In a climactic moment, several celestial demons merged, releasing a colossal beam of darkness that surged towards Summer Qingtian and her compatriots, imbued with the power to obliterate all. This force was staggering. Within it, one could sense a strength that transcended even divine beings. Thus, even as Summer Qingtian and her fellow emperors combined their might in defense, they were forced to retreat, blood spilling from their lips. In that instant, their once invulnerable forms drifted like kites with severed strings through the cosmos, their protective spells disintegrating before this overwhelming power. As if made of mere paper, time became an enigma as the battle raged on, both sides suffering tremendous casualties. A sea of corpses and rivers of blood staining the starlit void. The bodies floated amidst the stars, some still frozen in the act of battle, others mangled beyond recognition. Blood congealed into clots, releasing a pungent, metallic scent. Witnessing her comrades fall one after another, the dreamlike Summer Qingtian's heart was engulfed in profound sorrow and fury. Memories of shared training and the days spent safeguarding humanity flooded her mind, now shattered as they fell before her, leaving her powerless to intervene. Yet she understood that retreat was not an option, not even a single step, for she was the Ice Phoenix Empress of humanity, and she must continue to fight for the survival of her people and the future of Blue Star. Nevertheless, her adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful. Summer Qingtian felt her strength waning. She grew increasingly feeble, her breaths becoming labored. Had it not been for her innate talent, the Ice Phoenix sacred body, she might have faltered long ago. Doubt began to creep in. Could she truly safeguard humanity? At that pivotal moment, an attack from a celestial demon shattered her defenses and surged towards her. The strike was imbued with a peculiar dark magic and approached with lightning speed, reaching her in the blink of an eye. She widened her eyes in terror, sensing the specter of death. In that fleeting moment, Her mind was flooded with countless memories, her personal journey, the responsibilities born after becoming the Ice Phoenix Empress, and the future of humanity. Just as the crisis reached its zenith, she was abruptly awakened. It was merely a dream. What a close call. Her heart raced, cold sweat beating on her brow. The dream felt so vivid, as though she had truly experienced a life-and-death struggle. Even now, traces of the Empress's terror lingered in her eyes, her body trembling slightly from fear. Instinctively, she made her way to the sofa, and upon seeing Su Bai, a surge of intense longing welled within her. She yearned for his protection. Like a small kitten, she nestled into Su Bai's embrace. As she felt the warmth radiating from him, she gradually liberated herself from the terrors of her nightmare and gently closed her eyes, finding solace and drifting back into peaceful slumber in Su Bai's arms. Chapter 25. The man who slayed a fifth-order beast cannot open his storage watch. Rental apartment. The following morning, Su Bai awoke languidly, instinctively stretching. What is this? Such a peculiar sensation. A gentle squeeze. Why is it so soft? Su Bai's eyes widened as he realized his hand rested upon Summer Qingtian's bosom. How did she end up in his embrace again? Twice in a row. Good heavens. Could she be suffering from sleepwalking? Instinctively, Su Bai squeezed again. Quite delightful. Mem. However, the moment he stirred, Summer Qingtian responded, letting out a soft hum and snuggling closer into his embrace. After a moment's consideration, Su Bai chose to close his eyes again, gently wrapping his arms around the exquisite girl in his arms. Time to continue sleeping. Yet, just as Su Bai was on the verge of slipping back into slumber, bang bang bang, bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the rental apartment. Hearing the noise, Su Bai jolted awake. At the same time, the Summer Qingtian he held was also startled awake, her drowsy eyes opening wide. Upon seeing their intimate position, her face flushed crimson. Su Bai. Summer Qingtian quickly released him, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Bai awkwardly scratched his head and quietly said to her, Yin, someone's knocking at the door. With that, he climbed out of bed and adjusted his clothes. Who is it? It's the crack of dawn. Are we not allowed to sleep? He was somewhat irritated. Damn it, disrupting his beautiful dreams this early in the morning. However, there was no response from outside. Seeing no one answered, Su Bai muttered under his breath, no one? What the hell? Yin, you go back to sleep. I'll check it out. With that, Su Bai grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it. Knock knock knock. Surprise. What a twist. Upon seeing who stood before him, Su Bai was utterly stunned, for the person before him was none other than Shen Xingyao. Good heavens. Shen Xingyao, esteemed director of the Education Bureau and vice president of the Divine Association. Why did you come all the way here in person? Could it be she is here to deliver rewards? I recall that yesterday she mentioned over the phone that she had slain a fifth-tier demon wolf king, and the government had awarded her some personal rewards, claiming they had arrived the day before and she would help send them to me. So, she really has come to deliver a package. What kind of reward necessitates her personal delivery? This is simply marvelous. Su Bai opened his mouth, but words eluded him for quite some time. However, Shen Xingyao disregarded his astonishment, pushing past him and stepping inside. Her gaze swept the room and immediately landed on Xia Qingyan. Oh, little handsome, I didn't expect you to indulge so early in the morning, accompanied by such beauty, she exclaimed, an amused smile gracing her lips as she observed the disheveled Xia Qingyan. Yet, in her eyes, there lingered an enigmatic glimmer, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. Hearing this, Su Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he scratched his head. Director Shen, are you here to deliver my reward? Haha, why else would I be here? Shen Xingyao chuckled lightly, then with a graceful wave of her hand, produced a silver storage watch. Here it is, everything is contained within. This was specially prepared for a genius awakener like you. Upon seeing the storage watch, Su Bai was instantly taken aback. This is a storage watch. Although not an exceptionally rare item, this particular piece was worth at least over 100,000. It was indeed a specialized spatial artifact. Even in his past life as an 8th-tier powerhouse, he possessed limited numbers of such storage watches, perhaps just around 100. However, as its name implies, it merely serves as a storage device. The true treasures lie within. If they had chosen to transport goods using a storage watch, it implied that the contents were quite valuable. What are you standing there for? Let us move on. Seeing Su Bai frozen in place, Shen Xingyao gently nudged his shoulder. Oh, Su Bai, despite having once been an 8th-tier powerhouse, found himself momentarily daunted. After all, he was currently just a 1st-tier novice. The items contained within, could they possibly be rewards meant for a 5th-tier awakener? His mind raced with the implications. Are you serious? You can't open it? Shen Xingyao questioned, her brow furrowing in disbelief. In her understanding, Su Bai was a 5th-tier awakener, perhaps even higher. After all, he had slain a 5th-tier shadow demon wolf. Noticing the skepticism in her gaze, Su Bai felt it prudent to clarify. Director Shen, to be honest, my actual level is only 1st tier. The slaying of the 5th-tier demon wolf king was achieved using a special method that temporarily elevated my power to 6th tier. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyao's expression shifted to one of understanding. It finally made sense. No wonder Subai had awakened just the day before and was able to defeat a 5th-tier monster. It was due to a special technique. That is quite reasonable. Otherwise, how could a mere novice, freshly awakened and inexperienced, reach 5th-tier strength so swiftly? Given that it was a temporary enhancement, it stands to reason. After all, Subai is an SSS-class talent awakener. A mere flash of SSS-class talent is to be expected. Indeed, centuries ago, there was a renowned human emperor who awakened with SSS-class talent. Within mere hours of his awakening, under extraordinary circumstances, he unleashed his potential and effortlessly dispatched a 9th-tier monster from the Starry Demon clan with a single strike. This event had sent shockwaves through the entire human race, leading many to regard him as humanity's sole hope for resurgence. It was believed that once he ascended to emperor, he would be invincible. As for now, he had long since become one of the most formidable emperors among humanity, known by the codename Demon Vanquisher. In the rental apartment, Shun Xingyao declared, "All right, I understand now. Let me assist you with that." With a nod, she waved her delicate hand. In a flash of blue light, an entire set of 5th-tier equipment and 10 blue spirit cores appeared on the bed. The spirit cores were intricately strung together with a specially crafted cord, forming a circular, pastel blue crystal pendant that was visually stunning. Why such a design, though? This is a 5th-tier set along with 5-tier spirit cores. Subai's eyes widened in disbelief. A complete set of 5th-tier equipment would surely cost several million, and combined with the 10 5th-tier spirit cores, this was easily worth over 10 million. No wonder the Chinese government was so generous. It was worth noting that Subai had merely slain a 5th-tier monster. Logically, he shouldn't have been entitled to such extravagant rewards. Clearly, there was an intention to nurture or win him over. After all, 5th-tier and above monstrous creatures from the demon race were far too numerous. In the starry battlefield, during even the smallest skirmishes, thousands of 7th-tier or 8th-tier monsters could be slain. Would they truly compensate each slayer with rewards worth billions? That seemed implausible. Even the government's resources couldn't sustain such extravagant expenditures. Noticing Subai lost in thought once more, Shun Xingyao gently patted his shoulder. "So what do you think? Do you like them? These are all 5th-tier items, you know?" Even she, despite her powerful Shin family and her position as the educational director and vice president of the Celestial Association, couldn't help but covet such rewards. After all, over 10 million Chinese yuan was no small sum. Director Shun, could you please take these items back? As you know, I'm only 1st-tier and can't wear them. As for the spirit cores, I'll keep those, thank you." After a deep breath, Subai made his decision. Shun Xingyao smiled slightly, indicating her understanding. With another graceful wave of her hand, she returned all the scattered equipment to the petite storage watch. At that moment, Xia Qingyan, who had been quietly observing their exchange, approached with curiosity. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with interest and admiration as she focused on the glowing blue pendant on the floor. "Wow, what is this? It's so beautiful." Upon hearing her praise, Subai was momentarily taken aback, but soon a tender smile spread across his face. Subconsciously, he slowly extended his right hand and gently caressed the silky black hair of Xia Qingyan. Without hesitation, he picked up the spirit core pendant from the bed, lightly wiped it, and adorned it around Xia Qingyan's fair and delicate neck. After completing this gesture, Subai smiled and said, "Qingyan, since you like it, I shall gift it to you." Really? That's wonderful." Xia Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat flustered. Beside them, Shun Xingyao was at a loss for words. She felt like an unwelcome third wheel. "Goodness, here I am, kindly offering you equipment, and yet you two are feeding me dog food? Am I merely meant to shine? What an exasperating situation. Ahem. Since the reward has been given, I shall take my leave." Shun Xingyao shook her head, leaving the rental apartment with a dejected expression. Once she departed, an air of silence enveloped the room, creating a rather delicate atmosphere between the two. Eventually, Xia Qingyan took the initiative to break the silence. Gently touching the pendant around her neck, she exclaimed with joy, "Subai, I find this pendant truly extraordinary. I seem to sense a warm energy emanating from within it." Subai nodded, smiling as he explained, "Yin, this pendant is indeed remarkable. It contains spirit cores that continuously emit spiritual energy, which can enhance your cultivation speed. Although you lack a foundation in cultivation, wearing it regularly may yield numerous benefits for your body." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? Then it's truly a treasure. How about we give it a name? Let us call it Crystal of Love. What do you think? Crystal of Love? That is a delightful name," Subai said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Xia Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly, "As long as you think it's nice." Hearing this, Subai felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. To him, that sentiment was worth everything. He thought to himself that now that Xia Qingyan possessed this 5th-tier spirit core pendant, and with the spirit cores he had obtained from his previous encounters with monsters, he could indeed begin his cultivation journey. However, he suddenly realized that Xia Qingyan seemed to lack a cultivation technique. Thus, he looked at her gently and said, "Yin, now that you have this pendant to accelerate your cultivation, you must still be without a technique, right?" How about we visit the city library? Perhaps we can find a suitable cultivation technique for you? Xia Qingyan paused for a moment before smiling and replying, Subai, actually, I possess the ancestral cultivation technique of the Xia family. After tilting her head in contemplation, she continued, Subai, our family's technique is quite formidable. Since we are to cultivate together, would you like me to share it with you? Upon hearing this, Subai felt warmth in his heart. It is worth noting that in Blue Star, family cultivation techniques are generally not meant to be shared with outsiders. Yet, Xia Qingyan was willing to share hers with him. Furthermore, he knew that Xia Qingyan genuinely wished to assist him. However, he also had his own exclusive cultivation technique. His technique was acquired in his past life after he became an 8th-tier powerhouse during an expedition to exterminate the demon race in the starry skies, where he stumbled upon it in a demon lair. It was called Devouring Heaven Demon Art. Though obtained in a lair, for some unknown reason, as a human, he found it surprisingly easy to cultivate. This technique was exceedingly domineering, capable of forcibly devouring the spiritual energy of the world, even absorbing the demonic energy of the demon race. The rank of this technique was an astounding SSS level. Moreover, he later discovered that it appeared to be merely a fragment. However, even as a fragment, it was sufficient to cultivate to the celestial god realm. Unfortunately, barely 2 months after acquiring it, he met his demise. Otherwise, he would certainly have ascended to a 9th-tier powerhouse by now. Thus, Subai waved his hand. Yin Yin, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own technique. Chapter 27. The Acceptance Notification, a Gift from the Stingy Rooster. Inside the rental apartment, Subai proposed, Qingyan, how about we cultivate together? Cultivate together? That sounds great. Without any hesitation, Xia Qingyan nodded enthusiastically. Subsequently, the two climbed onto the bed, sitting back to back. After a brief moment of relaxation, Subai began to circulate his technique. Thanks to his past cultivation experience, he quickly entered a state of focus. As the Devouring Heaven Demon Art surged within him, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn in by some powerful force, rapidly converging towards him at a visible speed. Soon, a small blue vortex of spiritual energy formed around his body, with the energy swirling around him like mischievous little blue sprites, gradually infiltrating his being. Even Xia Qingyan felt the effects. She sensed the comforting embrace of the spiritual energy surrounding her. As the energy flowed into him, Subai could distinctly feel his meridians being nourished by the massive influx of spiritual energy, akin to a parched riverbed welcoming a gentle stream, gradually revitalizing with life. Meanwhile, he silently resolved. He must elevate his strength swiftly, for only then could he hope to be with Xia Qingyan. He was well aware that Xia Qingyan was the eldest daughter of the Xia family in Magic City. If he wished to be with her, the pressure would be immense. Though Subai was an unparalleled chaos-level talent, Xia Qingyan possessed an SSS-level talent. Moreover, she had a powerful family backing her. This meant that, in reality, he was not truly worthy of her. Despite his extraordinary talent, his actual strength was merely at the first tier, with no foundation to rely upon. However, none of that mattered. Without a support system, he would rely on himself. With his past experience of reaching the 8th tier, combined with his awakened chaos-level talent and the existence of the destiny system, he believed that becoming an emperor-level being was merely a matter of time. This was also the reason he chose to apply for a guaranteed spot at Magic City University. After all, that was where Xia Qingyan's family resided. Before long, a series of notification sounds suddenly echoed in his mind. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 108. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 289. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 337. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 367. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 425. As time passed, his cultivation speed accelerated, until it reached a critical point. On the other side, sensing Subai had entered a state of cultivation, Xia Qingyan exhaled deeply and began to practice the ancestral technique of the Xia family. Comparatively, her technique was much gentler. It was called Heavenly Source Divine Breath. Furthermore, it was also an SSS-level technique. As she circulated this technique, a faint halo slowly enveloped her, reminiscent of the gentle glow of moonlight cascading upon a lake. At this moment, her heart was serene, imbued with a hint of sweetness. To cultivate alongside Subai filled her with an invigorating sense of purpose. Unsurprisingly, her cultivation technique effortlessly summoned the vast reservoir of spiritual energy from the pendant, and those energies danced joyfully through her meridians like awakened little pets, imparting a warm and comforting sensation with each passage. Concurrently, a series of notifications echoed in her mind. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 101. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 173. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 236. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 296. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 324. In terms of numerical value, it was astonishingly comparable to Subai's. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and she leveled up. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Just as Su Bai and Xia Qingyan were wholly immersed in their cultivation, an urgent phone ring abruptly pierced the air. A call had come in. Startled, Su Bai quickly regulated his breath, concluding his practice. Upon checking his phone, he discovered it was a call from Zhang Zhonghua, the principal of Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Su Bai furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why would the principal call at this hour? With a sense of curiosity, he swiftly swiped to answer. Almost immediately, Zhang Zhonghua's jubilant voice resonated through the line. Ha! Su Bai? I have wonderful news. The admission letters for you and Xia Qingyan have just arrived. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback before a look of delight spread across his face. Really? Principal? Xia Qingyan, overhearing the announcement, also brightened with excitement. Of course it's true. You two are the pride of our school, and this is an early admission letter from Modi University. Zhang Zhonghua's voice brimmed with pride. Su Bai? I have decided to personally reward both you and Xia Qingyan with 500,000 yuan each as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this old man had suddenly become so generous? Although 500,000 was a modest sum for Su Bai, it was a significant gift from a notoriously frugal man. The implications were profound. Flabbergasted, Su Bai hurriedly replied, Principal, I can't accept this. You are too kind. However, Zhang Zhonghua chuckled heartily. This is well deserved. You have brought tremendous honor to our school and provided invaluable support. All right, no more idle chatter. The college entrance examination has just concluded, and there are many matters to attend to. Remember to come and collect your rewards. With that, he hung up the phone. After the call ended, Su Bai and Xia Qingyan exchanged smiles. This was 500,000 yuan, enough to buy a small car. Although they had previously amassed millions, who would ever complain about having too much money? At that moment, excitement danced in Xia Qingyan's eyes. Su Bai, I never imagined we would receive the admission letters from Modi University so swiftly, along with a bonus. Despite being the eldest daughter of the Xia family and previously enjoying princess-like status, her monthly allowance in Jiangxing was only around 50,000 yuan due to the family's strict financial management. Now, having suddenly received 500,000 yuan, it was 10 times her usual allowance, and more importantly, it was a reward from the principal. The significance of this was entirely different from money given by her family. Just then, Su Bai's phone rang again. He glanced at it and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a deep male voice greeted him. Huh? Su Bai, congratulations. But remember, your journey has only just begun. Keep up the hard work. Who are you? Su Bai immediately felt a surge of wariness. Haha. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just a gentle reminder that Modi University is teeming with hidden talents. You must continue to strive. With that, the caller abruptly hung up. Su Bai frowned, and noticing his expression, Xia Qingyan leaned closer. What's wrong? Who is it? Su Bai did not hide anything, relaying the content of the call to her. Chapter 28. Wang Qianqian pleads for reconciliation. Inside the rental apartment. How perplexing. What a strange man. It was unclear whether he was a teacher or a student at Modi University. After hearing Su Bai recount the call, Xia Qingyan furrowed her brow. This is odd. The principal had just informed us of our admission letters, and then this peculiar man called. It's utterly baffling. How could he possibly know Su Bai's number? And how did he know about his admission? The timing felt far too coincidental, almost as if he had prior knowledge. Could he have ulterior motives regarding Su Bai? My heavens. As these thoughts raced through her mind, concern flickered in Xia Qingyan's gaze. All right, Qingyan, there's no need to worry. It's nothing to fret over. Su Bai reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder, though he too felt a twinge of anxiety. Just think about it. Receiving a call from a stranger who not only knew his name, but also his acceptance to Modi University was unsettling. Even more troubling was that this individual had learned of his admission before he did. Anyone would feel alarmed in such a situation. Damn it. It felt as if he had already been targeted even before setting foot in Modu. This was infuriating. All right, Su Bai, shall we go collect the admission letters? Sure. Su Bai nodded with a smile. Subsequently, the two tidied up briefly and headed out. Walking side by side, they made their way to the school to retrieve their acceptance letters. Jiangxing City, Jiangxing No. 1 High School. Half an hour later, Su Bai arrived at the school with Xia Qingyan. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the door of the principal's office, Su Bai gently tapped on the door. Come in. A crisp female voice soon resonated from within. Presumably, she was Zhang Zhonghua's personal secretary. Without hesitation, Su Bai pushed the door open. Upon entering, he saw Zhang Zhonghua seated in his office chair, facing a woman with gold-rimmed glasses. On the desk before him lay two exquisitely crafted admission letters, each adorned with gilded characters, neatly arranged. Haha, Su Bai, Xia Qingyan, you two have arrived? Zhang Zhonghua looked up at them, his face beaming with warmth. He had a great fondness for these two students. If only all his students were as diligent as they. Rising from his seat, Zhang Zhonghua picked up the two admission letters from the desk and handed them to Su Bai and Xia Qingyan. Xiaolu, please do me a favor and transfer 500,000 yuan to the accounts of Su Bai and Xia Qingyan respectively. This is a personal reward for them. After the two received their admission letters, Zhang Zhonghua swiftly turned his head and addressed the woman opposite him, who was adorned with golden-framed glasses. All right, principal. You can count on me. As she spoke, the woman gestured an OK sign towards Su Bai and the others. In no time, both received notifications of their funds being deposited. Upon hearing the sound of the deposit notification on their phones, Su Bai and Xia Qingyan exchanged smiles and simultaneously expressed their gratitude to Zhang Zhonghua. Subsequently, the two exited the principal's office, their spirits buoyed. Su Bai? Su Bai? Wait up! Just as they stepped onto the campus path, a rather provocatively dressed young woman hurried towards them. Su Bai halted, looking quizzically at the approaching girl, while Xia Qingyan regarded her with curiosity. Su Bai, I've finally found you, the girl exclaimed, breathless, bending over with her hands on her knees. Who are you? Do we know each other? Su Bai inquired. Straightening up, the girl looked slightly aggrieved. Suddenly, Xia Qingyan chuckled beside him. Su Bai, she is Wang Qianqian, she whispered, leaning closer to Su Bai's left ear. Wang Qianqian. Su Bai scratched his head, still struggling to recall any memory of her. Wang Qianqian's eyes immediately reddened upon realizing his confusion. Su Bai, how could you forget me? We are classmates. Just the day before yesterday, you confessed your feelings to me. She lamented, tears welling up. Cough cough. Wait a moment, Wang Qianqian. You must be mistaken. Su Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He genuinely could not remember who she was. The only vivid memory he had was of his exceptional deskmate, Xia Qingyan, who was destined to become an emperor. Therefore, her presence was indelibly etched in his mind. If he considered his past life, it had been over a decade since he last attended school. It was truly hard to remember. A confession? Was I blind? With such a remarkable girl as my deskmate, would I be foolish enough to confess to you? Although, I must admit, you are rather pleasing to the eye. You, Su Bai? How could you deny knowing me? Wang Qianqian exclaimed indignantly. Even though both you and Xia Qingyan are SSS-level awakened beings, I, Wang Qianqian, am not lacking either. I am an S-level awakened being. There is no need for you to act this way. Wang Qianqian felt increasingly aggrieved, her anger simmering. In her perspective, Su Bai had clearly awakened an SSS-level talent, and now he was acting aloof. Just the day before yesterday, he had confessed to her. Wah, my mom was right. The more handsome and talented a boy is, the better he can lie. She cried. I merely rejected you on the grounds that we hadn't graduated yet. You must be seeking revenge. Su Bai sighed in resignation. He truly did not know how to explain this situation. Wang Qianqian, listen to me. I did not intend to forget you. I have experienced some incidents that resulted in partial memory loss. Nevertheless, I would never confess my feelings to you. Xia Qingyan stifled a laugh beside him, finding the scene exceedingly amusing. Wang Qianqian, however, remained unconvinced. You are surely just making excuses. All right, move aside. Xia Qingyan and I are leaving. With that, Su Bai took Xia Qingyan's hand and raised it slightly. His meaning was unmistakable. You, I have no interest in. Xia Qingyan immediately understood, wrapping her arm around Su Bai's right arm. What? You two? Are you together? Living together? Wang Qianqian exclaimed in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Moments later, she was stamping her foot in frustration. Su Bai, how could you do this? You previously said you only liked me, just because I rejected you? Hearing this, Su Bai's expression darkened. Wang Qianqian, I will say this one last time. I do not remember any confession. Moreover, you have already stated that you rejected me. He suddenly found her unreasonable. You rejected me, and then came here to cause trouble? Get lost. Xia Qingyan tightened her grip on Su Bai's arm and provocatively glanced at Wang Qianqian. Wang Qianqian, the one he loves is me, so stop clinging to him. With that, the two ignored Wang Qianqian and walked past her. Home. As they departed, Wang Qianqian collapsed onto the ground, her expression one of utter despair. Chapter 29, Nickname, The Destiny Emperor. Jiang City. Unknown Street. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Xia Qingyan, your phone is ringing. I know. With that, Xia Qingyan released Su Bai, reached into her pocket for her phone, and upon glancing at the caller ID, her expression turned serious. Shoo. She gestured for silence towards Su Bai. After taking a deep breath, she answered the call. Hello, Mom. Her voice was nearly a whisper, filled with trepidation. Xia? When are you coming home? You didn't even inform me when you went out, and I've been worried sick. It's been days since you returned. Her mother's anxious voice came through the line. She had just learned that her precious daughter had awakened an SSS-level talent and had been accepted early by Magic Capital University. How could a parent not worry? Xia Qingyan glanced at Su Bai, speaking softly. Mom, I'm currently tied up with something but will be home soon. Xia Qingyan, are you with a boy? Her mother seemed to sense something. And no. Xia Qingyan's face involuntarily flushed. Noticing her reaction, Su Bai raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips. He leaned closer to Xia Qingyan, but remained silent. You little girl, trying to fool me? I gave birth to you. How could I not know you? Regardless, you must come home today. With that, her mother hastily hung up the phone. Xia Qingyan let out a long sigh, turning to Su Bai with resignation. Su Bai, it seems I must return home for a while. Su Bai nodded, a tinge of reluctance evident on his face. When will we meet again? After some contemplation, Xia Qingyan replied, "Let me return home to reassure them first. After all, I have been out for quite a while." Subai remained silent, recognizing that Xia Qingyan had been at his house for 3 days. If she delayed any longer, her mother would surely be worried. "How about I walk you home?" Subai suggested. "No need. It's not far, I'll go now." With that, Xia Qingyan left on her own. Watching her retreating figure, Subai felt a pang of disappointment. Jiang City, the entrance to the 18th Abyss Rift. After parting ways with Xia Qingyan, Subai made his way to the outskirts. Here lay the entrance to the 18th Abyss Rift. He had initially thought that with both he and Xia Qingyan having received admission letters from Magic Capital University, they could celebrate together. Regrettably, the call from Xia Mu extinguished his fleeting thoughts. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved that seeking out the Abyssal Rift to confront those demonic creatures would be a more advantageous means of enhancing his own prowess. "Greetings, sir. Please fill out the Awakened ID form." "Thank you. An Awakened ID?" Upon hearing this, Subai furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that entry into the Abyssal Rift necessitated identity verification. However, to conceal his true information, he only needed to provide his Awakened ID. The Awakened ID consists of 2 components, a nickname and a character panel number assigned by the system upon awakening. There was no need to fill in his real name. Yet, it appeared that after activating his Awakened panel, he had neglected to choose an ID. How awkward. Please wait a moment. With that, Subai retreated to a corner to brainstorm a name. He racked his brain, striving to concoct a name that was both imposing and unique. Alas, he was utterly devoid of talent in this regard. After much deliberation, every suggestion was dismissed. Either they were cliched or utterly ridiculous, unworthy of consideration. Ultimately, he decided to consult the omnipotent system. "System, are you there? Help me come up with a nickname, please." "System, are you there? Why are you ignoring me?" Just as Subai began to lose hope for a response, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. "Ding. System prompt. Please consider your talent." Subai's eyes brightened. Indeed, his talent was Destiny's Choice, and his profession was Fate Regulator, both intricately linked to destiny. Should he ascend to the throne in the future, perhaps? Thus, he resolved to name himself the Emperor of Fate. Consequently, Subai swiftly accessed his Awakened panel, meticulously entering his newly conceived nickname, character by character. Before long, a blue translucent message box materialized before him. Ding. Nickname, Emperor of Fate. Naming successful. All right, all set. Subai exhaled a sigh of relief and made his way to the verification station. He presented a portion of his panel. "Hello, this is my Awakened ID." The staff member glanced at it, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, in this day and age, there were countless eccentric youths, and she had seen her fair share of bizarre names. Following successful verification, Subai proceeded toward the entrance of the Abyssal Rift. Upon reaching the threshold, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing several weaker awakened individuals to stagger back several steps. Yet, Subai stood firm as a mountain, filled with anticipation. From his past life's memories, he knew this Abyssal Rift was a primary stronghold for first to second-tier demonic creatures, specifically the sky demonic eagles. He was well aware that the flesh of such creatures was exceptionally delectable. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the Abyssal Rift. Inside the Abyssal Rift, immediately upon entry, he felt a violent gust of wind. Looking up, he beheld a demonic eagle, its size equivalent to that of 2 humans, circling above. Upon noticing Subai's arrival, its sharp talons glinted ominously, its eyes fixated intently on him. Based on his understanding of this creature's behavior from his previous life, Subai realized that it likely regarded him as prey. How interesting. Encountering a peak first-tier demonic eagle right off the bat. Nonetheless, it's merely a peak first-tier creature. This should pose no significant challenge. A slight smile crept onto Subai's lips as he began to channel his inner energy. At that moment, the demonic eagle let out a piercing screech, spreading its wings and diving towards Subai like a bolt of black lightning. Unperturbed, Subai executed an unusual footwork, vanishing from his original position in an instant. The eagle's initial strike missed, its eyes filled with confusion and rage as it turned to seek out Subai once more. By now, Subai had reappeared atop a massive rock, a long sword appearing in his hand, its blade shimmering with a faint glow. It was none other than Judgment of Fate. The eagle launched another attack, and Subai shouted, charging towards the beast. Just as collision seemed imminent, Subai's figure flickered, gliding past the eagle's side, his sword slicing through the air as he unleashed Airblade, sending a wave of sword energy toward the creature's neck. The eagle screeched in agony, blood spraying forth in torrents. Instant kill. Critical hit. Fatal. Death. 245069. Experience. 38,960. Observing the scene, a smile graced Subai's lips. Next. Chapter 30. Hidden SSS Class Talent. Gemini Symbiosis. Luo Yao Sister. Inside the Abyssal Rift, a cry echoed as yet another demonic eagle fell to Subai's blade. Phew, splendid. That makes 30, right? Subai exhaled deeply, preparing to rest momentarily. having consecutively slain over 30 mid to peak first-tier demonic eagles. He admitted that it had been somewhat taxing given his current strength. Scanning his surroundings, Subai surveyed the ground before retrieving a small barbecue grill from his system backpack. Ready to cook. However, just as he prepared to ignite the fire, "Help! Help! Someone please!" A voice. It sounded like a girl. Subai's heart stirred as he promptly rose to his feet, hesitating only briefly before hastening toward the source of the cry. Before long, he reached the depths of the abyssal rift. There, he spotted two girls ensnared within a blue magical circle, surrounded by several demonic eagles poised to strike. The girl on the left had cascading black hair that flowed like a waterfall, gracefully resting upon her slender yet curvaceous shoulders. She clutched a golden staff, her body trembling slightly, clearly the one who had called for help. The girl on the right sported short hair resembling that of a mischievous black sprite, playfully framing her cheeks. Her large, round eyes sparkled with a blend of mischief and innocence, akin to two glistening black gemstones. With precision, Subai raised Judgment of Fate and unleashed in Airblade towards the flock of eagles. Instant kill. Critical hit. Fatal. Death. 265069. Experience. 8960. The Airblade whistled through the air, swiftly piercing one of the demonic eagles. The remaining eagles, startled, scattered momentarily, only to later resume their aerial dance. Though now hesitant to engage the magical circle, they feared the sudden appearance of Subai. Over here, young man." Upon spotting Subai, the short-haired girl called out excitedly. Subai furrowed his brow and slowly approached the edge of the magical circle. Observing the two girls within, he inquired, "How did you end up here?" "It's not safe." The short-haired girl replied without a moment's thought, "Young man, we came for training. But we didn't expect to encounter so many demonic eagles. If it weren't for this magical circle, we might have." The long-haired girl quickly regained her composure, smiling as she added, "Thank you for your timely assistance." "Young man, may I inquire your name?" asked the girl. "I am Luo Yao, and this is my sister, Luo Xingyu. We are both high school students who have recently awakened our talents. Might we become acquainted?" Upon hearing this, Subai was momentarily taken aback. Luo Yao? Luo Xingyu? These names resonated with him, as if echoing from a distant past. He nodded and smiled. "I am Subai, also a high school student who has just awakened my talent." After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired, "Are both of your talents of SS grade?" Luo Yao tilted her head in confusion, unable to fathom how this remarkably handsome and powerful young man could also be a newly awakened high school student like herself and her sister. Goodness, how can he be so strong? And how does he know that my sister and I have awakened SS grade talents? This is quite peculiar. Yet, he seems so gentle. He must not be a bad person. Before Luo Yao could respond, Luo Xingyu eagerly chimed in. "Yes, young man. How did you know?" Subai chuckled, a hint of mystery glimmering in his eyes. Instinct. At that moment, a flicker of realization swept through Subai's gaze. He had not anticipated that these two individuals would be the legendary awakeners of the hidden SSS grade talent from his past life. Of course, they had not truly awakened an SSS grade talent. Rather, they each possessed a uniquely special SS grade talent known as twin symbiosis. According to the most authoritative accounts, this talent enabled its bearers to share their physical stamina, magical power, and even spiritual energy during combat. Moreover, the skills mastered by each individual could be fused and released in harmony without causing harm to one another. It is essential to note that while awakening panels exist for these individuals, this is the real world, not a game world, where attacks can indeed harm allies. Hence, the potential of this ability is extraordinarily formidable. Additionally, the bearers of this talent can share sensory information, such as sight, hearing, and touch. They can also complement each other's states. For instance, if one is affected by a negative condition, the other can transfer a portion of their own state to alleviate the impact. This represents merely the foundational capabilities of the talent, still within the confines of SS grade. The true terror lies in the fact that once the bearers reach the 5th tier of strength, they will unlock the next phase of this talent, allowing them to merge. Two individuals amalgamating into one. It is said that after merging, their respective skills will evolve into entirely new abilities. Their powers and physical capabilities will be greatly enhanced, and their sensory faculties will undergo comprehensive fortification. Even their talents will experience a monumental transformation. As for the specifics, Subai was uncertain. However, one thing was clear. The twin symbiosis achieved post-merging would undoubtedly rival the strength of SSS grade talents, perhaps even surpassing the typical SSS grade talent in potency. Though this talent is exceptionally powerful, its emergence is governed by stringent conditions. Firstly, the awakeners must possess a special bloodline connection, typically being descendants from the same lineage, where the genetic code for the twin symbiosis talent is concealed within their familial heritage. This bloodline connection ensures a certain degree of similarity in their soul's vibrational frequency, laying the groundwork for the talent's awakening. Secondly, the compatibility of their souls must reach an elevated level, resonating deeply within their very essence for the awakening to be possible. Moreover, The mental energies of the awakeners must maintain a delicate balance. If one possesses significantly greater mental strength than the other, the talent will remain dormant. Interestingly, it is predominantly women who awaken the twin symbiosis talent. Chapter 31. I have a girlfriend, would you mind? Deep within the abyssal rift, Luo Yao exclaimed, "Ha, Subai? You seem incredibly powerful. What level is your talent? Surely, it cannot be an SSS grade talent, can it? By the way, Subai? You are Subai." As she spoke, Luo Yao's eyes widened in realization. She suddenly recalled that there were only 2 awakeners of SSS grade talents in Jiang City this year, and one of them was named Subai. The other, she believed, was named something like Xia. If this young man truly was the Subai, it would be extraordinary. If her memory served her right, just yesterday, numerous short videos had reported that the SSS grade talent awakener named Subai single-handedly defeated a 5th-tier Shadow Wolf King. Indeed, it is I. Subai replied with a calm smile, confirming her suspicion. My goodness. It truly is him. Subai, brother. I am in awe of you. Luo Xingyu exclaimed. Sister, are you saying this Subai is the SSS grade talent awakener mentioned in those short videos? Luo Xingyu interjected, her confusion palpable. Luo Yao nodded vigorously. Absolutely. It is he. Luo Xingyu's eyes sparkled like 2 little stars. Wow. Subai, could you share with us how you defeated the Shadow Wolf King? It is a formidable foe. Subai shrugged, exclaiming, "Oh, it was nothing particularly special. I merely discovered its weakness." Both sisters displayed expressions of curiosity. Subai, somewhat exasperated, began to fabricate a tale. You must know, the Shadow Wolf King, while incredibly powerful and fast, exhibits a slight vulnerability in its defense immediately after each attack. I exploited this flaw, luring it into attacks to deplete its stamina, and when the moment was ripe, I delivered a fatal blow. Luo Yao gasped, wow. That sounds so impressive. Luo Xingyu added, cough. I may not fully understand, but it certainly sounds remarkable. Subai thought to himself, they can't comprehend my fabrication. Can they? If they did, that would be odd. I actually resolved it with just a single strike. By the way, Subai, since you are so formidable, would you mind taking us sisters along to train? Luo Xingyu suddenly exclaimed, leaping out of the magic circle and wrapping her arms around Subai's right arm, shaking it up and down. Instantly, Subai's face flushed bright red, reaching all the way to his ears. He had not anticipated that Luo Xingyu, who appeared so unassuming and sweet, was indeed quite the force. Suddenly, he felt his left arm being embraced as well. Without a doubt, it was Luo Yao. At that moment, he suddenly realized that these 2 sisters were truly remarkable. Indeed, they shared numerous similarities. For instance, they were both quite well endowed. No wonder they possessed the extraordinary talent of twin symbiosis. Just as Subai's face flushed and his heart raced, he unexpectedly triggered a talent. Ding, congratulations. You have activated the talent, Fate's Choice. Ding, first choice. Opt to team up and slay monsters together. Making this choice will allow the 2 sisters to sense your kindness and generosity, potentially enabling you to leverage their unique talents for greater gains in battle. Meanwhile, your destiny will undergo a significant transformation, granting you a grand gift from the River of Fate. Ding, second choice. Choose to leave directly, succinctly rejecting the 2 sisters and departing alone. This will help you avoid becoming entangled in unknown troubles related to them, allowing you to explore at your own pace. But they may perceive you as indifferent, possibly missing out on potential allies and opportunities. Making this choice will lead to a minor alteration in your fate, earning you a small gift from the River of Fate. Ding, third choice. Opt to escort the 2 ladies back to the exit, demonstrating your goodwill without plunging yourself into unknown risks. However, this may require more time and effort. After making this choice, your fate will change to a certain extent, granting you a medium-sized gift from the River of Fate. So, has the talent been triggered? Thus, both sisters are significant figures. Then I shall choose the first option. Unknown risks? I fear nothing. Alright. Teaming up for leveling up is no issue, but could you both loosen your grip a bit? Just to clarify, I already have a girlfriend. Although Subai said this, his arm involuntarily twitched a few times. Luo Yao. Luo Xingyu. Upon hearing Subai mention having a girlfriend, both Luo Yao and Luo Xingyu were momentarily taken aback before exchanging glances and bursting into laughter. Haha Subai, we merely wish for you to help us level up, nothing more, they chimed in unison. Right sister? Yes, exactly. Luo Yao nodded vigorously at this. At that moment, several blue subtitles appeared before Subai's eyes. Ding, congratulations, host, for significantly altering your own fate. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving the reward, Shadow Clone Technique. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring 50,000 fate points. Alright, that was quite simple. Mission accomplished. 50,000 fate points. These 2 sisters are truly delightful. They bestowed such generous rewards at once. Subai, let us go, exclaimed Luo Yao, leading the way forward and interrupting Subai's thoughts. Seeing this, Subai could only shake his head helplessly and immediately used the Shadow Clone Technique from his backpack, hastily catching up with the 2. Along the way, They encountered numerous low-level monsters, which Su-bai handled effortlessly, while Luo Yao and Luo Xingyu provided support, occasionally utilizing their twin symbiosis talent to grant him buffs. Through their exchanges, Su-bai learned that the 5th tier and below of twin symbiosis offered only the most basic supportive effects, with benefits even inferior to those of S-grade talents. Chapter 32, Blessings from the Twins. Abyssal Rift. Su-bai's sister, look, what is that? Suddenly, Luo Xingyu behind Su-bai exclaimed. Su-bai and Luo Yao quickly turned around. They beheld a small silver grass shimmering with golden radiance, approximately several dozen meters ahead. Pointed out by Luo Xingyu. Su-bai opened his mouth in awe. Golden silver grass. Luo Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Su-bai was equally astonished. Golden silver grass was an exceedingly rare spiritual herb, immensely beneficial for practitioners seeking to break through their realms. If refined into a potion, it could yield a substantial amount of experience and attribute boosts. Judging by the color of the grass directly before them, it was at least a 4th-tier spiritual herb. However, just as the three prepared to gather it, the air around them seemed to solidify, a palpable sense of danger enveloping them. Roar! With a fierce roar, a massive lion shrouded in black mist slowly emerged, evidently fixated on the golden silver grass. Or perhaps, it was the guardian of this very herb. Su-bai swiftly pulled Luo Xingyu and her sister behind him, whispering, be cautious. This monster appears formidable. He then focused his divine vision and employed his insight ability. Name, Flame Abyssal Lion, Boss. Level, 399. Quality, A rank, 3. Health points. Meta points. Physical attack. Magical attack. Physical defense. Magical defense. Skill 1. Skill 2. Skill 3. Description, an exceedingly fierce lion. Please approach with caution. The level disparity is too great. Insight has failed. A peak tier 3 lion. How to fight. Su-bai gritted his teeth, rapidly contemplating strategies. At that moment, Luo Yao softly spoke, Su-bai, we sisters can use a magical array to trap it for a moment, and then you can seize the golden silver grass. Su-bai fell silent, deep in thought. In his estimation, the mere distance of several dozen meters posed no issue, especially with his enhanced 5-fold base attributes from consuming the divine power pill. It would take less than 5 seconds to accomplish. The only concern was, how long could they possibly hold it? This lion was a peak tier 3 monster. Meanwhile, Luo Yao and Luo Xingyu had just barely broken through to the 1st tier. Nonetheless, both of them possessed SS-grade talents. Let's give it a try? Alright, let us make it swift. Su-bai finally nodded. Time was of the essence. He had little time to ponder. If it weren't for the fear of the golden silver grass being snatched away, that lion would have attacked long ago. Luo Yao and Luo Xingyu immediately formed hand seals, chanting incantations, as a radiant magical array rose beneath the flame abyssal lion's feet. The lion roared in fury, attempting to break free, but to no avail. Seizing the moment, Su-bai shot towards the golden silver grass like an arrow released from a bow. Just as he was about to reach the grass, the flame abyssal lion unleashed a surge of power, breaking through the magical array and lunging at Su-bai. Feeling the fierce wind behind him, Su-bai remained composed. In the nick of time, he grabbed the golden silver grass and rolled away to evade the attack. Observing this, the Luo sisters gasped in shock. Yet Su-bai remained unfazed. He had once single-handedly traversed the realm of the demon race at the 8th tier. How could such a scene intimidate him? Did they underestimate him? Understanding that he could only fight with all his might, he summoned all his spiritual energy, conjuring a golden sword, Fate's judgment. Just then, 2 beams of golden light descended upon Su-bai's head. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the skill, Twin Assault. Increasing attack by 20 and damage dealt by 30, lasting for 2 hours. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the skill, Twin Defense. Granting you a defense of 20 and reducing damage taken by 30, lasting for 2 hours. In an instant, he felt a significant surge in his power. Soon after, 2 golden beams descended upon his head. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the skill, Twin Agility. Enhancing your agility by 20 and increasing your movement speed by 30, lasting for 2 hours. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the skill, Twin Vitality. Augmenting your constitution by 20 and raising your maximum health by 50, lasting for 2 hours. Woohoo! Time to soar. Su-bai's spirit soared, resembling a war god as he charged towards the Inferno Lion. The Inferno Lion, sensing the sudden amplification of Su-bai's strength, displayed a flicker of wariness in its gaze. Yet it still roared and lunged at Su-bai. Su-bai deftly sidestepped the lion's claws, swiftly retaliating with a sword thrust aimed at its eye. The lion yelped in pain, thrashing its head in fury. Seizing the moment, Su-bai pressed the attack, landing several strikes upon the lion's back. 66985, 55698, 48963, 30356. However, the Inferno Lion was a formidable creature, a peak 3rd-tier beast, and quickly regained its composure, unleashing a torrent of black flames from its maw. Su-bai nimbly evaded. the flames scorching the grass beside him. With a steely determination in his eyes, he utilized his agility boost to swiftly maneuver to the lion's flank, suddenly leaping high and delivering a full-force sword strike. Critical hit. Fatal blow. Weakness exploited. Armor pierced. 398934. This strike encapsulated all of Su Bai's spiritual energy, bolstered by an immense increase in attack power, cleaving through the lion's defenses and leaving a deep gash, inflicting nearly 400,000 damage. The Inferno lion staggered from the devastating blow, nearly collapsing. Sensing the opportunity, Su Bai launched another assault. A flurry of chi swords rained down, and the beast fell to the ground with a resounding thud. As the lion lay defeated, subtitles appeared before the three. Experience 3096732. Swish, swish, swish. With the infusion of over 3 million experience points, Su Bai shattered the 200-level barrier, while Luo Yao and Luo Xingyu also approached the brink of level 200. This haul was incredibly lucrative. It surpassed the rewards from several hours spent hunting magical eagles. Moreover, they had also acquired a sprig of golden silver grass. Chapter 33. I am also an alchemist. 6th rank. Phew. After slaying the Inferno lion, Su Bai exhaled deeply. He then sat down to meditate and recuperate. Thankfully, he had brought along the Luo sisters. Otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. He had not anticipated that a gathering of 1st and 2nd tier monsters would include a 3rd tier beast. Observing Su Bai in meditation, Luo Yao and Luo Xingyu exchanged glances before silently positioning themselves beside him to guard against threats. Meditating, meditating, meditating. Unbeknownst to them, more than 10 minutes had slipped by. Finally, Su Bai slowly opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. He then accessed his character panel. Nickname, Destiny Sovereign, Su Bai. Level, 208, 32. Tier, 2nd. Profession, Ruler of Fate, automatically bound. Talent, Fate's Choice, automatically bound. Health, 351269351296. Magic, 100696100696. Constitution, 8546. Spirit, 8346. Intelligence, 8146. Strength, 11546. Stamina, 8346. Agility, 8246. Physical attack, 28360. Magical attack, 10806. Physical defense, 12365. Magical defense, 12550. Physical accuracy, 100. Magical accuracy, 100. Physical evasion, 30. Magical evasion, 25. Physical critical hit, 20. Magical critical hit, 20. Physical lifesteal, 20. Magical lifesteal, 20. Physical penetration, 20. Magical penetration, 20. Equipment, Fate's Judgment. Skills, Chi Sword, Sword movement through the heavens, Shadow Clone. Quite impressive. With merely Fate's Judgment equipped, his overall attributes nearly rivaled those he had at level 300 in his previous life. If he donned a level 200 set, his base attributes would likely double. Su Bai, are you awake? Upon seeing Su Bai rise, Luo Xingyu hurried over. She had observed the Inferno Lion's panel and recognized it as a powerful creature nearing the 4th tier. She was astonished that Su Bai had so effortlessly vanquished it. Although the assistance of her sisters contributed, it was still remarkable. Given this, the rumors circulating online were indeed accurate. Su Bai had single-handedly slain the 5th tier Shadow Wolf King. Su Bai nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thanks to your support, it wouldn't have been so easy otherwise. At this, Luo Yao swiftly approached, speaking softly. Su Bai, this place is too perilous for us to linger. The noise from our battle could attract even stronger beasts. Look, it's getting late. The sun is nearly setting. Shall we return? She gestured toward the sun with her delicate finger. All right, let us head back. Su Bai and Luo Xingyu chorused in unison. Subsequently, the trio prepared to depart from the abyssal fissure. Outside the fissure, Luo Xingyu eagerly inquired, Su Bai, shall we exchange contact information? As soon as they emerged, she blinked her sparkling eyes, looking at Su Bai with anticipation. Simultaneously, Luo Yao discreetly took out her phone, opened WeChat, and shyly presented her QR code to Su Bai with a bashful smile. Surprised, Su Bai chuckled softly. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and scanned their QR codes. All right, let us keep in touch, he said with a smile. Then, Su Bai, shall we meet again next time? Upon finishing, Luo Xingyu grasped Luo Yao's arm, preparing to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Seeing them about to depart, Su Bai called out. What is it, Su Bai? The sisters turned back, puzzled. With a wave of his hand, he revealed the golden silver grass, lifting it slightly. Did you forget? We obtained a 4th tier spiritual plant. Let us share it equally among the 3 of us. To his surprise, the sisters shook their heads in unison. No, you keep it, big brother. Refuse? Su Bai furrowed his brow, inquiring further. Yes. The sisters nodded resolutely. Su Bai was taken aback. After all, this was a 4th tier spiritual plant, not an ordinary item. Why would they decline? From a distance, Luo Yao discerned Su Bai's confusion and smiled gently. Su Bai, we owe you for this. Otherwise, my sister and I might have faced dire consequences. So, You should keep it. Very well. Subai relented, not wanting to press the matter further. He then stored the gold and silver grass back into his system backpack. This item is indeed useful. So, shall my sister and I take our leave, Brother Subai? Luo Xingyu smiled, revealing two adorable dimples. Very well. Take care on your journey. Subai waved his hand in a symbolic gesture. Once the two sisters had walked away, he too turned and departed. Glancing at the sun's position, he estimated it to be around 6:30 in the afternoon. He had another matter to attend to, a visit to the black market of Jiang City. In his previous life, Subai was not merely an awakened one. He bore another identity, a 6th-tier alchemist. Though only 6th tier, it was, in fact, quite impressive. The ranking of alchemists mirrors that of awakened ones, classified from 1 to 9 tiers. Beyond that lies the imperial tier. The elixirs crafted by imperial alchemists are known as imperial elixirs. It is said that a true top-tier imperial elixir can effortlessly elevate an ordinary newly awakened individual to a rank 9 powerhouse. Of course, this would merely result in a subpar rank 9 powerhouse. Furthermore, an ordinary person newly awakened is highly likely to suffer from explosive backlash. Nevertheless, even so, it remains a terrifying prospect. Currently, he possessed a 4th-tier gold and silver grass, enabling him to seek alchemical materials in the black market to aid in his crafting endeavors. The elixir he intended to concoct was the 4th-tier gold and silver herbal elixir. As the name suggests, its creation requires a multitude of ingredients. This elixir, upon consumption, can neutralize numerous toxins. In simpler terms, it can render most poisonous abilities ineffective. Alas, crafting elixirs necessitates spiritual energy, and he had yet to reach the 4th tier. This implies that he could not project spiritual energy on a grand scale, thus rendering him incapable of alchemical crafting. However, he had his own methods. Chapter 34. The Peculiar and Proud Young Lady. Jiang City. In the alley of the black market. Young man, you've arrived. The amiable taxi driver smiled as he turned to face Subai. This young man referred to by the driver was none other than Subai himself. After departing from the Abyssal Rift, he hailed a taxi that brought him directly to the black market alley in Jiang City. As he sat in the back seat, Subai glanced at his phone and noted it displayed 1923. Thankfully, he had arrived quite timely. The black market typically only opens after dark. At this time of year, nightfall occurs around 7 o'clock. Therefore, the market generally opens around 7:30. Ding. WeChat payment, 15 yuan and 73 cents. Master, we've arrived. After saying this, Subai opened the car door and alighted. Sigh. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Subai exhaled deeply, filled with nostalgia. In his previous life, he had made numerous transactions here. If memory served him correctly, his most profitable venture involved spending merely 50 yuan on a purplish-black diamond-shaped stone. When he purchased it, the vendor claimed to have found it within a high-tier abyssal rift, guarded by a formidable monster the size of a 3-story building. Ultimately, he had to employ his unique skills to secure it. Yet, upon acquiring it, he discovered its purpose remained a mystery. Left with no choice, he brought it to the black market in hopes of selling it. Unfortunately, after nearly a month of attempting to sell it, he had received no offers and earned the nickname Rock Brother from his peers. Thus, he had no choice but to sell it to Subai at a low price. Only upon acquiring it did Subai realize it was, in fact, a 6th-tier array material. Its market value was at least several hundred to millions. After exiting the vehicle, Subai strolled through the alley, reminiscing about which stalls sold herbs. By now, several vendors had begun to set up their displays. As he walked, he scanned the items laid out before him. There were 3 types of trading methods: bartering, purchasing outright, or the blind box style. The majority of items in the market were of dubious origin, having been either stolen or acquired through nefarious means. Thus, venturing through legitimate channels was hardly an option. The last option involved a blind box where one pays a fixed amount for a random item, the contents of which were predetermined. What one receives relies entirely on luck. However, Subai had come specifically to procure herbs. Therefore, he would opt for the second method, directly purchasing. What? You wonder why Subai didn't visit a proper herbal shop? Ahem. Because the black market offers more favorable prices. Hey, handsome, come take a look. As he walked, a sultry voice suddenly caught his attention. Subai froze, instantly captivated. Just one glance, and his face flushed crimson. Because she was selling. Well, let's just say it was rather scandalous. Ahem. Truly, the black market is audacious enough to display such items openly. However, Subai was already in a relationship. He had no need for such things, even if it concerned Xia Qingyan. Ahem. Regardless, he had no need for it. Without uttering a word, Subai quickly walked away, his cheeks still burning. Before long, he arrived at a herbal stall. The vendor was a wiry old man with a cunning glint in his eyes. Upon noticing Subai's approach, his eyes lit up. Young lad, take a look at my herbs. They are all top quality. Subai crouched down to inspect the offerings. He noticed that some of the herbs appeared fresh but emanated weak spiritual energy, clearly indicating insufficient age and not what he was seeking. After a brief glance, he prepared to leave. Observing Subai's intention to depart, the old man quickly lowered his voice. Young man, don't rush off. I possess some hidden treasures. With that, he retrieved a box from behind him and opened it. Upon opening, Subai discovered several blue herbs inside, their quality markedly superior to those previously seen. Unfortunately, they were still not the type he desired. Thus, he shook his head and stood up to leave. The old man, seeing this, hastily grasped Subai's clothing. "Young man, just take another look. I have more." Saying this, he pulled out a small gray cloth bag and carefully opened it, releasing a rich medicinal aroma. Intrigued, Subai crouched down once more. Inside the bag lay a purple herb, adorned with 3 peculiar patterns on its leaves, radiating strong spiritual energy. Seeing this, Subai's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart leaping with joy, for this was indeed one of the herbs he sought, the 3-pattern purple spirit mushroom. "How much for this, boss?" Subai inquired. The old man chuckled, extending 5 fingers and shaking them. 50,000. And I'll even throw in a special maintenance bottle." Subai frowned slightly. This price exceeded his expectations. In a legitimate herbal shop, 50,000 would be quite reasonable, but in the black market? Was he not better off purchasing from a proper shop? He suspected the old man was trying to take advantage of his youth. 20,000. After a moment's contemplation, Subai spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. No, 20,000 is far too little. This is a rare 3-striped purple spiritual mushroom. 45,000. It absolutely cannot be any less. Subai let out a cold chuckle. 25,000. Any more than that, and I shall take my leave. At these words, hesitation flickered across the old man's face, as he suddenly realized that this youthful, inexperienced young man was not easily deceived. Just then, a sharp voice pierced through the air. 40,000. I'll take that mushroom. Subai turned to see a striking young lady with an air of confidence. The old man's eyes gleamed as he looked at Subai, saying, "She's offering 40,000. If you don't raise your bid, I'll sell it to her." "No." Subai shook his head, preparing to depart. However, the young lady suddenly called out, "Stop." "Huh?" Subai was bewildered. He was somewhat puzzled, wondering whom he had offended. Hadn't he just conceded the purchase to her? Why was she stopping him? "Old man, package this herb nicely and give it to him," she declared, pointing imperiously at Subai. Subai was even more confused. "What do you mean? You buy it only to gift it to me?" He regarded her with suspicion. "What is your game? We seem to be strangers." The young lady, however, laughed melodiously. "Huh? This is my pleasure. You should take it." Subai furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, but ultimately accepted the 3-striped purple spiritual mushroom. "Thank you. I shall remember this kindness." He turned to leave, but the young lady called out to him once more, "Hey, what is your name?" Subai glanced back, but chose to ignore her and walked away. He felt that this woman must be somewhat unhinged. Nonetheless, free herbs were too tempting to pass up. He had just saved several thousand. Moreover, it was highly likely that he would not encounter this woman again. He chuckled to himself. What a fortunate stroke of luck. Chapter 35. Is this little lowly from the demon-human clan? Jiang City. In the alleys of the black market. After leaving the old man's stall, Subai continued to stroll around. He discovered that this place was vastly different from his previous life. The stalls he was familiar with were largely absent. This was quite normal, considering that, if memory served, his first visit to the black market in his previous life occurred in the 2nd year after his awakening. Yet now, it had barely been a week. Furthermore, a significant portion of the goods sold in the black market were, contraband. Thus, at least half of the stall owners were transient, arriving today and departing tomorrow, lacking any permanence. Fortunately, the black market had a VIP area. By paying a modest stall fee, one could secure a permanent spot. Items within this area were slightly pricier, yet their quality was assured, and everything was meticulously categorized. Of course, it wasn't just the stall owners who had to pay a fee. Even buyers were required to submit a deposit to enter. It was said that this practice helped maintain a certain degree of stability in the black market's business circle, but frankly, it was merely a scheme to extort money. "Young man, please pay the deposit over here." Upon reaching the entrance of the VIP area, Subai was halted. The imposing figure who blocked his path was a burly man with a face full of flesh. It was evident that failing to pay the deposit and attempting to enter would certainly result in a beating. Given that Subai was currently only at level 200, he was no match for the brute. "Scan to pay. It's 2,000 per person." Seeing Subai stop, the man displayed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Subai felt somewhat speechless. 2,000 per person was not a trivial sum. It could cover dozens of meals on Crazy Thursday. More importantly, regardless of who it was, each visit required a fresh payment. It was truly a ripoff. With no other option, Subai complied and scanned the code. "All right, you may enter. Remember, the information inside must not be disclosed. This is the rule. Otherwise," as he spoke, the man flexed his muscles ominously. Subai understood well that revealing inside information was not merely a matter of being beaten. It could lead to being hunted down. Once inside the black market's VIP area, Subai quickly located the herbal section. To his astonishment, the owner of this shop was a little lowly. She had a head of white hair, crimson eyes, and adorably small fangs. Even atop her head were 2 dark red horns. Upon sighting her, Subai was struck by a sudden realization. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain type of being, the demon race. In an instant, Subai felt his breath catch in his throat. He had not anticipated that the owner of this shop would be of the demon race. Moreover, judging by her appearance, she appeared to belong to a category he had encountered before. What was it called? Ah yes, the demon-human clan, the weakest among the demon races. It was said to have originated from the union of humans and demons, giving rise to the hybrid known as a demon-human. Though surprised internally, Subai quickly regained his composure on the surface. He knew all too well that in such a place, displaying excessive astonishment only invited trouble. The little loli gazed up at Subai with a hint of curiosity. Big brother, what would you like to buy? Her voice, though bright and clear, carried a peculiar resonance. This was a distinct characteristic of the demon race. Indeed, she was a demon. No, rather, she was a hybrid of both human and demon. Such hybrids were despised by both races, belonging to a category that garnered no favor from either side. Alas, the poor little girl must have had a difficult life. If only. Ahem. Subai cleared his throat and began selecting herbs. Meanwhile, he discreetly observed the little girl. He was quite intrigued by this demon-human hybrid. After approximately 5 minutes, Subai had selected his herbs. All right, that will be all. Please tally up the total. The demon-human lowly took the herbs and began counting the prices. Mulan Danghui grass, Ponyu leaves, fire dragon root, Tianqing grass, Wangshu flower, dragon bloodroot. Hello. The total comes to 160,000. After counting the price, the demon-human lowly cheerfully announced. Hearing this, Subai nodded slightly, understanding well. He considered this price quite reasonable. 12 types of herbs for less than 200,000. It was nearly half the price of a standard herbal shop. Subai retrieved his phone and scanned the code. Although 16,000 was a considerable amount, he could afford it. Subsequently, he stored all the herbs in his system backpack. Upon hearing the successful payment notification, the demon-human lowly's face broke into a radiant smile as she said to Subai, "Thank you, big brother. We look forward to your next visit." Subai remained silent, merely nodding gently. If given the choice, he would prefer not to return. This place felt somewhat intimidating for a level 200 novice like him. Here lies a realm inhabited by demons, and most notably, by the rare breed of half-demons. Should this information be divulged, heavens, I fear a multitude of affluent and powerful individuals would flock here, willing to pay a king's ransom to acquire this little girl. Treating her as a cherished pet, it is prudent to vacate this place hastily. Homeward bound I must go. In the rented abode, not long after, Subai hailed a cab and returned to his humble dwelling. The day's endeavors of slaying demonic creatures and perusing the black market had left him utterly exhausted. Thus, the first order of business upon his return was none other than a refreshing shower. However, scarcely had Subai stepped into the bathroom when his mobile phone, resting upon the bedside table, began to ring incessantly, like a harbinger of doom. Reluctantly, he wrapped himself in a towel and emerged from the bathroom. Upon glancing at his phone, he was taken aback to find it was none other than Xia Qingyan. As he answered the call, Xia Qingyan's playful voice resonated from the other end. "Hi there, little Su. Have you missed me?" Subai chuckled wryly. "Ah, Miss Xia. What brings you to seek my company?" With a charming pout, Xia Qingyan replied, "Haha, I wish to venture into the countryside for some training tomorrow. Would you accompany me?" At this, Subai inwardly lamented. "Sigh, very well." After a resigned exhale, he acquiesced. After all, one must pamper their own girlfriend. It wouldn't do to let someone else indulge her. "All right, Qingyan, let us settle on that. I'm currently in the midst of my shower. I'll be with you shortly." With that, he hastily ended the call and dashed back to the bathroom to continue his ablutions. At this moment, his spirits soared. After all, tomorrow he would once again be reunited with his beloved Yin-Yan, although the countryside training would be tiring. In less than 10 minutes, he finished his shower and plopped down onto his bed, ready to engage in the final task of the day, meditation and recuperation. Before long, he found himself in a meditative state. As the heaven-swallowing demon technique surged within him, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards him at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 608. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 889. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 937. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 767. Spiritual energy absorbed, experience 1425. Chapter 36, The Gem Car? Goodness, a wealthy heiress. The following morning, within the rented abode, a series of enthusiastic knocks reverberated through the air. "Subai, rise and shine. I have arrived." As dawn broke, Subai remained in a meditative posture on his bed, but the abrupt knocking startled him. It was needless to surmise. The owner of the voice could only be Xia Qingyan. After all, he had promised her to accompany her for training in the suburbs. Slowly, Subai opened his eyes, a resigned smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated Xia Qingyan would arrive so early. After a brief session of meditation, he concluded his practice and swiftly descended from the bed, making his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Xia Qingyan clad in a white casual sports outfit, adorned with a light blue cap. Her eyes sparkled like stars, radiating youthful vitality and exuberance. Her high nose bridge complemented her cherry-like lips, which were slightly pouted, and her cheeks bore a faint blush, as if she had just engaged in exercise. "Hi, Subai. Are you awake? Shall we prepare?" Upon seeing the door ajar, Xia Qingyan stepped inside without hesitation. "No need." Subai chuckled, shaking his head. Having practiced throughout the night, he had not slept at all, thus he was hardly in need of freshening up. "Hee. I trained all night and leveled up twice. Then let us be off." With that, Xia Qingyan seized Subai's hand and began to lead him downstairs. Wait. I haven't closed the door yet." Subai, bemused, wondered what had gotten into her today. Her excitement was palpable. Reluctantly, Xia Qingyan released him. With a soft click, Subai locked the door securely. "All right, Qingyan, let us depart." He naturally took her hand once more as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Subai was taken aback to see a deep crimson gem car parked outside. "Wow, Yin, look, a gem car," Subai exclaimed, pointing in astonishment. This was indeed a luxury sports car. By Blue Star's current market value, it must be worth at least 10 million. Cough, cough. I wish I could own one too. But alas, I have yet to obtain a driver's license. With a soft giggle, Xia Qingyan covered her mouth and quietly produced a key from her pocket. Then, before Subai's astonished gaze, she pressed the button. Vroom vroom. The gem car responded with a resonant roar. "Hee. Are you envious? This is mine. Hop in." With that, Xia Qingyan confidently strode towards the driver's seat, effortlessly opening the left door and sliding into the car with practiced ease. Witnessing this scene, Subai was rendered speechless. Although he had long been aware of Xia Qingyan's affluent background, belonging to one of the most prestigious families in Magic City, he had not anticipated her family wealth to extend so far as to gift a luxury car to a high school graduate. Moreover, it seemed likely that this was not her first luxury vehicle. Perhaps it was her third, fourth, fifth, or even sixth. It truly was infuriating how some people seemed to effortlessly glide through life. No wonder Xia Qingyan had so easily ascended to the status of Empress in her past life. It was evident she had an entire family backing her. One could only ponder why, with the countless SSS-level awakeners over the millennium, there were but a handful of Emperor-level powers. "Subai, get in." Inside the car, Xia Qingyan rolled down the window, smiling at him. "All right." Subai snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened the passenger door, settling into the seat. The interior was suffused with a familiar, delicate fragrance, Xia Qingyan's signature scent. Once he was inside, Xia Qingyan suddenly slammed her foot down on the accelerator, and the sports car surged forward like a roaring beast. With her gaze firmly fixed on the road ahead, she proclaimed loudly, "Subai, you promised me yesterday. You cannot back out today." Subai chuckled resignedly. "Huh? When have I ever gone back on my word?" "But, Yin, are you sure you can handle driving this fast?" With a confident lilt, Xia Qingyan replied, "Oh, please. This is nothing. You can trust my driving skills." After she finished speaking, she unexpectedly pressed the accelerator all the way down. In an instant, the car surged forward several hundred meters. Startled, Subai hurriedly grasped the chair beside him. It was then that he realized that Xia Qingyan's vehicle was actually equipped with a new type of spiritual energy drive. This car did not run on conventional fuel, but rather on spiritual energy. What Xia Qingyan had pressed was not the accelerator, but the spiritual energy propulsion system. The speed escalated rapidly, and the scenery outside swiftly receded. As Subai watched the landscape whizzing past the window, he felt a slight thrill at first, but his heart held no trace of anxiety. After all, he was a level 210 awakened being. Moreover, Xia Qingyan was the possessor of the Ice Phoenix sacred body. In any case, they had already ventured beyond the realm of ordinary humans. If an accident were to occur, the worst they would face would be minor injuries. However, at such a high speed, the car would undoubtedly be totaled. Yet, there was an indescribable sense of joy swelling within him. Xia Qingyan had always been so well-behaved in his presence. Who would have thought she harbored such a wild side? How rare. About 10 minutes later, Xia Qingyan executed a flawless drift and brought the car to a steady stop beside a caution line. Inside the vehicle, Subai stared at the nearby abyssal rift. Utterly speechless. "What the hell? You're telling me we came to the outskirts for training and ended up hunting monsters again? I spent all afternoon yesterday grinding. I was about to be sick of it. Can't I just stay out of this?" "Subai, get out of the car. This is the place." After coming to a halt, Xia Qingyan turned around to smile at Subai. Hearing her words, Subai fell silent for a moment. "Oh, all right then." With no other choice, he unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan eagerly got out as well and continued, "Hee, we arrived. We must have a bountiful harvest today." Subai nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. "Haha, naturally." Once outside, Xia Qingyan moved to the rear of the car, opened the trunk, retrieved some gear, and handed Subai a portion of it. "Take this shield scroll. It could save your life in a critical moment." Subai quickly accepted it, roughly shoving it into his pocket. "All right, but you must be careful as well." Chapter 37. Pinnacle of Tier 3 SSS level monsters. In the outskirts. After distributing the equipment, Subai led Xia Qingyan to the station personnel to register their information before swiftly entering the rift. Upon entering the abyssal fissure, Subai realized that this place was actually a gathering point for Tier 3 to Tier 4 monsters. Gazing at the monstrous bear before him, Subai was momentarily at a loss for words. It should be noted that he required the assistance of both Luo Yao and Luo Xingyu to slay a single Tier 3 monster. Xia Qingyan was quite bold to have brought him to a rift of this caliber. Contemplating for a moment, Subai cast a basic insight spell at the bear. Name, Mutated Demon Bear, Demonized. Level, 303. Quality, B, Tier 3. Health points, 1, 763, 645. Magic points, 115, 678. Physical attack, 26, 978. Spell attack, 9, 680. Physical defense, 16, 967. Magic defense, 13, 469. Skill 1, Demon Bear Roar. Skill 2, Demon Bear Charge. Skill 3, Falling from the Sky. Description, a pitiful creature afflicted by demonic powers. Oh dear, quite a formidable foe. A freshly minted Tier 3 monster. This shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Just as Subai was lost in thought, Xia Qingyan made her move. Whoosh whoosh. Subai watched as a confident smile graced Xia Qingyan's lips, her right hand forming a scissor shape as she elegantly cast a yellow talisman with a special effect at the bear. Boom. Critical hit. Special. 306, 982. The talisman struck the bear swiftly, exploding upon contact. The blow took nearly 1/6 of the bear's health. Huh. It didn't die? Seeing that the bear was merely injured, Xia Qingyan let out a soft gasp. She had thought that one strike would be enough to annihilate the bear. This talisman was something she had brought from home. A remarkably powerful Tier 3 intermediate attack talisman. Roar. The demon bear was enraged, bellowing loudly at the two of them. In response, Subai immediately drew out Fate's Judgment. Simultaneously, he called out to Xia Qingyan. Qingyan, do you have any more talismans of this type? How about I draw its attention while you look for an opportunity to strike again? With that, Subai charged towards the bear before it could react, executing a dazzling sword technique known as Shadow Sword. This swordplay was a powerful martial art he had comprehended during his previous life upon breaking through to level 7. It was not a skill per se, but rather a magnificent sword technique characterized by its swift attacks. Not only that, but as Subai unleashed Shadow Sword against the bear, he simultaneously activated a special active skill. Chi Sword. Skill, Chi Sword. Level, A. Type, Active Skill. Effect, consumes a small amount of spiritual energy, causing the next sword attack against the selected enemy to deal an additional 200 points of sword energy damage. Consumption, 1 maximum magic point. Cooldown, 1 second. With the execution of Shadow Sword, Subai's swift sword energy forced the bear to stagger back, leaving several deep wounds upon its tough hide. However, it remained robust and formidable. Humph. Watch this. Thunderfire Talisman. With a light scoff, Xia Qingyan waved her delicate hand, and a purple Thunderfire Talisman appeared, as if it were free to her, launching into the air and transforming into bolts of lightning directed at the bear. Boom, boom, boom. Electric Shock. Critical hit. Weak point, 202, 309. Electric Shock. Critical hit. Weak point, 263, 909. Electric Shock. Critical hit. Weak point, 273, 609. Electric Shock. Critical hit. Weak point, 214, 695. In mere moments, the demon bear was left charred and blackened, transforming into a succulent roasted bear meat delicacy. As the bear collapsed, subtitles appeared before the two. Experience points 1, 034, 568, Subai. Experience points 2, 346, 853, Xia Qingyan. Shimmering gold lights flashed as both of them leveled up several times simultaneously. Subai exclaimed, "Did you just kill it in seconds? Wow, that's incredible." Xia Qingyan clapped her hands, looking proudly at Subai. Hee, what do you think? Am I impressive? Subai helplessly nodded. You truly astonish me. Indeed. The power of money is remarkable. After simply chopping the demon bear's carcass into chunks and retrieving them into the system backpack, the two prepared to delve deeper and continue their exploration. The two individuals continued their descent into the depths of the chasm, and as they ventured further, Subai discerned that the aura of the surrounding demonic creatures grew increasingly potent. Vigilantly scanning the vicinity, he whispered to Xia Qingyan, "Qingyan, your talisman is indeed formidable. Yet we must not let our guard down. There may be more formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan immediately flashed a playful smile, exclaiming, "Hee. Worry not, my dear. I possess a keen sense of judgment." As she spoke, she patted her proud bosom with conviction, observing the pristine white of her chest. Subai rubbed his forehead, pondering whether she truly grasped the gravity of their situation. After proceeding deeper for several minutes, a low, thunderous growl suddenly resonated from ahead, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble. Reacting instinctively, Subai and Xia Qingyan exchanged a grave glance, each detecting a hint of seriousness in the other's eyes. Shortly thereafter, a three-headed hellhound emerged slowly from the shadows, each head emanating a distinct hue. One as fiery red as flame, another as icy blue as frost, and the last as dark as the deepest night. What is this? Xia Qingyan gasped, unfamiliar with the creature. Yet, Su Bai blurted out, a three-headed hellhound. I've encountered this creature in my past life. A variant of the abyssal breed. With a serious expression, Su Bai cast an insight spell. Name, three-headed hellhound, abyssal variant. Level, 399 quality, SSS, tier, 3, in the midst of a breakthrough. Health points, 8. 378, 963, mana points, 893, 236, physical attack, 99, 375, spell attack, 120, 963, physical defense, 72, 345, magical defense, 97. 563 skill 1. Ice Fire Black Flame. The three heads simultaneously unleash a conflagration of intertwined fire and ice, with the fire dealing 600 points of magical damage and the ice inflicting 400 points while possessing a 30 chance to freeze the target for 5 seconds. Skill 2. Triple Bite. The Hellhound employs its three heads to execute a biting attack, each inflicting 350 points of physical damage with a 15 chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing 250 of normal damage. If all three heads simultaneously strike a single target, it triggers a grievous wounding effect, causing the target to lose 15 points of maximum health and reducing physical defense by 20 for 10 seconds. Skill 3. Hellish Gaze. The central head opens its enormous eye, emanating a gaze of hellish power that locks onto enemies within a 50-meter radius, instilling fear for 10 seconds and reducing their hit rate, attack, and defense by 30, while dealing 500 points of mental damage. Skill 4. Stealth Attack. Utilizing surrounding shadows or terrain, the Hellhound can rapidly conceal itself, entering a state of ambush with a 250 increase in movement speed, striking with a mixed damage of 450 physical and 300 magical upon closing within 10 meters, also forcing a 25-second stun. Skill 5. Abyssal Creature. As a unique entity birthed from the depths of the abyss, the Hellhound receives a 30 boost to all attributes. Description: a special malevolent creature conceived in the depths of the abyss. After perusing the attributes of the three-headed Hellhound, Su Bai inhaled sharply. This is astonishing. We've encountered a peak SSS level creature of tier 3, a variant of the Hellhound. How could this be? What are we to do? A low growl echoed as the Hellhound advanced slowly, its piercing gaze exuding an overwhelming pressure, as if to say, "Humans, why do you trespass upon my territory?" Observing its eyes, Su Bai surmised that it had likely attained an intelligence not inferior to that of a human. Chapter 38. The Rampaging Empress, rending tier 4 beasts. Within the chasm, Su Bai took a deep breath and charged at the three-headed Hellhound, the blade of his fate's judgment, shimmering with a faint golden light. "Behold the sword," he cried, casting Shadow Blade, unleashing a barrage of sword energies that rapidly soared toward the Hellhound. The blue head of the Hellhound opened wide, exhaling a torrent of ice-blue flames that collided with Su Bai's sword shadows. With a resounding boom, Su Bai was jolted back several steps, experiencing a tingling sensation in his arm. In contrast, the Hellhound remained unscathed, letting out a furious roar as it lunged towards Su Bai. In that critical moment, Xia Qingyan launched another talisman, this time one radiating with a spectrum of colors. Its high tier was immediately apparent from its vibrant hues. The talisman transformed mid-air into a luminous barrier, shielding Su Bai. Thud. Rebounding. 106, 587. The three-headed Hellhound crashed into the barrier, sent stumbling back. What a chance. Su Bai's eyes brightened as he swiftly maneuvered to the side of the Hellhound, activating the Chi Sword skill while simultaneously unleashing a series of more ferocious sword techniques. Sword Movement of the Nine Heavens. Skill: Sword Movement of the Nine Heavens. Level: SSS. Type: Active Skill. Effect: Consumes a moderate amount of spiritual energy to summon the power of nameless divine swords from the heavens, executing 9 powerful sword strikes against all enemies in the vicinity, each inflicting 1,000 points of physical damage with a 50 chance to bypass enemy defenses and shields, immobilizing targets in a force stun for 15 seconds. If struck again during the stun, damage taken is increased by 20. Consumption: 20 maximum mana points. Cooldown: 60 minutes. As Su Bai unleashed Sword Movement of the Nine Heavens, 9 ethereal swords of various colors and forms emerged in the sky. With formidable force, they descended upon the three-headed Hellhound. The first strike rendered the beast momentarily stunned. The subsequent strikes rained down, causing it to howl in agony. By the time the ninth sword fell, the Hellhound was grievously wounded, blood streaming from numerous gashes. At first glance, it seemed near its end. However, just as both anticipated the battle's conclusion, a flash of crimson light surged forth. The three-headed Hellhound, right before their eyes, instantaneously ascended from Tier 3 to Tier 4. In an instant, its injuries healed significantly. Now, Su Bai found himself devoid of a second SSS level skill. The newly empowered three-headed Hellhound was utterly enraged. All three heads unleashed ice fire black flame, sending a torrent of formidable energy surging towards Su Bai and Xia Qingyan. In that moment, they felt as though the very air around them had transformed into a chaotic blend of scorching heat and frigid cold, as if they were ensnared in a hellish inferno. Xia Qingyan gritted her teeth, hesitating for a brief moment before swiftly retrieving a small box radiating a golden glow from her bag. Upon opening the box, she discovered a crystal-clear elixir within. Without a hint of hesitation, she swallowed the potion whole, and a golden aura enveloped her, instantly amplifying her strength. Beast, witness my might. Ice Phoenix descends. Xia Qingyan shouted as she unleashed her ultimate power. With her proclamation, she transformed into a towering giant, standing 20 meters tall. Good heavens! Qingyan. Su Bai was left speechless, astonished that Xia Qingyan had been compelled to unleash her full potential. This must be her unique talent skill. Divine Ice Phoenix descends, right? If memory serves, the maximum transformation could reach a 1,000-meter avatar, and she received a staggering 150-fold enhancement to all attributes. What then does her current 20-meter stature imply? A 3-fold increase? Or perhaps 10-fold? This is utterly terrifying. How could she, barely at the second stage, wield such a skill? As these thoughts raced through Su Bai's mind, he inadvertently noticed that Xia Qingyan was wearing a pair of cute pink and white shorts today, which seemed to be slightly revealing. Oh dear, he could even catch a glimpse of a faint outline. Ahem. Fortunately, her clothing expanded along with her form, preventing any unfortunate mishaps. All the necessary areas remained covered. Qingyan, go for it. Tear it apart. Su Bai, feeling powerless, could only cheer from below while also enjoying the delightful scenery. Xia Qingyan nodded earnestly and took a giant step forward, instantly standing before the three-headed hellhound. The hellhound, dwarfed by her size, appeared utterly bewildered. Was this truly a human? How dare it lose focus? Xia Qingyan issued a low growl and seized the hellhound by its head. With a brutal tearing sound, she ripped it apart. A torrent of dark, unidentifiable liquid gushed forth. The hellhound howled in agony, but alas, it was no match for Xia Qingyan. This skill was nothing short of cheating. Wow, you really tore it apart by hand. That's incredible. Even Su Bai, watching from below, broke into a cold sweat, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was too violent. I must capture this rare moment for posterity. With that thought, Su Bai quickly pulled out his phone. Click, click, click. He snapped several photos in quick succession. Just as Su Bai reveled in his photography, the three-headed hellhound suddenly unleashed its final surge of power, breaking free from Xia Qingyan's grasp. Once liberated, its already massive body swelled dramatically, towering like a small mountain. Oh no, Xia Qingyan exclaimed. The hellhound unleashed a torrent of flames infused with dark magic, racing towards her at lightning speed. Boom. Yet, in an astonishing twist, the impact dealt 0 damage to Xia Qingyan. Phew. Observing this, Su Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing to worry about. She was impervious. This skill of Qingyan's was truly terrifying. The hellhound, realizing its attack had failed, revealed a glimmer of fear in its eyes. Yet, it remained undeterred. Its 3 heads simultaneously howling at the heavens. The surrounding space began to warp ominously. Su Bai's heart sank. He sensed that this distortion might herald a forbidden-level spell. However, Xia Qingyan remained unfazed, her fists clenched as a colossal Ice Phoenix apparition emerged behind her, charging towards the hellhound. Critical hit. Lethal. Instant kill. Divine power. 25,083. 456 damage. The strike dealt an astonishing 25 million points of damage, obliterating the hellhound in an instant. Such immense damage could easily overwhelm even a typical 4th-tier beast, let alone a standard 5th-tier one. Chapter 39, Sisterly Bonds? You must be having a blast. Deep within the abyssal rift, with Xia Qingyan's final strike, the three-headed hellhound collapsed. Before the two of them, a notification appeared. Experience points, 6, 234, 685, Su Bai. Experience points, 7, 786, 902, Xia Qingyan. Golden light flashed once more, and both of them ascended several levels in an instant. Su Bai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and turned to Xia Qingyan. I truly owe this victory to you. Xia Qingyan smiled in return. Of course. Just look at who I am. Her voice boomed like thunder, leaving Su Bai's ears ringing. All right, Qingyan, you should revert to your normal form. Just look at you. You've grown so large that you're practically exposed. As he spoke, Su Bai shamelessly pointed at her lower half. Xia Qingyan paused, momentarily perplexed. Upon realizing what he meant, she shouted in alarm and quickly covered herself. Simultaneously, she dispelled the giant form's effect. In a flash of blue light, she returned to her normal size. Teleporting in front of Su Bai, fuming. Su Bai, you must take responsibility. She was still an innocent young lady, and after transforming, she had been put on display. Su Bai, you must take full responsibility. She resolved that this skill should be used sparingly in the future. The previously invisible gaps had become nearly transparent in her enlarged state. Upon hearing the word responsibility, Su Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Responsibility? Sure. No problem, Mua. He then made a playful kissing gesture towards Xia Qingyan. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan gagged. Ugh. How come I never noticed before that you could be so disgusting? Humph. I'm done playing. Let us head back now. With that, she stormed towards the exit in a huff. Watching her in exasperation, Subai sighed. Oh, why are you in such a hurry? Before long, the two of them reached the exit of the rift together. Suddenly, Xia Qingyan halted, her excitement bubbling over as she turned to Subai. Subai, I've discovered a significant issue. Huh, what issue? Subai inquired, puzzled. Look, I've leveled up to over 300, she exclaimed, revealing her character panel. Nickname, Phoenix Empress, Xia Qingyan. Level, 306, 59. Tier, 3rd. Class, None. Talent, Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. Health, 10, 299, 631, 029, 963. Magic, 640, 686, 640, 686. Physique, 5, 546. Spirit, 8, 579. Intelligence, 12, 146. Strength, 4, 546. Endurance, 5, 346. Agility, 4, 246. Physical attack, 9660. Magical attack, 27806. Physical defense, 14365. Magical defense, 30550. Physical accuracy, 100. Magical accuracy, 120. Physical evasion, 10. Magical evasion, 15. Physical critical, 10. Magical critical, 20. Physical lifesteal, 10. Magical lifesteal, 30. Physical penetration, 10. Magical penetration, 10. Equipment, Silver Phoenix earrings. Skills, Ice Explosion, Healing and Sight. Indeed, you are truly impressive, Subai casually remarked. Though his words were dismissive, he was genuinely astonished. It is worth noting that before entering, Xia Qingyan had barely reached level 100. Goodness, after just a brief stroll, you have ascended to level 306. However, what sort of name is that? Phoenix Emperor? Sovereign? What is it? Do you aspire to be an emperor? Humph. What an audacious tone you have. Look at yourself. Xia Qingyan felt somewhat displeased with Subai's attitude. Subai was at a loss for words, yet still revealed his stats. Nickname, Fate Emperor, Subai. Level, 338, 16. Rank, Tier 3. Profession, Ruler of Destiny, Autobound. Talent, Choice of Fate, Autobound. Life, 17212691721 Magic, 740636740636. Constitution, 13546. Spirit, 12346. Intelligence, 12146. Strength, 16546. Endurance, 11346. Agility, 13246. Physical attack, 37360. Magical attack, 23806. Physical defense, 17365. Magical defense, 18550. Physical accuracy, 100. Magical accuracy, 100. Physical evasion, 30. Magical evasion, 25. Physical critical, 20. Magical critical, 20. Physical lifesteal, 20. Magical lifesteal, 20. Physical penetration, 20. Magical penetration, 20. Equipment, Judgment of Fate. Skills, Spirit Sword, Sword Movement of 9 Heavens, Shadow Clone. Upon witnessing Subai's panel, Xia Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Wow, how is this possible? She found it utterly incomprehensible. Clearly, they were both newly awakened beings who had just surpassed level 300. Why were Subai's base attributes so extraordinarily high? It should be noted that after returning home yesterday morning, she had secretly consumed several high-grade potions to enhance her base attributes. How could there be such a vast difference between them? Logically speaking, hers should have been stronger at the same level, right? Observing Xia Qingyan's astonishment, Subai felt a surge of satisfaction within, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. What is so astonishing about it? Perhaps my profession and talent are rather unique, so. What do you say? Am I impressive or not? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan furrowed her brows, fixating her gaze upon him. Unique? Yours is excessively unique. Even if your profession and talent are special, it shouldn't account for such a significant disparity. Are you concealing something from me? Perhaps you obtained some extraordinary item or treasure. What did you do yesterday afternoon? As soon as these words left her lips, Subai fell into a state of silence. He certainly couldn't confess that after parting ways with her yesterday, he ventured into the 18th Abyssal Rift and fortuitously rescued a pair of sisters, only to later explore the black market. Moreover, he could never admit that he had actually consumed a divine power pill rewarded by the system. Having concocted a narrative in his mind, Subai began to fabricate. Alright, I'll be honest, after we parted ways yesterday, I ventured into the 18th Abyssal Rift for training, during which I saved a pair of sisters, and in gratitude, they gifted me a rather powerful pill. I believe the pill is called the Divine Power Pill. After consuming it, my base attributes significantly improved. Haha, his words were a blend of truth and falsehood, and he trusted she wouldn't discern the inconsistencies. However, Xia Qingyan's brow furrowed even deeper. Her attention swiftly shifted. Huh, what did you say? A pair of sisters? Sister flowers? How wonderful. I just left this morning, and you're already flirting with someone in the afternoon. And they are sisters? You must be having quite a good time, huh? Chapter 40. I've been kissed again. Within the abyssal rift. Upon hearing this, Subai felt his head throbbing. He hastily began to clarify. It's not what you think. Let me explain. There was nothing between the three of us. Allow me to elaborate. 200 words omitted here. Those sisters merely expressed their gratitude for my rescue, and after giving me the pill, they departed. I assure you, there was truly nothing between us. You are the most important person in my heart. Subai spoke earnestly, yet internally he felt a pang of guilt. Although he and Luo Yao and Luo Xingyu had indeed shared nothing, the divine power pill was not a gift from them. He had lied. Observing Subai's expression, Xia Qingyan's demeanor grew complex. She believed there was nothing between Subai and those sisters. Yet, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Acting on a sudden impulse, she stepped forward, embraced Subai tightly, and kissed him directly on the lips. Subai was caught off guard by the ambush, momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and embraced Xia Qingyan tightly. Within the abyssal rift, the two shared a passionate kiss. This kiss lasted nearly 2 minutes. After their lips parted, Xia Qingyan's eyes glistened with a hint of redness. Subai, you can only belong to me. Do you understand? Subai gazed at her, nodding earnestly. Yes. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan suddenly burst into laughter, dispelling the tension in the air in an instant. Yet, Subai noticed that her brow would occasionally furrow slightly. Subai raised an eyebrow, voicing his curiosity. Yin, are you hiding something from me? Xia Qingyan hesitated for a moment before finally lowering her head and softly murmuring. Subai, do you know? I'm about to return to the demon capital. I don't want to leave you, which is why I was so upset just now. Upon hearing this, a wave of melancholy washed over Subai. Nevertheless, he mustered his spirits to comfort Xia Qingyan. It's all right, Yin. The demon capital isn't far, we can still keep in touch. And there will always be opportunities to meet again. However, Xia Qingyan shook her head despondently. I know, but I simply can't bear to part with you. Subai fell silent. Observing this, Xia Qingyan smiled. All right. Let us not dwell on this. Let us hurry and get out. She then took Subai's hand. And together they exited the rift. After departing from the abyssal rift, the two once again registered their information before crossing the forbidden line directly to the magnificent gem-colored sports car. Upon unlocking the vehicle, Xia Qingyan took the lead in occupying the driver's seat. Get in, she called, rolling down the window and flashing a smile at Subai. All right, Subai nodded, making his way around to the passenger side. After fastening their seatbelts, Xia Qingyan ignited the engine, and the car surged forward like a wild stallion freed from restraint. Within half an hour, Subai and Xia Qingyan returned to Subai's rented apartment. Without lingering, Xia Qingyan planned to head straight home to gather her belongings before rushing back to the Xia family in Magic City. However, just as she opened the door to the apartment, her stomach audibly protested. Although the sound was not loud, in the confines of the small room, it resonated distinctly. Hearing it, Subai couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, it seems someone's stomach is more honest than her words. Xia Qingyan's cheeks flushed crimson. She shyly placed a hand on her stomach, explaining, I rushed out this morning and haven't eaten since. Subai shook his head with a smile. It's all right. But since we're right at home, why not grab some lunch before you leave? I know a fantastic noodle shop nearby that guarantees you'll crave for more. Xia Qingyan hesitated for a moment. However, feeling the pangs of hunger, and knowing this might be her last meal with Subai in Jiang City, she felt reluctant. After a brief pause, she agreed. All right, but let us make it quick. I'm worried my mother will be anxious. Then she added, I want to eat your grilled meat. At her words, Subai instantly beamed with delight. Sure, don't worry, we'll make it quick. He promptly headed to the kitchen, skillfully retrieving the grill, then extracted some magic bear meat from his system backpack. Grilling. Once it was ready, Subai called out cheerfully, Yin, it's done. Come and eat. Okay. Xia Qingyan nodded and made her way to the kitchen. Since their last meal together at the Education Bureau with Subai and Director Xin Xingyao, she had been unable to forget that delectable flavor. It was truly a feast for the senses, rivaling the finest ingredients she had savored at the Xia household years prior. Yin, here is the bear leg meat. This is a delicacy. Xia Qingyan accepted the bear leg meat and took a hearty bite. Delicious. Subai, you should eat too. A single mouthful left her with grease adorning her lips. Haha. Subai chuckled helplessly, a fond smile gracing his face. Later, he retrieved a roll of paper towels from beside the bed in the bedroom and returned to the kitchen, offering it to Xia Qingyan. She took the paper towel, wiped her mouth, and gazed at Subai with affection. Subai, if you opened a restaurant with your skills, it would surely thrive. Haha. Subai laughed heartily at her words. They conversed and laughed as they ate, the atmosphere becoming increasingly warm. Before long, they had nearly finished the grilled meat. Xia Qingyan glanced at the time, a hint of urgency creeping in. Subai, time flies. I really have to go. Subai felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained an air of calm. Let me see you off then. However, Xia Qinyan shook her head with a smile. No need. She stood and walked towards the door. Goodbye, little Su. While I'm away, remember to behave. If I find out next time that you're with other girls, you'll be in for it. As she spoke, she playfully threatened Su Bai with a light punch. Chapter 41. Su Bai's Pressure Cooker Alchemy Theory. Su Bai's mother, Mu Ran, the Eternal One. Rented apartment. Click. Sigh. After Xia Qinyan departed, Su Bai promptly closed the door. For reasons unknown. He felt an unexpected sense of relief. He knew that Xia Qinyan was not one to be trifled with. In her transformed state, a single punch could send him flying. Thus, the notion of indulging in fantasies of being surrounded by beauties was better left as mere thoughts. With Xia Qinyan returning home, it would be a considerable time before they could meet again. What was he to do next? With her sudden departure, Su Bai's mind went blank. Honestly, since his rebirth, he had spent nearly every moment with Xia Qinyan. Now, with her abrupt exit from Jiang City back to Magic City, he felt an unsettling emptiness, struggling to adjust. Perhaps he could refine some pills? However, his current level was insufficient for externalizing spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, spiritual energy, spiritual energy. Was he truly going to resort to that method? Could a pressure cooker actually work? Indeed, this was the very idea he had pondered earlier. Using a pressure cooker to concoct elixirs. Having refined numerous pills in his past life, he had formulated his own principles. Generally speaking, the process of alchemy involves using spiritual energy to generate a special flame, melting the medicinal ingredients, and allowing various medicinal properties to merge under the influence of spiritual energy, ultimately forming a pill. In essence, the role of spiritual energy encompasses two primary functions. Firstly, generating flames. Secondly, merging medicinal properties. The fundamental purpose of producing flames is to achieve high temperatures for melting the ingredients, and high temperatures can indeed be substituted with various means. For instance, household appliances like pressure cookers or microwaves. Naturally, a pressure cooker can only provide temperature. It cannot melt the ingredients. But this issue is not insurmountable. Simply pulverizing them into juice will suffice. His true dilemma, however, lay in one aspect, the merging of medicinal properties, and this necessitated the use of spiritual energy. Over the years, he had distilled a fundamental law of alchemy. The fusion of medicinal properties cannot be divorced from spiritual energy. Spiritual energy serves as the optimal medium for the amalgamation of medicinal properties. Su Clan's alchemy method. Furthermore, as an awakener's tier increases, the quality of their spiritual energy rises, typically resulting in stronger fusion effects. Consequently, the quality and efficacy of the pills produced would also be enhanced. Hence, it is safe to say that alchemists are predominantly high-tier awakeners. At the very least, they must be fourth-tier awakeners capable of externalizing spiritual energy. In conclusion, it is far better to offend a ninth-tier powerhouse than to provoke a seventh-grade alchemist. After all, this seventh-grade alchemist might very well be a certain emperor. Indeed, as far as Su Bai was aware, among the existing emperors in Huaxia, there was one with a rank as high as the imperial grade, a top-tier alchemist. Moreover, that emperor had taken on a rather unique disciple. Well, that disciple was likely a seventh-grade alchemist at present. More importantly, they were also a figure of great influence among the human emperors. In his previous life, during a venture into the Eternal Trial Tower in the imperial capital, Su Bai had the fortune of catching a glimpse of that emperor. However, the human emperor was notoriously enigmatic. At that time, he had merely seen a distant silhouette. And furthermore, the emperor had donned a veil of misty purple, obscuring their true visage. However, one thing is certain, that emperor is a female. To return to the main topic, Su Bai's lips curled slightly as he flipped his right hand. 9 small medicine pouches, red and white in color, suddenly appeared in his palm. This peculiar item was the spirit essence powder he had received during his recent 10 consecutive draws. Ahem. To be honest, when he first saw it in the system's backpack, he was quite bewildered. The name clearly indicated spirit essence powder, yet it turned out to be contained within a pouch. If he hadn't known better, he might have thought it was an actual medicine. With a gentle shake, he could hear the sound of little particles colliding inside. If his guess was correct, it contained the spirit essence powder. Yes, small particles of spiritual energy. The system's creations are indeed remarkable. Su Bai made his way to the kitchen, where he found a large bowl and placed the herbs within. Subsequently, he picked up a small wooden stick to use as a pestle, beginning the laborious task of grinding the various herbs into juice. Before long, the herbs had transformed into a melange of colorful juices and fragments, exuding a rather peculiar aroma. What on earth is this? It smells utterly foul. Wrinkling his nose at the scent, Su Bai began to doubt whether this concoction could actually be consumed. However, there was no alternative. The herbs had already been pulverized into liquid form. Thus, he steeled himself to continue. Next, Su Bai carefully twisted open the red and white pouches, pouring all the granulated spiritual energy into the bowl. Based on his experience, the amount should be just right. After completing this task, he set the bowl aside and placed a pressure cooker on the stove. He opened the lid and poured the herbal juice into the pot. With great caution, he adjusted the heat to set the pressure cooker to work. As time passed, The temperature inside the cooker gradually increased, causing the herbal juice to boil continuously, while the little particles of spiritual energy began to liquefy, and before long, they had all vaporized. Subai attentively monitored the pressure cooker, occasionally adjusting the temperature to ensure the herbal juice could fully integrate under the influence of the spiritual energy. After a period of simmering, he finally turned off the heat and allowed the pressure cooker to cool naturally. When the pressure was released, he opened the lid to be greeted by a rich aroma of medicine wafting forth. Goodness, I can't believe it actually worked. How astonishing. Upon seeing the elixir, Subai revealed a satisfied smile. Prior to this, he had merely intended to experiment. He had mentally prepared himself for the waste of materials. Yet, to his surprise, it had truly succeeded. However, the appearance of this elixir was rather unappealing. It resembled a lump and was likely only a semi-finished product. If nothing else, its potency was sure to be weak. Nevertheless, for Subai, this was already quite remarkable. After all, in his past life, he had never heard of anyone successfully refining a pill before reaching the 4th tier. Could this be the dawn of a new era in Blue Star? Yet, the method was not advisable. Lacking resources at home, attempting it was ill-advised. The elixir produced not only had diminished potency, but was also prone to failure. Subai removed the elixir from the pot and set it aside to cool. He understood that although this elixir appeared unremarkable, it would suffice. At the very least, this gold-and-silver herbal elixir, when consumed, would grant immunity to toxins for those at the 2nd tier and even below the 3rd. After some contemplation, Subai retrieved a metal spoon from a nearby chopstick holder, carefully scooping a spoonful and placing it in his mouth. Chapter 42. Little Susie, you're quite deep. In the kitchen, he mused. The taste is rather pleasant. As Subai chewed on the elixir, he nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, since it was crafted using a pressure cooker, its potency was significantly weaker than usual, allowing for a remarkably smooth absorption without the painful impact on his meridians. Instead, it transformed into a warm flow upon entering his stomach, revitalizing his entire being. It felt warm and comfortable. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Subai's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw that it was a video call from Xia Qingyan. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai promptly answered. Once connected, he noticed that Xia Qingyan had returned home, sitting on the edge of her bed, her face radiant with a smile. At first glance, her room was adorned in an exceedingly adorable style. Subai observed that even the walls were painted in a soft pastel pink, reminiscent of cherry blossom petals in full bloom, creating a cozy atmosphere throughout the room. On the wall behind the bed where she sat, there hung a large image of an anime girl in a bikini. Subai found it somewhat familiar. It seemed to be a character from a game he had played long ago, perhaps named Alicia. Beneath Xia Qingyan, the bed was a white European-style mattress, adorned with sheets featuring cute animal patterns, where playful kittens and bunnies frolicked, instantly lifting one's spirits. On either side of the bed stood exquisite little nightstands. The left nightstand held a delicate smart crystal lamp, its crystal pendants refracting colorful light under the glow, resembling stars that had fallen into the room, clearly indicating a hefty price tag. As he shifted his gaze to the right, Subai noticed a small colorful frame beside the lamp, which contained a photo of Xia Qingyan and himself, taken at an unknown time. Qingyan, you there? Subai opened his mouth to inquire. However, before he could finish, Xia Qingyan interrupted. Subai, what are you chewing on? She asked, her expression filled with confusion. Eating an elixir, he replied, moving his phone to show the pressure cooker. What is that? So disgusting. Ugh. After a gagging sound, Xia Qingyan swiftly ended the call. Subai? Hearing Xia Qingyan's words, Subai's face immediately darkened. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration wash over him. The elixir he had painstakingly crafted was deemed disgusting by Xia Qingyan. Thus, he quickly initiated a video call to her once more. After a few rings, she answered. At that moment, remnants of her earlier disdain lingered on her face as she furrowed her beautiful brows while gazing at Subai on the screen. Seeing Xia Qingyan, Subai hastily began to explain. Qingyan, you misunderstood. What I just consumed is not some bizarre concoction, but rather a 4th-tier elixir I refined myself. The gold and silver herbal elixir. Yet, Xia Qingyan raised an eyebrow, her face filled with skepticism. That thing that looks like excrement is an elixir? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? And you refined a 4th-tier elixir? Using a pressure cooker? What kind of elixir looks like that? As she spoke, Xia Qingyan glanced at the pressure cooker once again, instantly feeling the urge to retch once more. She was certainly aware that the grayish, mushy substance was far from being a true elixir. However, you claim it is a 4th-tier pill? Moreover, it was concocted by someone who hasn't even reached the 4th tier? My dear brother, while I may not be an alchemist, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the fundamentals of pill concoction. Only those who have attained the 4th-tier extraordinary realm can release their spiritual energy, manipulate it, and thus refine pills. Fundamental rules of alchemy. How dare you? It's one thing to be at the 3rd tier, but to use a pressure cooker for the process? Are you trying to deceive me? I would much rather believe that this concoction is simply refuse. Across the line, Subai was earnestly explaining. Qingyan, do not doubt it. It truly is a pill. and it is quite remarkable. Once consumed, it can grant immunity to most low-tier toxic skills. Do not be misled by its appearance. Its efficacy is undeniably impressive. I've prepared quite a number of them and intend to send some your way when I have the chance, so you can experience it for yourself. This is a treasure indeed. I usually wouldn't share it with just anyone. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You still wish for me to consume that? Just look at what's in that pot. I feel nauseous just by gazing at it, let alone eat it. As she spoke, she cast another glance at the pressure cooker. To her, the pills inside resembled excrement all too closely. Upon hearing her words, Su Bai grew anxious. Oh dear, Qingyan, you cannot judge a pill by its appearance. Though its looks are unappealing, its medicinal properties are genuine. Xia Qingyan shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the very notion. No, please do not send me any. I do not wish to eat such things. I have enough pills at home that I cannot finish. Just spare me. With that, she feigned another bout of nausea. Before Su Bai could respond, she swiftly ended the call. Staring at the disconnected line, Su Bai let out a resigned sigh. Alas, why won't she listen to my explanations? This pill is genuinely beneficial. It is a 4th-tier elixir. I typically would not part with it so easily, despite its rather unsightly appearance. He muttered to himself, glancing at the pills in the pot with a hint of exasperation. Just moments ago, he had felt a sense of accomplishment after finishing the concoction, only to be derided by the girl he cherished most. Well, it doesn't matter. I am nearing the 4th tier anyway. I can refine more in the future. In Jiangqing, at the Shanghai community, in a standalone villa, after ending the call, Xia Qingyan allowed a gentle smile to grace her lips. In truth, she did not completely disbelieve Su Bai. Given their current relationship, he had no need to deceive her. Little Su, you are quite the enigma, capable of alchemy as well. Humph, at least you possess some integrity. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks. Yin, are you ready? We are about to leave. It turned out to be her mother. Knocking on the door. Almost ready. Mom, could you please wait a moment? Though her tone was playful, a trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes. The college entrance examination had concluded, and she had awakened her SSS level talent. Soon, she would return to the magic capital with her mother. How could she bear to part? Silly Su Bai, until we meet again. Chapter 43, The Emergence of Demonic Beings? Have they committed murder? In the kitchen, after hanging up, Su Bai tidied up briefly before locating an empty glass jar to carefully fill with the pills. Perfect. Task completed. Surely, Qingyan would not disdain them now? Observing the jar brimming with pills, Su Bai felt elated. This marked his first pill concoction since his rebirth. It held significant sentimental value. In the future, if given the chance, he would refine them again and enhance them. After all, how could one enjoy such a treasure alone? He, Su Bai, was not a selfish individual. It was imperative that Qingyan also savor this experience. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. At that moment, his phone rang once more from his pocket. Is it Qingyan again? Does she miss me already? Or has she changed her mind about wanting to try the pills I've concocted? With a sense of curiosity, Su Bai quickly retrieved his phone. To his surprise, the caller was none other than Director Shen Xingyao. Oh, what could Director Shen want with me? He murmured before promptly pressing the answer button. On the other end, Shen Xingyao's voice came through, slightly hurried. Su Bai, we have a serious situation. There is an urgent matter I need to inform you about. According to the latest reports, approximately 700 meters from your residence, in a small alley, a member of the demon race has appeared. Moreover, surveillance shows that it has harmed innocent civilians. After a brief pause to collect her breath, she continued, Su Bai, as a member of our Huaxia branch of the Divine Association in Jiangqing, it is your duty to protect the common people. Since you are the closest member to the scene, I, Shen Xingyao, in my capacity as Vice President of the Jiangqing branch, hereby assign you your first mission since joining. I hope you can rush over to investigate the situation immediately. If you encounter the demon, you are free to eliminate it on the spot, depending on the circumstances. Upon completion of the task, I will commend you greatly. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's brow furrowed, and his previously relaxed demeanor turned serious. He had not anticipated the appearance of demons within human territory, let alone their involvement in murder. This was outrageously audacious. It was as if they had no understanding of mortality. As someone who had recently been granted a complimentary rebirth package by a benevolent succubus elder, he would not tolerate such transgressions. The demon race was the root of all malevolence. None of them were innocent. They all deserved to perish. Thus, he nodded, his gaze darkening. Understood, Director Shun. I recognize the urgency of this matter, and I will head over immediately. However, could you provide me with more information regarding the demon in question? It would be helpful for me to be informed. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xingyao replied slowly. According to the surveillance footage, the demon appears to be a mere juvenile. It can take on a human form under normal circumstances. But the footage did not capture its exact appearance in human guise. Therefore, Su Bai, you must exercise caution. While juvenile demons are not as formidable as their adult counterparts, they should not be underestimated. Now, hurry over, and I will send you the video. Su Bai nodded. All right, Director Shun, I understand. I will make my way there as soon as possible. Shen Xingyao similarly nodded with conviction. Good. Go quickly. After I hang up, I will send you the surveillance video via WeChat so you can review it on your way. Thank you, Director Shun. Goodbye. With that, Subai ended the call. He gazed at the jar filled with pills in his hand and shook his head. Then he murmured to himself, the demon clan is truly troublesome. Swiftly, he concealed the bottle in a hidden and secure location. At that moment, Subai's phone in his pocket vibrated once more. He knew that this time it must be Shun Xingyao sending the surveillance footage. He hastily opened WeChat, clicked on the video, and gazed at the indistinct black figure within, his brow furrowing in confusion. Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this demon. Had he not encountered it recently? Shaking his head, Subai continued to watch the video. From the surveillance footage, it was evident that this demon was relatively small in stature compared to an adult demon. In fact, it hardly seemed worthy of being called a demon. However, its movements were exceedingly agile, vanishing into the night in a flash, followed by the horrific screams of the populace. Was that it? Subai was momentarily at a loss for words. The entire footage lasted barely over 10 seconds, capturing only the sudden eruption of the demon and the ensuing cries. Fortunately, due to his years of study, he had resided here long enough that even after 2 lifetimes, he could still recognize the path. It was likely around number 105 on Jiangqing Street. Shutting off the video, Subai stowed away his phone and immediately stepped outside. Throughout his journey, his gaze remained resolute as he sprinted swiftly towards his rental apartment, which was a mere 700 meters away. While running, he pondered strategies in his mind, aware that this was indeed a demon. Even if it were merely a juvenile, it would undoubtedly be quite troublesome and exceedingly cunning, necessitating utmost caution. Moreover, this juvenile demon had the ability to assume a human form, which meant it could easily disguise itself among the crowd, further complicating his search and identification. Having reached the 3rd tier of power, Subai moved with remarkable speed, his silhouette resembling a fleeting shadow. Passers-by merely sensed a gust of wind rushing by. As he drew closer to the incident's location, Subai gradually slowed his pace, meticulously observing his surroundings. Uncertain of the adversary's strength, he was wary of potential ambush. Additionally, based on his experiences from his past life, he knew that typically, places where demons appeared bore some unusual signs, perhaps remnants of their aura or traces of environmental destruction. Jiangqing City, number 105 Street. In a short while, Subai arrived near his destination. To his surprise, it was quite noisy. A crowd had gathered in a circle, as if witnessing a performance. Subai was immediately perplexed. Hadn't a demon just appeared here? Hadn't someone been killed by the demon? What was happening now? Surely Director Shun couldn't be toying with him. That was utterly inconceivable. She was the director of the Education Bureau and vice president of the Celestial Association. Such a jest was unfathomable. Yet according to the surveillance footage, it was indeed here. With his doubts lingering, Subai pushed through the crowd to get closer. Upon entering, he discovered that the center of attention was, in fact, the owner of the apothecary shop, a half-demon girl. Subai's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed this revelation. The demon that Shun Xingyao had mentioned, which had caused trouble, was none other than the half-demon girl he had encountered previously in the black market. This was unexpected. The half-demon race was an accidental product of the intermingling of humans and demons. Their savage genes had long been eradicated by the emperors using special means many years ago. How could it possibly harm anyone? Something was amiss. Subai furrowed his brow, instinctively murmuring to himself, young man, quite impressive. You have a bright future ahead. Your academic performance must be stellar if you can recall the history of the half-demon race from centuries ago so clearly. Remarkable indeed." To his astonishment, an elderly gentleman nearby overheard him and cheerfully patted his shoulder. "Young man, you've come to enjoy the spectacle as well, haven't you? Let me tell you everything." The old man began recounting the events. "Since you are aware of that history from centuries past, you should know that half-demons integrated into our human society long ago, becoming a part of us. In essence, they are our citizens. Generally speaking, they possess the same fundamental rights as we do as citizens of Huaxia. They are legitimate citizens. Moreover, on the starry battlefield, they are our crucial combat partners, aiding us in repelling the demon incursions. However, young man, do you know? Just now, some scoundrel, calling himself Biao Gu, upon seeing this half-demon girl, sought to exploit her beauty and attempted to coerce her with force, wanting to make her, well, you understand." The old man winked at Su Bai with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Su Bai fell silent. Based on the old man's account and his own reasoning, he had pieced together the situation. The old man was right. He understood all too well. In blunt terms, Biao Gu had sought to take advantage of the little girl, but had been outmatched and subsequently met his demise. Wait a minute. Biao Gu? What the hell? What a coincidence. Is he the same little hoodlum who blocked my doorstep before? I can't believe he would stoop so low as to prey on a young girl. Such scum. He deserved to be slaughtered. But this complicates matters. Initially, I thought it was merely a demon attack on humans. All I had to do was confront and eliminate it. But now, it has suddenly transformed into a matter of self-defense. Moreover, this isn't just any demon. This is an important ally of the human race. I recall from my past life when I was at the 6th tier, A robust half-demon once saved me during an adventure in the Abyssal Rift. The half-demon race possesses virtually no savage genes. They have long been eradicated, making it nearly impossible for them to initiate harm. This suggests that Biao Ge had truly gone too far. Never mind. I should inform Xin Yao. As vice president, she must determine how to handle this. At that moment, a lady approached, curling her lip. Indeed, I saw it too. That fellow called Biao Ge is undoubtedly a thug. Look, the little girl's clothes are torn in several places. It's utterly despicable. This is a significant threat. She pointed toward the half-demon girl in the crowd, who was curled up in a ball. Su Bai casually glanced and noticed, as the lady had mentioned, that the little girl's back was torn, revealing several bloody scratches. Without further hesitation, he discreetly stepped aside, took out his phone, and dialed Xin Xingyao, succinctly explaining the situation. On the other end, Xin Xingyao remained silent for a long while before finally exhaling deeply. Su Bai seemed to hear her gently patting her chest. He felt that perhaps it was because this incident did not involve the demon race attacking humans, which alleviated her pressure significantly. If word got out that demons were assaulting humans in cities, it would spell disaster for Jiang City, and even the entire province. At the very least, it would warrant disciplinary action for negligence. However, since the ruffian's intent to commit assault was thwarted and he was ultimately killed, that was much easier to handle. All right, I understand. Su Bai, bring that little demon girl to the Education Bureau. I will take care of the rest. Xin Xingyao smiled confidently, regaining her former authority. Understood. Su Bai quickly nodded, and after hanging up the phone, he approached the little girl. Strangely, the crowd around them parted to make way. Little sister, come with your brother. I won't harm you. Su Bai's voice was soft and gentle. He knew, judging by human lifespans, that the girl before him was likely around 12 years old. It's you, big brother. I remember you. The little girl, with tear-streaked cheeks, looked up in surprise. Haha. Su Bai chuckled with delight. Indeed. He had purchased herbs at her home in the black market just yesterday. How could he possibly forget her in less than a day? Come on. I've been sent to take you for an investigation. The little girl timidly nodded and followed Su Bai out. Inside the Education Bureau, Xin Xingyao sat thoughtfully at her desk. After observing the little girl for a moment, she spoke to Su Bai. Su Bai, although this girl acted in self-defense, she has still taken a life. According to regulations, she must be temporarily detained. Sighing, she continued, you are the main person responsible for this incident. Here, take this magic lock, secure it on the girl's wrist to restrain her magical powers, preventing any unforeseen incidents. With that, Xin Xingyao produced a lock that emitted a mysterious glow. This as Su Bai opened his mouth, accepting the magic lock and approaching the little girl. Seeing the device in Su Bai's hand, the little girl appeared frightened. Noticing her fear, Su Bai gently patted her head and reassured her, don't be scared, little sister. This is only temporary. Once everything is resolved, you will be free. Now go ahead and wear it. The little girl, suppressing her fear, slowly extended her right hand. She recognized the device. Once donned, it would render her quite weak. Su Bai then secured the magic lock around her wrist. Observing this, Xin Xingyao nodded approvingly. She then addressed Su Bai once more. Su Bai, as the person assigned for this task, you will temporarily look after this girl. Why don't you take her home and supervise her until we ascertain that this matter poses no further risks? Su Bai, what are you saying? Chapter 45. Not the Emperor's Emperor, Ancestral Demon. In the Education Bureau office, upon hearing Xin Xingyao's words, Su Bai's eyes widened. The little demon girl, too, appeared taken aback. Both exchanged astonished glances. Sister, I am okay. The little girl bit her lip, seemingly reluctant. No. Xin Xingyao shook her head. After a moment, her expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on the little girl. You have committed an offense. Therefore, this is an order, and you must comply. Su Bai, and what about me? Little girl, no? I object. Su Bai furrowed his brow in conflict. You want me to take this little girl home? Sister, are you out of your mind? If Qingyan finds out, I'll be in trouble. She might tear me apart. Su Bai protested, offering his excuse. Uft. Xin Xingyao couldn't help but laugh. Su Bai, are you serious? The girl is so young. How could you possibly harm her? Just treat her like your sister. All right. This matter is settled. I trust you. Xin Xingyao asserted. If there are no issues, hurry and take her home. With a resigned sigh, Su Bai glanced at the little girl. She appeared shy, her face turning red as she turned away. After a moment, he mustered the courage to say, fine. But Director Shan, I must insist that if Qingyan finds out, you must help me explain that this is for work. Xin Xingyao slowly nodded in agreement. However, a flicker of intrigue passed through her eyes. She suddenly realized that Su Bai was quite constrained by his wife. In her impression, Xia Qingyan was very gentle. Wasn't he she? Could it be him? There's a story there. I'll take my leave. After saying that, Su Bai tugged at the little girl's sleeve. Come with me. I'll buy you some clothes. Yours are all torn. With that, he led the little girl out of the Education Bureau. Jiang City. Ninth-Rank Grand Mall. After leaving the Education Bureau, Su Bai took the little girl to the mall. There, onlookers directed their attention toward them, and many whispered among themselves, mentioning terms like young pet and maid. However, he paid them no mind. for he understood that they were common folk experiencing their first encounter with a demon. Curiosity was only natural. The little girl looked around in wonder, everything appearing fresh and exciting to her. As the largest subordinate race to humanity, the demon race held a significantly lower status than ordinary citizens. Moreover, to maintain societal stability, they typically operated only in areas designated for them by the human emperors. Nonetheless, this was already a vast improvement. Compared to the past, the living conditions of the demon race had dramatically improved. Most once struggled to find enough food to eat. However, a powerful human eventually fell in love with a demoness. Together, they bore a lovely little princess. Yet, she was a half-demon, an existence despised by both races. In the eyes of demons, the bloodline of half-demons was deemed inferior, while humans regarded them as synonymous with filth. For the sake of their daughter's future, that human warrior, through sheer strength and his significant contributions to humanity, chose to seal away all his powers. After multiple pleas to a certain human emperor, he finally secured a chance to alter the fate of the demon race, to ascend the legendary Heart's Inquiry Ladder, a mythical treasure sought by emperors from the cosmos. If, during the ascent, the climber harbored even a hint of treachery in their heart, they would be subjected to an unknown divine force attack equivalent to that of an emperor. It was said that even the mightiest of emperors could not withstand such an assault. Moreover, all of his powers had been sealed. Yet, he did not hesitate to proceed. For this could be his daughter's only opportunity. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, and he ultimately succeeded. Just as he was about to ascend the 100,000th tier, the great emperor manifested. He acquiesced to the request of this formidable human warrior. From that moment forward, he successfully altered the destiny of the entire demon-human race. Henceforth, the demon humans became a subordinate race to humanity. As for himself, he was enshrined as the savior of the demon-human clan, bearing the illustrious titles of ancestor of the demon humans and the great emperor of the demon humans. This epoch was recorded in history as the new era of demon humans. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy over a millennium ago, he became the singular entity in human history to possess an imperial title without being an emperor himself. Su, brother Bai, I want this. In the clothing section, the little girl pointed to a pink dress, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Upon hearing her, Subai turned to look. Brand, Huaxia Cat Meow Children's Apparel. Retail price, $2,499. Member price, $20.99. Although it was rather expensive, it was indeed beautiful. The style was also fitting, with two adorable little white rabbits adorning the front of the dress, making it perfect for the little girl. All right. Subai smiled as he affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. After all, he was now a millionaire. A few thousand yuan for a dress was trivial. With a chuckle, Subai took the dress and approached the checkout counter to make the purchase. Sir, is this your demon-human pet? How adorable. The cashier gazed enviously at the little girl's horns, her eyes twinkling like stars. This must be a demon-human pet, and of such quality. It must be worth at least tens of millions, right? TSK. He must be a wealthy second-generation heir. Look at that, buying a dress worth thousands without a second thought. I envy him so much. I wish I could be his girlfriend. Don't say such things. She is my sister. Subai replied, slightly displeased. Oh, a sister? I see. I understand, big brother, the cashier responded, somewhat surprised, before quickly breaking into a mischievous smile. Sister? Humph. I don't believe it. How can a brother be human while his sister is a demon human? What? Did your father marry a demoness as a stepmother? Interbreeding between humans and demons is illegal. You know, just get me a membership card. Subai said, his face darkening as he shifted the topic, unwilling to explain further. All right. The cashier nodded with a smile. Please provide your phone number. She began entering information into the computer. 136XXXXXXXX. Subai replied casually. Okay, here you go. This is your membership card. The member price totals 2,099 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? Scan to pay. Subai promptly took out his phone. After settling the payment, he swiftly led the little girl out of the mall. Before they left, the cashier even gifted the little girl a piece of candy. Chapter 46. From today on. Your name is Su Xiaoya. In their rented apartment, after purchasing the clothes, Subai returned home with the little girl. At that moment, Subai and the little demon-human girl sat in silence, one on the bed and the other on the sofa, staring at each other in bewilderment. How about this? Little girl, why don't you head to the bathroom for a bath? Look, your clothes are all torn. You should wash up and change into your new outfit. Subai broke the silence first, pointing at the little girl's back. Okay, where do I wash, brother Subai? The little girl's cheeks flushed slightly as she felt shy. She was a demon human. Though her name contained the word human, she was not truly human. And her way of life differed significantly. She had only come to the black market to sell medicinal herbs for survival. Most of the time, she resided within the territory of the demon humans. Back in her clan, she typically bathed in natural springs. Of course, this did not mean she was entirely ignorant of human customs. Since she frequently came to the human world to sell herbs, she understood quite a bit compared to other demon humans. According to the kind-hearted individuals who came to buy her herbs, humans could bathe safely while staying indoors, without fearing sudden wild beasts. She envied that greatly. Well, you can go in there by yourself. Subai raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. MHM. The little girl obediently nodded her small head, then cautiously approached the edge of the bed, happily picked up the dress, glanced at Subai, and then skipped into the bathroom. Sighing, Subai shook his head in resignation and smiled. However, it wasn't too long before he heard the little girl's puzzled voice from the bathroom. Brother Subai, there's no water in here. No water? That's impossible. I just paid the water bill 2 days ago. Filled with curiosity, Subai slowly walked into the bathroom. Upon entering, he found the little girl staring blankly at the shower. Subai approached to inspect it and noticed that the faucet was functioning perfectly. After pondering for a moment, he turned it on, and water gushed forth. He suddenly realized, this girl didn't know how to use a shower. The little girl's eyes widened, her face a portrait of astonishment. Seeing this, Subai chuckled and explained, little sister, you might not know how to use this yet. He then proceeded to give her a brief introduction on how to operate it. Upon hearing this, the little girl's mouth fell open in awe. So this is the technology of the human world. All right, I'll step out now. You can wash up by yourself. With that, Subai quickly exited the bathroom and closed the door behind him. He was a respectable man. He had no interest in such a little girl. His preferences leaned towards tall, curvaceous ladies. As for a little girl who hadn't even matured yet, well, that could wait for another decade. Soon, the sound of flowing water echoed from the bathroom. Subai nodded in satisfaction. Very good. This little girl is quite clever. She learns quickly. So, he settled comfortably on the bed, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and began to meditate and cultivate. However, before long, a sudden scream erupted from the bathroom. Subai's eyes flew open, and he dashed towards the bathroom. Yet, he paused, considering that the little girl might not be dressed. So, the charming young girl emerged from within, her cheeks flushed, lost in her thoughts. Upon hearing the commotion, Subai concluded his meditation and opened his eyes. Ah, how lovely, he exclaimed, genuinely admiring the young maiden before him. Her petite face resembled that of a finely crafted porcelain doll, fair and adorned with a delicate blush, akin to a ripened peach. Her large eyes, though youthful, sparkled with the depth of a tranquil lake, shimmering with a lively light amidst hues of pale blue. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like two petite fans. Beneath her dainty nose, her lips, resembling the vibrant petals of a purple orchid, were slightly puckered, exuding an air of innocent charm. Not to mention the 2 pairs of dark red horns atop her head, strikingly prominent, like 2 young bamboo shoots breaking through the earth, exhibiting a muted crimson shade adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient, mysterious runes, signifying her identity as a half-demon. At that moment, Subai noticed that the girl's hair was still damp, cascading over her shoulders like black satin, with occasional strands playfully sticking to her cheeks. Her pointed ears twitched occasionally, displaying the sprightliness of a small creature, tinged with a hint of crimson. She was petite and delicate, clad in a newly purchased dress that fit her perfectly. At a glance, Subai felt that this expenditure was truly worthwhile. Brother, the little girl hesitated, her words caught in her throat. What is it, little sister? By the way, what is your name? I can't keep calling you young lady or little sister, can I? Subai inquired gently, realizing it was rather amusing that he still didn't know her name. They call me Little Doll, she replied without a moment's hesitation, a smile gracing her lips. Little Doll? Do you have any family? If not, should I contact your family directly? Would you like to go home? Subai asked, concern creeping into his voice. Upon hearing this, the little doll's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, I have no family left. She quickly lifted her head, looking earnestly at Subai. Brother, I cannot go back. That sister won't allow it. A headache ensued. Shen Xingyao would certainly not agree, but it was rather inconvenient for 2 individuals to reside in such a small rented space. It seemed a larger home was in order. Little doll, you see, you have no family, and your name is a bit odd. How about I help you choose a name? Subai proposed earnestly, contemplating the necessity of a proper name for someone who would inevitably be in frequent contact with him. Choose a name? You want to help me pick a name? The little doll's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, brother, please help me. This was no trivial matter. The half-demon race, born from the clandestine union of humans and demons, often came into the world without ever meeting their parents, resulting in many being nameless. Only the fortunate few with parents were bestowed with names. All right, Subai chuckled, instinctively stroking his chin. From today onward, you shall be called Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya? Thank you, brother. The little doll beamed with delight, clearly enamored with her new name. Good. I'm glad you like it. Subai smiled in return. Instinctively, he reached out his right hand to pat Su Xiaoya's head, yet halted mid-motion, frozen in the air. He found himself quite fond of her. Since he could remember, Subai had always been alone, without family, without parents. Everything he did was solitary. Aside from meeting Xia Qingyan in middle school, he had never had a true confidant. This had shaped his character to be rather introverted and honest. Otherwise, that bully son Xiaoliang would never have dared to pick on him. This aspect mirrored Su Xiaoya's situation as well, and being a half-demon, hers was likely even more dire. Brother. Observing Su Bai's hand suspended in the air, Su Xiaoya tilted her head in contemplation and then stood up from the sofa, approaching him eagerly. Huh. Su Bai was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such initiative from the little girl. Xiaoya, you're so well behaved. He chuckled, tenderly ruffling her hair. He suddenly felt that nurturing this little one might not be so bad after all. Just then, the ringtone of Su Bai's phone shattered the warm atmosphere. The sudden interruption startled him, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Instinctively, he recognized it was likely a call from Xia Qingyan. Oh no, trouble is brewing. He thought anxiously. If Xia Qingyan discovered he had taken in a little sister, especially a half-demon, it would be catastrophic. The next time they met, he feared she might lash out. He vividly recalled how she had recently torn apart a fourth-tier demon beast with her bare hands. Such a scene was utterly thrilling. Just the thought sent chills down his spine. Brother, are you alright? Su Xiaoya inquired with concern, having sensed his hand tremble. As a half-demon, her sensitivity to human emotions was quite acute. Are you scared, brother? But why would you suddenly feel fear? There are no enemies around. The little one was perplexed. Cough. Xiaoya, take this. Here is 100 yuan for you. Go downstairs to the convenience store and buy some snacks for later. Brother has some matters to attend to. Su Bai, feeling somewhat awkward, decided to send her away for the moment. Su Xiaoya nodded obediently, accepting the money before heading out. Despite her young age, she was quite astute. After all, she was the capable little owner of a medicinal shop. Once he calmed his emotions, Su Bai finally chose to answer the call. Hello, Qingyan. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Soon, the familiar, shy voice of Xia Qingyan came through. Su Bai, I can't sleep without you here. At this, Su Bai was momentarily speechless, astonished at the reason behind her distress. Su Bai? I had that nightmare again, she exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear. A dream? Or a nightmare? Su Bai was taken aback, unsure of what she meant. However, it quickly dawned on him. He distinctly remembered that Xia Qingyan had a habit of sleepwalking. But a nightmare? This was the first he had heard of it. After taking a deep breath, he spoke tenderly. Qingyan, don't be afraid. I'm here for you. Moreover, you are well aware that it was merely a dream. Could you share it with me? On the other end of the line, Xia Qingyan nodded, calming herself. After a brief pause, she began to organize her thoughts. Su Bai, I dreamt that I seemed to have become the legendary empress, known as the Ice Phoenix Empress, just like my innate talent. Upon finishing her words, Xia Qingyan hesitated once more. Inside the rental apartment, Su Bai's breaths grew noticeably rapid. He could never have imagined that Xia Qingyan's dream would be this. The Ice Phoenix Empress? Wasn't that the title she bore after becoming an empress in her past life? Could it be? On the other end of the line, Xia Qingyan continued to recollect. In that nightmare, although I became an immensely powerful empress, it seemed that something went terribly wrong with the abyssal rift, and the seals within shattered in an instant. Then, the monstrous beings sealed inside burst forth. There were too many. The numbers were simply overwhelming. Su Bai, do you know what such a scene looks like? As she spoke, a flicker of terror crossed Xia Qingyan's eyes. However, that was not the gravest part. The more terrifying aspect was that this news quickly reached the demon clan that has lingered in the outer space of our Blue Star. Upon learning about the situation on Blue Star, they seized the opportunity, rapidly gathering their armies to launch a massive assault on our human race, leading to a scene of devastation, with countless corpses strewn across the land. Everyone perished. All were dead. Even the emperors fell. Su Bai, in the end, I too met my demise in battle. Yet, it seems I did not see you there. How wonderful. You are still alive. Phew, how delightful. You are still alive. As she spoke, Xia Qingyan suddenly burst into laughter. However, within the rental apartment, Su Bai's mind went blank. He was stunned, for he comprehended everything. He fully understood the implications of the situation. As a reincarnator, he knew that Xia Qingyan's dream was, with high probability, a reality. Yet, Xia Qingyan had not been reincarnated. How could she have such a dream? Could it be she had awakened her past life memories? As for her claim of not seeing Su Bai in the dream, apologies. It was likely that prior to this dream manifesting into reality, Su Bai had been swiftly eliminated by the Succubus Elder and subsequently reincarnated. Naturally, she wouldn't have seen him. This further validated the authenticity of her dream. If it were merely a dream, given their relationship, he would surely have appeared in it. This implies that Xia Qingyan's dream timeline occurred after his demise. Su Bai, why are you silent? Are you secretly laughing at me in your heart? I know, I am merely a fledgling at the 3rd tier. Yet I dreamt of becoming an empress. Xia Qingyan suddenly made a jest, her mood lifting considerably. Nonetheless, Su Bai remained silent, for he had inadvertently triggered the talent, Choice of Destiny. Chapter 48. Those who betray true hearts shall swallow 1,000,000 needles. Within the rental space. Ding, congratulations. You have triggered the talent, Choice of Destiny. Ding, first choice. Tell Xia Qingyan that this is merely an ordinary dream, assuring her not to fear. Making this choice will temporarily alleviate Xia Qingyan's concerns and slightly enhance the bond between the host and Xia Qingyan, resulting in a minor shift in your fate, allowing you to receive a small gift from the River of Destiny. Ding, second choice. directly reveal the truth to Xia Qingyan, informing her of your identity as a reincarnator, and that this dream is indeed real, with a high probability of becoming reality in the future. Making this choice will lead to unpredictable consequences, resulting in a substantial alteration of fate, granting you a large gift from the river of destiny. Ding. Third choice. Convey part of the truth to Xia Qingyan in your own manner while concealing your identity as a reincarnator. This choice will somewhat impact Xia Qingyan's perception, thereby influencing her fate, and your own fate will also undergo a certain degree of change, granting you a large gift from the river of destiny. Humph. Su Bai. I knew you were secretly mocking me. Noticing Su Bai's continued silence, Xia Qingyan felt a surge of annoyance. She pouted, contemplating the idea of abruptly hanging up. Humph. Su Bai, you fool. Usually quite clever, yet now, in need of comfort after a nightmare, he suddenly becomes daft? Truly a blockhead. Su Bai, you pig. No. It's just, I was deep in thought, not mocking you in my heart. Yin Yin, listen to me. I believe it is like this, have you heard? Generally, what one thinks about during the day, they dream of at night. What I mean is, the elements appearing in dreams are merely a collage of people or things you have previously encountered. They do not manifest from thin air. As Su Bai spoke, he pondered over the three choices. Is that so? I am aware of that. However, what does it have to do with my nightmare? Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Xia Qingyan raised an eyebrow. Yin Yin, consider this. Your innate talent is called Ice Phoenix Sacred Body, correct? Moreover, it is an exceptionally powerful SSS grade talent. Thus, you have a high probability of becoming an Empress in the future. Additionally, your Awakener ID is Phoenix Empress. Now, coupled with the name of your SSS grade talent, there is a significant chance that upon becoming an Empress, you will be revered as the Ice Phoenix Empress. See, now it aligns perfectly with your dream. After finishing, Su Bai chuckled lightly. Oh, indeed. How did I not think of that? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan's eyes brightened, and the fear within her dissipated considerably. As the saying goes, what people fear most is the unknown. After Su Bai's explanation, she had essentially unraveled it. What a trivial matter. She was merely scaring herself. Moreover, the self in the dream was an empress. An empress, a symbol of invincibility. However, at that moment, Su Bai suddenly shifted his tone. What's wrong? Is there more? Xia Qingyan was instantly startled by him. You, this guy, are not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? Yin Yin, this dream should not be simple. You must understand. You are an awakener, and a third-tier awakener at that. This dream might possess some foresight. Yin Yin, in my view, I still feel that this dream could be a certain hidden ability inherent in your SSS grade talent. After all, you know well that SSS grade talents are profoundly mysterious. In any case, it is best to remain vigilant, but do not fret too much, for you still have me. Rest assured. I promise I will always be by your side. Regardless of what happens in the future, as long as I am alive, I will be here. Upon hearing Su Bai's promise, Xia Qingyan fell silent. At that moment, she felt a warm current flowing through her heart. All those feelings of fear and anxiety vanished in an instant. So this is what it feels like to be loved. How wonderful. Su Bai, you must not call me Yin Yin. Only my parents are permitted to do so. I refuse to diminish your status in my life. Xia Qingyan pouted playfully. Yet the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curving upward ever so slightly. Oh, fine. Yin Yin, I adore you. The flush of embarrassment instantly washed over Xia Qingyan's face. Who asked for your affection? With your slick tongue. Nevertheless, her eyes sparkled with sweetness. Su Bai chuckled, his heart equally elated. At that moment, several blue notifications abruptly appeared before Su Bai. Ding. Congratulations, host, for dramatically altering your destiny. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, Reincarnation Divine Stone. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 500,000 fate points. Is it complete? By the heavens, is it truly so terrifying? This time, they've granted me such a multitude of fate points. Could it be that the system recognizes my earnest efforts this time, thus providing me with an extra reward? It seems I must not be too cavalier in my future decisions. However, what exactly is this Reincarnation Divine Stone? Its name sounds rather impressive. I shall take a look. With that thought, Su Bai prepared to close his eyes to examine the specific details. Click. Su Bai Gij, Xiaoyu is back. Oh. A sudden tightness gripped Su Bai's heart, and he broke into a cold sweat. This is it. Su Xiaoyu has returned. Moreover, the call has yet to be disconnected. Qing Yin must have heard everything. Oh no. Who is the Xiaoyu? Su Bai. On the other end of the line. Xia Qingyan was momentarily stunned, before erupting in fury. She had only just left Jiang City and returned to Modu, after resting and awakening from a nightmare. The first thought that crossed her mind was Su Bai, neglecting even her own mother. And now, within such a brief span, he has found himself a mistress. Oh ho, Su Bai Gij. Quite an intimate address, I assent it. Those who betray true feelings must suffer a million needles. Su Bai, you are finished. Chapter 49. Brother, Xiaoyu is wealthy. Modu. With that, Xia Qingyan bit her silver teeth in anger, feeling deeply aggrieved, her eyes slightly reddening. She could hardly comprehend that despite her profound love for Subai, he had so quickly found a new flame. Unforgivable. In an instant, she made her decision. She would return to Jiang City and confront Subai face to face. How could she have been so wronged? No, Qingyan, allow me to explain. On the other end of the call, Subai hurriedly interjected. I want to listen. You're infuriating. Just you wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Qingyan abruptly hung up the phone. An explanation? You've lost your chance. Even if it is a misunderstanding, I demand you clarify it face to face. Humph. Things are progressing rather swiftly, aren't they? Already calling you brother. Afterward, Xia Qingyan promptly rose from her bed, opened her door, traversed the hall, and gently knocked on a room door. Mom, I need to step out for a bit. Without waiting for a response from her mother, she covered her mouth and bolted away. She was crying. In the rental apartment. It's over. I'm finished. Staring at the disconnected call, Subai was left in a daze. He never anticipated that his greatest fear would materialize. Alas, it's all this Shen Xingyao's fault for concocting such a foul scheme. Damn it. After some contemplation, Subai quickly dialed Xia Qingyan for a video call. However, within less than a second, the call was terminated. Gazing at his phone screen, Subai felt somewhat speechless. He had an ominous premonition that something dreadful was about to unfold. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly opened his messaging app and composed a text for Xia Qingyan. Soon, 3 red notifications popped up. Failed to send. You and the recipient are not yet friends. System notification. You have been blocked by the recipient. What does this mean? Blocked? Is this for real? Subai was momentarily dumbfounded. Glancing at Su Xiaoya at the door, he suddenly felt a surge of irritation. Right. Shen Xingyao. Perhaps she could help clarify matters. Subai's eyes brightened as he quickly dialed Shen Xingyao's number. However, the phone rang for an eternity without anyone answering. Clearly, Shen Xingyao was preoccupied with something important. It's over. This is truly the end. Subai's expression darkened. Good news seldom travels, yet bad news swiftly spreads. Everything has come crashing down at once. Outside, Su Xiaoya cautiously inquired, Subai Gij, what's the matter? It's nothing. Subai sighed, shaking his head. There was no way around it. Su Xiaoya was still a child. He couldn't hold her accountable. Furthermore, the whole situation was merely a misunderstanding. However, after this incident, she could no longer stay in the house. Xiaoya, you will sleep in the bed tonight, while I will take the sofa. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to see Director Shun to clarify things. I believe that this small space is not suitable for 2 people to reside in. Although hesitant, he spoke the words aloud. Huh, why? Does Gij not like Xiaoya? Upon hearing Subai's words, Su Xiaoya felt a pang of sadness. She had finally acquired her own name. She had finally obtained a brother. She had hoped to have a family. Yet, it seemed she was still but a despised creature. But Subai Gij had always treated her so kindly. He had even bought her beautiful dresses. Subai Gij, did Xiaoya do something wrong? Please don't drive me away, okay? Xiaoya has money. As she spoke, Su Xiaoya's eyes glistened with tears as she produced a bank card. This was her own card, containing several million huaxia coins, all earned from selling medicinal herbs over the years. She had long heard that humans were fond of money. Hee. If she gave all her money to Subai Gij, surely he wouldn't cast her out, right? Hee. I'm so clever. Observing the hopeful expression on Su Xiaoya's face, along with the card in her hand, Subai fell silent. He felt a pang of compassion. After a moment of gnashing his teeth, he finally made his decision. He would continue to shelter Su Xiaoya. This little girl was truly pitiable. She had done nothing wrong. Why should she endure such unfair treatment? Thus, he simply could not bring himself to be harsh. As for Xia Qingyan, he would handle that situation. In his eyes, Xia Qingyan was not a petty person. If the misunderstanding were resolved, perhaps she would no longer mind. All right. Brother doesn't want your money. Xiaoya, since you don't mind being cramped, then let us live together. Quickly, put that away. Subai waved his hand, gazing tenderly at Su Xiaoya as he spoke. Huh, really? That is wonderful. Xiaoya loves Gij the most. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya's face immediately transformed from tears to joy. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly leaped forward and embraced Subai. Her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue, utterly adorable. Subai exclaimed, Indeed. Momentarily taken aback, he then smiled and gently caressed her little horns. All right, Xiaoya. Let us finish the snacks, and then it's time for bed. With a tender push, he affectionately nudged her away before settling onto the sofa to meditate and cultivate. Observing this, Su Xiaoya obediently nodded and retrieved a bag of sunshine cola chips, commencing her feast. Hours passed as Subai diligently practiced. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed through the door. He opened his eyes, preparing to rise and answer. But then, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. Subai was taken aback. It was none other than Xia Qingyan. Upon seeing Su Xiaoya sprawled on the bed, Xia Qingyan's fury ignited. Subai, tell me, who is she? Why is she sleeping in your bed? You better explain yourself, or you're as good as dead. Pointing furiously at Su Xiaoya, her eyes blazed with rage. She was ready to lash out. Yet, a hint of confusion flickered within her. Why is this girl so small? And why does she have horns? Could she possibly be from the demon race? Subai, You're truly a pervert. Not only do you fancy someone so young, but also of a different race. Sister. Su Xiaoya opened her mouth to speak. Shut up. Let him explain. Xia Qingyan shot her a fierce glare. Clearly, she had fallen deep into the throes of love and had lost her wits. Upon observing Xia Qingyan's fiery expression, Su Xiaoya felt a twinge of fear. The extraordinarily beautiful woman before her resembled a peculiar creature she had once heard of. What was it called again? Oh, that's right. A love-struck brain. Chapter 50. Subai, you're hurting me. In the rental apartment? No? Yin Yin, let me explain. Seeing Xia Qingyan berate Su Xiaoya, Subai panicked. He stepped forward, attempting to grasp Xia Qingyan's arm to calm her down. Stop right there. I'm not angry. Quickly clarify this for me. Subai was momentarily stunned. You call this not being angry? You might as well be wielding a massive sword. Clearing his throat, he prepared to start from the beginning. Ahem, Yin Yin, listen to me. Her name is Su Xiaoya, and, however, before he could finish, Xia Qingyan shouted, shut up. Just tell me, is she your little lover? Subai's mouth gaped open in astonishment, echoing her words, little lover? He quickly added, no, she's too young. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed there might be some truth to his words, but stubbornly retorted, what's wrong with her being young? It's trendy these days for older men to be with younger girls. Who knows? You might just prefer this type. And do you mean to wait until she grows up before pursuing her? Although she was rebutting him, her tone softened, suggesting she might have been too impulsive. Based on her understanding of Subai, he didn't seem like the type to engage in such behavior. Subai, feeling exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. Yin Yin, it's truly not as you think. All right, I swear that in this lifetime, I will only love you. If I utter a single falsehood. May I? But just as Subai's vow escaped his lips, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. Thunder. Oh my goodness. How terrifying. The sound startled Subai. Was it actually thundering? Was it aimed at him? But he hadn't lied. Beside him, Su Xiaoya appeared frightened. Brother Subai, Xiaoya is scared. She blinked her large eyes, looking up at Subai with a pitiful expression. Due to past experiences, she suffered from a severe fear of thunder. If not for her brother Subai being present, she would have surely hidden beneath the bed by now. You, Xia Qingyan, visibly infuriated, pointed at the two of them. Clearly, she was not inclined to believe them. She suspected there was some hidden agenda behind this. Subai, you must clarify this. Sighing. Subai felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He took a moment to gather his thoughts before slowly stepping forward, opening his arms, and tightly embracing Xia Qingyan's slender waist. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he lifted her off the ground. He believed that in such moments, explanations held little value. Women were inherently emotional beings. No matter what he said, she would concoct her own narrative, compelling herself to believe whatever she wished. Thus, it was far more pragmatic to take decisive action. In an instant, Xia Qingyan was rendered speechless, struggling fiercely in Subai's embrace. You, let go of me. Are you insane? Feeling the softness against his chest, Subai chuckled. I won't let go unless you believe me. To be honest, he felt rather indifferent about the matter, as it was merely a misunderstanding. He was the one wronged here. Suddenly, Subai extended his palm and gently caressed her. Hee. Call me hubby. Otherwise, I won't let go. In an instant, Xia Qingyan's cheeks flushed crimson. Soon, she felt her body reacting in a certain way. If this continued, it would become unbearable. Enraged, she retorted, You shameless. Subai, you're hurting me. After a few seconds, Subai finally released her. Smiling, all right. Yin Yin, will you believe me? Just calm down. I have evidence to prove it. Really? Xia Qingyan arched an eyebrow. Indeed. Subai nodded earnestly. Then where is the evidence? Xia Qingyan extended her hand. Ahem. Subai felt a bit speechless. Could evidence be presented in the form of a hand? But it seemed he indeed had some. Swiftly, Subai pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and navigated to his contacts, finding Shinxing Yao, displaying the task information she had sent him to Xia Qingyan. Once opened, he slowly scrolled through the chat records. Look, here is the surveillance video as well. Before long, the two of them had gone through all the chat information together. At this moment, Xia Qingyan finally came to a sudden realization. So that's how it is. I knew it. With the misunderstanding cleared, her spirits lifted significantly, yet a lingering doubt remained. Thus, she boldly inquired, but Subai? How did she end up at your house? After completing this task, she should have returned to the demon realm, shouldn't she? Xia Qingyan suspected that Subai might be concealing something. She instinctively furrowed her brow. Upon hearing this, Subai appeared somewhat speechless, scratching his head, and replied, You're talking about that. It's all Director Shin's doing. She claimed that this task was my responsibility, and although Su Xiaoya said it was in self-defense, she did actually kill someone. Hence, an order was issued for me to temporarily oversee her. Look, Qingyan, do you recognize this? That is the magic restraint. He pointed at the black ring lock around Su Xiaoya's wrist. Oh, Xia Qingyan nodded, her heart blooming with joy. She had fully grasped the situation. It turned out she had misjudged Subai. She had been puzzled, thinking it strange that Subai would find a new love so soon after her departure. Especially someone so young from the demon realm. Impossible. Just a little girl. How could she compete for a man with her? Humph. She was far more attractive than that little girl. Sigh. Impulsiveness is a devil. Though somewhat embarrassed, Xia Qingyan maintained her aloof demeanor and declared, "All right. I understand now. Just remember, there will be no next time. If there is, I swear I'll cut you. And from now on, do not bring any peculiar individuals home. Especially not cute young women like her. Humph. In any case, no opposite-sex visitors are allowed at home. Who knows if you have some hidden preference for little Lolas." However, at that moment, a booming sound echoed through the sky, rumbling thunder. It was thunder again? This was highly unusual. It was as if a battle was raging beyond the stars. Chapter 51. The Battle of the Emperor of Deep Space. The Human Empress. Goddess of the weak water. In the rental apartment, Su Bai turned to Qingyan and Xiaoya, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that this thunder is rather abnormal. As if someone is fighting. Let us go out and take a look." With that, Su Bai stepped out first, leading the way. After exchanging a glance, Su Xiaoya and Xia Qingyan quickly followed. Before long, the three of them arrived downstairs. Upon exiting, they discovered that the streets were already bustling with onlookers, all gazing up at the sky, their faces painted with shock. The Emperor is battling. In an instant, Su Bai's eyes widened with astonishment as he stared at the starry sky, nearly rendered speechless. It was indeed the Emperor in combat. Looking up, the brilliance of the stars seemed to be eclipsed by the radiance of the battle. The silhouette of the human Emperor shone like a blazing sun, radiating boundless light, each beam appearing capable of piercing the cosmos. Threads of golden light emanated from his being, continuously spreading outward, causing ripples in the surrounding space as if it could hardly bear the weight. His figure was tall and robust, each movement exuding a formidable power capable of obliterating worlds. The might of the Emperor unmistakable. In a moment of concentration, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and mysterious runes materialized before him, shimmering with ancient and profound light, instantly coalescing into a massive light shield. Countless heroic figures of human ancestors were etched upon the surface of the shield, seemingly narrating the glory and indomitable history of humanity. This was the Celestial Rune Emperor, the legendary ancestor of rune practitioners. On the ground, Su Bai's jaw dropped in disbelief. He never expected that the combatant would be this emperor. The runes he wielded were deadly in nature. His strength was enough to place him among the top 3 of all human emperors. What on earth was happening? Su Bai furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. In the depths of the starry sky, the battle raged on. A sinister laughter erupted from the shadowy figure opposing the Celestial Rune Emperor, sending chills down the spines of those below. Suddenly, it swung its massive claw, unleashing a black shockwave that charged towards the Celestial Rune Emperor with lightning speed. This shockwave resembled a roaring black dragon, clawing and thrashing, shaking the very stars from their places. As it soared, the black dragon devoured the surrounding light, growing ever larger and more menacing. Facing this overwhelming attack, the Celestial Rune Emperor chose to stand tall with arms crossed, unwavering and composed. Moments later, he bellowed, and the light shield before him blazed with intensity, surging towards the black dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The moment of impact unleashed an earth-shattering explosion. Though sound cannot travel in a vacuum, the attack had entered the atmosphere. Su Bai realized with clarity that this was the source of the earlier thunder. Soon, the brilliant light erupted like a cosmic explosion, rapidly expanding outward, blinding those below with its brilliance. In an instant, the crowd shielded their eyes but could not resist peeking through their fingers at the awe-inspiring scene. The light shield and the black dragon were locked in a stalemate. The Celestial Rune Emperor's gaze sharpened, and in a flash, he charged directly at the demon. His speed was astonishing, leaving a long trail of golden light in the starry sky, reminiscent of a meteor streaking across the night. At some point, a long sword appeared in the Celestial Rune Emperor's hand. The blade shimmered with a mysterious 9-colored radiance, and even from a distance, the intricate runes upon it were visible. The demon, sensing the impending danger, let out another shrill laugh. Its laughter, sharp as a blade, reverberated back to the ground. Unafraid, it charged forward, transforming its hands into 2 giant black claws, ruthlessly aiming for the Celestial Rune Emperor. When the Emperor's sword collided with the demon's claws, sparks flew, followed by another intense energy eruption. The dazzling light and dark mist intertwined, creating a colossal swirling black hole in the depths of the starry sky. They heard thunderous roars emanating from that vortex, as if the universe itself was crying out in agony. Meanwhile, on the distant surface of Blue Star, Su Bai, Su Xiaoya, and Xia Qingyan were left speechless, their hearts filled with awe, gazing at the 2 magnificent figures battling in the celestial expanse. They felt as though they were witnessing a pinnacle clash between 2 worlds, realizing the vast chasm between their own insignificance and the grandeur of the Emperor. So this is the Emperor, Su Bai murmured to himself. Incredible. Xia Qingyan nodded in a daze. Su Xiaoya's pupils constricted with fear. Just then, the demon seemed to sense something, and its figure abruptly retreated thousands of miles away. Subsequently, a colossal magical hand waved, summoning a gigantic black wheel within the starry sky. Yet, For reasons unknown, the Celestial Emperor chose to observe with a detached demeanor, exhibiting no intention of intervening. Soon, the black magical wheel began to rotate slowly, gathering speed until it became indistinguishable to the naked eye. Suddenly, to the astonishment of all present, the wheel came to an unexpected halt. Subai vaguely discerned a pointer emerging upon its surface. "Found you." "Anomaly," exclaimed the celestial demon, its voice tinged with disbelief. Could it truly be him? Meanwhile, the Celestial Emperor, gazing at the black wheel, muttered to himself. The pointer was inexplicably directed towards the ground, more specifically, towards Subai's location. A sudden jolt of anxiety surged within Subai. Following the pointer's trajectory, the Celestial Emperor's gaze fell upon Subai, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Filled with bewilderment. Impossible. How could a mere mortal be an anomaly? In the vast expanse of stars, the celestial demon roared in fury. To it, Subai was nothing more than a trifling third-tier weakling, a mortal incapable of even projecting spiritual energy. How could such a being be an anomaly? Such a creature could be extinguished with a mere sneeze. On the ground, Subai clenched his fists. He heard their words. Although uncertain, he felt they were indeed referring to him. Could it be that the secret of his rebirth had been unveiled? At that moment, the Celestial Emperor spoke slowly. The affairs of the world are inherently unpredictable. Perhaps this young man harbors some hidden secret. However, heed my words. He is a member of my human race. Thus, you shall not lay a finger on him, not even a single hair. In that instant, the Celestial Emperor's imposing aura radiated fiercely. He was renowned for his fierce protection of his kin. How dare you threaten a descendant of my human race? Chapter 52. Subai's former master. In the cosmos of Blue Star, upon hearing this, the celestial demon let out a cold scoff. Humph. Celestial Emperor, do not presume you can shield him for eternity. This is an anomaly, a matter of great significance. If it truly is him, it will spell disaster in the future, not only for my demon clan, but the human race shall not escape unscathed. Yet, the Celestial Emperor remained unfazed. Humph. Anomaly? And what of it? I shall keep a watchful eye on him, and ensure he does not stray from the righteous path. All I know is, he is a descendant of my human race. Panic surged within Subai as he instinctively glanced at Su Xiaoya and Xia Qingyan standing beside him, both wearing expressions of confusion. Taking a deep breath, Subai forced himself to steady his nerves. Truth be told, he was genuinely alarmed. These two were both emperor-level powerhouses, unmatched existences he had never even been qualified to meet in his previous life. Just as he trembled with trepidation, the Celestial Emperor's gaze suddenly shifted, piercing through the starry void directly toward him. That gaze seemed capable of penetrating one's very soul, and in a fleeting moment, Subai felt as if all his secrets were laid bare. However, soon after, a glimmer of warmth flickered in the Celestial Emperor's eyes. Subai sensed this as a form of encouragement. After being graced by that gentle gaze, Subai felt a modicum of calmness return, and he respectfully bowed in the direction of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor then redirected his gaze towards the Celestial Demon. Celestial Demon, let today's matters conclude here. Do not entertain further ambitions. Withdraw now, and I shall treat this as though nothing has transpired. Nevertheless, the Celestial Demon, consumed by rage, erupted into mocking laughter. Kak. Following its laughter, it abruptly swung its magical hand, striking directly at Blue Star. You dare attack my Blue Star continent? The Celestial Emperor bellowed in furious indignation. He had not anticipated that the Celestial Demon would disregard the treaty between their clans and directly assault the very heart of the human race on Blue Star. Such an offense was unforgivable. Yet, it was already too late. The speed of an Emperor-level attack was simply too swift. In the blink of an eye, it breached the atmosphere and entered Blue Star. Fortunately, the surface of Blue Star was fortified with a powerful protective formation, which mitigated some of the attack's force and significantly slowed its speed. Seeking death. At that moment, a feminine voice resonated from the imperial capital. Subai recognized that this was undoubtedly another human emperor. A dazzling and beautiful silhouette suddenly soared from the imperial capital, blocking the magical hand in an instant. This was a graceful female emperor. With hands forming seals, she chanted incantations, and a formidable power erupted from her, completely dispersing the magical hand. However, the celestial demon laughed even more joyfully. Keek. I had anticipated this. Not good. Both emperors exclaimed in unison. Unbeknownst to them, a white shadow of a hand suddenly materialized 100 meters above Subai, targeting him directly. It's over. Subai's face turned pale upon seeing this. The celestial demon was exceedingly cunning. Hidden within its magical hand was yet another attack. It seemed he was destined to be sent for rebirth once more. The snow-white hand moved with blinding speed, aimed directly at the center of Subai's forehead. Yet, just as everyone believed Subai was about to meet his demise, a soft, ethereal female sigh echoed through the air. Following this, a pale blue aura enveloped Subai's form, and upon contact, the snow-white hand was rendered ineffective. Unable to penetrate, everyone was astounded, and Subai's eyes widened in disbelief. That voice was so familiar. How is this even possible? Subai stammered, his lips quivering. This turn of events was even more unbelievable than his own reincarnation. Gradually, a stunning woman clad in a purple gown emerged from the void. Her beauty unparalleled, a gentle smile gracing her lips. You emperors cannot even protect a child. How disappointing, she chided softly, shaking her head in dissatisfaction. The celestial demon, witnessing this, let out a furious roar. Who are you to disrupt my plans? The purple-clad woman cast a mere sidelong glance at the celestial demon and replied, You are not worthy to know my name. As soon as she spoke, the celestial demon was sent hurtling billions of miles away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Unaware of its fate, the celestial emperor was taken aback and promptly bowed. Thank you, fair maiden, for saving this child. May I inquire your name? The purple-clad woman waved her hand dismissively. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. At that moment, the female emperor from the imperial capital approached. I have seen the esteemed elder. She politely bowed to the purple-clad woman. Despite her status as an emperor, she felt an instinctive fear in the presence of this woman. How terrifying. It was merely a projection, yet with a single word, it had rendered a celestial demon powerless? An absolute being beyond the gods. Indeed, the purple-clad woman nodded coolly. Then, she turned to Subai. Hello, little bye-bye, we meet again. The celestial emperor, the female emperor of the imperial capital, Xiaqingyan. Su Xiaoya. Subai. After taking a deep breath, Subai bowed to the woman. I have met my master. Upon uttering these words, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Master. This mysterious woman turned out to be the young man's mentor? Surely, this must be a fabrication. Could it be that he was merely recognizing her as his master to curry favor due to her formidable strength? Goodness, I wish I could do the same, but alas, I dare not. She is far too powerful. If I were to offend her, it would spell disaster for me. It is surprising that you still remember your master. To everyone's astonishment, the woman in the purple dress acknowledged this claim. Subai fell into silence, his shock no less profound than that of the others. This woman was indeed his master, though she was his master from a past life. Yet he had clearly been reborn. How could she possibly recognize him? And how could she be so closely tied to his existence? In his past life, she certainly did not seem this powerful, did she? Seeing her strength now, could it be that his rebirth was orchestrated by her? In his previous existence, Subai had always been reluctant to acknowledge her as his mentor because when he inquired about her name, she had whimsically declared herself to be Alagajuo. How absurd. Even a fool could tell that was a false name. Subai was aware that Alagajuo was a dialect from a certain island in Huaxia, meaning something akin to thank you. Is that how you name yourself? Thank you? Yet, Subai had never managed to defeat her. Whenever he ascended to the 6th tier, she would rise to the 7th. Upon reaching the 7th, she would ascend to the 8th. Ultimately, when he finally reached the 8th tier, he thought he could stand a chance, only to be soundly beaten when she unexpectedly attained the 9th tier. Later, Subai mused that if he could reach the 9th tier himself, surely he could retaliate. After all, she couldn't possibly become a supreme emperor, could she? But now it seemed that even if he became an emperor, he would still have to endure her wrath. Indeed, as the saying goes, your master will always remain your master. Now, whether he liked it or not, he had to acknowledge it. Chapter 53. Little bye-bye, grow up quickly. On the streets of Jiangqing, the woman chuckled. Oh, little bye-bye, so you finally acknowledge your master now? What stopped you before? I thought I'd have another chance to give you a good thrashing. She playfully clenched her delicate fist, pretending to threaten Subai. This remark left everyone present in a state of disbelief. They could never have imagined that a super strong figure like the woman in the purple dress could be so casually rejected as a mentor. How absurd. If it were me, I would willingly be her servant. At that moment, Subai suddenly shuddered, sensing a wave of murderous intent from all directions. He had incurred the wrath of many. Can we not mention this master-disciple relationship? Subai scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had not anticipated that she would so openly declare it. Had he known his seemingly advantageous master was this formidable, he would have never rejected her. He was not foolish. He understood the wisdom of seeking shelter under a grand tree. Senior, the empress of the imperial capital, inclined her hand, hesitating to speak. How infuriating. Here was a powerful female emperor, yet she was blatantly ignored. However, she dared not voice her displeasure. This woman was far too strong. Did no one notice that with just a single utterance from her, a celestial demon of equal rank was sent flying thousands of miles away, potentially to his demise? Indeed, it was highly likely that he had met his end. This could be seen as a significant service to humanity by eliminating a great threat. Furthermore, a celestial demon from the demonic realm had perished. After today, the peace might last a while longer. Hearing this, the mysterious woman cast a glance at the empress, raising an eyebrow. For someone of her caliber, reading minds was a trivial task. She could effortlessly discern the empress's inner thoughts. Yet, she paid it no mind. Children, she mused, it is quite normal to feel a bit upset when ignored. After a moment's reflection, the mysterious woman waved her delicate hand, and two beams of violet light shot forth, penetrating the bodies of the two emperors. What is this? Both the Emperor of Divine Charms and the Empress of the Imperial Capital gasped in unison, instinctively channeling their internal energy to resist. Do not be alarmed. This is but a small gift from me, the mysterious woman smiled and explained. Upon hearing this, the two emperors gradually relaxed, carefully attuning themselves to the changes brought about by the violet light. They were acutely aware that had this mysterious woman harbored any ill intentions, perhaps a mere sneeze would have led to a fate similar to that of the fallen celestial demon. After a thorough examination, they were pleasantly surprised to find that their internal energy had become more refined and robust, even hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. Thank you, esteemed senior. The two human emperors bowed in gratitude. After all, this was an opportunity for a breakthrough to emperor status, a tremendous favor. Meanwhile, Subai and his companions looked on with envy, pondering when they too might receive such a boon. However, the mysterious woman in the purple dress seemed to see through his thoughts. She slowly extended a delicate finger and gently flicked his forehead. Little by bye. Focus on your cultivation. In the future, there will be plenty of rewards for you. Upon hearing this, Subai felt utterly speechless. The implication of her words was clear. There would be no rewards for him now? No, I want my reward now. He protested. I am your disciple, after all. A good disciple understands, she replied with a slight bow of her head, though he felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, she was an extraordinary being. And with so many eyes upon them, he was reluctant to shamelessly demand benefits. Although he knew she would grant them if he asked, it was unnecessary and would only embarrass them both. The dignity of a strong individual must be preserved. After all, he too aspired to ascend to emperor status one day. Maintaining his image was essential. All right. Little by bye, do not be disheartened. Grow up quickly, for I must take my leave. The mysterious woman spoke softly, reaching out to gently pat Subai's head, reminiscent of a mother caressing her child. After her words, the light and shadow in the air gradually faded, and the woman in purple departed. Master, Subai called out softly, a sense of loss filling his heart. There were so many questions he still wished to ask, about his rebirth, the system, and about her and himself. Suddenly, he wondered if this seemingly distant master might actually be his long-lost mother. Why else would she have shown him such tenderness just moments ago? Little by bye. Do not entertain such thoughts. I am not your mother. At that moment, the woman's voice unexpectedly echoed in Subai's mind. Subai. It seems she is somewhat upset. Farewell, esteemed senior. As the woman departed, the two emperors bowed to the air. Subsequently, both patted their chests, feeling an immense relief wash over them. In all their years of reigning as emperors, they had never encountered a situation quite like today. Previously, they wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. How terrifying. A being surpassing the divine level. Above the divine level. As emperors, they had merely speculated until now. They never anticipated such existence could truly be real. Moreover, this entity even bestowed upon them an opportunity. Now, the prospect of a breakthrough seems attainable. As they pondered, both turned their gazes towards Subai, their eyes brimming with unspoken satisfaction. They understood that the other party would not generously grant them benefits without reason. They must wish for assistance in watching over Subai. Otherwise, how could one offer favors without prior acquaintance? Then, the Grand Emperor of the Celestial Symbols waved his hand, and a golden mist slowly emanated from his palm, enveloping the bystanders in an instant. Memory erasure. Subai was somewhat taken aback, exclaiming involuntarily. He then nodded earnestly. Indeed, what transpired moments ago was far too astonishing. These ordinary passers-by were utterly unworthy of such knowledge. Aside from the emperors and himself, no one else had the right. Not even ninth-tier quasi-emperors. Furthermore, this matter would be classified as an SSS-level document. Beyond the emperors, no one could access it. Likewise, Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoyao were not exempt from this fate. Their memories, too, were erased. Approximately 5 minutes later, the memory cleansing was complete. Everyone's body softened, collapsing onto the ground. Qingyan Xiaoya. Upon witnessing this, Subai hurriedly rushed over to support Xia Qingyan. At that moment, the Grand Emperor of the Celestial Symbols approached with a beaming smile. Young lad, your name is Subai, is it not? Subai nodded, responding honestly. Yes, esteemed Emperor. I am indeed Subai. The Empress of the Imperial City furrowed her brow and inquired. Is Subai one of this year's SSS-level awakeners? Without a moment's hesitation, Subai nodded again. Yes, esteemed Empress. Hearing this, the Grand Emperor of the Celestial Symbols suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Splendid. Truly wonderful. Even the Empress of the Imperial City appeared momentarily enlightened. They exchanged glances, both thinking that this young man, Subai, was indeed quite remarkable. A reward is in order. Chapter 54. A gift from the Grand Emperor of the Celestial Symbols. On the streets of Jiangqing, Subai, catch this. The Grand Emperor of the Celestial Symbols waved his hand, tossing a sphere of light with a smile. Observing this, Subai quickly extended his hand, cradling it in his palm. He then directed his insight towards the sphere of light. To his astonishment, he discovered it contained a complete set of SSS-level divine equipment. Equipment, Haotian helmet. Quality, SSS. Type, armor. Level, unrestricted. Attributes, maximum health, 400, 000. Maximum mana, 200, 000. Physical defense, 20, 000. Magical defense, 20, 000. Magical attack, 20, 000. Strength, 2, 000. Agility, 2, 000. Intelligence, 2, 000. Constitution, 2, 000. Spirit, 2, 000. Affix 1. Permanently increases damage mitigation by 20 upon equipping. Affix 2 40 chance to immunize against negative status effects received. Affix 3. Permanently increases critical damage mitigation by 40 for the wearer. Affix 4. Reduces all skill cooldowns by 1 second after being hit. Description: mental attacks? What are those? Can they be eaten? Equipment: Hautian battle armor. Quality: SSS. Type: armor. Level: unrestricted. Attributes: maximum health 1, 000. Maximum mana 200, 000. Physical defense 50, 000. Magical defense 50, 000. Physical attack 20, 000. Strength 2, 000. Agility 2, 000. Intelligence 2, 000. Constitution 2, 000. Spirit 2, 000. Affix 1. Increases maximum health by 20 when equipped. Affix 2 20 chance to reduce damage taken by 50. Affix 3. Restores 5 maximum health per second when equipped. Affix 4. Has a chance to reflect 50 of damage taken. Description: hey, not dying is just playing around. Equipment: Hautian pauldrons. Quality: SSS. Type: armor. Level: unrestricted. Attributes: maximum health 200, 000. Maximum mana 150, 000. Physical defense 10, 000. Magical defense 10, 000. Physical attack 10, 000. Strength 2, 000. Agility 2, 000. Intelligence 2, 000. Constitution 2, 000. Spirit 2, 000. Affix 1. Increases skill damage dealt by 20. Affix 2. Immunizes against 20 skill damage received. Affix 3. Attacks carry an additional 20 lifesteal effect. Affix 4. Gains 10 layers of Hautian heart buff upon entering combat. Description: I am crafted by the hands of the human emperor himself. Equipment: Hautian belt. Quality: SSS. Type: unrestricted. Level: unrestricted. Attributes: maximum health 400, 000. Maximum mana 150, 000. Physical defense 30, 000. Magical defense 30, 000. Magical attack 25, 000. Strength 4, 000. Agility 4, 000. Intelligence 4, 000. Constitution 4, 000. Spirit 4, 000. Affix 1. Permanently increases the wearer's maximum health by 10. Affix 2. Increases the wearer's physical and magical defense by 15. Affix 3. Gains 10 layers of Hautian heart buff upon entering combat. Affix 4. When health drops below 30, gains a shield with a maximum health of 80 for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Description: what are you looking at? What are you staring at? Stare again, and I'll hit you. Equipment: Hautian gloves. Quality: SSS. Type: unrestricted. Level: unrestricted. Attributes: maximum health 400, 000. Maximum mana 200, 000. Physical defense 40, 000. Magical defense 40, 000. Physical attack 100, 000. Strength 10, 000. Agility 5, 000. Intelligence 2, 000. Constitution 4, 000. Spirit 4, 000. Affix 1. Increases the wearer's attack speed by 20. Affix 2. When health is below 50, increases damage by 20. Entry 3. Upon each successful strike against a target. Reduce the target's attack speed and movement speed by 1, up to a maximum of 100, lasting for 30 seconds. Entry 4. Upon each successful strike against a target. Increase one's own attack speed and movement speed by 1, up to a maximum of 100, lasting for 30 seconds. Description: come. Feel the wrath of the storm. Equipment: Hautian boots. Quality: SSS. Type: level: unrestricted. Attributes: maximum health 200, 000. Maximum mana 100, 000. Physical defense 30, 000. Magical defense 30, 000. Physical attack 20, 000. Strength 2, 000. Agility 10, 000. Intelligence 2, 000. Constitution 4, 000. Spirit 4, 000. Entry 1. Upon equipping, permanently increase movement speed by 50. Entry 2. Upon equipping, Permanently increase absolute evasion rate by 20. Entry 3. Upon equipping, gain the skill Haotian Teleport, allowing instant travel to any location within a kilometer, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Entry 4. Upon equipping, gain the skill Haotian Invisibility, which has a 30 chance to automatically trigger after being attacked, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Description: Hehe. You can't see me, you can't catch me. Set effect: 66 upon gathering all 6 pieces of the Haotian set. Gain the extraordinarily powerful SSS level legendary skill, Haotian Descend. Haotian Descend. Skill type: active skill. Skill effect: upon releasing this skill, instantly consume all layers of Haotian Heart, enlarging oneself. While enlarged, temporarily increase maximum health, maximum mana, physical attack, physical defense, and magical defense by an amount equivalent to 50 times the layers of Haotian Heart, with the effect lasting for a maximum of 15 minutes. At the moment of casting this skill, deal true damage to enemies within a radius of 100 meters equal to 10 times the maximum health per layer of Haotian Heart, inflicting them with a forced stun status for a duration of 5 times the layers of Haotian Heart in seconds. Simultaneously, upon casting this skill, gain a protective shield of Haotian Guardian lasting 60 times the layers of Haotian Heart in seconds, capable of absorbing damage equal to 50 times the maximum health per layer of Haotian Heart, while restoring 10 maximum health per second and reducing damage taken by 30 during the shield's existence. Legendary skill cooldown, 180 minutes. Chapter 55, The Empress's Gift, The Law of Divine Elixir. On the streets of Jiang City. Hiss. Gazing at the attributes of the Haotian set, Su-bai inhaled sharply. It was simply too powerful. To speak candidly, once dawned, he could effortlessly defeat 4th Order Awakeners. In fact, he could even contend with 5th and 6th Order Awakeners. This was no mere equipment. It was akin to a cheat. What do you think? Do you like it? Seeing this, the Emperor of Celestial Symbols was greatly pleased and inquired with a smile. This is the renowned Haotian set. I painstakingly acquired it from the God of Hammers. How could it not be formidable? This set of equipment not only boasted exceptional entries, but also automatically enhanced attributes based on the wearer's level. There was no need to expend additional materials for nourishment. One could say that once acquired, one had already graduated. At least, it would not require replacement until one became an emperor. This piece of equipment was originally intended as a carefully selected gift for his yet-to-be-met disciple. However, Su-bai proved to be exceedingly outstanding. Unable to resist, he presented it prematurely. Yet, Su-bai already had a master. Moreover, his master was extraordinarily fearsome. Thus, Su-bai could not possibly take the Emperor of Celestial Symbols as his teacher. However, he did not feel he had lost out. Merely by virtue of the fortuitous encounter bestowed upon him by Su-bai's mysterious female mentor, the value was beyond measure. That was an extraordinary opportunity to transcend to the Emperor level, rarely found in the world. Following this incident, it could be said that as long as it did not require him to betray humanity, he would be willing to fulfill any of Su-bai's needs. Of course, he would not choose to foolishly linger around Su-bai, judging by the mysterious purple-clad woman's demeanor. He understood that she likely did not wish for Su-bai's growth to be overly smooth. Otherwise, with just a wave of her hand, Su-bai might become an emperor. It was a universally acknowledged truth that a flower nurtured in a greenhouse could not become a top-tier powerhouse. Su-bai here. This is a gift from this emperor upon our first meeting. At that moment, the empress also waved forth a sphere of light. After all, both she and the Emperor of Celestial Symbols had received the mysterious woman's boon, and since the emperor had already presented his gift, how could she, Lin Yanshu, a fellow sovereign, fall behind? Thank you, Empress. Su-bai exclaimed with delight, promptly expressing his gratitude. He then swiftly accepted the mysterious sphere of light and cast the insight skill. Soon, the information regarding the elixir appeared before his eyes. Name, Weak Water Divine Elixir. Quality, SSS. Category, Elixir. Effect, Constitution, 100,000. Intelligence, 100,000. Spirit, 100,000. Strength, 100,000. Stamina, 100,000. Description. This is an exceedingly rare SSS grade divine elixir. Upon consumption, it can significantly enhance numerous character attributes and simultaneously offers a chance to comprehend the law of weak water. This law is none other than the law of weak water. Gazing at the information before him, Su-bai inhaled sharply once more. In just a few days, he had been astonished repeatedly. To put it bluntly, one could say the air would be inhaled clean. However, it was not that he was emotionally unstable. Rather, the events of the past 2 days were utterly unfathomable. One must understand that this was a law-type SSS grade divine elixir, in stark contrast to ordinary SSS grade elixirs. It was like comparing heaven and earth. To state it frankly, this single small elixir was worth more than the entire Haotian set that the Emperor of Celestial Symbols had just gifted him. He recalled reading that those who grasp the laws are akin to deities. Only those who have mastered the laws are worthy of being called divine. And what is divinity? It is the 1000 level awakeners. It is the might of emperor-level powerhouses. After all, equipment will eventually require replacement. Yet, the effects of this elixir are effective for a lifetime. Moreover, while the Haotian set boasted formidable attributes, it is, after all, still beneath divinity, remaining merely a mortal artifact. Surely, he would need to change his equipment upon reaching level 1000. Of course, prior to that, it was highly probable he could continue using it for a considerable time. So at most, it was merely a transitional item that could be utilized for an extended period. Subai, you should consume it now. This emperor shall personally guard you. Upon witnessing the astonishment etched on Subai's face, the empress nodded in satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at the emperor of celestial symbols beside her. Upon witnessing the astonishment mirrored on the countenance of the heavenly talisman emperor, a subtle smile instinctively graced the corners of his mouth, as if to convey, look, second brother, this emperor's gift surpasses yours. With a serious nod, Subai exhibited no hesitation. He gently supported Xia Qingyan, allowing her to recline upon the ground. Subsequently, he settled into a cross-legged position and slowly raised the weak water divine pill, placing it directly into his mouth under the scrutinizing gaze of both emperors. As the pill entered his system, Subai was immediately engulfed by a torrential surge of energy, crashing through his body like a relentless tide. This elixir, known as the weak water divine pill, brought with it a searing warmth that coursed through his meridians, traversing a peculiar path, igniting a fiery agony within him. Soon, beads of sweat began to bead upon his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he endeavored to actively channel this force. Refining. Before long, several blue subtitles materialized in his mind. Ding. System notification, absorbing the elixir. Ding. Your physique, 100000. Ding. Your intelligence, 100000. Ding. Your spirit, 100000. Ding. Your strength, 100000. Ding. Your endurance, 100000. In an instant, Subai felt an unprecedented surge of power. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. There remained the formidable essence of weak water. The power of weak water, or rather, the laws of weak water, was not easily assimilated. Meanwhile, the two emperors furrowed their brows, their attention unwaveringly fixated on Subai. They were apprehensive. After all, Subai was the disciple of an extraordinary powerhouse. No mistakes could be permitted. Should he perish while absorbing the power of weak water, their adversary would undoubtedly be furious. Everyone would face dire consequences. As the significant augmentation of his attributes concluded, Subai suddenly sensed an ancient and enigmatic force manifesting deep within his soul. He surmised that this was the essence of the weak water laws. It appeared as a delicate gray ribbon, swirling around his consciousness. In that moment, Subai realized that his soul seemed to be enveloped by a gentle yet ferocious power, imparting an ineffable sense of profundity. In his perception, the power of weak water before him appeared weak, yet it possessed the capacity to encompass all, subtly neutralizing external forces. It seemed capable of infiltrating any crevice, quietly influencing everything in its vicinity, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. However, should the power of weak water be breached by an external force, it would unleash an exceedingly terrifying, unknown power. Absorbing. Chapter 56. Has Subai's talent surpassed SSS level? Time passed unnoticed. On the streets of Jiangqing, a crisp system notification echoed in Subai's mind. Ding. Congratulations on successful absorption. You have comprehended the 3000 weak waters. Overjoyed, Subai immediately examined the specifics of its effects in his mind. Name, 3000 weak waters. Type, special skill. Grade. Effect 1. Water has no fixed form. Each time you successfully strike a target, an invisible water will accompany the attack, inflicting 200 points of law damage. Effect 2. Water benefits all. A permanent weak water domain will form within a 10-meter radius around you, reducing all physical and magical damage received by 25 to 50. Description, please. Have a sip of water before leaving. Indeed, from now on, attacks can inflict an additional 200 points of law damage. Law damage. A form of damage more potent than actual damage. Real damage typically ignores defenses, making it formidable. Law damage, however, is even more extraordinary. Firstly, it is permanent. Once a target suffers law damage, it is nearly impossible to recover, except through healing skills that also possess the law attribute. In other words, it imposes a permanent ban on healing. Secondly, it can penetrate the body, directly assaulting the soul. However, this typically requires a profound understanding of the laws to be effective. Lastly, law damage possesses another significant characteristic. Only by acquiring law damage can one have the potential to slay deities. For upon reaching the 1000th level and ascending to emperor status, one will master a complete law power in the context of the small Qian world. Thus, all of them are shielded by the world's law power. Consequently, any existence beneath a deity, even the pinnacle of the 9th tier, will have their inflicted damage reduced by 99.99. This implies that if someone deals 1 trillion points of damage, the opponent may only sustain 1 billion points. Under the terrifying damage reduction of an Emperor-level powerhouse, it could dwindle to a paltry few thousand points. In comparison to an Emperor's health bar, this is nearly negligible. However, possessing law power changes everything. The damage dealt will be equivalent to the damage intended, without any reduction whatsoever. Yet, in reality, its effect is not as grand as one might imagine. For Emperor-level powerhouses possess 2 special attributes, law damage amplification and law damage reduction. Thus, even if Subai currently possesses a faint trace of weak water law power, he would find it exceedingly challenging to inflict damage on an Emperor-level powerhouse. This minuscule fraction of law power is practically inconsequential to an Emperor. It is merely a tentative foray into the realm. However, this does not render his weak water law entirely ineffective. At the very least, it is still quite effective against those of the 7th and 8th tiers. Subai, are you ready? At that moment, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor seemed to sense something. Observing this, the Empress Lin Yenshu raised her brows with delight. Knowing well that this weak water divine pill was a gift from her, if anything went awry, she would be the first to face the consequences. Conversely, if the results were favorable, perhaps Subai's mysterious female mentor would, in her joy, assist her in breaking through to Emperor level, thereby ascending to a being above deities. It was not an impossibility. Calming his excitement, Subai opened his eyes. Returning to the Emperor, this disciple has successfully absorbed it. Upon concluding, a smile graced Subai's lips as he waved his hand. Suddenly, to the astonished gazes of the Heavenly Talisman Emperor and Empress Lin Yenshu, a series of concentric gray-white water shadows enveloped Subai, forming a protective barrier around him. Is this the weak water law? Have you truly acquired the law? The Heavenly Talisman Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Similarly, Lin Yenshu bore an expression of astonishment. He was acutely aware that this divine pill harbored the essence of the laws. After all, it was an element he had personally infused. His mastery lay within the water element, which had evolved into the weak water law upon his ascension to sovereignty. Yet, how could Subai, a mere 3rd-tier novice, absorb it? It was utterly inconceivable. He had initially thought the power of the laws within would be squandered. As the 2 emperors exchanged glances, the astonishment mirrored in their eyes spoke volumes, and they merely nodded in unison, unspoken understanding passing between them. Suddenly, they felt that Subai's talent might transcend the mere SSS level. It could very well belong to an unknown echelon beyond. An extraordinary super SSS level they had never encountered. They were acutely aware that talent was merely the embryonic form of inherent laws. Generally, the stronger the inherent laws, the higher the awakened talent grade. However, even an SSS-level talent awakener could not forcibly absorb the power of the laws before reaching the 8th tier. Not even a minuscule fragment. This was due to the fact that before reaching level 1000, an awakener's own embryonic inherent laws constituted their talent, still incomplete. Moreover, since Subai's inherent law was not of the water element, absorbing a strand of law power at that moment would likely result in mutual repulsion. The inherent law of the absorber would, in all probability, choose to disregard the foreign element, leading to the waste of the weak water law within the pill. In severe cases, it could even result in catastrophic bodily explosion. This was precisely why the 2 had personally shielded Subai. Fearing an unforeseen incident might cause the law power to go berserk. While lower-tier law power might be manageable, this was the weak water law. It was a fragment of the law power separated from Lin Yenshu, an Emperor-level powerhouse with an SSS-level talent. Consider this, they all possessed SSS-level laws. Why should he be allowed to absorb it? It was either coexistence in peace or a contest for supremacy. One of the characteristics of the weak water law was its gentleness. Coupled with Lin Yenshu's benevolent disposition, the 2 emperors believed it would most likely be ignored, leading to its waste. However, they could hardly fathom that the weak water law was actually absorbed by Subai, and so effortlessly. This indicated that Subai's inherent law far surpassed the SSS-level weak water law. Thus, he likely possessed a talent beyond the SSS level. An unknown talent, seemingly superior to the SSS level. It appeared that this young man harbored yet another secret. No wonder he caught the eye of such formidable beings. Returning to the emperors, Subai bowed respectfully, maintaining a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance as he gazed at the 2 emperors. Well done, young lad. The heavenly symbol emperor chuckled, offering Subai a compliment. After a brief pause, he continued, Subai, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, he vanished in an instant. Subai, here is my token. Should you find yourself in peril, shatter it, and I shall arrive within 10 breaths. Until we meet again. Upon finishing, Empress Lin Yenshu tossed a delicate white jade plaque inscribed with the character for Shu toward Subai, who promptly caught it. Before he could express his gratitude, she too disappeared in a flash. Shu, the legendary water god Lin Yenshu. Subai murmured to himself, gazing at the white jade plaque in his hand. Chapter 57. The Old Man Summons the River of Time. On the streets of Jiancheng, after the 2 emperors departed, Subai shook his head. He decided to temporarily set aside the recent events. He had a minor predicament at hand. He turned to his sides, where Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoya lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. With a sigh, he felt a twinge of helplessness. He quickly rose, approached Xia Qingyan, hesitated for a moment, then gently lifted her, carrying her back to the rented apartment. He soon returned downstairs and carried Su Xiaoya back as well. Within the apartment, observing the two girls, one large and one small, sprawled on the bed, Su Bai sighed once more, feeling utterly at a loss as to what to do. The two had just undergone a memory erasure spell cast by the Emperor, so they were entirely oblivious to the recent occurrences. Therefore, he would have to explain Su Xiaoya's situation to Xia Qingyan again, and the thought alone nearly brought him to tears. Shaking his head, Su Bai slowly closed his eyes, settling into meditation. As he meditated and focused on his breathing, an image from approximately a year prior unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. In the world of his mind, the water source star. Oh, young friend, please wait a moment. I see a unique countenance and remarkable appearance in you. You are destined for greatness. How about allowing me to divine your fortune? It's free of charge. What do you say? Su Bai initially wished to ignore this peculiar individual, yet his feet seemed to move of their own accord, halting him. It was quite bizarre. The elder, witnessing this, was instantly elated. He pretended to fiddle with the tortoiseshell and bamboo sticks before him. After some shaking, 2 bamboo sticks fell out. Upon closer inspection, Su Bai found them to be blank, utterly devoid of markings. He felt a sense of confusion, suspecting he had encountered a charlatan. However, the elder's expression shifted, as if he had perceived something extraordinary. TSK, a blank stick. Young friend, you are no ordinary individual. Your destiny is shrouded in mist. Even I cannot discern its entirety. But, I must inform you, you are on the brink of death. Su Bai, you are the one who is about to die. Your entire family will perish. Though his feet remained immobile, his voice was unaffected. He hurled insults with fervor. Yet, deep down, he felt a flicker of fear. After all, he was indeed unable to move an inch. This elder, even if merely spouting nonsense, undoubtedly possessed strength far superior to his own. Cough, cough. There's no need to rush. Although you are about to meet your demise, remember, only through the phoenix's rebirth can one ascend to the pinnacle. Su Bai. Upon hearing this, Su Bai was instantly enraged. To die and yet ascend to the pinnacle? Was he jesting? Nonsense. Thus, he immediately unleashed a torrent of curses at the elder. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean I am about to die yet can reach the pinnacle? You old fool. Speak sense. Hurry and release me. Otherwise, I will report you to the Extraterrestrial Traveler Management Center of Water Source Star. Do you believe me? Release me at once if you dare. Su Bai glared furiously at the old man. The elder was momentarily taken aback, stroking his obviously false beard, and burst into laughter. Haha, young friend, at this point, believe it or not, it's your choice. You wish to report me? Very well. Mark my words, I shall not change my name or my lineage. I am known as Lilia. Off you go. Hurry and make your report. Su Bai discerned that the elder seemed to harbor some anger as well, which left him perplexed. Yet he still believed the old man was spouting nonsense. What? Lilia? An old codger like you calls himself Lilia? Surely that's a woman's name. Lilia. That must belong to some high-ranking figure from Water Source Star. Are you hoping I'll report her and incur her wrath? TSK, you wicked old man. How devious you are. Unfortunately, your scheme has been unraveled. After uttering these words, the elder waved his hand. Suddenly, behind him appeared a long river shimmering with myriad colors, seemingly displaying various scenes. It resembled the river of time. In an instant, Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? An old man merely waved his hand and summoned a river of time. It must be an illusion. Farewell, young friend. With a smile, the elder walked slowly toward the river of time and vanished as he reached its end. At that moment, Su Bai realized he could finally move. Yet, before him lay nothing but emptiness. What old man? What river of time? None of it existed. This was absurd. He must have indulged too much in the secret realm lately, leading to such hallucinations. How could a river of time possibly exist? Shaking his head, Su Bai continued forward. In the rented room, recalling the images in his mind, Su Bai furrowed his brow. Those images appeared once more. Why had he seemingly lost his memory of them before? How utterly bizarre. Could it be that he, like his master, was also? Su Bai frowned again, feeling thoroughly baffled. His current experiences indicated that the old man was no mere figment of his imagination. For shortly thereafter, Su Bai had indeed perished, and now he had been reborn. This aligned almost perfectly with what the elder had foretold. But Lilia? Was he truly called Lilia? How peculiar. Why would a man take on a woman's name? What a strange old fellow. Ugh, my head aches. At that moment, a sound came from the bed. Xia Qingyan had awakened. Su Bai was startled and quickly opened his eyes to glance at the large bed. Anxiety gripped his heart. He was uncertain if Xia Qingyan remembered Su Xiaoya. If she did not, then what would become of them? After all, Su Xiaoya had shared the bed with her. Chapter 58. Is it true? Can Xiaoya stay? In the rented room. Qingyan, you're awake? Su Bai whispered softly, striving to make his voice sound gentle. In response, Xia Qingyan nodded with a somber expression. Seeing this, Su Bai's heart began to race. He felt uncertain. Thus, he instinctively began to overthink. What does Qingyan mean by this? Does she remember or not? If she does not remember, why isn't she angry? But if she does remember, then why the gloomy expression? Could it be? Did the memory erasing spell injure her brain? Has she become foolish? No way, no way, no way. The emperors wouldn't be that cruel, would they? Su Bai, explain to me, who is she? Suddenly, Xia Qingyan's brows furrowed as she pointed at Su Xiaoya. Then, she turned and fixed her gaze directly into Su Bai's eyes. And why is she sharing a bed with me? Cough, cough. Oh well. Su Bai was momentarily at a loss for words. He suddenly realized the worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Xia Qingyan's memory had been completely wiped clean by the emperors. She had no recollection of Su Xiaoya at all. It's over. He would have to explain everything again. Uffed. Seeing Su Bai flustered, Xia Qingyan suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. Haha, Su Bai, you silly goose. You're just too adorable. She had merely been teasing him. Of course, she remembered everything that had transpired. In fact, she even recalled Su Bai's mysterious female mentor. For some unknown reason, her memories had not been lost at all. Perhaps it was because the emperors recognized her as possessing SSS-level talent, affording her certain privileges. In any case, her memories were intact. She had simply taken a brief nap. Even the negative emotions stemming from her earlier misunderstanding of Su Bai's fidelity had vanished without a trace under the mysterious light of the emperors. Now, her spirits were exceedingly high. Qingyan, what is the matter? Have you been brainwashed? As he spoke, Su Bai reached out his right hand to touch her forehead. A look of concern etched on his face, as if Xia Qingyan had fallen seriously ill. What are you talking about, you big fool? Xia Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently swatted Su Bai's hand away. It must be said, being cared for by Su Bai warmed her heart. However, in Su Bai's eyes, this merely indicated that she had become daft. Otherwise, if she were perfectly fine, why would she first question him sternly? Then suddenly break into laughter, followed by a blush? Oh no, it's over. Qingyan has turned into a fool. What am I going to do now? He panicked. Brothers, I'm online begging for a remedy. Uffed. Look at that silly face of yours. Xia Qingyan laughed heartily, gazing at Su Bai with tender affection. After a moment, she finally spoke earnestly about the true situation. Su Bai, my memories haven't been erased. Upon hearing this, Su Bai was first taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. Really? That is fantastic. Qingyan, you nearly scared me to death. He then stepped forward and embraced Xia Qingyan tightly. She returned the embrace, playfully scolding him. Humph. You big pig's trotters. Who told you to make me angry before? This is just a little punishment. At that moment, Su Xiaoya, who had been peacefully waking up, blinked and innocently asked, Brother, sister, what are you doing? Is it something only adults do? I want to. As she spoke, it seemed she recalled something, her face turning crimson. Su Bai. Xia Qingyan. Upon hearing this, Su Bai quickly released Xia Qingyan and awkwardly scratched his head, addressing Su Xiaoya. Xiaoya, it's not what you think. Su Xiaoya blinked her large eyes, nodding in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. Good. Xiaoya, remember this. Brother Su Bai belongs to your sister. So if you wish, you can seek out another brother. To her surprise, Xia Qingyan unabashedly asserted her claim. Su Bai was momentarily taken aback by her words, sensing that something felt amiss. Sister, no? Xiaoya doesn't want to leave her brother. Su Xiaoya immediately shook her head in a flurry of panic. Haha, you little clever girl. I was just teasing you. Seeing Su Xiaoya's reaction, Xia Qingyan couldn't help but smile. She suddenly found this little girl rather endearing. Furthermore, as a half-demon, she too was somewhat without a home. Perhaps. A glimmer of thought passed through Xia Qingyan's eyes. Su Xiaoya, why not acknowledge me as your sister? From now on, Su Bai will be your brother. And I, Xia Qingyan, shall be your sister. Should anyone bully you, come to us for help. But remember one thing, when you grow up, you mustn't compete with your sister for your brother's affection. Ultimately, Xia Qingyan made her decision. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with joy. All right. Xiaoya has a brother and a sister now? Her expression was somewhat dazed, clearly still processing the sudden turn of events. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly that she was unsure how to feel. Elated? Sad? Blissful? Perhaps a blend of all emotions? Regardless, she would no longer be alone as a half-demon. Sister said that if she were bullied, they would stand up for her? Little hippo, come here. I'll have my sister and brother help me teach you a lesson. Humph. This is for bullying me. Su Bai exhaled, watching the heartwarming scene before him, a smile unconsciously tugging at his lips. Xia Qingyan truly was a virtuous woman. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of tears surfaced in his eyes. Family. It seemed he had none. In his past life, he ultimately became an 8th-tier expert, achieving modest success on his path of cultivation. Yet, he had always been alone. Whether in trials, life, or study, he was perpetually solitary. But now, he had family. Their names were Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoya. Chapter 59, The Lottery. A premium cat girl. In the rental apartment. As he gazed at Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoya, Su Bai felt a warm sensation enveloping his heart. as if he had found his spiritual abode. However, he was acutely aware that to preserve this warmth, he needed formidable strength. Hadn't he seen the demon clans lurking in the expanse of the Blue Star? They were ever watchful, poised for a potential invasion that could bring devastation, leaving countless corpses in their wake. Alas, what a wretched thought. Subai. Suddenly, Xia Qingyan halted her laughter, tugging at Subai's arm. What is it, Qingyan? Subai inquired with a smile. Are you returning to the demon city? After contemplating for a moment, Subai posed the question again. From the moment Xia Qingyan had kicked open the door, he sensed she must have stealthily escaped from the demon city, so she was likely preparing to return. Xia Qingyan bit her lip, nodding earnestly. Observing her agreement, Subai fell into a contemplative silence, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Sister, please don't go. Xiaoya won't allow it. To their surprise, Su Xiaoya suddenly sprang from the bed, leaping to embrace Xia Qingyan's slender waist like an adorable koala bear. Subai, Xia Qingyan. Both fell into silence at this unexpected display. Xiaoya. Good girl. Xia Qingyan gently turned to caress her head, yet found herself at a loss for words. She wanted to convey that she wouldn't leave, but, Xiaoya will be good. If I'm good, will you stay? The little girl wiped away her tears and forced a smile. In that instant, Xia Qingyan was once again engulfed in silence. She, too, wished not to depart so soon. But, her mother awaited her at home. Moreover, she had snuck out. Qingyan, it's still dark outside. Let us talk when the sun rises. At this moment, Subai finally spoke up, providing an escape for Xia Qingyan. All right. Xia Qingyan cast a grateful glance at Subai. Subsequently, she embraced Su Xiaoya and returned to bed, while Subai lay back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. The atmosphere in the rental apartment turned somewhat somber. Each harbored their own thoughts, unable to find sleep. On the sofa, Subai reflected that encountering such a situation was a testament to his insufficient strength. If he possessed the might of an emperor, perhaps no one would dare obstruct him. Although the Xia family had not taken any action, nor forcibly compelled Xia Qingyan to return, their mere existence was a restriction, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. And this was merely the consequence of her sneaking out. If he wished to be with Xia Qingyan, it was highly probable that the Xia family would intervene. After all, prominent families like the Xia would typically not permit such unions. Moreover, even if the Xia family refrained from intervening, supporting his relationship with Xia Qingyan as a man, Subai would feel a loss of face. His pride would not allow him to be seen as a man reliant on a woman. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Subai. He suddenly recalled an event. Last time, when assisting Xia Qingyan with her dream, he had received 500,000 destiny points. He hadn't utilized a single one yet. Hey, system, are you there? Subai quickly inquired within his mind. Ding, responding to the host, I am here. A gentle female voice resonated in his mind, startling him. Previously, the notifications had always been mechanical, yet now, it had transformed into a soft, feminine tone. And it was apparent that this voice carried emotional nuance. Could it be that the system was a female entity? System, I want to draw for an epic 10 consecutive draws. Taking a deep breath, Subai hastily replied in his mind. Ding, understood, host, received. Ding, system notification. Epic 10 consecutive draws, commencing. Ding, destiny points, 500,000. With a gentle chime, a beam of light descended from above, conjuring a massive purple wheel in the ocean of Subai's consciousness. Soon, the purple wheel began to spin before Subai's eager gaze. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, a portion of spiritual essence. Ding, congratulations on winning. You have received a happiness pill X1. Thank you for your patronage. Receiving a consolation prize, a portion of spiritual energy. Ding, congratulations to the host for a sudden windfall. You have obtained a catgirl pet egg. 1. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, a portion of spiritual energy. Ding, congratulations on winning. You have obtained a level 6 experience card. 1. Thank you for your patronage. You have received a consolation prize, a portion of spiritual energy. Ding, this lottery has concluded. We welcome your next visit. A joyful pill, a windfall, a catgirl pet egg. Is it the one I am thinking of? It certainly should be. After all, a dazzling golden light just flashed before my eyes. With a mere thought, Subai swiftly opened the system panel, hiding beneath the covers to examine the detailed information of the two items he had just acquired. Name, joyful pill. Category, special elixir. Quality, S effect. Description, a special blue pill capable of enhancing joy, effects unknown, advised against casual consumption. The system's only genuine product. Name, catgirl pet egg. Category, divine pet egg. Quality, SSS. Effect, upon clicking to use, you will acquire a catgirl of the highest quality, rated SSS. This pet will follow you for life, unwavering in loyalty, making it your ideal companion for home, travel, and combat assistance. Description, an incredibly precious top-tier catgirl pet egg. Hiss, it truly is. An exquisite catgirl, an SSS quality pet. Use, taking a deep breath, Subai pointed decisively at the button. Oh no. However, in an instant, he regretted it. For he suddenly realized, this is indeed a cat girl, not just a cat. Meow. As the sound of a meow echoed, Su-bai was astonished to discover a flawless bear figure had suddenly appeared beneath his covers. Simultaneously, he felt an itch at the base of his thigh. Were those tails? At that moment, these tails were. Gulp. Su-bai instinctively swallowed. He found it increasingly unbearable. This is bad. Su-bai thought to himself. Xia Qingyan is still here. And then, the terrifying event unfolded. The cat girl opened her mouth and spoke. Master, please feel free to command me. Little Jiao? 9 Lives Catgirl Su Jiuling. Chapter 60. The Formidable Exquisite Catgirl. Dear Awakeners, the Catgirl ID collection has concluded. In the rental apartment. On the bed, Xia Qingyan exclaimed. What did I just hear? Without a moment's hesitation, she flipped over and quickly got out of bed. Soon, she spotted 4 legs protruding from beneath Su-bai's covers. One pair appeared somewhat robust and dark. It was obvious these must be Su-bai's feet. The other pair, however, was fair and flawless, exceptionally delicate. It was clear that the owner of these legs was a woman. A woman. Humph. With this thought, Xia Qingyan sharply inhaled. Her nose wrinkled in frustration. Nearly incensed to the point of fainting. However, the next moment, she discovered, those exquisite legs had inexplicably vanished. What's wrong, Qingyan? Why are you up? Just then, Su-bai suddenly lifted the covers. Seeing Xia Qingyan sitting on the bed, he rubbed his eyes, appearing utterly bewildered. This is an act. Externally calm as a rock, yet internally, he was in a flurry. What is going on? I clearly saw. Upon noticing this, Xia Qingyan furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed, for she realized that beneath Su-bai's covers, there was only him, nothing else. Moreover, she observed that Su-bai was fully dressed. This meant it was nearly impossible that he had been hiding under the covers engaging in anything strange. She found it quite odd. She had clearly witnessed it with her own eyes, and it seemed she had even heard a voice. How could this be possible? Where did those legs go? How could they have vanished into thin air? Could it be an illusion? My heavens. Could it be the aftermath of that great emperor casting a memory wipe? It's plausible. See. What did you see? Su-bai tilted his head, continuing to feign ignorance. After all, the catgirl had been safely stored in the pet space of the system. This time, there would be no evidence. It's fine. You can continue sleeping. Although she said this, she remained vigilant. She decided to stay. She chose to remain in Jiang City, observing Su-bai. She had an instinct that Su-bai was hiding something from her. Her intuition warned her that if she left, Su-bai might be deceived by some little vixen. Oh, very well then. Good night. With that, Su-bai covered himself with the blanket and resumed sleeping. However, after a brief moment, sounds of snoring emanated from beneath the covers. Xia Qingyan, this pig. Never mind. It seems that was indeed an illusion. Shaking her head, Xia Qingyan returned to bed, hugging Su Xiaoya, attempting to continue her slumber. Yet, no matter what, sleep eluded her. Time passed quietly, and soon the night was over. The next morning, inside the rental apartment. On the sofa, Su-bai yawned and awakened. To appear more natural, he had genuinely fallen asleep last night. Sigh. After stretching, he glanced helplessly at the 2 women still lying on the bed, slowly shaking his head, feeling rather speechless. After pondering for a moment, Su-bai quickly opened the system panel, navigating to the pet section, and opened it to check the specifics of the catgirl. Name, Catgio, can be renamed. New ID collection ongoing. Level, 300. Rank, Tier 3. Gender, female. Species, 9 Lives Cat Demon. Quality, SSS. Max health, 2, 500, 000. Max mana, 450, 000. Physical attack, 80, 000. Magical attack, 65, 000. Physical defense, 120, 000. Magical defense, 170, 000. Exclusive skills, Sharp Cat Claws. As a member of the 9 Lives Cat Demon Clan, Catgio possesses a pair of razor-sharp claws that glint with cold light, delivering immense power. Each of Catgio's attacks has a 30 chance to inflict double physical damage and can ignore 30 of the target's physical defense. Shadow Strike. As a member of the 9 Lives Cat Demon Clan, Catgio is naturally adept at concealing her form, allowing her to instantly teleport behind the target to launch an attack, dealing a combined 200 physical damage and 150 magical damage. Upon hitting the target will be slowed by 15 for the next 3 seconds. Undying Spell, an exclusive skill of the 9 Lives Cat Demon Clan. When Catgio's health falls below 10, this skill will automatically trigger, restoring 50 of her maximum health and granting an 80 damage reduction effect for the next 20 seconds. With a maximum of 3 activations per battle. Ultimate Guardian, Cat 9 is unwaveringly loyal to her master. When her master suffers a fatal injury, she will bravely step forward, absorbing the damage and rendering herself immune to it. Simultaneously, she inflicts true damage equivalent to 50 of her maximum health upon the attacker, stunning them for 3 seconds. Cat God Avatar, Cat 9 lets out a mighty howl, activating the ancestral power of the 9 Lives Cat Demon Clan. summoning a formidable cat god avatar to assist in battle. This avatar remains for 120 seconds. During its duration, Cat 9's attributes will be enhanced by 100. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 50, and her normal attacks transform into area attacks, dealing damage equivalent to 200 of her magical attack power to enemies within an 8-meter radius. Demon God Bloodline. This skill is a unique bloodline ability exclusive to the 9 Lives Cat Demon Clan. Upon activation, Cat 9 will gain a 100 critical strike chance for the next 60 seconds, with critical damage increased to 3 times the normal amount. Additionally, each critical hit will restore 10 mana points. Reversal of Destiny. Summary. Wow, is this truly the legendary 9 Lives Cat Demon? Let me tell you a secret. She is said to possess 9 lives. Quite impressive. The skills are formidable, and her appearance is delightful. I am utterly enamored. Oh dear. I am exhausted. Just then, a sound suddenly emanated from the bed. It turns out that Xia Qingyan has awakened, but exhausted. Upon hearing this, Subai's lips curled into a slight smile. He quickly closed the system panel and approached the edge of the bed, stretching out his hands. He pressed them gently on Xia Qingyan's shoulders. What's wrong, Yin Yin? Why do you seem even more fatigued? He inquired. Did you have that nightmare again? Come, let me help you relax. However, upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan's expression shifted, her gaze sharpening as she fixed her eyes on him. She sensed something was amiss. Indeed, quite amiss. As the saying goes, a kind gesture without cause is often a guise for treachery. This Subai must surely be concealing something from her. He is feeling guilty. Chapter 61. Xia Qingyan, doesn't he have to leave? Inside the rental apartment. Huh, Yin Yin, what's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Subai chuckled, feeling a bit anxious. He had the distinct impression that Xia Qingyan had noticed something. In truth, it wasn't he that he wished to hide anything from her. Rather, this matter was one he simply could not disclose. For, regardless of the circumstances, that cat girl had indeed appeared in his bed, which meant that, from Xia Qingyan's perspective, it was utterly unacceptable. No matter how he explained, she would never believe him. Furthermore, for the time being, he must ensure that Xia Qingyan remains oblivious to the cat girl's existence. Otherwise, if she connected the dots, it would spell disaster. If she found out, it would be tantamount to infidelity and deception. A double offense. Moreover, it wasn't he intentional. He had only inadvertently summoned the cat girl. In any case, he absolutely could not admit it. You were correct. I do believe there is something on your face. Xia Qingyan nodded vigorously, her gaze still sharp. Subai was instantly left in a state of bewilderment. Haha, look at you. I'm just teasing, he replied with a laugh. Suddenly, Xia Qingyan leaned closer, a glint of mischief in her eyes. But, Subai, remember this. If you are indeed hiding something from me, you had better confess quickly. My instincts are quite accurate. Subai chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. How could that be, my dear? There are no secrets between us. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan's lips curled into a slight smile. It's best that way. Clearly, even though she knew this statement was likely insincere, she still found it pleasing. After all, what girl doesn't relish sweet words? Even when aware of their falsehood, they still enjoy hearing them. Subai, I have made a decision. I want to return to Magic City. With a smile faded, Xia Qingyan looked earnestly at Subai. She was genuinely concerned. This Subai, who had once been so honest in school, now seemed to have learned to spin tales. Not a single truthful word. Really? That is wonderful. After a moment of astonishment, Subai beamed with joy. However, to Xia Qingyan, his smile appeared rather peculiar, even somewhat disconcerting, almost as if he were about to cry. What kind of expression is that? Stop laughing. It's truly too unappealing. What? Are you unhappy? Do you truly have something to hide from me? Is that why you fear my staying? Xia Qingyan exclaimed, a hint of frustration creeping into her tone. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Just then, a series of phone rings suddenly erupted. The source of the ringtone was Xia Qingyan's mobile phone. Shoo, I'll take this call first, and then we can continue our conversation. After making a silencing gesture, Xia Qingyan picked up the phone and quickly answered. Hello? Mom. Upon answering, Xia Qingyan playfully stuck out her tongue, glancing nervously at Subai. Yin Yin, where are you? Why haven't you returned yet? Soon. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end. Mom, I have some matters to attend to. Xia Qingyan's voice grew softer as she held the phone. Yin Yin, tell your mother, are you at Subai's place? To Xia Qingyan's surprise, the voice on the other end suddenly intensified. Moreover, she knew Subai. Xia Qingyan's face flushed crimson as she furtively glanced at Subai. Finally, she stammered, Mom, it's not what you think. Subai stood nearby, scarcely daring to breathe, feeling the immense pressure from his future mother-in-law. How overwhelming. Yin Yin, the college entrance examination is over, and you are now an adult. Your mother shouldn't meddle too much, but as a girl, you must understand boundaries. Do you comprehend? To Xia Qingyan's astonishment, her mother's tone softened. It sounded as if she were approving of Xia Qingyan staying with Subai. Xia Qingyan was elated and immediately adopted a charming tone. Mom, I understand. Before long, her mother's voice echoed again from the phone. Good. I'm glad to hear you say that. My precious daughter is so obedient. Subai should be right there beside you, yes? Hand the phone to him. I'd like to have a few words with him. To Xia Qingyan's surprise, her mother requested to speak with Subai. For a moment, both were taken aback, feeling quite flustered. What wrong, Yin Yin? Is he not there? If he is not, that is fine. He is here, Mom. Xia Qingyan hurriedly passed the phone to Subai. Taking a deep breath, Subai accepted the phone. Speaking respectfully, hello, Annie, I am Subai. At that moment, Subai's voice trembled slightly. All the composure he had as an 8th-tier expert in his past life vanished. After all, if he wished to be with Xia Qingyan, he must pass this hurdle with her mother. Subai, Annie has always known you are a good boy. The voice on the other end suddenly turned warm. However, you are both still quite young, and some matters require caution. Subai nodded vigorously, responding, Auntie, you are absolutely right. Subai understands. Upon hearing this, Mother Xia burst into laughter, saying, You mustn't bully our Yin Yin, or else if Annie finds out, she certainly won't let you off the hook. And while Yin Yin can be a bit temperamental at times, she has a kind heart, so please be more accommodating. Without a moment's hesitation, Subai, with unwavering determination in his gaze, replied, Rest assured, Auntie, I will take good care of Qing Yan. Satisfied with his response, Mother Xia said, Good, that's settled then. Goodbye. With that, she hung up the phone, clearly in high spirits. However, Subai remained drenched in sweat, feeling that the brief exchange had exerted far greater pressure on him than facing a 9th-tier advanced demon in his previous life. Subai, Xia Qingyan called out softly, her face alight with joy. Although she had previously resolved not to return to the magic capital, that decision had been impulsive. The Xia family might not agree. Yet now, she had received her mother's permission. This meant that even if the Xia family disapproved, her mother would stand by her side. It is worth noting that her mother is no ordinary woman. She is not just a typical housewife, but one of the most elite 9th-tier awakened beings in Huaxia. Once honored with the rank of Major General, she is a formidable presence. At home, even her father must heed her words. Unfortunately, after giving birth to her, her mother had never returned to the cosmic battlefield. If you dare to wrong me, Subai, I shall inform my mother. I'll have her deal with you. On the other hand, Subai was contemplating Major General Yi Lingshuang, Xia Qingyan's mother. As a reborn individual, her name is indeed well known. I never expected her to be such a kind-hearted person. Chapter 62. A first encounter, is this fate? In the rented room. Subai, are you happy? I can stay? Xia Qingyan tucked her phone into her pocket, her spirits soaring. Of course, I'm happy that you can stay. Subai replied, scratching his nose. Somewhat disingenuous. He suddenly realized that having her constantly by his side might not be the best situation after all. I want my freedom. I'm in a good mood today. Tell me, little bye-bye, what kind of reward do you desire? I will do my utmost to fulfill it, she teased, reaching out to ruffle Subai's hair, resembling a mother doting on her beloved child. Are you serious? As soon as Xia Qingyan's words fell, Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing at her like a famished wolf, eager to seize her and devour her whole. It was evident what he was thinking. Hey, what kind of eyes are those? Don't forget, my mother just warned you not to bully me. Do you understand? Unexpectedly, Xia Qingyan placed her hands on her hips, striking a pose that suggested, if you dare to provoke me, I will tell my parents. Witnessing this scene, Subai felt a rush of memories as if he had been transported back in time many years ago. Years ago, in Jiang City, in an old neighborhood. On a sunlit afternoon when rays danced upon the cobblestone alley, young Subai was playing as usual. He was dressed in slightly tattered yet clean clothes, his eyes sparkling with the innate curiosity of a child. He was, in fact, an orphan, as depicted in storybooks, in a corner of the old neighborhood. A small figure was being bullied by a group of mischievous children. That figure was none other than the young Xia Qingyan. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, tears of grievance glistening in her eyes as she stubbornly bit her lip, desperately trying to hold back her tears. Young Subai, unwittingly witnessing this scene, felt a surge of courage swell within him. After a moment's hesitation, he boldly strode toward the group, positioning himself protectively in front of Xia Qingyan, shielding her behind him. Gathering his bravery, he shouted at the group of children, Tang Shanjia, Guerma, Li Jiji, you mustn't bully her. If you have the guts, come at me. The children burst into laughter at the sight of the small and slender Subai, with one of them pushing him hard, causing him to stumble and fall. Yet he was resilient. Gritting his teeth, he quickly regained his footing. He was a man and would not yield in the slightest. Clenching his small fists, he gazed steadfastly at the group, seemingly ready to charge at them in the next moment, perhaps intimidated by Subai's audacity. The children murmured a few words before scattering in laughter, having merely sought amusement. Once they left, young Subai turned to Xia Qingyan, noticing that her eyes shimmered with crystalline tears, which quickly transformed into a grateful smile. Thank you, big brother. What is your name? Her voice was still slightly choked, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Scratching his head, feeling somewhat bashful, young Subai replied, I am Subai. Little sister, if they dare to bully you again, just come tell me. I swear, I will protect you. With that, young Subai's cheeks flushed crimson. He thought to himself that this little sister was incredibly beautiful, far surpassing all the girls in the orphanage. He vowed that when he grew up, he would earn a fortune and marry her. From that day on, little Xia Qingyan followed young Su by like an adorable little shadow, one that couldn't be shaken off. He remembered those moments when Xia Qingyan would often bring out peculiar little snacks from her home and generously share them with him. Those treats were truly delightful. Most at that moment, sunlight cascaded upon the two of them, as if crystallizing their beautiful and innocent friendship into a heartwarming tableau. However, as time marched on and their ages advanced, the trajectory of fate ultimately led them in divergent directions. He, Su Bai, was merely an orphan. As for Xia Qingyan, she was the illustrious daughter of the esteemed Xia family. Xia Qingyan's arrival in the old district was merely a serendipitous occurrence. After a mere 2 months, she departed with her parents. From that point onward, the two never crossed paths again, until Su Bai entered high school. By then, both had matured, tacitly burying their past deep within their hearts, never to mention it again. As his thoughts drifted back, gazing at Xia Qingyan before him, a myriad of emotions surged within Su Bai. To his astonishment, those long-buried memories suddenly sprang to life. In that instant, Su Bai felt that perhaps, regardless of past lives or this one, the bond between them was an unutterable destiny. Perhaps this was what one referred to as fate. What fate truly entailed, he did not know. With a mere 30 years of life experience behind him, he could hardly grasp the mysteries and grandeur of destiny. Observing the girl before him, Su Bai suddenly burst into laughter. Seizing a moment when Xia Qingyan was momentarily distracted, he leaned in, wrapped his arms around her neck, and planted a deep kiss upon her lips. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingyan did not resist. Time seemed to drift away. Brother Su Bai? Sister, what are you doing? A sudden exclamation erupted from the bed. It was Su Xiaoya awakening. Su Bai, Xia Qingyan. Reluctantly, their lips parted swiftly. Why is sister's face so red? Brother Su Bai, did you bully sister? Bad brother, you've turned wicked. With that, Su Xiaoya turned her head away, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Of course, she did it on purpose. After all, she was the proprietor of a herbal shop. How could she not understand such things? Yet, how could such a delightful event occur without including her? Bad brother, nasty sister. You two are quite the pair. Cough, cough. That little Xiaoya. Su Bai cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had been so absorbed in his reminiscence that he had completely forgotten there was a small child lying on the bed. To his surprise, she had caught him in the act. Go play, little one. This is adult business. Yet, contrary to expectations, Xia Qingyan displayed an unusual demeanor. Her eyes widened, feigning anger as she glared at Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya shrank back slightly, seemingly a bit frightened. Chapter 63, The Eternal Trial Tower. The Eternal Grade True Artifact. The Eternal True Tower, Subtower. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Bai felt somewhat speechless. After pondering for a moment, he said, Qingyan, I have something to discuss with you. It concerns the Eternal Trial Tower. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyan paused slightly, turning to look at Su Bai. Are you referring to the Eternal Tower in the Imperial Capital? Indeed. Su Bai nodded slowly. The Eternal Trial Tower is shrouded in an extraordinary origin. According to reliable sources, it was brought from an unknown place in the universe by several great emperors of the human race during a battle against the demon clan. That place is imbued with an aura of mystery, teeming with formidable beings. The emperors faced countless trials before successfully transporting it to the Blue Star world. The Eternal Trial Tower itself is an ultra artifact. This signifies that its quality surpasses SSS grade. Legends say that this Eternal Trial Tower bears a nebulous yet intimate connection with an enigmatic entity known as Eternity. The emperors speculate that this being has transcended conventional understanding, with a level exceeding at least 1,000. For, regardless of who it may be, even an emperor-level powerhouse, passing through each level of the tower grants rewards bestowed by it. These rewards are diverse, encompassing items, experience, and more. Moreover, the successful challenger may even be rewarded with an artifact. This artifact is not akin to the SSS-grade equipment of the Blue Star. These artifacts are imbued with formidable powers of law. Furthermore, acquiring an artifact from Eternity is one of the rare means by which those below Emperor level can possess and master the laws. The trials within are akin to a climbing game, with various levels set within. The higher the level, the more challenging the ascent becomes. However, correspondingly, the rewards also improve. Unlike the Abyssal Rift, if an Awakener perishes within the tower, they merely lose a certain amount of experience and are then teleported out. However, there are exceptions. Regardless of who it may be, if killed by monsters bearing special attributes, the Awakener will face complete death and will not be resurrected. Thus, the Eternal Trial Tower is not an absolute sanctuary. Additionally, within the tower, there exist announcements for successful completions. Strangely, these announcements repeat continuously. Ding. Dear XXXXXX number trialist, congratulations on your successful completion, receiving blessings from Eternity you have obtained. Furthermore, within the Eternal Tower, there is a ranking for successful completions. Whether by coincidence or design, the rankings display the IDs of the awakeners. Initially, this caused quite a stir. It is said that when the ID of the first awakener to conquer the Eternal Trial Tower was inscribed upon the Eternal List, a wave of panic swept across the entire Blue Star. From commoners to emperors, all human beings believed it to be a conspiracy, a scheme targeting the human race of the Blue Star. Everyone felt that the Awakener panels and the Eternal Trial Tower did not appear by chance. They were deliberately introduced to the Blue Star, with motives still shrouded in mystery. However, not long after, all were prohibited from climbing the tower. Not only that, some even refrained from entering the abyssal rift. Regrettably, even after several months passed, no extraordinary events transpired. Coupled with the ongoing war between humans and demons, which necessitated high-level combat power, the tower was reopened. To this day, climbing the Eternal Trial Tower, like venturing into the abyssal rift to slay demons, has become an essential pursuit for all humans. For Subai, it is no exception. It is also an obligatory course. Rental house. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Do you wish to climb the tower? Xiao Qingyan frowned, puzzled. She clearly remembered that during class, the teacher and the textbook had advised that one should only challenge it after becoming a fourth-tier, transcendent awakener. It was said that doing so could yield twice the result with half the effort, significantly increasing the probability of obtaining high ratings and better rewards. This is the culmination of wisdom amassed by the sages of humanity over the centuries. Subai was clearly only at the third tier. Indeed. I wish to ascend the tower. Without the slightest hesitation, Subai nodded resolutely. This. Xiao Qingyan furrowed her brow once more, hesitating as she struggled to find the words. Fine. You may climb the tower, but you must take me with you. After a moment of gritting her teeth, she ultimately chose to acquiesce, albeit with a condition. She wished to accompany him. Otherwise, she simply could not rest easy. Subai's eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at her. You want to go too? Xiao Qingyan let out a huff. What else? Allow you to venture alone? I refuse to be at ease. Just then, Su Xiaya piped up. Where are you going, brother Subai? I want to go too. Take me with you. In that instant, Subai fell silent, feeling quite helpless. 2 living ancestors. He was going to ascend the tower, to enhance his strength. Not for leisure. What are you two doing? I truly am at my wit's end. Although he felt a surge of dissatisfaction within, he refrained from voicing it. With a gentle sigh, he realized he had no choice but to concede to both of them. Thus, he nodded and said, Very well. However, once we arrive, you must heed my instructions. To his astonishment, Xiao Qingyan responded with displeasure, glaring at Subai. What did you say? Listen to you. If I'm not reprimanded for 3 days, I'll be tearing down the roof. I see you're itching for trouble. Observing this, Subai instinctively recoiled, rendered speechless. Well then, I shall follow your lead, shall I? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyan raised her chin slightly. Now that is more like it. Shall we depart now? Let us go. With that, Xiao Qingyan moved to the bed to pack her belongings. Seeing this, Subai approached the sofa and began to gather his things as well. Soon, the trio left their rented accommodation, heading towards the teleportation array in the city center of Jiang City. Chapter 64. The Awakening of the Second Talent, Eternal Heart. City Center. At the teleportation array, Qingyan, Xiaoya, we have arrived. Shortly thereafter, the three found themselves at the teleportation array in the city center. Subai halted, smiling at the 2 women. Well then, let us enter. Nodding in agreement, the 3 stepped into the teleportation array together. The moment they entered, a blue text and a slightly mechanical female system prompt echoed. Ding, please enter your desired destination. Without any hesitation, Subai directly inputted, Core City of the Eternal Trial Tower number 1. He had undergone this process at least several hundred times in his previous life. There was absolutely no chance of error. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoya's face lit up with joy. You must understand, this is the central capital of the human world. Having lived within the confines of the human race for so long, she had never been there. Simultaneously, Xiao Qingyan also bore an expression of eager anticipation. Because it seemed she had never been there either. Perhaps she had visited, but she was too young at the time to remember. Soon, a series of system prompts sounded once more. Ding, system prompt. Destination input complete. Ding, station. Core City of the Eternal Trial Tower. Ding, travelers please note. Teleportation is about to commence. As the last word fell, 3 brilliant beams of white light flashed. Subai felt his vision blur. The next moment, they found themselves in the Core City of the Eternal Tower. Capital City. Eternal Trial Tower. Core City number 1. Whoosh. With 3 intense flashes of white light, the figures of Subai, Su Xiaoya, and Xiao Qingyan materialized within Core City number 1. Phew. Gazing at the familiar scenery before him, Subai exhaled deeply. Then, a smile of recognition graced his lips. Eternal Tower. It has been far too long. Come on, Qingyan, Xiaoya, let us head over there. With that, Subai took the lead, striding towards their destination, Newbie Trialist Registration Point. Much like entering the Abyssal Rift, here, they only needed to register their IDs. However, upon reaching the registration point, they encountered a dilemma. Su Xiaoya did not possess an awakened ID. Of course, this did not mean she could not enter the Eternal Trial Tower. It was fully accessible. However, as a half-demon, she was unable to directly log into the Eternal Tower. After all, this tower was a creation of the Great Emperors. One could say it was a super artifact exclusively for the human race. And she, as a half-demon, lacked a legitimate identity, unless she entered as Su Bai's battle pet. Soon, the three had completed their registrations. The two women then followed Su Bai as they made their way to the first floor. Eternal Tower. First floor. Holy moly. Upon entering the first floor, Su Bai suddenly exclaimed in frustration. He realized he had forgotten something crucial. He had neglected to form a party with Xia Qingyan. You must understand. Once they entered the core city, they could form parties. Only after forming a party would they enter the same instance. Otherwise, even if all three entered the first floor, it would be akin to parallel instances, a solitary challenge. Sigh. Never mind. Given their strengths, the first floor should not pose much of a problem. Shaking his head, Su Bai resolved to commence the challenge. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Ding, dear trialist number 1, Destined Emperor, welcome to the Eternal Trial Tower. And we wish you a pleasant ascent. Ding, dear Destined Emperor, upon detection by the Eternal Trial Tower system, you possess the gaze of eternity. Ding, congratulations. You have received the reward. Eternal Heart. Filled with curiosity, Su Bai opened the Eternal Heart. Name, Eternal Heart, can be upgraded. Condition, unknown. Category, talent. Grade, SSS. Effects, unique immortality. Immortal within the Eternal Trial Tower. My heart is eternal. Immune to all negative status skills. Eternal Blessing. Automatic Grade 1 evaluation upon clearing the Eternal Tower. My heart is unfettered. Most skills can be released without cooldown. Description, wow. This is an extraordinarily powerful unique SSS grade talent. Rumored to be bestowed upon only a select few fortunate individuals. Immortality. Hiss, I actually obtained a second talent. How is this even possible? For a moment, Su Bai stood frozen in place. However, just then, a series of announcements regarding the clearance of the Eternal Tower suddenly echoed. The voice reverberating throughout the entire Eternal Trial Tower. Ding, system prompt. Congratulations to player, Phoenix Emperor, for clearing Eternal Trial Tower first level with an SSS grade evaluation. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations to player, Phoenix Emperor 4. Ding, system prompt. Congratulations to the player. After 6 consecutive notifications, the entire world felt as though it had been frozen in time, plunging into silence, before erupting across various channels. What? An SSS grade evaluation has emerged? No way. To my astonishment, an SSS level evaluation has emerged in this world. Surely, I must be mistaken. The Phoenix Emperor? Hee. From the name, it appears to be a female. A female? Our human race is about to gain yet another female emperor. Not necessarily. It could merely be a board senior expert. The previous speaker has a valid point. The truth unfolds. Likewise, Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world? Qian Yan has already cleared the level. He had not anticipated that Xia Qian had achieved such a feat. Although the first level was relatively simple, it was still rather swift, wasn't it? Watch me. Quickly regaining his composure, Su Bai retrieved the Fate's Judgment from his backpack and unleashed a powerful energy sword at the Minotaur before him. Critical hit. Fatal. Instant kill. 6. 406, 560. Experience points, 15. Eternal coins, 28. Minotaur mask, 1. Minotaur robe, 1 done. That was exceedingly simple. Witnessing the Minotaur's swift demise, Su Bai revealed a long-lost smile. He felt that, given his current circumstances, he should certainly receive an SSS level evaluation, shouldn't he? He was well aware that the evaluation was determined by several factors. First, the time taken to clear the level. Second, the challenger's strength. Third, the difficulty of the level. And fourth, a comprehensive assessment of all circumstances. Moreover, due to the multifaceted nature of the evaluation, it precluded the possibility of high-tier awakened individuals exploiting lower levels to grind for data. Such exploits had long been accounted for. However, there remained certain advantages. For instance, a 5th-tier awakened individual entering the Eternal Trial Tower for the first time would still face the same Minotaur. Yet, it did not necessarily follow that higher damage equated to a better evaluation. The Eternal Trial Tower operates under its own set of evaluative logic. The focus of the Eternal Trial Tower is on trials, not merely on granting benefits. For example, if a first-tier awakened individual inflicts 100,000 points of damage to achieve an SSS level evaluation, then a 5th-tier awakened individual would need to deal 1,000,000, or even 10,000,000 points of damage to achieve the same. And as Su Bai, at over 300 levels, dealt nearly 10 million damage, it was beyond question. Ding, dear Destined Emperor. Congratulations on successfully clearing Layer 1 with an SSS level evaluation. Time taken for the trial, 56 seconds. Ding, system notification. Eternal Heart detected. Ding, system notification. Your evaluation level is 1. Ding, dear Destined Emperor. Congratulations on successfully clearing Layer 1 with an SSSS level evaluation. Time taken for the trial, 56 seconds. Chapter 65. A skill that summons the true essence of eternity? Meanwhile, within the serene azure sky of the eternal trial tower, ethereal and commanding voices suddenly resonated, echoing across the entire blue star. Ding, congratulations to player Destined Emperor for solo clearing Layer 1 of the eternal tower. Time taken, 56 seconds. Evaluation, SSSS. Ding. Congratulations to player Destined Emperor for solo clearing. Ding. Congratulations to player Destined Emperor. As before, the announcement resonated a total of 6 times before finally ceasing. Soon, discussions erupted once more in the public channel. Has someone achieved an SSS level clearance again? No, wait. Not SSS, it's SSSS. Who is Destined Emperor? How can they be so formidable? Is it possible that soon our race will witness the emergence of 2 great emperors? Hiss, 2 emperors. Terrifying. A boon for humanity. Ha! The despicable scum of the demon race shall meet their demise. Phoenix Emperor, Destined Emperor. At this moment, Subai heard a unique clearance notification in his ear. Ding, dear Destined Emperor. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the first layer of the Eternal Tower with an SSSS level evaluation. Receiving a blessing from eternity. You have obtained the reward, True Name Snow. True Name Snow. What does that mean? Such an intriguing skill. Very well. Let us take a look. Name, True Name Snow. Category Skill. Rank. Effect. O fortunate one whom I have never met, heed my call. Summon forth my true name Snow, and I shall descend into this world to aid you in slaying your foes. Description. Upon use, it will trigger unknown consequences. Please exercise caution. What a peculiar skill. True name, indeed. Sigh. It sounds somewhat promising. Perhaps I should give it a try? With a determined heart, Subai decided to test this bizarre skill. He took a deep breath and softly recited the incantation as instructed, Snow. In that instant, as his words fell, the air around him solidified, and a biting chill began to pervade the atmosphere. Subsequently, a translucent white light slowly materialized before his eyes, gradually coalescing into a stunning woman clad in a purple gown. The woman was tall and graceful, possessing an enchanting figure. Based on Subai's estimation, she must be at least a 36D, an absolute beauty. However, regrettably, her features were obscured by a mysterious power, rendering them indistinguishable. Yet, Subai felt an inexplicable familiarity emanating from her, as if they had crossed paths in a distant place before. At that moment, the system of the Eternal Tower erupted in a frenzy, rapidly issuing system notifications. Ding, attention. All trial participants, please take heed. Ding, eternity has descended. Ding, attention. All trial participants, please take heed. Ding, eternity has descended. Ding, attention. All trial participants, please take heed. Ding, eternity has descended. In the imperial capital, within the great emperor's hall. What? Eternity has appeared? An elderly emperor exclaimed, his disbelief evident. His name is Long Chun, the title of Long Chun the Great. He is the first emperor of the human race, the most senior, the most powerful. He discovered the Eternal Tower. Impossible. Could eternity truly exist? A middle-aged emperor also widened his eyes in confusion. His name is Lin Xiaotian. He is a recently ascended emperor over the past few centuries. His title is Xiaotian the Great. As for his strength, it is rather average. Among the emperors, he ranks somewhere in the middle. Therefore, he planned to venture into the cosmos for training soon, hoping for a breakthrough. Feeling caught in the middle, he found it somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, the Heavenly Talisman Emperor suddenly spoke up, voicing his opinion. This is not acceptable. We must hurry in to investigate. Upon hearing this, Long Chun the Great made an immediate decision. No. Second brother, quickly issue an SSS level national announcement, stating that for 1 month, all members of our race are prohibited from entering the Eternal Trial Tower. In his view, the arrival of eternity is a matter of great significance. The situation has unfolded with startling abruptness, leaving one uncertain whether the other party is friend or foe. Based on the information currently available, it is evident that the adversary's strength far surpasses the combined might of all the emperors of the human race. Therefore, it is of paramount importance to avoid any provocation. The most prudent course of action is to prohibit all individuals from entering the Eternal Tower, including even the emperors themselves. After all, the visitor may merely be a curious observer. Who knows, perhaps they will depart of their own accord shortly. Eternal Tower. First level. Hiss. Upon hearing the system notification, Subai drew a sharp breath. Eternal. He was not foolish. The term eternal referenced in the system notification likely pertained to the lady before him. How terrifying. This skill had summoned the true essence of eternity. Although it manifested only as a vague silhouette, it was nonetheless immensely daunting. Alas, to his astonishment, eternity let out a soft sigh. Subsequently, she raised her right index finger and pointed towards the center of Subai's brow from across the air. Whoosh. A gentle white light descended, embedding itself into Subai's brow. In an instant, Subai felt a surge of clarity flood his mind. Ding, your experience, 85785842. Ding, your constitution, 100,000. Ding, your intelligence, 100,000. Ding, your spirit, 100,000. Ding, your strength, 100,000. Ding, your stamina, 100,000. Esteemed senior. Subai began to speak, only to realize that the ethereal silhouette had vanished. Thank you, esteemed senior, he exclaimed, bowing deeply towards the spot where the figure had disappeared. Ding, experience threshold reached. Ding, system notification, you have leveled up. Ding, your level is 400. Upon hearing the system notification, Subai was taken aback. He had indeed reached the remarkable milestone of level 400. Moreover, his other foundational attributes had increased by a staggering 100,000 points. Regrettably, for reasons unknown. Since attaining level 300, the fivefold attribute enhancement conferred by the Divine Power Pill had ceased to function. Nevertheless, even in its absence, his power remained formidable. Impressive indeed. For it was eternity. Imperial capital. Emperor's pavilion. Brother, the heavenly symbol Emperor hesitated as he absorbed the news of eternity's departure. A sudden conjecture sprang into his mind. It was highly likely that eternity had come in relation to the destined emperor. After all, Subai was that very destined emperor. Although he was unsure whether the other emperors had made this connection, as an eyewitness, he held a unique perspective. He not only believed that eternity had come for the destined emperor, but he also speculated that there might be a connection to Subai's master. There were 4 clues. 1. The destined emperor had achieved an SSSS level clearance rating. 2. Eternity appeared only after the SSSS level rating was revealed. These 2 clues alone were sufficient to suggest that eternity manifested due to the SSSS level rating. 3. The destined emperor was, in fact, Subai himself. 4. Subai possessed a particularly formidable divine mentor. Taking these additional factors into account, he even theorized that eternity might actually be Subai's enigmatic master. However, this supposition was so startling that he could not be entirely certain. What troubles you, second brother? Do you harbor any concerns? Emperor Longshan inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. He felt that eternity's arrival was exceedingly abrupt, leaving one uncertain of their intentions. Sealing off the eternal tower seemed the wisest choice. Unless Heavenly Symbol had a better suggestion. Within the pavilion, as all the emperor's gazes turned towards him, the Heavenly Symbol Emperor felt an internal conflict, yet ultimately, for the good of the entire Blue Star human race, he chose to express his conjecture. It is my belief that eternity may. Consider how many years it has been since eternity. Furthermore, you all are aware of the events in Jiang City. Thus, I propose that perhaps 3,000 words omitted here. In conclusion, eternity may have been drawn out by Subai. Furthermore, eternity may indeed be that mysterious woman. After speaking, the Heavenly Symbol raised his cup of tea and drank it in one gulp, smiling. With his thoughts organized, he suddenly felt considerably less anxious. Subai's master seemed rather amiable, having even bestowed small gifts upon him in the water god. Because of that small token, he felt his own breakthrough was growing ever closer. Perhaps, in the near future, he would become the first emperor in human history to break through, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse beyond the divine. However, this secret would remain undisclosed to the others. Haha, on the day of his breakthrough, how envious they would all be. What? That is impossible. Indeed. How could this be? Second brother, are you speaking the truth? This is utterly unbelievable. After hearing the Heavenly Symbol Emperor's account, the other emperors exclaimed in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. On the contrary, I believe there may be some merit to what the second brother has said. A gentle female voice suddenly interjected. It was the water goddess, Lin Yenshu. As one of the witnesses to the day's events, she was acutely aware of what constituted a being beyond the divine. Such entities were exceedingly rare throughout the cosmos. If 2 appeared in quick succession, it was highly probable they were the same individual. Yet, even so, what course of action should we pursue? A middle-aged emperor inquired with a furrowed brow. The atmosphere grew tense as they fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, due to the emperor's prolonged silence and issuing a prohibition against entering the Eternal Tower, Subai was preparing to explore the second level. Eternal Tower. First level. Buzz. Whoosh. Whoosh. Within the spatial confines of the first level of the Eternal Tower, Subai waved his hand, unleashing a concentrated golden beam of light from his palm. The release of spiritual energy, a hallmark of the extraordinary. Witnessing the stone before him shatter into fragments, Subai rejoiced. Prior to achieving the extraordinary realm, nearly all awakened individuals could only release their spiritual energy through skills, weapons, or unique talents to inflict damage. However, after reaching the extraordinary realm, one could accomplish this merely by waving their hand. In simple terms, the awakener of levels 0 to 3 primarily focuses on physical training, enhancing only their fundamental attributes, laying the groundwork for future advancements. Upon breaking through to become a level 4 awakener, the focus shifts to spiritual cultivation. Initially, once an awakener reaches the 4th level, Any spiritual energy attack unleashed becomes akin to a skill, with the damage it inflicts not being fixed, but rather fluctuating according to the energy expended by the attacker. The greater the energy consumption, the more formidable the resultant damage. For instance, the skill, Chi Sword, that Subai initially acquired would deal an additional 200 sword energy damage prior to reaching level 4. However, upon attaining level 4 and becoming an extraordinary awakener, should Subai amplify his energy output during an attack, he could potentially inflict an additional 500 or even 1000 sword energy damage. Of course, this does not imply that he can disregard the quality limitations of skills, elevating A or S class skills to the multiplier of SSS grade. The extraordinary realm merely signifies the outward manifestation of spiritual energy. It simply allows for basic control over the energy output when releasing skills, thereby influencing the true efficacy of the skill itself. It is not as terrifying as one might imagine. Generally speaking, skills of higher quality possess greater potential. Thus, when an equivalent amount of energy is expended, the effects tend to be superior. Additionally, once an awakener reaches level 4, a more significant transformation occurs. They gain the ability to create their own unique cultivation methods or skills. For example, Subai's exclusive combat technique, Shadow Sword, was comprehended during his previous life at the extraordinary level. Standing still, Subai meticulously felt the power of his new realm before proceeding toward the entrance to the second layer of the Eternal Trial Tower. Chapter 67. Once again achieving SSSS rating. Transformed into a girl. Eternal Tower, second layer. Upon entering the second layer of the Eternal Trial Tower, Subai discovered approximately 20 diminutive shadow mages standing before him, clad in blue cloaks and seemingly in a stupor. However, as soon as Subai stepped in, it was as if he had triggered a mechanism, and in an instant, all the shadow mages sprang into action. GG, GG, GG. They emitted strange sounds. Surging towards Subai? Take this, Subai exclaimed with a slight smirk, pointing a finger at the group of shadow mages. Whoosh. With a swift sound, a golden light shot forth from Subai's fingertip, instantly striking all targets. Critical hit. Instant kill. 8, 445, 658. Critical hit. Instant kill. 9, 235, 758. Critical hit. Instant kill. 7, 636, 858. Critical hit. Instant kill. 8, 436, 958. Shadow Mage Gloves 1. Shadow Mage Boots 1. Shadow Mage Hood 1. Shadow Mage Robe 1. Experience points 1068. Eternal coins 5964. In less than 5 seconds, all the shadow mages perished. This is the power of spiritual energy manifestation. When cultivated to perfection, the energy can reach whatever the eye beholds. The attacks are exceedingly simple. Done. A group of insignificant foes. Witnessing the annihilation of the shadow mages, Subai smiled disdainfully. Even at level 400, he dealt damage in the millions. Moreover, he eliminated them all in a single strike. Thus, unsurprisingly, he once again received an SSS rating. Ding. Dear Destined Emperor, congratulations on successfully clearing Layer 2 with an SSS rating. Trial duration, 18 seconds. Ding. System notification, Heart of Eternity detected. Ding. System notification, your clearance rating level is 1. Ding. Dear Destined Emperor, congratulations on successfully clearing Layer 2 with an SSSS rating. Trial duration, 18 seconds. Simultaneously, a familiar voice echoed across the entire blue star. Ding. Congratulations to player, Destined Emperor, for solo clearing Eternal Tower Layer 2. Time taken, 18 seconds. Clearance rating, SSSS. Ding. Congratulations to player, Destined Emperor, for solo clearing. Ding. Congratulations to player, Destined Emperor. The announcements resonated 6 times before finally ceasing. Imperial Capital. Emperor's Pavilion. Another SSSS rating. Oh no. Is Eternity coming again? Please don't. Indeed. Absolutely don't come. This emperor is frightened. Damn. After so many years of being an emperor, I have never felt such trepidation as I do today. My goodness. Inside the Emperor's Pavilion, a group of emperors grumbled and cursed. Heavenly Symbol. Quickly issue a global announcement prohibiting tower climbing. Ultimately, it was Emperor Longchun who made the decision, believing that this tower must be banned from ascent. Otherwise, he feared his heart could not withstand it. Eternal Tower, second layer. At this moment, a distinctive clearance notification reached Subai's ears. Ding. Dear Destined Emperor, congratulations. You have successfully cleared the second layer of the Eternal Tower with an SSS rating and received a blessing from eternity. Your reward for this attempt is Gender Transformation Elixir. Upon hearing the notification, Subai was utterly astonished. What is this? Gender Transformation Elixir? Is it the kind that turns one into a girl? Or does it merely alter one's personality? I must take a look. Anxiously, Subai opened the information on the Gender Transformation Elixir. Name, Gender Transformation Elixir. Category, Special Potion. Grade, SSS. Effects. 1. Gender Transformation. Upon consuming this elixir, the user's physiological gender will undergo a tremendous change. with male and female roles being reversed. 2. Appearance alteration. The user's physical features will change in accordance with the gender transition, including body curves, facial features, etc. 3. Voice change. The user's voice will also transform with the gender change, ultimately aligning with the characteristics of the corresponding gender. 4. Physiological function alteration. The user's physiological functions will also change with the gender shift, including reproductive and endocrine systems, etc. 5. Psychological changes. The user's mental state may also significantly change, making their thoughts and emotional expressions more inclined towards those of the transformed gender. Overview. Wow! This is indeed the legendary gender transformation elixir. It is said to have been personally concocted by Eternity. Secretly, it is said that consuming it will unlock a second life. Caution: once consumed, the gender will be fixed and cannot be changed. Looking at the attribute panel of the gender transformation elixir, Su-Bai was dumbfounded. He never expected it to be a potion that truly changes one's gender. Furthermore, it was personally crafted by Eternity. Has Eternity lost its mind? How could it possibly concoct something like this? And the quality is even rated as SSS. How terrifying. Such things are certainly not to my taste. However, they can be left for others. Su-Bai grinned, immediately concocting a rather mischievous plan. Yet, just as he was about to close the panel and embark on his journey to the third level of the Eternal Trial Tower, a colossal notification box flickered into existence before him, adorned with a golden VIP border and blood-red text. Emperor of Celestial Symbols VIP. Attention, fellow members of the human race. I am the Emperor of Humanity, Celestial Symbols. Due to certain special circumstances, from today onwards, entry into the Eternal Trial Tower is strictly prohibited. Those who violate this decree will face the full pursuit of the demon hunting team from the Imperial capital. Soon after, another notification box with the same ornate border appeared. Emperor Long Chun VIP. Greetings, fellow members of the human race. I am one of the emperors, Long Chun. Due to some unknown malfunctions within the Eternal Trial Tower, in order to safeguard your lives, entry is forbidden from this moment onward. The reopening date is yet to be determined. Upon reading these decrees, Su-Bai internally lamented. He had originally intended to swiftly ascend the tower and gather more resources. Alas, it now seemed he must seek an alternative route. Moreover, his instincts hinted that this matter was somehow connected to him. Most likely due to his recent summoning of the Eternal Shadow. Indeed, he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot this time. Chapter 68. Visitors from Magic Capital University. Special Training Camp. Eternal Tower, 2nd level. Alas, what a disappointment. I might as well head back. I wonder how Qing Yin and Xiaoya are faring. Can she manage on her own? It seems Xiaoya still has the magic lock with her. Upon seeing the announcement from the emperors, Su-Bai sighed. He had been contemplating that with his current strength, he could easily scale dozens of levels. Yet here he was, forced to halt after just 2. Without further ado, Su-Bai swiftly turned and made his way to the exit. As he stepped into the teleportation circle, 2 notifications popped up. Ding. Dear Trial Taker, Destined Emperor. Would you like to conclude your challenge and exit the Eternal Trial Tower? Ding. Please make your selection. Yes or no? Yes. Please send me out. Su-Bai said with a slight smirk. Although his time spent in the Eternal Tower barely exceeded 5 minutes, his gains were nothing short of extraordinary. He had acquired a second talent, Eternal Heart, along with the unknown skill, True Name Snow, that enabled him to summon the Eternal Shadow, and even an SSS level, Gender Transformation Elixir. Moreover, his level had been forcibly elevated to 400. In summary, this was a resounding victory for Su-Bai. Swish. The moment Su-Bai stepped out of the Eternal Tower, he was met with a cacophony of voices. The Eternal Core City was teeming with people, completely overcrowded. What on earth is going on? Why the prohibition on climbing the tower? Yes. Why the ban? My goodness. I just made a move on that enchanting elf sister. What exactly transpired? I didn't encounter any bugs. Indeed, this announcement came completely out of the blue. Stop complaining. Trust the emperors. They wouldn't be mistaken. Sigh. That's true. When have the emperors ever been wrong? Alright, everyone, let's hurry and leave. It's suffocating in here. Brother, shall we team up to explore the abyssal rifts? Oh right. We can venture into the abyssal rifts. Ignoring the raucous crowd, Su-Bai pulled out his phone to contact Xia Qingyan. Ding dong. However, just as he retrieved his phone, a message arrived. Sure enough, it was from Xia Qingyan. Seeing this, Su-Bai couldn't help but smile. Oh, what a delightful connection we share. Upon opening WeChat, he found the chat box filled with Empress Big Wife, Su-Bai. Xiaoya and I have already exited and are waiting for you at the exit. Hurry up. Empress Big Wife, let me tell you. A lecherous man just tried to take advantage of Xiaoya, and I dealt with him with a single slap. Empress Big Wife, look. High definition photo, JPG. Empress Big Wife. That pixelated figure is the man. Seeing the messages, Su-Bai finally felt at ease. Both Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoya were safe. After a moment of thought, he quickly composed a reply. Perhaps it's a dream. Huh? My dear wife is truly formidable. Perhaps it's a dream. Just wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. Putting his phone away, Su-Bai quickened his pace toward the exit. He noticed that many were quarreling due to the crowd. Yet he navigated through the throngs with agility, thanks to his heightened attributes. Before long, he spotted Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoya. At that moment, Xia Qingyan stood proudly beside the teleportation array, hands on her hips, while Su Xiaoya stifled a laugh nearby. Haha, I'm glad you both are okay. Subai said with a grin. Humph, it's all thanks to me, isn't it? Subai, you big fool. Have you forgotten that Xiaoya still had the magic lock? Fortunately, I held her hand when we entered. Otherwise, you'd be regretting it now. With that, Xia Qingyan proudly lifted her chin. Cough. Subai cleared his throat, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness. However, he did not refute her. She was indeed correct. He owed her a great deal this time. Ding dong. Huh. Subai, your phone is ringing. Hearing the sound, Xia Qingyan pointed at Subai's pocket. He took out his phone and discovered it was a message from Xin Xingyao. Yao Yao loves candy. Subai, where did you and Xiao Xia go? Hurry back. Someone from Magic Capital University is at your doorstep. Yao Yao loves candy. Look. High definition photo, JPG. After reading the message, Subai was left in utter confusion. He couldn't comprehend why representatives from Magic Capital University had arrived. Furrowing his brows, he looked intently at Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoya. After a moment, he chuckled. Qingyan, Xiaoya, Director Xin just sent a message saying that someone from Magic Capital University has arrived. They must have something important to discuss. So let us head back and see. MHM. Xia Qingyan nodded emphatically. The three then stepped into the teleportation array, hastily returning to Jiang City. Rental apartment. In less than 20 minutes, the trio arrived back at Subai's rental apartment after teleporting from the city center of Jiang City. Upon reaching the door, Subai noticed several individuals in formal attire standing there, resembling teachers. The leader brightened upon seeing Subai. Oh, you must be Subai the student. You are even more handsome than in the photographs. Subai nodded slowly, responding politely. Yes, may I inquire who you are? Hearing his question, the leader quickly introduced himself. Haha, Subai, we are mentors from Magic Capital University. This young lady beside you must be Xia Qingyan, correct? The thing is, you two have been accepted into our esteemed institution. According to the background data, both of you have awakened SSS level talents. So at this point, the man deliberately paused. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly said, we are here to invite you to the special training camp at Magic City University. Upon finishing his statement, the speaker gazed at Subai with eager anticipation. After pondering for a moment, Subai responded, all right, shall we head there now? Hearing this, the lead instructor chuckled with delight. Haha, there's no need to rush. You can arrive 3 days from now. Hehe. Subai. The training camp is filled with numerous unique resources and formidable students, which may greatly aid in your rapid development. Subai nodded in understanding. At that moment, he noticed a hint of disappointment on Su Xiaoya's face. Thus, he lifted his head and inquired once more, Instructor, may I bring my sister along to stay with me? The lead instructor was momentarily taken aback, scanning Su Xiaoya with his gaze. Upon noticing the demonic horns atop her head, he expressed a degree of surprise but refrained from inquiring further. Certainly. Chapter 69. Dreams of the Previous Generation, Fate Ruler? Within the rental apartment. After bidding farewell to the instructors from Magic City University, the trio entered the dwelling. At this juncture, Subai reclined on the sofa, lost in contemplative thoughts. His instincts suggested that upon reaching the 4th tier, his profession would officially commence. This referred to the inexplicably acquired title of Fate Ruler. With a mere thought, Subai opened the Awakeners panel. Nickname, Emperor of Destiny, Subai. Level, 400. Tier, 4th. Profession, Fate Ruler, automatically bound. Talent, Fate's Choice, automatically bound. Talent, Eternal Heart, automatically bound. Health points, 686967306, 8696730. Mana points, 289673669, 289673669. Constitution, 293645. Spirit, 270696. Intelligence, 283658. Strength, 350636. Endurance, 306986. Agility, 285688. Physical attack, 460682. Magical attack, 369637. Physical defense, 305679. Magical defense, 389645. Physical hit rate, 100. Magical hit rate, 100. Physical evasion, 45. Magical evasion, 35. Physical critical rate, 35. Magical critical rate, 25. Physical lifesteal, 30. Magical lifesteal, 20. Physical penetration, 20. Magical penetration, 20. Equipment, Judgment of Fate, Skyward Set. Skills, Sword Chi. Sword movement through the heavens, Shadow Clone. True name, Snow, Shadow Sword. Spirit power projection, Special. Have I truly become this strong? Subai murmured, gazing at the panel before him. His attributes surpassed even those he possessed at the pinnacle of the 5th tier in his previous life. Slowly extending his finger, he clicked on Fate Ruler. As expected, it opened smoothly. Name, Fate Ruler, unlocked. Category, Profession. Quality, Chaos level. Effects, Eye of Destiny, able to perceive the hidden weaknesses of enemies. Inflicting damage on these weaknesses increases the damage dealt by 500. Destiny's Pull. In battle, there is a certain probability of redirecting an enemy's attack onto a teammate, with a transfer probability of 50. Undetermined Fate. In each battle, for every enemy defeated, the user will receive 3 types of orbs: red, yellow, blue. Red increases all damage dealt by 10. Yellow reduces all damage taken by 10. Blue grants a true shield of 10 maximum health points. Note, the maximum accumulation of each type of orb is 9. When all 3 types reach 9, consuming them will grant protection from the River of Destiny. Inside of Fate unlocks upon meeting special conditions. Description: an exclusive profession inherently linked to the Chaos level talent. Next, he pointed toward Fate's Choice. To his surprise, this talent was also accessible. Name: Fate's Choice unlocked. Category: Talent. Quality: Chaos level. Effects: Power of Choice randomly triggers the choice of fate. Scale of Destiny: whatever occurs shall inevitably favor me. Judgment of Fate has a minuscule chance to trigger during attacks. Summoning the River of Destiny to deliver ultimate judgment upon enemies. Child of Destiny: when attacked, there is a minuscule chance to trigger. Summoning the River of Destiny to provide protection and invincibility for 20 seconds. Description: ZZZZ. ZZZZ. This invincible. Subai, overwhelmed with excitement, shouted aloud. Xiaqinyan. Suxiaya. Oh, it's nothing, nothing. You two continue. Subai quickly reassured as he noticed Xiaqinyan staring at him with a look of bewilderment. He hastily closed the panel and awkwardly waved at them. Yet, he could not contain his exhilaration. Yes, yes, yes. After the initial surge of elation, Subai began to contemplate his next course of action. With such a powerful profession and talents, he felt compelled to take some initiative. However, after deliberating for approximately half an hour, he found himself devoid of ideas. Ultimately, he chose to recline on his bed and drift into a deep slumber. For reasons unknown, this time he slept profoundly. In the realm of dreams, Subai suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar space, surrounded by a blinding white expanse, devoid of any discernible objects. The brightness was so intense that it made it challenging for him to open his eyes. Child, you have arrived. Suddenly, a transcendent voice echoed from an unknown source, resonating in his ears, as if calling from the depths of his soul. The voice was astonishingly clear, yet indistinguishable in terms of gender. Who are you? Where's this place? Subai called out loudly. At that moment, his voice reverberated through the white void, yet it received no response for an extended period. He began to attempt movement, each step feeling as though he were treading upon nothingness. Abruptly, the ethereal voice resonated again. Child, the gears of fate have begun to turn. You. Subai was taken aback, standing alertly while scanning his surroundings. What are you saying? Can you clarify? Yet, silence persisted. At that moment, a series of images materialized within the space. The scenes depicted countless beings struggling amidst the chaos of war, with formidable otherworldly beasts rampaging through cities and mysterious figures wielding devastating spells. Without a doubt, Subai was profoundly shaken by these visuals, although he found them somewhat incomprehensible. It was evident that the scenes were not occurring on Blue Star. This place must be another world. But why was he showing these to him? Child, all these events are soon to unfold in the future, and you, as the arbiter of fate, possess the power to alter it all. This time, the ethereal voice seemed to become even more insubstantial. Subai furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired, Then tell me, what must I do to prevent these calamities? The voice fell silent for a moment before responding. Child, within every fateful decision you make resides a force capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space, sowing the seeds of hope in every shadowed corner. However, this demands an immense sacrifice. You may lose everything you currently possess. Remember, those who toy with fate shall ultimately be played by it. Upon hearing these words, Subai was momentarily taken aback, softly repeating, Those who toy with fate shall ultimately be played by it. Moments later, a sudden epiphany struck him, and he exclaimed, You are the previous generation's arbiter of fate. Chapter 70. The Premature Activation of Fate Insight. In the dream realm, upon hearing the query, the ethereal voice fell silent once more. After a considerable pause, it finally spoke again. You are indeed correct. I am the previous arbiter of fate. Do you not realize that I have long since faded into the river of destiny, leaving but a remnant of my essence in the realm of duty, awaiting your arrival? In an instant, a torrent of questions surged within Subai's heart. Yet before he could voice them, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. Concurrently, the ethereal voice urged, Child, my time is running short. I shall use my final strength to activate the last effect of the arbiter of fate, Fate Insight. This is the key to your resistance against the impending calamities. As soon as the words left its mouth, Subai felt a powerful force surging from the surrounding space into his being. And soon his body began to radiate a resplendent glow. He sensed that the ability, Fate Insight, was being activated, as if a multitude of information flowed through his mind. He realized that he seemed to have acquired the ability to perceive the fates of others. Now, you have attained the complete power of the arbiter of fate. However, it is imperative to remember that each time you employ fate insight to alter another's destiny, it will cause ripples in the river of fate, potentially bringing unforeseen dangers upon you. Remember, those who toy with fate shall ultimately be played by it. As it spoke, the ethereal voice grew increasingly faint. Subai clenched his fists, remaining silent. He was well aware of this truth. Yet, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Soon after, Subai noticed the surrounding space beginning to collapse. In mere seconds, he awoke from the dream, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath. Still savoring the scenes from his recent vision. To confirm, he opened the awakened panel once more and indeed saw that Fate Insight, under Arbiter of Fate, was now marked as activated. Fate Insight. This trait is the exclusive ability of the Arbiter of Fate. Once activated, it allows one to perceive and alter the destinies of others. It truly has been activated. What I just experienced was not a dream. Upon seeing the information on the panel, Subai's eyes widened in astonishment. His face a canvas of shock. At that moment, Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoyao approached him. Observing Subai's demeanor, Xia Qingyan inquired with concern, "What's wrong, Subai? You seem strange." Subai lifted his head and shook it. "No need to worry, I am fine." Suddenly struck by inspiration, he whimsically directed Fate Insight at Xia Qingyan, activating the ability without hesitation. In an instant, a vivid image materialized in Subai's mind. Future vision. Within Subai's mind, Xia Qingyan appeared in the vastness of outer space, piloting a small warship named Demon Hunter, engaged in combat against the demon race. The cosmos was ablaze with gunfire, and the grotesque forms of demons flickered in the dark void. Xia Qingyan, brimming with excitement, deftly manipulated the ship's weapon systems, unleashing a barrage of laser beams and missiles toward the demons. Yet, the demons were not to be underestimated. Their power was beyond imagination, retaliating fiercely against the demon hunter. The ship's shields flickered under the relentless onslaught, its energy levels plummeting. Strangely, Xia Qingyan appeared unfazed, her expression one of exhilaration rather than fear, her eyes reflecting no hint of retreat. Inside the rented room, witnessing this scene, Subai's heart raced. He had not anticipated that Xia Qingyan would find herself in such perilous circumstances. After all, she was an SSS-grade awakened individual. How could she so easily find herself on the battlefield? Could it be that the demon race was launching a massive assault? His brow furrowed as he attempted to delve deeper into the vision, seeking the pivotal moments that could alter her fate. Yet, with his intensified focus, the image abruptly ceased. Although mere seconds had passed in reality, it felt as though he had been ensnared in the vision for over a dozen seconds. Subai was forcibly pulled from the state of Fate Insight. At that moment, his face was ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Clearly, he had overexerted himself. Noting his condition, Xia Qingyan grew increasingly anxious. "Subai, what's wrong? You look terrifying." Xia Qingyan fretted. Subai took a deep breath. But he did not intend to divulge the truth. The power of fate was far too enigmatic. Every action could yield dire consequences, commonly referred to as the butterfly effect. Subai managed a strained smile. "Do not worry, I am fine." Xia Qingyan appeared skeptical, but chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyao murmured beside them, "Sister, Subai must be hiding something from us." However, both Subai and Xia Qingyan chose to ignore her. "All right." Xia Qingyan nodded and returned to her bed. Seeing her departure, Subai immediately settled into a meditative position, practicing heaven-swallowing demon art. As he channeled the heaven-swallowing demon art, wisps of celestial energy swiftly converged upon him, filling his being. Gradually, Subai's complexion regained its rosy hue. As he restored his drained energy, he pondered the future vision of Xia Qingyan he had just witnessed through Fate Insight. If what he saw was true, and the demon race was indeed launching a full-scale invasion, then the entire Blue Star would be plunged into crisis. This matter left no room for negligence. Yet, Fate Insight seemed only capable of revealing images. It did not convey sounds, nor did it provide specific timelines. Moreover, the energy consumption was excessive. In just a handful of seconds, he had exhausted himself. It was worth noting that, given his character attributes, he could rival peak 5th-tier awakened individuals, even ordinary 6th-tier awakened ones. Yet even so, he could only perceive for a mere dozen seconds. However, just as he was immersed in his tranquil recovery, the chime of the Destiny system unexpectedly resonated. Ding! The system has detected the host's initial glimpse into fate. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have acquired 50,000 fate points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Subai's heart stirred. This was no trifling sum, 50,000 fate points. It was enough for a prestigious 10 consecutive draws. An utterly delightful surprise. Thus, even if utilizing them might lead to an easy overextension, he felt compelled to make ample use of this opportunity. Indeed, it was a splendid method to amass fate points. In an instant, Subai's mood shifted from gloomy to bright. With a heart full of joy, he continued to meditate with his eyes closed, satisfied and at peace. Meditating, meditating, meditating. Chapter 71. Xiaoya will always accompany her brother the demon-human girl, Su Xiaoya. It is said that cultivating knows no passage of time, unbeknownst to him. Subai had been meditating for 3 days and nights. Today marked the day to attend the special training camp at Magic City University. Yet, he was utterly unaware of this. In his perception, it had merely been a few hours. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Subai slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of joy evident within them. He distinctly felt that after this prolonged period of cultivation, his spiritual power had significantly increased compared to before. If he were to cast Fate Insight again, he could certainly maintain it for at least 20 seconds or more. As he opened his eyes, Xia Qingyan, who was nearby, looked at him with surprise. Oh? Xiao Suzy, you're finally awake. Tell me, what happened to you earlier? Why did you meditate for so long? Be honest, no lies. In response, Subai smiled. It's nothing. I just sustained a minor injury in the Eternal Tower. No need to worry. He did not speak the whole truth. The less Xia Qingyan knew about fate, the better it would be for her. Xiao Suzy. Xia Qingyan furrowed her brow, clearly skeptical of Subai's words. Minor injury. What kind of minor injury requires 3 days of meditation to recover? You're lying. Her pout was high, revealing her dissatisfaction. Do you realize, Subai, that you meditated for 3 days and nights? At her words, Subai's heart jolted. He had never anticipated that his meditation had stretched to 3 days. Hadn't it been just a few hours? In his previous life, he had engaged in extended periods of cultivation, thus he had a certain grasp of the passage of time. He seldom erred. Yet this time, an enormous discrepancy had occurred. Could it be the consequence of peering into fate? A deviation in perception? To confirm, he swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, it displayed June 13th, 4065. This was real. Subai's mouth fell slightly agape, muttering to himself in disbelief. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan approached, waving her hand in front of him. Hey, Xiao Suzy. Her tone revealed concern. Yet, despite her worry, Subai remained tight-lipped, leaving her with no recourse. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she exclaimed loudly. The force of her voice startled Subai. Once he regained his composure, she began to explain. Right. Xiao Suzy. The mentors from Magic City University have called again. They said today is the day for the special training camp. They mentioned someone would come to pick us up shortly. How about we start packing our things now? Subai gently patted his chest, evidently shaken. His intuition told him that Xia Qingyan had done this on purpose. He glanced at the girl before him and slowly nodded. All right, then let us prepare. Subsequently, he began to organize his belongings, all the while pondering internally. He felt that the power of fate was indeed mysterious and unfathomable. Besides the perception deviation, he wondered if there were other effects at play. Subconsciously, a hint of gravity clouded his gaze. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyan deftly packed her clothes and daily necessities, occasionally glancing at Subai, hesitating to speak. She knew he was hiding something significant from her, yet without his disclosure, she could only keep her doubts to herself. She resolved to inquire about it when the opportunity arose. Buzzing. Before long, the sound of a roaring engine echoed from outside the house. Without a doubt, it was the arrival of the Magic City University representatives. Xiao Suzy, our ride has arrived, Xia Qingyan said, looking up at Subai with a smile. Subai remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. At this moment, his heart felt heavy. Still contemplating the words of the previous fate ruler. Those who toy with the fate will ultimately be toyed with by fate. When he had first heard this, it had elicited no particular response, but now it seemed he had already begun to experience fate's backlash, and this was merely the first time utilizing it. Not wanting to be drawn into silence, Xia Qingyan retracted her smile. Stealthily, she approached from behind and tightly embraced him, feeling the warmth radiating from her back. Subai was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Xia Qingyan softly spoke. Xiao Suzy, I know you may be facing something difficult. I understand why you might not want to tell me. But, no matter what, I will be by your side. Simultaneously, Su Xiaoya dashed over, without any hesitation, and leapt into his embrace. Brother, and Xiaoya will always accompany her brother. Embraced by both girls, Subai felt a warmth enveloping his heart. Classmates, we have arrived. A deep male voice resonated from outside just as he was about to speak. Taking a deep breath, Subai responded towards the door. Why, we'll be there shortly. He gently patted Su Xiaoya's red demon horns and grasped Xia Qingyan's hand, whispering, Xiaoya, Qingyan, thank you both. They have arrived, let us depart. With that, the two of them gathered their luggage and opened the door. Outside stood a robust middle-aged man clad in a uniform adorned with the emblem of Magic City University. Upon seeing Subai and the others, the man smiled slightly. Hello, students. I am the mentor responsible for escorting you to the training camp. You can call me Teacher Lin. Subai politely replied. Hello, Teacher Lin. Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoya followed suit with their greetings. Subsequently, Mentor Lin led them downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Subai discovered a uniquely designed flying motorcycle parked there, its streamlined shape exuding a sense of speed. The interior was spacious, decorated with a minimalist yet futuristic aesthetic. This is precisely the spirit-powered flying car. Subai is somewhat acquainted with this marvel. Not only can it transport individuals, but it can also be employed in combat. With a single collision, it can obliterate a second or third-tier magical beast. As for fourth-tier creatures, while it may not necessarily slay them, it can surely leave them incapacitated. This is indeed a remarkable asset. A conservative estimate would place its value in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. This clearly indicates the high regard that Magic City University holds for Subai and his companions. Such a level of hospitality is not afforded to everyone. Upon the arrival of Subai and his three companions, the car door opened automatically. After the trio boarded, Instructor Lin activated the flying car. The vehicle sped forth, with its destination set for Magic City University. Chapter 72. The other three SSS class awakeners. Magic City University. A parking lot. In less than half an hour, the four arrived at Magic City University. Upon disembarking, Subai noticed that they were not the only ones with a spirit-powered flying car. Beside them were three other vehicles of the same model but different colors. During their journey, Instructor Lin revealed that this year, 5 SSS class talent awakeners had emerged in Huaxia, all of whom had been recruited by Magic City University. Subai was astounded by this revelation. According to his memories from a past life, there were only 3 individuals who awakened SSS class talents this year, aside from Xia Qingyan, who awakened the SSS class, Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. There were 2 others named Yi Fan and Shengwan Yin, who hailed from the Yi family in Magic City and the Shengwan family in the Imperial Capital, respectively. By logical deduction, including his own rebirth, there should only be 4. Yet now, a 5th has emerged. Subai contemplated 2 possibilities. First, fate has deviated. Second, there were indeed 4 in his past life, but he was simply unaware. After a moment of reflection, he leaned toward the latter, believing it more plausible. Fate is unlikely to deviate at will, and despite being a reborn individual, he cannot possess knowledge of everything. Therefore, it is highly probable that this newly emerged SSS class awakener did not make any remarkable moves in his previous life, thus remaining obscure. Naturally, it is also possible that he met an untimely demise before gaining notoriety. However, one thing he is certain of is that until his death, the human race had only given rise to one new emperor, Xia Qingyan. Thus, it can be concluded that his Yin Yin is indeed the mightiest among them. Yi Fan. In Subai's recollection, this SSS class awakener named Yi Fan hails from the Yi family in Magic City, but is a branch descendant. His SSS class talent is exceptionally unique. If Subai's memory serves him correctly, Yi Fan's SSS class talent is known as Starry Sacred Body, a power akin to the Ice Phoenix Sacred Body. Yet, the emperors have collectively prophesied that this individual shall never ascend to emperor status. The reasons for this assertion remain unspoken. Subai first learned of this individual approximately 5 years later, when Yi Fan single-handedly challenged the entire Yi family. It is worth noting that this was a challenge against the entirety of the Yi family. His prowess is undoubtedly comparable to that of an emperor. When this incident surfaced, it sent shockwaves throughout Huaxia. However, prior to awakening his talent, he was merely an ordinary senior high school student, concurrently working part-time delivering food near his school. Before his awakening, Yi Fan's life was fraught with hardship. As a branch descendant of the Yi family, he had endured humiliation and exploitation from the main family since childhood. Yet, he ultimately chose to endure, raising his sister while balancing work and studies, until his SSS class talent was awakened, garnering the Yi family's attention. Initially, he and the Yi family could have coexisted peacefully. However, an incident 5 years later infuriated him. That incident involved a certain inept descendant of the Yi family, Yi Kanglin, who dared to set his sights on Yi Fan's sister. At that time, his sister was merely 14 years old, radiantly beautiful and a veritable gem. Had it been a normal courtship, it might have been acceptable. After all, although both were descendants of the Yi family, their blood relation was minimal, allowing for a potential union. However, Yi Kanglin, in his folly, disregarded Yi Fan and his sister's repeated rejections and resorted to unscrupulous means, attempting to abduct her and force an unwanted union. Fortunately, Yi Fan discovered the plot in time and successfully thwarted it. In the heat of the moment, he killed Yi Kanglin. The implications of slaying Yi Kanglin were profound. Yi Kanglin was no ordinary individual. He was the biological son of the current head of the Yi family, Yi Lingtian. Upon learning the news, Yi Lingtian was incensed. Coupled with the emperor's previous assertion that Yi Fan could never ascend to emperor status, he issued a ruthless decree to hunt down both Yi Fan and his sister. Alas, in a twist of fate, Yi Fan ultimately turned the tables and retaliated, rendering this incident one of the greatest humiliations in Huaxia in years. Shengwan Yan. In Subai's memory, she is an extraordinarily beautiful and enigmatic woman. He is unaware of the name of her talent, but according to reports from his past life, it likely pertains to illusions. It is said that her abilities can blur the line between reality and illusion, creating phantasms that can manifest as reality. This is a particularly formidable and peculiar SSS class talent. In comparison to Yi Fan, her experiences have been relatively standard. She hails from the illustrious Shangwan family of the imperial capital, known for their military prowess. Subai first became acquainted with her during an encounter in the starry battlefield, where he faced a sudden onslaught from the demonic forces. At that moment, he believed his demise was imminent. Yet, a human army descended from the heavens, led by none other than Shangwan Yan. Subai vividly recalls how she boldly charged at the forefront of the army, her exquisite visage radiating an aura of cold aloofness. Upon breaching the ranks of the demonic forces, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, amplifying her spiritual energy, and a faint halo spread outward from her center. In that instant, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. The once open starry battlefield became shrouded in mist, within which the silhouettes of numerous formidable beings emerged. In Subai's perception, those figures were immensely powerful. Each possessed terrifying strength, at least at the 9th tier. And this was merely one of the abilities of her SSS class talent. As Shangwan Yin bellowed the command to attack, her human army surged forth like a tide, fearlessly charging into the ranks of the demonic forces. Simultaneously, she led the charge herself, penetrating deep into the enemy lines. With each swing of her sword, she claimed the lives of numerous demonic warriors. Conversely, shrouded by the mist of illusions, the demonic fighters could not ascertain her true position, rendering them helplessly vulnerable to her onslaught. Subai recalled the moment when she occasionally conjured new avatars within the illusion, launching attacks on the enemy from various directions. At other times, she would cloak herself, suddenly appearing behind the demon lord to deliver a fatal blow. Unsurprisingly, within a mere 10 minutes, the demon soldiers began to crumble under the relentless assault of both illusions and reality, scattering in disarray. Witnessing this, Shangwan Yin immediately chose to pursue the victory with vigor. Determined to strike down the retreating foes, she continuously directed the human army to encircle and annihilate the demons. Ultimately, the battle concluded as desired, marking a triumphant victory for the human race. For Subai, who possessed only an S-level talent, the experience was profoundly shocking. It was at that moment he first comprehended the sheer magnitude of talent. Indeed, there were individuals capable of being invincible within their realm. His heart brimmed with awe and admiration for her. He had initially feared for his very life. Yet, Shangwan Yin appeared like a savior out of thin air. Regrettably, throughout the ordeal, she had not spared him a single glance. He was overlooked, rendered insignificant by his own weakness. Chapter 73. Special Training led by the Principal. Magic City University. In the parking lot. Well, my dear student, isn't Magic City University magnificent? As Subai stood lost in thought, Teacher Lin chuckled lightly while patting his shoulder. Indeed, Subai quickly regained his composure, nodding in agreement. Magic City, without a doubt, was splendid. It stood as the economic epicenter of Huaxia, the most bustling metropolis on the land. There was none other to rival it. Even the imperial capital could not compare in this regard. Brother, can Xiaoya attend school here with you and sister? Xiaoya exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. It was clear that she genuinely adored this place. She found joy in human cities. However, she was a hybrid, and Subai, despite possessing an SSS-level talent, had no authority over such matters. Ultimately, whether Xiaoya could remain depended on the decision of the principal of Magic City University. Observing the situation, Teacher Lin discreetly suppressed his smile. Though their time together had been brief, he held a fondness for the little hybrid girl with crimson horns. During their journey to Magic City University, she had chattered incessantly in the car, exuding a delightful and lively spirit. He truly appreciated children of her nature. Yet, she was a hybrid, and he was merely a teacher assigned to escort them, lacking any decision-making power. However, just as Subai and Teacher Lin fell into silence, Xia Qingyan stepped forward, gently ruffling Xiaoya's hair. Fear not, Xiaoya. It shall be so. With that, she turned to Subai, her gaze filled with assurance. In an instant, Subai understood. Xia Qingyan was preparing to utilize the influence of the Xia family. He knew that with the Xia family's clout in Magic City, securing a place for a little girl in the university could be resolved with a mere phone call. Really, sister? That's wonderful. Yay, yay. Xiaoya immediately leaped with joy, bouncing several times on the spot. Observing her delight, Subai couldn't help but smile faintly. He felt the warmth of his wife's benevolence once more. All right, you two follow me. Yes. It was as if they were attuned to each other's thoughts, as the three nodded in unison. Magic City University. Special Training Class 1. Before long, the trio followed Teacher Lin into a classroom. Upon entering, Subai noticed 3 individuals already seated. 1 male and 2 females. If he guessed correctly, the male was Yi Fan. Among the 2 women, one was undoubtedly Shangwan Yin, whom he recognized at once. However, she likely did not know him. As for the other woman, he had no recollection of her, though she was undeniably beautiful, emanating an indescribable aura. With her flowing purple hair, she exuded both nobility and mystery, seeming to exist apart from the mundane, evoking an impression akin to standing before an emperor. Yet, the energy she radiated was quite ordinary, hovering around the 2nd to 3rd tier. As Subai and the others entered the classroom, Teacher Lin glanced at the 6 individuals before silently nodding and then stepping out of the room. Oh. Upon seeing Su Bai, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. His gaze fixated on Xiaoya, lost in thought. Strangely, the unfamiliar woman continued to regard Su Bai with a smile, clearly intrigued by him. Noticing this, Su Bai frowned in dissatisfaction but chose to remain silent. He deliberately ignored the stranger's gaze and, with Xiaoya and Xia Qingyan, found a 3-person desk where they sat down. However, to his surprise, Yi Fan spoke up. Hey, are you Su Bai? The one from Jiangxing? Looking up, Su Bai met Yi Fan's gaze and replied coolly, yes. Yi Fan smiled, rising to approach Su Bai. As he drew nearer, he extended his right hand with warmth. If you don't mind, let us get acquainted. As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with admiration. He knew of Su Bai. The day after his awakening, he had slain a 5th-tier demon. Upon hearing this news, Yi Fan had been left astounded. They were both SSS-level talent awakeners, yet the very next day, he had struggled to defeat even a 1st-tier demon chicken. Yet, Su Bai had single-handedly vanquished a 5th-tier beast. It was utterly terrifying. All right, Su Bai smiled, shaking his hand. He felt a favorable impression of Yi Fan. After all, in his past life, Yi Fan was a man who would challenge the entire Yi family for the sake of his sister. Loyal and righteous, he was worthy of friendship. Creak. At that moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and an elderly man with white hair, yet sharp eyes slowly entered. He was none other than the principal of Magic City University. His name was Long Jinyu, a rare quasi-emperor level powerhouse in Huaxia. His strength was unparalleled, and he was of the same lineage as the Dragon Emperor. Upon his entrance, Yi Fan pretended to be intimidated, retracting his neck and releasing Su Bai's hand as he hurried back to his previous seat. After entering, Long Jinyu walked slowly to the podium, surveyed the classroom, and then addressed the students. Hello, students. I am the principal of Magic City University. Additionally, I will be your responsible mentor for this special training. Clearing his throat, he continued, you are all SSS-level talent awakeners, individuals of exceptional promise. This year, there are only 5 of you throughout Huaxia. Fortunately, all of you have chosen to attend Magic City University. In order not to let your SSS-level talents go to waste, our esteemed institution has meticulously crafted a specialized training camp exclusively for you. This training regimen deviates significantly from all previous formats. Thus you shall encounter unprecedented challenges here. His gaze swept across the room before settling upon Su Xiaoya. However, this particular student is in a rather unique situation. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the 3 immediately began to race. Su Xiaoya, in particular, clenched her fists nervously. Nevertheless, Long Jinyu merely smiled slightly and exclaimed, fear not. You too, whether human or demon, as long as you possess a righteous heart, you shall be considered a student of our school. Our institution values individualized education and embraces all, with the exception of the Orthodox Demon Clan, of course. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya immediately leaped up in excitement, clapping her hands joyfully. Yay! Thank you, Principal Grandpa. Observing this, the others in the classroom displayed expressions of delight. They all felt that having such a spirited young girl amidst the monotonous training days would undoubtedly be entertaining. Satisfied, Long Jinyu nodded approvingly and then retrieved an ancient, quaint booklet from his pocket. All right, young student, please take a seat. Su Xiaoya nodded, obediently settling down and placing her hands neatly on the table, embodying a picture of compliance. Witnessing this, Long Jinyu nodded in satisfaction once more. Excellent. Next, I shall elucidate the fundamental rules of the training camp. Chapter 74. I am Xia Shui. At Magic City University, in the special training class, 1. Over half an hour had passed. Yet, Principal Long Jinyu continued to drone on at the podium, leaving Su Bai and the others on the verge of slumber. One by one, they rested their weary heads upon the desks. Indeed, it seems that all teachers share a common trait. Once they step onto the podium, they become natural hypnotists, regardless of whether that teacher is the principal of Magic City University. However, at that moment, Long Jinyu suddenly slammed his hand upon the podium and bellowed, students, you should all have a fair understanding of the rules by now. As your mentor, I have an additional request. You 5 are exceptionally rare SSS class talent awakeners in our nation. You are invaluable assets to our country. Therefore, I hope that you can become a loving family. In the future, you must never harbor animosity towards one another, nor resort to infighting. Above all, remember to do everything in your power to safeguard your own lives. The loss of any one of you would be a tremendous blow to humanity. Upon hearing this, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback, for it seemed to imply that this training camp harbored dangers. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further. Danger? He was utterly unafraid. In his past life, he had traversed the cosmos countless times alone. How could he possibly be daunted by the trifling perils of this training? Having chosen to partake in this training, he would face whatever challenges arose with unwavering resolve. However, after delivering his message, Long Jinyu showed no signs of stopping. He opened his mouth as if he had more to convey. Noticing this, Su Bai immediately stifled a yawn and simply closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a moment. But just as his eyelids descended, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. he decided to employ fate insight to glimpse the destiny of that enigmatic girl. Regarding this newly emerged SSS class talent awakener, it would be a lie to say he was not curious. He was particularly eager to uncover why she, despite her SSS class status, had left no trace in his past life. Surely, there was something peculiar at play. This girl was shrouded in mystery. Something felt amiss. Thus, he swiftly turned to gaze at the girl behind him, activating fate insight. However, he was soon astounded to find himself enveloped in a vast, white, unknown space. Surrounding him was an expanse of pure white, with nothing else in sight. Subai's heart raced. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. The last time he used this ability on Xia Qingyan, it had not manifested like this. At that time, he had merely experienced fleeting visions of the future. But this time, his consciousness had seemingly entered an entirely different realm. This only underscored that the sudden appearance of this SSS class girl was undoubtedly linked to some secret. After pondering for a moment, he began to survey his surroundings. Yet, in the next instant, he heard a voice exclaim, "Hey, what are you looking at?" Startled, Subai spun around to find someone had tapped him on the back. He quickly turned to see that it was indeed the mysterious girl. However, at this moment, she appeared ethereal, her eyes resembling celestial depths, radiating an unfathomable aura, distinctly different from the girl in the classroom. Moreover, her features appeared more mature and undeniably more beautiful. Altogether, she exuded an air that felt entirely unlike the same person. Thus, Subai queried in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? And where's this place?" In response, the enigmatic girl seemed momentarily taken aback before smiling and replying, "Oh, you mean me? Subai, you don't recognize me? It's me. I'm Xia Shui." At this revelation, a peculiar sensation welled up within Subai. He was somewhat astonished. This girl seemed to know him. Moreover, they appeared rather familiar. Yet, he had no recollection of her. Instantly, his mind became a whirlwind of questions. He wished to press further, but just as the girl Xia Shui finished her sentence, Subai found himself abruptly back in the classroom. Inside the classroom, upon returning to his senses, Subai discovered he was still seated at his desk. His gaze directed backward. Everything else appeared unchanged. Principal Long Jinyu remained at the podium, continuing his monologue, while Xia Qingyan and Su Xiaoya were still resting their heads upon their desks. Furthermore, he felt no sense of exhaustion this time. This indicated that his previous use of fate insight had incurred no toll whatsoever. This only deepened his confusion. As he pondered over the events that had just transpired, he discreetly cast a glance at the girl behind him, who sat quietly as before, as if nothing had occurred. Xia Shui, fixating on the girl. Subai murmured to himself. Unexpectedly, she lifted her head and met his gaze directly. She heard him calling her. Moments later, her face lit up with a smile, and she waved her delicate hand at Subai. Observing this, Subai's brow furrowed even more tightly, for judging by her reaction, her name is indeed Xia Shui. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to once again employ the fate insight ability, fixing his gaze upon Xia Shui while subtly channeling his power. However, this time, nothing transpired. Not a single sound. It was as though the peculiar experience from earlier had merely been a figment of his imagination. Yet, observing the girl's demeanor, she truly was named Xia Shui. How enigmatic. Subai shook his head in confusion. Nonetheless, this gesture caught the attention of Xia Qingyan beside him. Frowning slightly, she irritably extended her hand and pinched Subai's ear tightly. What are you staring at? Is she prettier, or am I? Subai grimaced in pain, quickly pleading for mercy. Ouch, ouch, easy there. Of course, you are more beautiful. Only then did Xia Qingyan release her grip, turning away with an air of pride. She leaned on the desk, resuming her rest. Subai, rubbing his ear, found his thoughts still lingering on Xia Shui. At that moment, Long Jinyu finally finished speaking. Scanning the few students slumped over their desks, he pounded on the podium. Bang, bang, bang. Classmates, we're done. Wake up and follow me. Let me show you the prowess of our magic capital university. With that, he strode out of the classroom towards a certain teaching building, leaving Subai and the others exchanging puzzled glances. They were utterly bewildered by the principal's intentions. Yet, there was no choice but to rise from their seats and follow in his wake. Within a few minutes, they arrived at the base of a teaching building. Subai glanced over and noticed a sign on the side reading, Magic Capital University Aerospace Technology Research Center. This was a colossal and specialized structure. Chapter 75, The Prowess of Magic Capital University. Inside the teaching building, upon entering the lobby, Su Xiaoya's eyes widened immediately. Pointing at a model battleship, she exclaimed, "So big. So beautiful." Subai Gij, Principal Grandpa, Xiaoya, Xiaoya, Xiaoya. Seeing this, Xia Qingyan stepped forward and gently patted her head. Haha, Xiaoya. Dear, this is just a model. When the opportunity arises, I'll find a real one to take you to space. To space. At this, Su Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief. Going to space was her dream. Meanwhile, a sudden unease gripped Subai's heart. He recalled the vision he had seen before, of Xia Qingyan piloting a battleship, engaged in fierce combat with the demon race in space. He remembered that in the end, it seemed as though Xia Qingyan, no, This simply could not happen. She must not go to space. It was far too perilous. Yet, he was at a loss for words. He resolved to remain vigilant, intending to intervene when Xia Qingyan prepared to pilot a battleship. Haha, a model? To his surprise, Long Jinyu shook his head. Do you know why this place is called the Magic Capital University Aerospace Technology Research Center? Come, let's make some bold guesses. The students fell silent at Long Jinyu's words. They were merely fresh high school graduates. How could they possibly know the secrets of Magic Capital University? Even Sheng Wanyan, hailing from a military family in the imperial capital, was unaware. As for Subai, observing their silence, Long Jinyu smiled mysteriously and continued, because this is one of China's battleship research bases. In other words, our school possesses actual battleships. Pride beamed on Long Jinyu's face. However, he soon became disheartened to see that, apart from Su Xiaoya's eyes sparkling with excitement, the others exhibited no reaction whatsoever. After a prolonged silence, Xia Shui suddenly clapped her hands, breaking the awkwardness. Wow, that's amazing. So impressive. I really like it. Long Jinyu shook his head helplessly. These were battleships, yet this group of children remained so composed. At that moment, Subai felt a spark of curiosity and inquired, Principal, since there are battleships, who gets to pilot them? Upon hearing this, Long Jinyu immediately perked up. Oh, does Su classmate wish to give it a try? Yet, before Subai could respond, he continued, there's no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities. Remember, today is just the first day. Come, let us head upstairs and take a look around. Subsequently, they followed Long Jinyu upstairs, although Subai walked behind the principal. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts about the battleships and Xia Qingyan. He believed that the warning from Fate Insight was surely not mistaken. Magic Capital University, Aerospace Technology Center. On the second floor, they were greeted by a massive transparent glass wall, behind which lay several battleships under construction and repair. At a glance, these vessels resembled enormous metal fortresses, their hulls streamlined, exuding both fluidity and an imposing sense of power, each measuring several dozen meters in length and around 10 meters in width. On this floor alone, there were 5 or 6 of such ships. Subai also noted that the bows of these battleships were exceptionally sharp, akin to blades, with the sterns curving upwards and multiple large thruster ports beneath. It was easy to imagine that any demon with a rank below 7 would be reduced to ashes upon a mere encounter. Furthermore, he observed that these battleships' exteriors were constructed from a special material, a type of SSS-grade refining material known as black goldstone. This indicated that the defensive capabilities of these vessels were nothing short of astonishing, capable of withstanding multiple assaults from 9th-tier demons without sustaining any damage. Additionally, the metal shells were inscribed with numerous strange patterns, which he suspected to be runes, though he was unaware of their specific functions. Along the sides of these ships, there were also launch ports for missiles, laser beams, and other weaponry. In fact, protruding from the bow was a primary cannon approximately a meter long, accompanied by a varying number of secondary cannon ports. Presumably, all of these were launch points for missiles or special energy projectiles, each possessing distinct offensive capabilities. Standing nearby, Principal Long Jinyu began to elaborate. Students, did you know? These battleships are meticulously crafted by our nation's researchers, each boasting unique specifications. For instance, that one. He pointed at a battleship with a red metallic exterior, is named the Starfall. Its speed is extraordinarily swift, able to breach the atmosphere in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it is equipped with our latest formation system, which is predicted to withstand attacks from 9th-tier demons. After a brief pause, Principal Long Jinyu continued, in truth, piloting a warship is no trivial endeavor. It necessitates rigorous training and the possession of a unique talent. He then turned to Su Bai and the others, offering a smile. You all are SSS class awakened, endowed with immense potential. Su Bai felt a stir within and inquired, Principal, what dangers might one face while operating a warship? Upon hearing this, Long Jinyu's expression grew serious. Your question, Su Bai, is indeed astute. Understand that we do not pilot warships for mere amusement. Our ultimate goal is to venture into outer space, to vanquish the demonic forces and protect our homeland. Subai nodded, refraining from further inquiries. To be honest, the moment he laid eyes on those warships, he was captivated. In his past life, he was merely a solitary wanderer. Each time he ventured into the cosmos to eliminate the demons, he relied solely on his spiritual energy to survive in the void, lacking the qualifications to pilot a warship. Thus, he yearned to possess a warship of his own. He had pondered this for a long time. At this moment, the previously silent Shangwan Yin suddenly spoke up. May I ask, Principal, if there are any effective methods to enhance the safety of warship pilots while navigating through space? Hearing this, Long Jinyu cast her an appreciative glance. After a moment, he proudly replied, Indeed, there are. In fact, there are numerous methods. And this brings us to the esteemed Magic City University. With that, Long Jinyu flashed a smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. Students, do you know? Chapter 76, A Grand Surprise, a Warship Given Freely. At Magic City University. Within the academic building on the second floor. Ahem. Long Jinyu cleared his throat and continued, regarding this matter. Our university offers specialized training courses specifically designed for warship pilots. These courses are far from simple. They amalgamate the wisdom of many predecessors with the latest technological advancements. Within these specialized trainings, there will be simulations of real zero-gravity environments, allowing pilots to acclimate to the various complexities of space, such as asteroid fields, cosmic storms, or attacks from demonic entities. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyes brightened. If he understood correctly, the principal's words implied that this specialized training would indeed include warship piloting skills. There was even a chance to pilot a warship and venture into space. After glancing at the others, Long Jinyu nodded in satisfaction and continued. Another crucial aspect is the pilot's own strength. You must realize that we are now in the year 4065, unlike several millennia ago. Our blue star has long entered the era of spiritual energy revival. Thus, the strength of the pilot is the most significant factor determining the safety of operating a warship in space. For instance, if a warship is piloted by a 9th tier awakened, even if they engage in battle with demons or encounter cosmic meteors leading to the destruction of their warship, the most they would suffer are minor injuries. He added, therefore, students, one must forge oneself to be formidable. After this, he surveyed the group once more. Shangwan Yin nodded silently in understanding. After a moment of silence, Long Jinyu suddenly raised his voice. Additionally, I have an announcement to make. I have recently received a message from the Emperor Long Chun, who has declared that he will personally bestow a warship upon Su Bai. The moment those words left his lips, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. They suspected they had misheard. What? The Emperor is gifting a warship? That's impossible. Once they regained their composure, a wave of ecstatic joy washed over Su Bai's face. He had only just arrived at Magic City University and had unexpectedly acquired a warship for free. A warship. This was a new strategic weapon powered by spiritual energy. He was well aware that all warships possess a particular trait. The stronger the awaken's personal strength, the mightier the warship's attacks. If he had possessed a warship in his past life, what would a high-ranking demon be? A single shot could render her incapacitated. Moreover, warships are equipped with spiritual shields, offering formidable defense. Even if attacked, the likelihood of sustaining damage is minimal, and one would not be instantaneously defeated. At the same time, Xia Qingyan also exhibited a look of delight, genuinely happy for Su Bai. Su Bai's warship. Does that not belong to her as well? Similarly, Yi Fan's mouth fell agape, his eyes nearly bulging out in shock. He suspected he had misheard. What? The Emperor is personally gifting Su Bai a warship? This was a warship. Such a thing he had only ever seen on television or in short videos. As for acquiring one himself, that was something he had never dared to even dream of. Why him? All of them share the same SSS-level awakened talent. Why was the gift bestowed solely upon Su Bai? Why not Yi Fan? Why? It was utterly unjust. Thus, he cautiously inquired, Principal, is what you said true? What about us? Do we receive anything? In response, Long Jinyu shook his head. No. His answer was clear-cut and devoid of any ambiguity. In an instant, Yi Fan was plunged into despair, feeling utterly dejected. No, he repeated. And suddenly a wave of jealousy washed over him as he cast a resentful glance at Su Bai, wishing he could pin him down and pound him into the ground. But alas, he was incapable of doing so. Seeing this, Long Jinyu offered a reassuring smile. However, Yi Fan, do not lose heart. I shall take the initiative to ensure that after this specialized training concludes, each of you will receive a set of SSS-class battle armor. So, be sure to participate earnestly in this training. Before Yi Fan could process this, Su Xiaoya interjected, Really? Grandpa Principal, will Xiaoya receive one too? She wants a beautiful set. Observing the excited little girl, Long Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. He reached out to pat Su Xiaoya's little head and chuckled. Haha, little student, someone of your size will not have one. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoya's spirits dampened, and she sulkily retreated behind Xia Qingyan. At that moment, Shangwan Yin stepped forward and asked, Principal Long, may I inquire why? Why would the Emperor personally bestow a warship upon Su Bai? This is a warship, after all. As a member of the Shangwan family, she harbored desires of her own. She had dreamt countless times of possessing a warship. In a dream, I found myself commanding a warship, traversing the cosmos amidst the starry expanse, hunting down the demonic race. To my surprise, Long Jinyu shook his head and remarked, I am uncertain. Classmate Shangwan, I deeply empathize with your sentiments. However, we must all acquiesce to the decisions made by the Emperor. Perhaps there are considerations at play that we are unaware of. Now, let us not lose heart. I hereby assure you that upon the conclusion of this special training, I shall bestow upon you SSS-class battle armor. In terms of individual combat prowess, this SSS-class armor is by no means inferior to that of a warship. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Yin silently nodded, refraining from uttering a word. As a scion of the divine war god family, she was well aware of the vast chasm that existed between SSS-class battle armor and warships. The two were utterly incomparable, belonging to entirely different realms. For one could don the armor and then pilot the warship, thereby significantly enhancing combat capabilities. She harbored a lingering suspicion that the SSS-class armor might be exclusively meant for Su-Bai, with her and the others merely receiving it as an adjunct. Generally speaking, given Su-Bai's current low cultivation level, even if he had acquired a warship, he would still be unable to pilot it directly for safety reasons. However, once Su-Bai donned the armor, the situation would transform dramatically. Even if his cultivation had yet to reach the 7th tier, he would still be capable of surviving in the depths of space, thanks to the armor.